Chapter 1. Tang Ze. Long Country, Jiang City, 3rd High School. Today is the last day for contracting exotic beasts, and the boss is actually fishing instead of going to the breeding base. A man with an ordinary appearance pointed at Tang Ze with a mocking expression. Hearing this, another muscular man waved his hands repeatedly, but his face was filled with disdain. How can you say that? Our academic genius Tang is going to gather materials, who knows? He might actually contract a little trash with these fish. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them no longer concealed their mockery of Tang Ze and burst into loud laughter. Tang Ze heard everything and could only shake his head helplessly. He was originally a traveler, and ever since he arrived in this world, he had awakened a system called Fishing Devour. The first task issued by the system was to complete 1,000 fishing sessions. Because of this system, he had been unable to complete the contract with exotic beasts. But fortunately, today, the task that had troubled him for years could finally be completed. After half an hour of travel, Tang Ze arrived at a lakeside. This time, he didn't prepare everything as he had done before. Instead, he only brought a fishing rod and a ball of bait. He hooked the bait onto the fishing hook and then cast it into the water. After a moment of waiting, Tang Ze felt a change in the fishing rod. The tip of the rod bent sharply, and seeing this, Tang Ze quickly exerted force and lifted the rod. As Tang Ze pulled, the fish in the water began to thrash around. Fortunately, Tang Ze was already accustomed to this, and he exerted force to control the fishing rod, quietly waiting. After several minutes of stalemate, Tang Ze sensed the timing was right and began to reel in quickly. As if sensing its impending fate, the large fish underwater struggled again, but compared to before, it was already nearing exhaustion. In no time, a silver carp over 30 centimeters long was dragged out of the water by Tang Ze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task. Unlocking the system's initial functions. Unlock successful. Host Tang Ze. Gender male. Age 18. Beastmaster rank none. Contracted beasts none. Special talent to be granted none. Novice gift pack. Distribution successful. Would you like to open the novice gift pack? Hearing this long-awaited system notification, Tang Ze was almost moved to tears. Open, Tang Ze said with great anticipation. Novice gift pack opening. Opening successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-tier exotic beast Xian snake. Xian snake, for some unknown reason, this ordinary Xian snake has a trace of royal dragon blood within it. That, if nurtured in the correct way, it may have a certain chance of evolving into a dragon in the future. System core function. Fishing Devour has been unlocked. Fishing Devour, the first fishing of the day, can grant improve random special talents for the fishing target. Successfully completing this fishing can extract the granted improved special talents for nurturing exotic beasts or enhancing the host's strength. Looking at all these prompts, Tang Ze couldn't help but gasp. After calming down, he couldn't help but become curious about how the system would deliver the Xian snake to him. At this moment, the system seemed to sense Tang Ze's curiosity and proactively informed him. Ding! The Xian snake has been delivered. Please proceed to the Jiang City Exotic Beast Breeding Base Newborn Zone, Cultivation Box number 3, to collect it. It's really at the breeding base. Tang Ze put away his fishing rod and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, take me to the Jiang City Exotic Beast Breeding Base. All right. The driver confirmed the destination and turned on the empty car sign, slowly starting the vehicle. Today seems to be the last day. Young man, are you going to contract an exotic beast? Yes. Tang Ze turned his head and stared blankly at the scenery outside the window. Seeing this scene in the rearview mirror, the driver assumed Tang Ze was feeling down because he had been unable to contract an exotic beast. Young man, if I may say, you don't have to be too obsessed. It's not only successful contracts that lead to a way out. Like me, I drive every day and live quite well. Yes. There are many ways out, but I still want to give it a try. Though he said this, Tang Ze already knew the result of his trip. He was just reverting to being a student who had always been unable to contract an exotic beast. Then I wish you success on your trip. Tang Ze smiled lightly. Thank you for your kind words. Driver, looking at the scenery passing by outside the window, Tang Ze's eyes had unknowingly lost focus. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Young man, we've arrived. The driver's voice brought Tang Ze back to reality. Okay, how much? I'll scan it for you. 32. I'll round it down to 30. Tang Ze scanned over 30 dragon coins, opened the car door, and looked up at the magnificent building. Without hesitation, he stepped towards the main entrance. The automatic door sensed Tang Ze's arrival and slowly opened. Inside cultivation box number 3 was an island in the middle of a lake covered with trees, while the rest of the area was surrounded by flowing water. Following the guidance on the wall, Tang Ze quickly found the newborn zone. After showing his student ID and passing the verification, Tang Ze was allowed to officially enter the newborn zone. Upon entering, he saw only 5 large doors, 1 at the end and 2 on each side. He opened the door marked number 3, and as soon as he stepped inside, the staff immediately closed the door behind him. Staring at the large area, Tang Ze was momentarily puzzled. System, do I have to find a Xian snake by myself? Partially correct. As long as the host approaches the Xian snake within a certain distance, it will actively come closer to the host. Tang Ze's mouth twitched. Isn't that still searching? Helplessly shaking his head, Tang Ze began to search around the island. After more than 10 minutes, he encountered several exotic beasts along the way, but none were his target this time. Finally, the system couldn't take it anymore and gave a prompt. Host, I suggest you walk a bit slower. The Xian snake has just been born and can't keep up. Tang Ze was stunned that he realized that he had been so focused on searching in his own way that he completely ignored the system's previous response. Turning around, he began to walk back. Before long, he noticed ripples on the water surface. Upon closer inspection, a small black snake, about 20 to 30 centimeters long, was swimming toward him. Crouching down, Tang Ze slowly reached out his hand toward the Xian snake. Indeed, the system's product for different other exotic beasts had a natural fear of humans during their juvenile stage, but the Xian snake showed no such emotion at all. It climbed onto Tang Ze's palm and slithered up his arm through his shoulder. Seeing this, Tang Ze smiled faintly and gently patted the top of the Xian snake's head. The Xian snake seemed to express its affection by rolling over like a cat or dog and exposing its belly. System, are you sure this is a snake? Tang Ze asked stiffly in his mind. Maybe. It learned from the other exotic beasts in this breeding base. Chapter 2. Contract. However, these little habits had no significant impact and were easily overlooked. Bringing the Xian snake back to the entrance, Tang Ze raised his hand and gently knocked twice. The staff soon came over to open the number 3 door. The staff member looked surprised at the Xian snake on Tang Ze's shoulder, but merely noted it. After all, not all juvenile beasts would fear humans, and it was normal for 1 or 2 to be friendly. Since you've already chosen your exotic beast, follow me. The staff member waved to Tang Ze. Following the staff member out of the newborn zone, the 2 soon arrived at a closed room. The staff member opened the door. You should know what to do, right? Tang Ze nodded and then stepped inside. When the manager closed the door, Tang Ze began to examine the layout of the room. Overall, it was not much different from other rooms, with just a wooden table in the center and a transparent orb placed on it. After stepping closer and scrutinizing it for a moment, Tang Ze genuinely couldn't understand who discovered that dropping blood from both parties into this transparent sphere could form a contract. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply shook his head and pushed the thought aside. When the Xian snake saw the contract crystal, it crawled down from Tang Ze's shoulder. Without waiting for Tang Ze's guidance, the Xian snake bit its own tail with its newly grown small teeth. Lifting its tail, a tiny drop of blood dripped from the small hole on the Xian snake's tail. Seeing this, Tang Ze no longer hesitated. He raised his hand, bit his fingertip, and let a drop of hot blood fall into the contract crystal. As Tang Ze's blood entered the crystal, the 2 drops of blood quickly fused together. The next moment, the fused blood flew out of the contract crystal, and as it left, it began to change continuously. Before long, a bloodline floated in the air. The 2 ends of the bloodline seemed to have come to life, flying straight into the minds of both the human and the beast. Within a few breaths, the originally erratic bloodline quickly solidified. At the same time, Tang Ze could sense a faint connection forming between him and the Xian snake. After a moment, the bloodline began to fade continuously until it completely disappeared, signaling the completion of the contract. Tang Ze placed his hand on the table, and the Xian snake naturally crawled back onto his shoulder. Turning towards the door, Tang Ze opened it and immediately locked eyes with the manager who was about to leave. Is there a problem? Did this little snake not give you blood? Or did you force it to give blood, and the contract failed? The manager didn't actually want Tang Ze's contract to fail. It was just that Tang Ze was too fast. Newborn beasts are generally clueless, and since contracts require blood from both parties, the process can be painful. If these young beasts feel pain, they usually develop a dislike for humans. Moreover, contracts require both parties to be willing, otherwise, out of 10 young beasts, 8 would be unable to contract. Normally, blood is taken first, and only after the young beast calms down does the contract begin. This process typically takes more than half an hour to complete, yet Tang Ze finished in less than 3 minutes. Tang Ze smiled faintly and shook his head. The contract has been successfully formed. Where do I go to register? Although the manager still had some doubts, the aura emanating from Tang Ze after completing the contract undoubtedly indicated that he had reached the first tier, which forced him to believe it. Follow me. Following the manager, they soon arrived in front of a machine, which had another staff member beside it. Another successful contract. After saying this, the manager who brought Tang Ze turned back and left the same way. Come over. Don't just stand there, the staff member by the machine said, without looking up, sounding impatient. Hearing this, Tang Ze hurried forward. Place your hand in the opening on the right. Tang Ze looked around for a moment and found the opening on the right side of the machine. That he placed his hand on it and immediately felt a force continuously pulling at his palm. Tang Ze curiously examined the machine, and soon the screen in the center lit up, displaying his identity information. Name Tang Ze. Gender male. Age 18. Registration long country, Jiang City. Beast Master, tier initial stage of Tier 1. Beast none. Beast space not awakened. The staff member glanced up, saw that the information had been verified, and immediately lifted the Xian snake and placed it on a tray on the left side. The Xian snake hissed twice at the staff member, seemingly expressing its displeasure from the pain. However, the staff member paid no attention to it. After some operations, a faint blue light swept over the Xian snake's body. Once the light disappeared, the screen updated, and the beast column now included the name and tier of the Xian snake. All right, registration is complete. You can leave. After a pause, the staff member added, make sure to control it. When you leave, young beasts are very prone to losing control. Tang Ze nodded in acknowledgement and then walked away. After leaving the breeding base, Tang Ze raised his hand to hail a taxi. Upon opening the door and sitting in, the driver's voice came through. What a coincidence. We meet again, young man. The driver turned his upper body to greet Tang Ze. It is quite a coincidence. At that moment, the driver also noticed the little head peeking out from Tang Ze's shoulder. Hey, you succeeded? Yes. Thanks to your good wishes. Tang Ze smiled and nodded. Hearing this, the driver waved his hand shyly. Oh, it's nothing. Are you heading back to number 3 middle school? Yes, all right. Then buckle up. With that, the driver stepped on the gas, and the vehicle quickly took off. That a few minutes later, the gates of number 3 middle school appeared ahead. Still number 30. Tang Ze took out his phone to scan and pay, then opened the car door and walked towards the school gate. However, he had just taken a step when the driver called out to him. Young man, wait a moment. Tang Ze turned back in confusion. Is there anything else? It's nothing serious, but I still want to remind you that you should buy an airline crate right now. Beastmasters are restricted in the city, and some people. Saying this, the driver pointed to his temple. Some, who are unable to contract with strange beasts. Well, they harbor quite a bit of resentment toward you guys. You'd better put that little snake away. First, it could save you a lot of trouble. Tang Ze recalled that he had indeed encountered this situation before. Once one person started to criticize, others would rush in, and moral coercion was something they played. Perfectly. Okay. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Chapter 3. Beginner water control. Back on campus, Tang Ze hurriedly made his way to the lake. The Shin snake had already been retrieved, and now it was time to study the system's capabilities. Arriving by the lake, Tang Ze took out the fishing rod he had been carrying on his back. Bestow or enhance. But what can ordinary fish enhance? Casting the rod, Tang Ze began to quietly wait for a fish to bite. Ding! System core function triggered. Granting target beginner water control. Detected that the target's beast rank is 0, automatically upgraded to early stage 1. Tang Ze raised an eyebrow, not hesitating to exert force, causing the tip of the rod to bend sharply. This strength. It must be at least 4 or 50 pounds to have this kind of pull. Feeling the continuous tug on the fishing rod, Tang Ze's expression gradually became excited. He wrapped both arms around the fishing rod with all his strength, barely managing to control the situation. Half an hour passed, and Tang Ze gradually felt the changes on the rod. Tired? Now, it's my turn. With that, Tang Ze began to quickly reel in the line, simultaneously taking steps backward. As he approached the shore, Tang Ze finally got a clear view of what was underwater. A nearly 1-meter-long carp slowly surfaced. Perhaps realizing its impending fate, the carp suddenly exerted force again, swimming downwards, while a water arrow shot out from its dorsal fin, heading straight for Tang Ze. Fortunately, Tang Ze knew in advance that this carp had water control abilities, and he swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. Although Tang Ze successfully dodged, the crowd behind him was not so lucky. Unbeknownst to them, the pavilion surrounding the lake had already been packed with spectators. The water arrow shot forth, and everyone hurriedly attempted to sidestep like Tang Ze. But several people still ended up with scratches on their shoulders. The injured individuals covered their wounds with their hands, fear evident in their eyes as they looked towards the lake. What's going on? A strange beast? Why is there a strange beast in the campus lake? Quick, go notify the teacher. Hearing this, everyone dared not linger. Initially, they had gathered to see Tang Ze seemingly catching a big fish. But now the situation was different. An exotic beast appearing in the lake was no joke. The crowd dispersed in a hurry, but this had no effect on Tang Ze. Once again feeling the carp's strength diminish, Tang Ze began to exert force again. Soon, the carp was dragged back to the shore. And this time Tang Ze did not give the carp a chance to resist, pulling back with all his might. The carp, pulled out of the water, could only keep leaping up, furiously shooting water arrows at Tang Ze in a fit of rage. Perhaps due to the carp's eyes being on the sides, one could only see the ground, and the other could only see the sky. The accuracy of the water arrows was ridiculously poor. None were aimed at Tang Ze. The system had already hooked the fish. How to extract that talent? Approach and place your hand on it. The system will automatically extract. Tang Ze nodded and then sat down beside it. Hey, I don't believe you can keep gathering water arrows. Let us see who can outlast whom. A minute passed, and the carp finally could no longer gather water arrows. Seeing this, Tang Ze pushed himself up, dusted off his clothes, and stepped forward to grab the carp by its gills, lifting it up. In the next second, Tang Ze delivered a hard slap to the carp's head. Weren't you just being so fierce? Always gathering water arrows to attack me? Keep going. This provocation successfully made the nearly dying carp thrash about again. Tang Ze raised an eyebrow without hesitation, slamming the carp down onto the ground. The teacher is just over there, right? The crowd that had just arrived looked bewildered at Tang Ze's actions. This is inhumane. Do you have any idea how much damage a slap can do to a fish? Among the crowd, a man in his 30s quickly broke away and ran towards Tang Ze. Student, let go. Strange beasts will fight back when they're about to die. Tang Ze turned to look, his tone laced with helplessness. Teacher, it has already fought back. Hearing this, the teacher's expression changed as he quickly circled around Tang Ze. Seeing that Tang Ze was indeed unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, as long as you're not hurt. Now let us focus on the carp in your hands. Feeling the weak spiritual energy within the carp, the teacher confirmed the fact that an exotic beast had appeared on campus. Student, you should leave first. The area near the lake needs to be temporarily sealed off. Tang Ze nodded. Okay. He then began to walk back with the fish in hand. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, for some reason, Tang Ze felt his posture straighten significantly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Ze slowly disappeared from view. Not long after leaving, Tang Ze finally received the notification that the talent extraction was complete. Ding! Beginner water control. Extraction successful. Extracting the talent took about 5 minutes. After pondering for a moment, Tang Ze sat down on a nearby chair, his consciousness sinking into his mind. Before him was a vast darkness, with only the system screen emitting a faint glow. He navigated to the Beastmaster section and opened the Xian Snake's panel. Beastmaster, Xian Snake, Young, Bloodline, King Level True Dragon 0, Beast Rank, Early Stage 1-5, Talent None. Tang Ze pressed the plus sign behind the talent, and the panel suddenly began to change, revealing a brand new interface before him. The newly appeared panel contained only a solitary entry for beginner water control, and he pressed it again. Ding! Are you sure you want to grant Xian Snake beginner water control? Confirm. As soon as the words left his mouth, the new screen disappeared, and the previously empty talent section of the Xian snake was filled with beginner water control. Slowly opening his eyes, Tang Ze looked directly at the Xian snake on his shoulder. Xian snake, can you try to gather a water arrow? Receiving the command, the Xian snake slowly opened its mouth, and the next moment, a water arrow shot out directly towards a distant tree. The water arrow embedded itself into the tree without any incident. TSK, TSK, TSK. This carp is too weak. It didn't even showcase the power of beginner water control. Tang Ze stood up and looked at the hole made by the water arrow in the tree. Tang Ze pulled out his phone, checking the time, exactly 4 o'clock. He glanced at the 1-meter-long carp in his hand and began walking toward the school gate. Boss, that guy completed the contract. The two who had previously mocked Tang Ze slowly emerged from a teaching building not far from him. No big deal, just a little spicy strip. Let that little spicy strip live a few more days. Once we enter the trial secret realm, we could just take care of it. Boss is mighty. Let Tang Ze, that little brat, not recognize the situation and oppose our boss. This time, we need to let him know the consequences of opposing you. By the way, how did he offend you in the first place? Hearing the first half of the statement, the muscular man felt good, but upon hearing the latter part, a vein bulged on his arm as he raised his hand and slapped the other man. Mind your own business. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Damn. Can I say that I was fishing and that guy hooked my swimming trunks? After leaving the 3rd middle school, Tang Ze directly scanned a shared electric bike nearby, tying the carp to the back seat and riding towards home. As for why he didn't take a taxi, well, those who fish know the score. Chapter 4. Opening the Beast Master space after cycling around neighborhood for a dozen laps and parking the shared electric bike, Tang Ze finally started walking towards his home. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it. The door opened with a click. The next moment, Tang Ze lifted his foot and kicked the door. Old dang, I'm back. Tang's father, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, took a deep breath and without hesitation took off his slippers, walking towards Tang Ze. Seeing this, Tang Ze calmly raised the carp he had hidden behind his back. Old dang, did you catch such a big carp? You should call your friends over to see it. Tang's father's gaze towards the carp was as if he were looking at some rare treasure. Then, combining Tang Ze's earlier words, the corners of his mouth twitched repeatedly, and that smile was indeed harder to suppress than AK. Tang's father stepped forward and snatched the carp from Tang Ze's hands. You're a smart kid. I'm leaving. After a pause, he reached out and grabbed the fishing rod that Tang Ze was carrying on his back. Watching Tang's father's somewhat lofty figure, Tang Ze could only shake his head helplessly. He sat down on the sofa and took out his phone to check the class group chat. Unsurprisingly, the chat was buzzing with discussions about the exotic beast he had caught in the school lake today. After watching for a while and seeing nothing but rumors, Tang Ze put away his phone and closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, Tang's father returned with 3 men of similar age, smiling and looking up. Xiao Ze, what are you dawdling for? Go, get some water for these uncles. Tang Ze shot a sideways glance at his father and reluctantly got up to head to the kitchen. After placing the water in front of the men, Tang Ze turned and walked straight to his room. He didn't want to continue being ordered around like a servant. Back in his room, Tang Ze lay down on the bed and covered his head with the blanket to sleep. Seeing this, Xianxi tilted its head in confusion but still lay quietly beside him. The next morning, Tang Ze slowly woke up to the sound of an alarm. He barely opened his eyes and glanced at his phone, which displayed 6:30 a.m., instantly waking him up. Like a carp jumping up, Tang Ze quickly pulled open the curtains and stared blankly at the morning sky. What? No one called me for breakfast? That carp wasn't caught by me? How could they not call me? Getting out of bed, Tang Ze kicked open his bedroom door, looking at the 4 people sprawled across the living room. He angrily marched up and grabbed Tang's father's collar, shaking him repeatedly. Old dang, how could you eat without calling me? Tang Ze shook him continuously, but Tang's father showed no signs of waking up. It was like hitting cotton with a fist. Tang Ze went to the kitchen and opened the fridge. As expected, there was still half a carp inside, but due to time constraints, he could only begrudgingly stare at it. He took out a knife, cut some fish meat to feed to Xianxi, and once Xianxi was full, Tang Ze made up his mind and slammed the fridge door shut, leaving the house without looking back. Just as Tang Ze stepped outside, he ran into his mother, who had just returned from working overtime. Tang Ze's eyes darted, and he hurriedly approached her. Mom, wait, don't go back yet. Tang's mother yawned. I've been working overtime all night. I'm exhausted. Why shouldn't I go home? I must go back today. Then, Mom, you have to hold on. I'll head to school first. With that, Tang Ze took off running down the stairs. Watching her son's back, Tang's mother suddenly had a bad feeling. She opened the door, saw the 4 people inside, and took a deep breath before closing the door and reopening it. Seeing no changes, she maintained her expression and stepped in, reaching out to grab Tang's father's collar, leading him towards the room. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Ze had already returned to the door, pressing his ear against it as he heard his father's faint cries. He quickly covered his mouth to barely suppress his laughter. Downstairs, Tang Ze put Xian into his pocket and headed to school. Upon arriving at the entrance of his original classroom, he noticed a note taped to the door. Getting closer and reading it carefully, Tang Ze understood the situation. Class division, separating students who had completed contracts from those who hadn't. After searching the list for a moment, he quickly found his class, still Class 3. Stepping inside, Tang Ze returned to his seat and quietly waited. Time passed quickly to 8 o'clock, and the class bell rang, followed by the sound of high heels clicking. A tall, beautiful woman entered the classroom, holding textbooks in her arms. She placed the books on the podium. Let me introduce myself. I am your homeroom teacher for the last half month. Saying this, she picked up a piece of chalk and wrote Jianghe on the blackboard. There's no need to discuss anything else. Let us get straight to the point. I hope everyone can open their Beastmaster spaces. Following this, Jianghe began explaining the methods for opening the Beastmaster space. After more than an hour, the blackboard was filled with various exotic beast habitats and detailed ways to open different terrains. This is the requirement for the first day. It's not too high. All you need to do is to be able to independently activate your spiritual energy, and you can leave school early today. Hearing this, Tang Ze nodded, sinking his mind into his consciousness as he continuously searched for that faint connection that had appeared after completing the contract. After a few minutes, a bloodline connecting him to she suddenly appeared before him. He reached out and gently touched it. Instantly, he felt something surge into his body through the bloodline. Tang Ze slowly opened his eyes, then raised his right hand. Under his control, a droplet of water slowly formed in his palm. Tang Ze exerted force, compressing the droplet continuously, and in the next moment, the compressed droplet shot forward. With a dull sound, the droplet exploded upon hitting the wall. Jianghe looked at Tang Ze with an unusual expression. Student, did your family teach you these basics? Tang Ze shook his head in confusion. Seeing this, Jianghe took out a thick book from the podium. Student, what is your name? Dongsha. After a moment, Jianghe finally found Tang Ze's basic information in the book. He had completed the contract around 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and both parents were ordinary people who could not complete contracts, meaning he had no access to these basic knowledge sources outside of school. Jianghe took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. If Tang Ze's information was accurate, this kid was a genius. Continue, student. Let us see if you can open a space through the contract today. Tang Ze nodded and once again focused his mind, diving into his consciousness. With the previous experience, this time it took only a few seconds for the bloodline to appear before him again. Time flew by, and 8 hours later, all the students had left the classroom, leaving only Tang Ze and Jianghe still inside. Chapter 5, Red warmed up finally. All that is left is to seal this last side, and the job will be done. Tang Ze controlled his spiritual energy, slowly forming a transparent wall, perfectly fitting from edge to edge and corner to corner. Before stepping into the space, he filled the entire area with spiritual energy that resembled an ocean. After confirming there were no leaks while surrounding himself with countless checks, Tang Ze let out a sigh of relief. Opening his eyes, he directly met Jianghe's gaze, and for some reason, he saw a hint of excitement in Jianghe's eyes. Turning to look around, Tang Ze noticed that only the 2 of them were left in the classroom, and he instantly felt something was off. Teacher Jiang, I completed the beast taming space. I'll head home now. Without waiting for Jianghe to respond, Tang Ze dashed towards the door. Genius. A true genius. 8 hours, just 8 hours, and he successfully constructed the beast taming space. One can imagine how fast the beast would cultivate in that space. Watching Tang Ze's departing figure, Jiang He muttered to himself. The next moment, Jiang He hurriedly took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, principal. Yes, it's Jiang He. Good news. I'm not just here at Jiangcheng number 3 high school to bring students, right? You guessed it accurately. They're indeed a genius. And a true genius at that. Jiang He described what had happened today to the person on the other end of the line. Really? Of course. I've seen his information. He had the opportunity to come into contact with beasts, and it's impossible for anyone to teach him. I timed it. It was exactly 8 hours. Good. Keep that kid hidden. I'll be over right away. Don't let those old guys know. After hanging up, Jiang He didn't care at all, still wearing an excited expression as he looked at Tang Ze's message. Leaving the school, Tang Ze casually hailed a taxi. After getting in, he finally calmed his emotions. This teacher is not right. Luckily, I ran fast. If I'd been a bit slower, I felt like I would have had to say goodbye to my kidneys. Suddenly, Tang Ze remembered that he hadn't completed today's fishing task. Looking at the time, it was only 4 o'clock. Tang Ze leaned back in his seat and began to rest his eyes. After a while, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the community. Hey, I've arrived. Good, I'll scan the payment. After paying the fare, Tang Ze stepped into the community, cautiously opening the door, confirming there were no unexpected situations. He finally stepped inside, but the next moment, Tang Ze suddenly felt a chill on his back. Turning stiffly, he saw his father holding a belt and looking at him. You little brat, you know your mom would be back in the morning. Yet you didn't call me. Tang's father touched his swollen face that looked like a pig's head, hissing. Hearing this, Tang Ze replied with a hint of a smile. Who told you not to call me for dinner last night? I caught that fish. In the end, I could only eat frozen fish. Tang's father, feeling guilty, turned his head to the side. He genuinely drank too much last night and didn't remember anything. I thought you went back to your room. I assumed you were too tired today and wanted you to rest more. That's why I didn't call you. Tang's father said with a face full of righteous indignation. Then I'm sorry, I was too tired last night and slept soundly. I woke up almost late this morning. I did call you, but you couldn't get it up. What can I do? Tang Ze shrugged helplessly. Instantly, Tang's father exploded. What do you mean couldn't get it up? You little brat, if I don't beat you to death today, I'm not your father. Before he finished speaking, Tang's father raised his hand and directly swung it towards Tang Ze. The belt sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp wind towards Tang Ze. Tang Ze calmly sidestepped the attack while thinking, old dang, you can't say such absolute things. Not waiting for Tang's father to raise his hand again, Tang Ze caught a glimpse of the fishing rod in the corner of his eye, stepped forward, and grabbed the fishing rod. He then dashed out of the house, closing the door behind him, leaving Tang's father alone inside, going crazy. Once downstairs, Tang Ze pulled out his phone from his pocket, found a contact named Old Dang, and slowly sent a message saying, "You just practice more." A minute later, a 60-second voice message came through, and without even opening it, he knew it was filled with traditional Chinese culture. Red warmed up, breaking the defense. Tang Ze put away his phone, humming a tune as he walked away. He hailed a taxi and arrived at a river in the center of Jiangcheng. After putting bait on the fishing rod, Tang Ze sat down on the ground and began to wait again. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed, and the bobber finally reacted. At that moment, the system also provided prompt. Ding! System core function triggered. Target power increased. Now increased to the initial stage of the first level. While exerting force, Tang Ze summoned the Xian snake, which was temporarily placed in the semi-finished beast taming space. A light blue vortex appeared beside Tang Ze, and the next moment, the Xian snake slowly crawled out. Get ready. Wait for the target to surface, and then launch a water arrow attack. Hiss. Compared to the cart before, Tang Ze felt this time was even easier. What's going on? Is this really an increase in power? Before long, a small lobster, about 30 to 40 centimeters long, red on both ends and black in the middle. A big lobster was pulled out of the water by Tang Ze. Wow, such a big lobster. This must be delicious. A drop of crystal clear saliva dripped from the corner of Tang Ze's mouth. At this moment, the Xian snake's water arrow was already condensed and shot out, leaving a small hole in the lobster's shell. Looking at the lobster that showed no signs of being affected, Tang Ze fell silent. This power isn't enough. Saying this, Tang Ze's lips curled into a smile, but lobsters are easy to catch. Tang Ze took off his outer coat, holding it with both hands as he slowly approached, getting close enough to cover the lobster's head with the coat. At the same time, he quickly moved to the back of the lobster, reached out, and grabbed the area connecting the lobster's body and head, lifting it up. No matter how the lobster waved its claws, it couldn't reach Tang Ze. Got it. This is easier to handle than the last carp. Finding a large rock, Tang Ze pressed the lobster's head against the stone, and soon the lobster was dead beyond dead. At this point, Tang Ze's phone, which was in his pocket, began to vibrate incessantly. Taking out his phone to check, he saw it was an unknown number, and without hesitation, he pressed the hang-up button. But a moment later, the phone rang again with the same number. Helpless, Tang Ze had no choice but to press the answer button. Hello, who is this? You have the wrong number. Goodbye. As he spoke, Tang Ze intended to hang up right away, but the next moment, Jiang He's voice came through the phone. Not the wrong number. I need to discuss something with you. Your talent has been noticed, and a university wants to recruit you early. Jiang He spoke quickly, as if afraid Tang Ze would hang up at any second. Hearing this, Tang Ze was puzzled. My talent only known to you? Just say your school wants me to come. Jiang He chuckled awkwardly on the phone, no longer hiding it. He indeed. You should come over first. Room 6 of Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Our school principal will be there soon. What if I don't go? Tang Ze raised an eyebrow. You definitely have to come. You're currently by the river in the center of Jiangcheng. I don't recommend trying to come over now to catch you. Dong Shi, feeling helpless, could only agree, packing up his fishing rod and hailing another taxi to head to Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Chapter 6. Zhang Yunsong. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jiangcheng Grand Hotel, Tang Ze was stopped by a group of people as soon as he stepped inside. Hello, sir. Our hotel does not allow the carrying of beast companions. Please put it away. Hearing this, Tang Ze calmly removed the shrimp head he had twisted off while hailing a taxi. It's dead. A few people were taken aback, but one of them quickly reacted and fetched a cloth bag. Since it's a dead object, please put it away to avoid scaring other guests. All right. Tang Ze nodded and placed the lobster into the bag, carrying it towards the elevator. Arriving at the door of room 3, Tang Ze gently knocked a few times until he heard Jiang He's voice call out, "Come in." Only then did Tang Ze open the door and step inside. He placed his fishing rod behind the door and casually found a spot to sit down. Teacher Jiang, does this hotel provide ingredient processing for replacements? As he spoke, Tang Ze opened the cloth bag in his hand to show her the lobster. Jiang He raised her eyebrows slightly. What luck you have. I caught a carp in the lake at school yesterday, but today the lake has been drained and I couldn't find another. Now you bring a lobster. Though she said this, Jiang He took out her phone and scanned the QR code on the table. Soon, a waiter cautiously pushed the door open, stated the reason, and respectfully exited the private room with the bag. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, during which Jiang He basically dug up everything about Binhai University. However, despite all that talk, Tang Ze showed no interest at all. At that moment, a crow with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters, as black as ink, flew across the sky above the hotel. Hey, over here. The dark crow quickly turned around and landed on the hotel rooftop, following the guidance of an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit with white hair. Gently leaping off the crow's back, the old man began to pat his back repeatedly. I'm getting old. Just a few hours and my back is sore. After putting away the dark crow, the old man slowly walked downstairs. Soon, there was a knock on the private room door, and Jiang He quickly stood up to open it. Seeing the visitor, Jiang He immediately bowed respectfully. Principal. Good. The principal turned his gaze toward Tang Ze, who was playfully teasing the Shin snake. Is this little guy the genius you mentioned? Yes. Jiang He lifted Tang Ze from his seat. This is the current principal of Binhai Academy, Zhang Yunsong. You can call him Old Zhang or Principal. Hello, Old Zhang. Tang Ze cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Good. Sit down. Let me tell you about our school's basic situation. Principal. I've already talked to Xiao Ze about it. Jiang He scratched her head awkwardly. Zhang Yunsong's expression stiffened for a moment as he glanced sideways at Jiang He, but then returned to his previous demeanor. Ha. Well, let us not talk about that. We can provide Xiao Ze with 4 years of training resources for free. If you can achieve a top 50 ranking in the upcoming Secret Realm, we can also offer a seaside villa as your dormitory for the next 4 years. Tang Ze was slightly taken aback at these words, then suddenly realized, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Zheng Yunsong. A seaside dormitory. Seeing Tang Ze's reaction, Zheng Yunsong was pleased. He knew that if others didn't know Tang Ze's preferences, he would definitely not choose another school. A seaside villa as a dormitory. Tang Ze excitedly reached out and grasped Zheng Yunsong's hand. Old Zheng, then it's settled. Do I need to sign any enrollment paperwork? Zheng Yunsong seemed prepared for this. He lightly tapped the ring in his hand, and an enrollment document suddenly appeared in his hand. I have everything else ready. You just need to sign. Without hesitation, Tang Ze took the paperwork handed to him by Zheng Yunsong and signed his name in the last column. Suddenly, Tang Ze realized something and looked at Zheng Yunsong with confusion. Old Zheng, aren't there many exotic beasts in the sea? Why does our school need to be built by the sea? Aren't you afraid of beast tides? Hee, our school is a military academy personally established by the state. Nearly half of the teachers on campus are beast masters who guard the borders. Due to certain reasons, their strength has declined, so they stay here to teach. What they teach is all about facing exotic beasts on the battlefield. The practical classes won't be virtual images. Normally, they use the exotic beast captured due to attacks on Binhai City as your targets. If the school were built farther away, there would be significant risks, which is why it is established by the sea. Tang Ze nodded, indicating he understood, and then turned to Jiang He beside him. Teacher Jiang, when will those dishes arrive? I haven't eaten anything all day. Jiang He picked up her phone and began to operate it. Just a moment, they will be here soon. As soon as Jiang He sent the message, several waiters entered the private room one after another, each carrying plates. As dishes were brought to the table, soon the entire dining table was filled. Teacher Jiang, isn't this a bit too much? Tang Ze looked at the array of dishes with a puzzled expression. Jiang He raised her eyebrows slightly. Beast companions, don't they need to eat? Oh, I forgot about that. With that, Tang Ze waved his hand to summon the Xian snake. Soon, Jiang He and Zheng Yunsong also summoned their beast companions. Zheng Yunsong summoned the same dark crow, while Jiang He's beast was a pure white creature known as the Howling Moonfrost Wolf. Using a small knife, Tang Ze cut the lobster into several square pieces with a diameter of 5 centimeters and placed them in front of the Xian snake, then began to focus on eating. For a time, the private room was filled only with the sound of chewing. An hour passed, and the dishes on the table were wiped clean. Tang Ze leaned against the wall, said goodbye to the two, and left Jiangshang Grand Hotel, hailing a taxi to head home. Inside the private room, after Tang Ze left, Jiang He immediately stopped pretending and bounced up from her seat like a monkey, instantly reaching Zheng Yunsong's side. Uncle Zheng, did you feel it too? Yes. Zheng Yunsong's wrinkles crinkled together with a smile. That snake's talent is also quite good. With each piece of shrimp meat it consumes, its aura increases. Plus, with Xiao Ze's SB space, I wonder if it can break through to the second tier before entering the secret realm. You can't interfere this time. Previously, we insisted on balanced development, but last year we really had a major upset. Not a single team made it into the top 10. Zheng Yunsong nodded with a wry smile. All right, you all can handle these matters yourselves. Okay, then it's settled. As long as Tang Ze's strength meets the requirement, he can directly join our team. I have to say, after breaking through to the first tier, Tang Ze could feel the changes in his body. Normally, it would take him over half an hour to recover from the state he was in when he came out of the private room. However, it had only been a little over 10 minutes, and he was already back to his peak condition. Entering the community, Tang Ze went straight to a secluded spot and summoned the Xian snake. I haven't tested that power increase yet. Chapter 7. Miscalculation. Tang Ze searched around and found a suitable target, a 5-centimeter thick stone slab. He placed the Xian snake on a high spot and reached out to hold the slab in front of his chest. Come on, let's see your strength now. The Xian snake tilted its head in confusion, staring at Tang Ze for a moment. Although it didn't understand why its master wanted to test it, it still followed Tang Ze's request and struck the stone slab with its tail. The slab emitted a dull sound, and dust from the edges fell due to the impact. Tang Ze felt a slight numbness in his palm and noted the sensation in his mind. He then accessed the system to enhance the Xian snake's strength. Come on, let's see if there's any change now. At this moment, the Xian snake also sensed a change in its body. It raised its tail, stared at the slab for a moment, and then struck it without hesitation. With a bang, the slab was instantly covered in cracks, and Tang Ze felt countless tiny points cover his hands. His hands instinctively loosened, and the slab fell straight to the ground due to gravity. A crisp sound followed as the slab shattered into several pieces scattered on the ground. After a moment, Tang Ze finally regained his composure and reflected on the difference between the two strikes, ultimately confirming that the strength enhancement had increased the Xian snake's power by nearly 50. With the experiment completed, Tang Ze recalled the Xian snake and rubbed his slightly numb hands as he walked towards his residential building. Just as he returned to the door, he suddenly realized that there was still an old man waiting for him inside the house. Without hesitation, Tang Ze turned and went downstairs, while also remembering to activate his father Tang's green bubble message. "Don't hide behind the door, I'm not coming home tonight." At that moment, Tang Ze's father, who was sitting on a stool and watching videos, saw the message and instantly became furious. Soon after, another 60-second voice message in classical Chinese was sent, as 60 seconds was always the limit for the green bubble, not for Tang's father. Tang Ze casually found a hotel to stay in and once again immersed his consciousness into his mind. Entering the empty beast control space, Tang Ze began to redesign the layout according to the habits of snakes. By the next morning, a real island appeared in the middle of the lake within the beast control space. Surrounded by water, the center of the island was covered with vegetation. And on one side, Tang Ze had specially built a peak made of scattered stones. After a quick wash, Tang Ze took a taxi to school. Not long after arriving in class, the time reached 8 o'clock and the class bell rang. He entered the classroom on time. Looking at the noisy crowd in the classroom, He calmly stepped onto the podium and slammed the book on the podium, instantly silencing the room. Today was the same as yesterday. If they hadn't successfully induced spiritual energy, they would continue, and those who had succeeded would begin constructing their beast control space. After pausing for a moment, he found Tang Ze in the corner. "Tang Ze, go to the rooftop." Tang Ze walked out of the classroom, confused, and headed for the rooftop. Opening the rooftop door, he saw the dark crow he had seen before spreading its wings as if shielding something. Upon approaching, he realized that Zheng Yunsong was lying on a lounge chair, wearing sunglasses and eating watermelon. "Old Zheng, isn't this a bit?" Hearing this, Zheng Yunsong slowly pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead and looked at Tang Ze. Tang Ze is here. Since you've come, let's get started." "Start what?" Tang Ze asked, bewildered. "Aren't you the one who contracted the beast on the last day? You practiced 3 days less than those people, and there was no chance in the first 50. I just happened to be here to give you a hand." Saying this, Zheng Yunsong patted the dark crow's chest. The dark crow understood immediately, opened its mouth, and let out a call. In the next moment, Tang Ze felt the spiritual energy around him continuously gathering towards them. Don't be dazed. Summon your little snake." Tang Ze instinctively followed Zheng Yunsong's instructions, and with a wave of his hand, a blue vortex appeared, from which the Xian snake slowly crawled out. Feeling the rich spiritual energy around it, the Xian snake instinctively released control over its body and began to absorb the energy continuously. Tang Ze heard a crisp sound in his mind as if a chain had broken. He watched as the Xian snake's body began to grow larger, soon increasing from its original 20 centimeters to 50 centimeters. "Old Zheng, the evolution of this exotic beast is so fast?" Tang Ze pointed at the Xian snake and asked in confusion. "You really only know the basics?" To ask such a question means your little snake has good talent. After dinner last night, I could feel it was about to break through, and now after being washed by a large amount of spiritual energy, the breakthrough is inevitable. Tang Ze awkwardly scratched his head and began to calm down to strengthen his control over the spiritual energy. Under Zheng Yunsong's supervision, after a day of 16 hours of training, the Xian snake finally succeeded in breaking through to the second level 5 days later, growing to over 3 meters in length. Tang Ze's control over spiritual energy also reached a new height, allowing him to extract and condense spiritual energy in an instant whenever he wanted. In 5 days, there were 5 fishing sessions and 4 enhancements to basic abilities. As for why there weren't 5 enhancements, don't ask if you must. It would be the rod breaking. But even with only 4 enhancements, the Xian snake's speed of improvement had once made Zheng Yunsong question life itself. Isn't it, kid? This is really a snake, not dragon. The speed of strength improvement is a bit too fast, right? Each day is a different story. Strength, speed, and defense can all rival mid-level second-tier exotic beasts. It might even surpass them. However, what Zheng Yunsong didn't know was that the Xian snake's control over water had already reached a level comparable to late-stage or even peak exotic beasts. After receiving the system enhancement, the three basic attributes could not be further enhanced and could only use the extracted talent for improvement. Naturally, the primary water control could also be enhanced in this manner. With 4 enhancements, 2 were assigned to numerical values, while the other 2 were fed to the primary water control as dog food. Tang Ze had experimented with it while fishing. Now, the Xian snake could instantly kill equally ranked exotic beasts with a single water arrow. Hehe, isn't this what you said, old Zheng? The Xian snake has good talent. And since it's talented, isn't it normal to surpass levels and defeat enemies? Zheng Yunsong was speechless. Right. Others surpass levels to defeat enemies based on their inherent talents, but your Xian snake does it with its physical body. Other exotic beasts can still be explained, but you have a snake-type exotic beast with a low physical strength. Isn't that extraordinary talent? Tang Ze maintained a stance of defiance, insisting that the Xian snake had extraordinary talent. Zheng Yunsong helplessly rubbed his forehead, as he couldn't think of any other explanation. All right, tomorrow we should head to the secret realm. Today, go back and rest well. Let's aim to get a top 10 finish. Isn't 50 fine? Not fine. Zheng Yunsong took out the enrollment papers that Tang Ze had personally signed, saying this is what you signed back then. And it also states that only those who enter the top 10 will get the seaside villa as accommodation. Them Ze's pupils constricted. And he hurriedly stepped forward to closely examine the bottom line that clearly stated top 10. Damn, old Zheng, you're being underhanded, bullying this 18-year-old kid. How could that be? I didn't sneak attack. We agreed on the top 10. Zheng Yunsong confidently relied on the fact that Tang Ze had no evidence. Damn, miscalculation. I shouldn't have judged by appearances. He looks like a harmless old man, but turns out he's a schemer. Tang Ze took a deep breath to calm down and turned to look at the Xian snake, finally feeling reassured. With the current strength of the Xian snake, who can compete? All right. You're older. You have a point. Top 10 it is. I'm off. Seeing Tang Ze given completely, Zheng Yunsong's old face broke into a grin, looking as cheerful as a blooming chrysanthemum. Take care. Chapter 8. Broken Bones returning home to grab his fishing rod. Tang Ze once again arrived at the river in the center of Jiangxing. He quickly baited the hook and cast his line, followed by a tedious wait. Ding. System core function triggered, granting target the talent shadow potential to elevate the target's beast rank to early second tier. Tang Ze was taken aback. It was surprisingly quick this time. What was this shadow potential? He pondered in his mind, but his hands showed no signs of stopping, continuously reeling in the line. Before long, the target was pulled to the riverbank, but just as Tang Ze caught sight of a snakehead, it suddenly vanished. Tang Ze's pupils constricted sharply. Without hesitation, he summoned the Xian snake. As soon as the Xian snake appeared, it sensed something unusual. Without waiting for Tang Ze's command, the Xian snake quickly conjured dozens of water arrows, scattering them like flowers in the sky. A rapidly moving dark shadow on the ground was struck by one of the water arrows and quickly transformed into a water snake over 2 meters long, with a stout body and a slightly larger head. The water snake had a clear target, charging straight at Tang Ze. The Xian snake reacted swiftly, twisting its body and instantly appearing in front of Tang Ze, raising its tail and striking directly at the water snake. The expected sound did not come. The water snake vanished again. A closer look revealed a long shadow on the ground that was continuously approaching. Tang Ze frowned slightly and kept retreating, but the shadow relentlessly pursued him. At that moment, the Xian snake conjured another water arrow and shot it at the dark shadow. With this strike, the shadow transformed back into the water snake, and Tang Ze quickly conjured a water arrow to shoot at it. Due to the distance between them, the water snake had no time to dodge and took the arrow directly to its head. Because of the arrow, the water snake paused slightly and in that brief moment, the Xian snake conjured a water sword and sent it flying towards the water snake's vital point. A flash of cold light passed, and the water sword pierced through the water snake's vital point, slicing it in half, perhaps sensing its impending death. The head of the water snake transformed back into a shadow and swiftly charged at Tang Ze. This time, before either of them could react, the water snake emerged from the shadow, leaping up and opening its mouth to bite Tang Ze. Acting instinctively, Tang Ze raised his right hand to shield himself, but the snake's mouth closed around it, and the sound of bones fracturing echoed. Tang Ze let out a terrible scream. Shaking off the momentary daze, Tang Ze quickly reacted, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm. He raised his left hand, conjuring a water arrow that he shot directly at the snake's head, piercing through its skull. Immediately, he exerted force and flung the water snake's head aside. Watching the water snake cautiously, he saw that it was indeed motionless. And only then did he cover the wound that was steadily bleeding. Enduring the pain radiating from his arm, Tang Ze slowly approached and placed his palm on the water snake's body. 5 minutes passed. Ding. Talent shadow, potential extraction, successful. Receiving the system prompt, Tang Ze called the Xian snake over to swallow the water snake. He then headed towards a nearby road, hailing a taxi. At that moment, the Xian snake had just finished swallowing the water snake. He recalled the Xian snake and hurriedly got into the taxi. "Driver, take me to Jiangxing Hospital." The driver frowned slightly as he looked at Tang Ze's arm, but said nothing and quickly started the car, racing towards the hospital. Upon arrival, Tang Ze paid the fare and the cleaning fee, then rushed into the hospital. It was now 6 in the evening, and since most people had gone to dinner, he had just gotten his number when he was called in. At the nurse's station, the nurse gasped as she looked at Tang Ze's arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing getting a number like this?" It was understandable for her to react this way. Tang Ze's arm was indeed terrifying. His forearm was broken in half, hanging limply and swaying as he moved. The nurse quickly grabbed Tang Ze's left arm and rushed him towards the doctor's office. "Doctor, doctor." Inside the office, a doctor in his 30s, eating takeout, looked up at the door. "What's the rush?" he asked, spooning a mouthful of soup into his mouth. But the next second, upon seeing Tang Ze's shaking arm, the soup sprayed out of his mouth. "Quick, quick, quick! Notify those in the cafeteria to prepare for surgery. This could lead to permanent damage." Okay. The nurse hurriedly ran off. Before long, Tang Ze was rushed into the operating room. 3 to 4 hours later, the surgery finally concluded. After lying in the hospital until the next day, Tang Ze began to process his discharge. Knowing that he was a senior high school student who needed to participate in the upcoming Beast Master entrance exam, the discharge procedures were expedited. Ultimately, Tang Ze barely stepped into his classroom before 8 o'clock. As the class bell rang, he entered the classroom simultaneously. Catching a glimpse of the cast on Tang Ze's right hand, Jianghe's pupils slightly constricted, but she quickly regained her composure. She shifted her gaze away and lightly tapped the blackboard to refocus the scattered attention of the class. "I've covered everything I needed to. Now it's up to your choices. Once you enter the trial's secret realm, there will be no turning back. You still have the chance to withdraw. Don't end up repeating a year." As Jianghe's words fell, the class fell silent. The entrance exam was divided into 2 categories, martial arts and literature, and each student could only choose one. If they failed, they would have to repeat the year. Furthermore, every year there were some students in the martial arts exam who suffered irreversible injuries or even death. Minutes passed, but no one chose to withdraw. However, this was the norm. Students who considered themselves lacking in talent and feared accidents in the martial arts exam had already left for other classes. The majority remaining in Class 3 were capable of freely channeling spiritual energy and had some self-defense abilities, while the small remaining group had low scores in the arts and had long decided to rely on the martial arts exam for their last chance. All right, since no one is choosing to withdraw, let's set off. Following Jianghe's lead, everyone filed out of the classroom. At that moment, Tang Ze suddenly felt something strange. Instinctively, he sidestepped, and the next second, someone suddenly fell to the ground. What a waste. You could trip on flat ground. A voice filled with amusement rang out. "Shirley, quiet down. You can cause trouble at other times, but right now, keep it down." Shirley was the same guy who had previously threatened to ruin the Xian snake. TCH. I didn't say anything wrong. Shirley shrugged nonchalantly. The second class's homeroom teacher shot him an annoyed glance. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. If you want to cause trouble, do it inside the trial's secret realm, not out here. Okay. Shirley said with a dismissive attitude, then walked up to Tang Ze, looking at his casted right hand with a playful expression. ISNT this Tang Ze. You've really fallen behind in just a few days. I heard you offended your homeroom teacher and got kicked out for a few days. Now, and your hand is broken. TSK, and you still want to participate in the martial arts exam? Don't die in there. With that, Shirley couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 9. Trial Secret Realm. Tang Ze looked at Shirley with a calm gaze, as if he were watching a jumping clown. This looked completely enraged Shirley. Stay away from me. If I encounter you in the secret realm. Shirley raised his palm and made a cutting motion across his throat. So, who are you? Tang Ze tilted his head slightly, looking puzzled. Shirley, who had originally turned to walk away, suddenly stopped, turning back to face Tang Ze with disbelief. Upon meeting Tang Ze's questioning gaze, Shirley's face gradually turned red, and his fists clenched tightly. How can you ask me who I am? I'm not your dad. Why should I know who you are? This wasn't Tang Ze intentionally provoking him. He honestly had little impression of the incident from back then. After all, it wasn't him who got into trouble. Don't you remember how you hooked my swimming trunks while fishing? After pondering for a moment, Tang Ze finally recalled. Oh, I remember now. You're that big guy whose trunks I hooked without him realizing. Tang Ze's face lit up with realization. At Tang Ze's words, several people recalled the incident from 3 years ago. What happened back then? Wait, weren't we all in school at the same time? You guys don't know the full story. At that time, we had just enrolled. We were all young and eager to show off. Shirley took off all his clothes except for his shorts and jumped into the school lake to show off. As luck would have it, Tang Ze was fishing on the shore, and when Shirley dove down, his shorts got hooked. For some reason, Shirley had no idea. On the shore, Tang Ze looked at the swimming trunks hanging from the hook with a deadpan expression, while Shirley proudly stood on the shore, showcasing himself from every angle. Someone called the police, and Shirley was directly taken in for a full 15 days of detention. In the crowd, someone began recounting the incident. Shirley tried to stop it, but for some reason, he couldn't find out who was revealing his scars. Who? Who is it? Come out. Shirley was now completely red, veins popping out on his forehead and arms. I can do ventriloquism. I'm right here. Go ahead and hit me if you can. Though his tone remained unchanged, for some reason, his calmness made everyone feel like laughing at him. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and let out a laugh, followed by others joining in. Ha. I'm professionally trained, and no matter how funny it is, I won't laugh. Unless I can't help it, ha. Shirley looked around at everyone, but eventually, he couldn't catch his breath, leaned against the wall, and fainted. The class teacher, hiding among the crowd and trying to suppress a laugh, grew anxious and rushed over to support Shirley, shaking him. Damn it, how can you faint now? You can faint after entering the secret realm. Getting into trouble on the way to the secret realm is not an accident. It's a disaster. My salary. But seeing that Shirley showed no signs of waking up, the teacher had no choice but to grit his teeth and carry Shirley downstairs. The main character left the crowd, and soon it quieted down as they continued to line up towards the playground. At this time, a row of buses was already parked on the playground, and the classes that arrived early had boarded the buses and were waiting. As he climbed onto the bus, he finally asked Tang Ze about his arm. She had already heard from Zheng Yunsong about the shameless deeds of that principal, aiming for the top 10, which was indeed a bit difficult. Tang Ze, what happened to your hand? He frowned slightly. Tang Ze helplessly shrugged. I touched a second-tier snake-type beast, and before I could react, it bit it off. But it's not a big deal. Losing a hand is not a big deal. Others participating in the martial arts exam would wish to grow an extra hand to use spiritual energy simultaneously, but you, on the other hand, think losing a hand is not a big deal? He's mouth twitched. Anyway, it won't stop me from getting into the top 10. If it had been yesterday, when the Xian snake just broke through to the second tier, Tang Ze might have had some concerns. But No one knew better than his right hand how powerful the shadow he obtained last night was. You really are confident. I hope so. Jiang, he said, with a disapproving expression. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed, and the bus slowly drove into a stadium. All right, we're here. Next, everyone keep your mouths shut and don't talk randomly. Jiang, he warned, raising a finger. Following the crowd, Tang Ze looked at the red platform in the center of the stadium and felt a headache coming on. Here we go again. I bet they will have to say a few words. And indeed, as Tang Ze predicted, as soon as the martial arts candidates from Jiang City gathered, the city lord of Jiang City stepped onto the platform to say a few words, with the same beer belly and the same speech. An hour passed before the city lord realized, with his assistant's reminder, that the time for the martial arts exam had already arrived. Since the time is up, I won't say much. Let's get started. The city lord of Jiang City gestured to draw everyone's attention to the distance. In the distance, two bear-type beasts were carrying a circular ring made of various precise mechanical parts towards them. As they approached, several people stepped forward to gently place the ring on the ground. Just then, the time reached 11 o'clock sharp, and a blue light emerged within the ring. The blue light spun continuously inside the ring, and soon a small vortex appeared at the center of the ring, which was visibly growing larger. In less than a minute, the vortex completely filled the ring. The martial arts exam is about to begin. All candidates, please enter in an orderly manner. The rings in various cities send out the same prompt at the same time. The class teachers also began their final tasks, guiding all candidates who needed to participate in the martial arts exam into the trial's secret realm. There was no pause in between, and soon it was Tang Ze's turn. As he stepped inside, he first experienced a blackout, followed by a strange sense of dizziness and weightlessness. Fortunately, the dizziness came quickly and went just as fast. Tang Ze quickly recovered, but his surroundings remained pitch black. At this time, in the Jiang City Stadium, report, all martial arts candidates from Jiang City know. 1 high school have entered. Number 2 has entered. Número 3. Confirming that there were no omissions. The city lord of Jiang City took out his phone and opened a group chat named Martial Arts Exam Group. All candidates from Jiang City have entered. From Rome City, from Magic City, from the Imperial Capital, from Binhai City. At this moment, in an underground research facility somewhere in the Imperial Capital, an officer in camouflage military uniform saluted respectfully to an elder standing in front of the monitor. All candidates have entered the trial's secret realm. Good. Then let's get started. After finishing his sentence, Yi Jinhua pressed a red button in front of him. Chapter 10. Habitat of the Blood-Eyed Silver Wolf. With the press of the red button, everyone in the trial's secret realm once again felt a strong sense of dizziness. After a moment, Tang Ze's vision finally returned, and the dizziness gradually faded like a receding tide. At the same time, a live broadcast room named Top 100 Martial Arts Exam appeared simultaneously in the recommendation sections of major video websites in Longhua. This operation was all too familiar to everyone, and they eagerly clicked into the live broadcast room. Within just a few minutes, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room surpassed 1 million and continued to increase. Ha! The martial arts exam is on again. Brothers, is anyone betting on this session? Hey, stop talking about money all the time. ISNT, it better to seriously watch these new generation Beastmasters. I heard there are quite a few geniuses this time. The little princess from the Yi family in the Imperial Capital and the famous one from the Bai family in Magic City. How many second-tier Beastmasters do you think will appear this time? Betting is open. Betting is open. Number of second-tier beasts. Time limit is half an hour. Results determined by the first second-tier exotic beasts that appear. I guess, too. Everyone knows how hard it is to get a second-tier beast. Those 2 might. But the others probably 1T. I bet 3. I'm betting there will be a dark horse. The discussion in the live broadcast room was lively, and for some reason, there was an air of excitement in everyone's messages. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast room. I'm the host of this martial arts exam, and your favorite Bing Bing. A tall woman in professional attire with an exquisite appearance appeared in the center of the screen. Her appearance ignited the live broadcast room once again. My wife is still so beautiful. Hey, you up there, get lost. She is clearly my wife. Cut it out. You stinky men are clearly just being lustful. Bing Bing, look at me. Bing Bing looked at the uniform barrage of comments in the live broadcast room and felt somewhat helpless. At that moment, an urgent voice sounded in her earpiece. Bing Bing, hurry up and get the point. Upon hearing this, Bing Bing quickly shifted her gaze away from the comments. Everyone, now you can look at the screen behind me. Behind her, 100 screens were lined up, displaying faces that had shed their youthful naivety and held a hint of determination in their eyes. Perhaps some keen-eyed viewers had already noticed that we are now focusing on the arms on the right side. If you look closely, you can see that everyone has something resembling a watch on their wrists, but these watches only have one button. This watch is a tool developed by the Imperial Capital Research Institute through Secret Realm studies. It can automatically teleport the wearer out of the secret realm when it detects that the wearer is on the verge of death. Additionally, if the wearer presses the button on top, they will also be teleported out of the secret realm. Therefore, this time, the rules of the martial arts exam will undergo a slight modification. Bing Bing extended her fist in front of her, slowly bringing her index finger and thumb together. The candidates are not taking any action right now because they are receiving the latest rules and conditions for earning points. In simple terms, this time there will be less restriction on the candidates. Combat will be allowed, and eliminating other candidates will earn the eliminator 1/3 of the points from the eliminated target. With this statement, the live broadcast room erupted once more. Is this going to be a breeding ground? That can't be. What is going on with the country? Why else would they change the martial arts exam rules? Cut out. These rules should have changed long ago. In previous years, everyone just knew how to grab points and cooperate. They could even cooperate during the exam. What is the point of that? Everyone, please calm down. The candidates have already received the rules. So let us turn our attention to the lucky top 100. As Bing Bing's words fell, 100 links appeared in the live broadcast room, each corresponding to a candidate in the top 100. A random link was chosen, and the live broadcast switched its main display to a third-person perspective of the candidate, while the original official live room remained in the lower right corner. At this moment, in the secret realm, Tang Ze's expression darkened the instant he heard the latest rules. This martial arts exam is going to be difficult to handle. The competition will be even fiercer. The top 10 feels a bit precarious. Tang Ze shook his head and pushed these distracting thoughts aside. No one could take the seaside villa from him. At this time, a countdown began to appear in the minds of all candidates. 10, 9, 7, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Tang Ze regained control of his body, snapping his fingers to summon the Xian snake. Xian snake, let us go. This time let us make it quick. Tang Ze looked around the woods with excitement, as if he could see the exotic beasts roaming through the trees. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A man and a snake exerted a bit of strength and began to charge through the woods. All the exotic beasts encountered along the way were instantly killed by a single water arrow. In less than a minute, Tang Ze's live broadcast room reached the top 3. Watching the rapid rise like a rocket, countless onlookers flocked into Tang Ze's live broadcast room. Second-tier snake-type Beastmaster. Third one. Ha 1. This candidate is pretty impressive. It's almost a martial arts exam, and he still dares to go wild. Now his right hand is in a cast. It will probably have some impact. Look, up ahead seems to be a group of exotic beasts. A good show is about to start. Tang Ze's peripheral vision caught sight of the chaotic footprints around him, and he frowned slightly. Xian snake, stop. Upon receiving the command, the Xian snake wrapped its tail around a tree, coming to a sudden halt. Tang Ze pushed aside the bushes to look at the footprints on the ground, which were divided into 5 small areas. 4 areas had pointed oval shapes, while the remaining area was heart-shaped. Wolves? Following the footprints, it wasn't long before he came across a pile of rubble, where several blood-eyed silver wolves with silvery fur and crimson pupils were gazing around. What the hell? Blood-eyed silver wolves? How could such exotic beasts appear in the trial's secret realm? Is the intensity of this session so high? Hey, can someone explain what these blood-eyed silver wolves are? Dealing with these blood-eyed silver wolves isn't actually that difficult. Mainly, they go berserk when they're on the verge of death, and many people end up falling to their dying counterattacks. Just a heads up, their pack can reach over 100. Over 100? What to do? I suggest turning around and leaving. Shut up. Your suggestions are useless. Be quiet. Let us see what the candidate decides. At this moment, After pondering for a moment, Tang Ze decided to take a gamble. If he couldn't win, he would use the shadow concealment on the Xian snake, and, through the contract feedback, create a shadow in the woods that no one could find. Xian snake. Confirm the target. The Xian snake seemed to understand the meaning behind Tang Ze's words and quickly conjured up dozens of water arrows in front of it, waiting for Tang Ze's command to fire. Tang Ze also gathered several water arrows. Target locked. Fire. Chapter 11. Frenzy. As Tang Ze's words fell, a water arrow, formed by him and the serpent, shot straight towards the three blood-eyed silver wolves at the bottom. With a splat, the sound of blades piercing flesh echoed, and each of the three blood-eyed silver wolves was pierced by an average of 5 water arrows, ultimately letting out a whimper before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Go, go, go! Xian Shi retreat. Tang Ze quickly turned and swiftly shifted positions to the right. The wolf pack, upon hearing the anguished cries of their dying companions, instantly became agitated. In just a moment, 9 blood-eyed silver wolves leaped down from above, guarding in front of the 3 blood-eyed silver wolves. Through the thicket, Tang Ze's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the wolf pack. Why aren't they continuing? There are only 9 first-tier ones. Looks like the one upstairs didn't pay attention in class. Blood-eyed silver wolves are nocturnal creatures, and there is likely a cave behind that pile of rocks where the other blood-eyed silver wolves are resting. If he dares to go out and can't kill these 9 blood-eyed silver wolves in a short time, TSK, if the numbers increase, he is likely to be torn apart by the pack, just as the bullet comments in the live stream described. Tang Ze was uncertain about how many blood-eyed silver wolves there actually were. As he and the serpent approached the right side of the rock pile, a sharp wolf howl began to echo around. With this howl, 8 more joined in, and shortly after, their numbers exploded. In the next moment, around 40 blood-eyed silver wolves charged out from the other side towards the duo's creations. The most prominent in the wolf pack were the 2 second-tier blood-eyed silver wolves at the forefront. There are only 3 students in total with second-tier beast tamers. This is a bit too much. 2 of them. They're known for going berserk when on the verge of death. Seeing the 2 second-tier blood-eyed silver wolves, Tang Ze's expression darkened slightly. TSK. The stealth mode seems like it can't be left for the next beast. Tang Ze reached out and patted the head of Xian Shi. Xian Shi, it's your turn to perform soon. Hiss. Xian Shi tilted its head in confusion, looking at Tang Ze. Tang Ze didn't mind this and directly opened Xian Shi's panel to attach the stealth ability to its talent. Upon feeling the new ability within, Xian Shi finally understood Tang Ze's earlier words. Xian Shi, first do this, then that, and then we quickly take them down. Hearing this, Xian Shi nodded slightly, then turned and retraced its steps. At this moment, the wolf pack surrounded the 3 lifeless blood-eyed silver wolves, quietly waiting for the Wolf King's command. The 2 second-tier blood-eyed silver wolves exchanged glances, and the next moment, both howled long into the sky simultaneously. At the same time, beasts within a radius of several hundred meters shuddered upon hearing the howl, and without any hesitation, quickly distanced themselves from this place of trouble. The wolf pack dispersed rapidly upon receiving the command, leaving no area unchecked. Watching this scene, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Xian Shi's serpentine eyes. Soon, the 3 blood-eyed silver wolves slowly advanced towards Xian Shi's direction. Once they got within a certain distance, Xian Shi darted out, swinging its tail to strike. One of the blood-eyed silver wolves was hit in the waist and instantly killed. Water arrows quickly coalesced and flew towards the remaining 2 blood-eyed silver wolves. With a splat, one blood-eyed silver wolf let out a faint whimper before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The other blood-eyed silver wolf's pupils were completely overtaken by a bright red. Oh, this time, the howl was far more penetrating than before. The surrounding blood-eyed silver wolves immediately charged towards this location. Xian Shi raised its tail and struck again, killing this blood-eyed silver wolf. Then it activated stealth, becoming a shadow, and began to weave through the trees. The wolf pack, upon arriving and seeing the 3 corpses, began to howl at their surroundings. From a distance, Tang Ze observed this scene without hesitation, forming a water arrow and shooting it towards one of the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolves. The blood-eyed silver wolf seemed to have eyes on its back, slightly crouching as the water arrow brushed past its fur. TSK. It missed. Tang Ze grimaced. Seeing Tang Ze's figure through the thicket, the wolf pack began to charge towards him. At that moment, Xianxi's water arrow reached the back of another second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf. Perhaps thinking it had found the culprit who killed 6 blood-eyed silver wolves. When this blood-eyed silver wolf sensed it, the water arrow was already in front of it. With a splat, even though the blood-eyed silver wolf reacted quickly, it was still pierced through the back of its head by a water arrow. Coincidentally, this strike penetrated the wolf's side. In pain, this blood-eyed silver wolf collapsed to the ground instantly, but for some reason, despite the agony, it did not let out a single howl. This also meant that the leading second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf showed no reaction at all, with only a few blood-eyed silver wolves stopping to cautiously look around. Tang Ze's face lit up with joy as he intensified his efforts, again forming a water arrow to attack the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf. As expected, this attack was once again dodged by the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf. However, the objective had been achieved. The speed of the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf increased another level. When the blood-eyed silver wolf pack got within a certain distance, Tang Ze activated the contract and opened stealth, quickly transforming into a shadow and rushing away. The wolf pack followed the lingering energy fluctuations left by the stealth. On Xianxi's side, after waiting for a moment and confirming the wolf pack had moved far away, it quickly darted out from the thicket. At this point, the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf that had been pierced by the water arrow had also recovered. Seeing Xianxi daring to attack again, it howled and charged towards Xianxi. Although the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf dodged Xianxi's tail strike, the first-tier blood-eyed silver wolf that had just rushed up behind it wasn't so lucky. Xianxi's strike hit its neck directly. With a crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed, and this blood-eyed silver wolf flew back, lifeless after crashing into a tree. After the attack, Xianxi activated stealth, evading the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf's pounce while quickly reappearing. This time, with simultaneous physical and magical attacks. The second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf had nowhere to escape and was again pierced through the chest by a water arrow. In the next moment, the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf's pupils were completely covered in bright red, and it charged towards Xianxi. One claw came down, so fast that Xianxi could barely see it, only feeling a sharp wind followed by intense pain at its tail. 3 deep, bone-visible wounds appeared on Xianxi's tail. At this point, Xianxi understood that the previous water arrow had likely pierced the heart of the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf, causing it to go into a frenzy. Xianxi quickly activated stealth, waiting for the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf's life to continue to drain away. Meanwhile, Tang Ze's energy was gradually running low. Watching the blood-eyed silver wolves drooling, he had no choice but to lead the pack towards Xianxi's direction. This time, it was a miscalculation. He could only hope that Xianxi had successfully killed that second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf. Tang Ze felt uncertain, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Chapter 12. The dark serpent opens its mouth. The howling of wolves echoed from afar once again, and the dark serpent understood that the wolf pack was beginning to retreat. Turning around, it saw the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf still tightly biting down from behind. At this moment, the dark serpent no longer held back its energy and began to condense water arrows to accelerate the death of the blood-eyed silver wolf. After a dozen water arrows struck down, the speed of the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf noticeably slowed. Seizing the opportunity, the dark serpent leaped out from the shadows, raising its tail to strike at the wolf's waist. Due to excessive blood loss, the blood-eyed silver wolf was momentarily unable to react and took the full brunt of the attack, flying backward and crashing into a tree. Even at its limit, the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf still attempted to stand. After several failed attempts, it finally succumbed. Hearing the increasingly distant howls, the dark serpent knew it could not delay any longer and condensed another water arrow to pierce through the blood-eyed silver wolf once more. This time, the blood-eyed silver wolf let out a whimper and fell to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, Tang Ze also arrived, canceling his stealth and taking a deep breath to recover. After observing for a moment, and confirming that the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf was dead. Tang Ze immediately looked at the dark serpent. His gaze swept over the 3 gruesome wounds on the dark serpent's tail, causing him to furrow his brow. Was the blood-eyed silver wolf this terrifyingly violent? Given the dark serpent's current strength, it shouldn't have had any problem facing a late-stage, second-tier beast. While Tang Ze was still pondering, the wolf pack had already caught up. Seeing the corpse of the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf on the ground, the pack went berserk. The other second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf was even more frenzied than the first. It raised its paw and stabbed it directly into its own heart. Wow, did it just kill its mate? So crazy self-harm. That explains it. But I have to say, the dark serpent is truly unstoppable. Just contracted. Do you think the dark serpent might abandon Tang Ze and escape? It shouldn't be the case. Don't they have a skill that allows them to turn into shadows? If they can't win, they can still run. If that were true, Tang Ze wouldn't have come back so quickly. It's likely that his energy is running low. While the live chat was still chatting, the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf had begun to shake its wolf claws, and in the next moment, its pupils were completely covered by a shade of red. With a howl, the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf charged at the dark serpent, which was blocking Tang Ze's path. This time, the dark serpent was prepared. The instant the blood-eyed silver wolf raised its paw, it completed its stealth. This time it dodged and quickly moved forward, waiting until it reached beneath the blood-eyed silver wolf before exiting stealth. With a swift motion, the serpent's tail struck the blood-eyed silver wolf's abdomen, sending it flying into the air. Just as the dark serpent was about to condense another water arrow, the remaining first-tier blood-eyed silver wolves had already surrounded the pair. Looking around at the first-tier blood-eyed silver wolves, Tang Ze carefully sensed his completely depleted energy and shook his head with a wry smile. This situation was disastrous. The dark serpent quickly killed the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf, but I can only hold on for a while. Tang Ze dodged an attack from a first-tier blood-eyed silver wolf. Giving the command, accepting the order, the dark serpent once again focused on dealing with the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf. Second tier is indeed better. The speed feedback is already enough to dodge the attacks of first-tier blood-eyed silver wolves. Don't say that. I'm also second tier, but I definitely can't dodge. It's just that Tang Ze is too OP. His talent must be very high. Otherwise, the dark serpent wouldn't be able to respond to him with such speed. Is it possible that both the person and the beast are OP? Well, compared to the atmosphere in the live chat, Tang Ze was now covered in sweat. The first-tier blood-eyed silver wolves seemed to know that facing the dark serpent would lead to death, and dozens of them were only focusing on attacking him. Finally, facing attacks from 3 directions at once, Tang Ze found himself unable to dodge. Without hesitation, he evaded 2 attacks while raising his plastered right hand to block another. Fortunately, the claws of the blood-eyed silver wolf were extremely sharp. Only 3 claw marks appeared on the plaster, but the intense pain from the wounds was enough to make Tang Ze grimace. Glancing at the battle on the dark serpent's side, he could see that the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf had reached its limit, blood flowing from numerous wounds on its body. Of course, the dark serpent was not faring well either. Even with prior preparation, it had still suffered nearly 10 various wounds. The dark serpent activated its stealth again and began to approach the blood-eyed silver wolf. This time, due to its injuries, it did not use its tail to attack. Instead, it leaped out from the shadows and bit down on the neck of the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf while quickly climbing onto its body. Having lost too much blood, the blood-eyed silver wolf no longer had the strength to resist. In just a few breaths, the sound of bones breaking echoed continuously, and the red hue in the wolf's eyes gradually faded away. The first-tier blood-eyed silver wolves seemed to sense something and turned to look at their fallen king, wrapped up by the dark serpent. A whimpering sound emerged from somewhere in the wolf pack, followed by a chorus of howls, and the pack quickly fled into the distance, tails tucked between their legs. Watching the retreating wolves, Tang Ze completely lost his strength and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Didn't they say wolves are tough? They just ran away. The blood-eyed silver wolf is different from other wolves. When the leader dies, whichever wolf speaks up first will be temporarily heeded by the pack. As long as there's one wolf who is afraid for its life and gives the command quickly, They naturally flee. ISNT at first place? Someone go check. Checked, already first. Hee. Looks like I'm gonna make a fortune today. I hope Tang Ze can hold on as long as today passes. Hee, 5 times. Damn. The white family member I bet on is only third now. If they don't kill the second-tier beast, they 1T catch up in a short time. Hee, I bet on the Yi family member. Looking at Tang Ze's injuries, it's going to be tough to keep killing beasts. As long as he wins, I'll treat myself to a nice meal. After resting for a moment, Tang Ze slowly got up and took some dry branches from his side, while also pulling out a lighter from his pocket. Click, click. After confirming that there were no other flammable materials around, Tang Ze ignited the branches. While waiting for the branches to burn sufficiently, he dragged one of the second-tier blood-eyed silver wolves over to begin processing it. However, after rummaging around, Tang Ze had to confirm one fact. He brought a knife. Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Ze, and he immediately looked at the dark serpent. Feeling Tang Ze's gaze, the dark serpent trembled slightly. Come here. Tang Ze waved at the dark serpent. Suppressing the uneasy feeling in his heart, the dark serpent slowly moved to the fire. Open your mouth. Looking at the dark serpent's sharp teeth, a smile appeared at the corner of Tang Ze's mouth. Noticing Tang Ze's gaze, the live chat instantly became unsettled. No way. It should be what I'm thinking. You might want to remove the no. The blood-eyed silver wolf is too large to cook without cutting it up. And since Tang Ze didn't bring a knife, it seems the only option left is to use the dark serpent's teeth. Chapter 13. High-level shadow before long. Several dozen holes of the same size appeared on the right hind leg of the blood-eyed silver wolf. Seeing that it was almost done, Tang Ze grabbed the right hind leg with both hands, stepped on the abdomen of the blood-eyed silver wolf, and pulled with all his might. The entire right hind leg of the blood-eyed silver wolf was ripped off just like that. That's enough. You can eat the rest. Tang Ze reached out and gently patted the head of the Xian snake. Hearing that it was finally mealtime, the Xian snake opened its mouth and bit down on the head of the blood-eyed silver wolf in front of it, starting to feast. Meanwhile, Tang Ze took a branch from the side, pierced through the hind leg of the blood-eyed silver wolf, and placed it over the fire to roast. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. After eating and drinking to his fill, Tang Ze turned his gaze back to the Xian snake, which had just swallowed the last second-tier blood-eyed silver wolf. Looking at the 2 prominent bulges in its belly, Tang Ze shook his head helplessly. Let us go. Time to digest. Hiss, hiss, the Xian snake replied weakly. The man and beast wandered aimlessly through the woods. No, big brother, don't kill it. Just digest. Don't kill it. She can't catch up. Just that little bit. Keep killing, don't let her catch up. I've already thought about what to eat tonight. You all continue to argue. We've already started resting over here. The second place has no hope. That $5 is wasted. Just join the fun and bet a few bucks, why bother? Everyone seems to be in trouble. I just came back from by Qingshue's live stream. The 2 seem to be on a collision course. First place versus second place? Sound good. Who do you think will win? Hard to say. Tang Ze's Xian snake uses water to turn into arrows for attack, while Bai Qingshue's snow fox can turn those water arrows into ice arrows and control them. The Xian snake also has that shadow transformation ability, increasing its speed and making it invulnerable to attacks. It seems very hard to deal with. Clearly, those in the live stream did not know that the shadow would be interrupted as soon as it was attacked. After all, the blood-eyed silver wolf only used close-range physical attacks. Since they were so close, why would the Xian snake continue to stay in the shadows? That is hard to say. I also saw that snow fox, it's very fast. The Xian snake probably can't catch up. So if the 2 keep entangled, she's already starting to rest. How could she possibly catch up? At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ze reached for a nearby branch, exerted a little force, and leaped up, quickly arriving at the top of a tree. Looking around, he noticed a low mountain ahead and decided to go over and try his luck to see if he could find a cave. After landing, Tang Ze headed straight for the location of the low mountain with the Xian snake. Passing through the woods, a cave appeared in front of him. What luck! I don't even have to walk a few more steps to look elsewhere, Tang Ze said with a faint smile. He simply took some branches from the woods and lit a fire inside the cave, leaning against the stone wall and closing his eyes to rest. Start a rest. No more killing. Time to win. Upstairs, why don't you go check out by Qingshu's live stream? She's also heading towards this mountain. She's probably looking to rest too. Why are they resting? ISNT Tang Ze's big prize pool here. The Shin Snake hasn't fully digested the blood-eyed silver wolf yet. Right now, the Shin Snake can't compete with the Snow Fox. As long as she's willing to attack, she'll be first. Have you been staying in Tang Ze's live stream? Bai Qingshu has already encountered 3 candidates today. Those candidates didn't attack, and Bai Qingshu didn't pay them any mind. So, exactly, just as you think at this point, Tang Ze probably won attack proactively. The chances of them fighting are very low. At this moment, Bai Qingshu had also arrived at the entrance of the cave. Looking at the flickering firelight within, she frowned slightly but stepped inside nonetheless. She didn't feel that anyone in this martial exam could threaten her. Tang Ze slightly raised his head to look at Bai Qingshu and was momentarily taken aback as his gaze swept over the pure white fur of the snow fox. Second tier? Forget it, it's not a big deal. After scanning for a moment, Tang Ze continued to close his eyes. At this time, Bai Qingshu was also examining the coiled-up Shin Snake. Also second tier? So many second-tier beast tamers in this round? It can't be that my luck is so bad that the only other second-tier beast besides the snow fox is the one I encountered. Bai Qingshu shook her head vigorously, forcing herself to calm down, then turned to look at the completely dark woods, bracing herself to step inside. Finding a clear spot, Bai Qingshu slowly sat down to rest, but her gaze remained fixed on the Shin Snake. See, they really didn't fight. Sigh, what a pity. No good show to watch. Who says there's no good show? Don't forget how dangerous the trial realm is at night. The blood-eyed silver wolf has appeared. If a second-tier beast were to injure the Shin Snake or the Snow Fox, then it's hard to say whether they would end up fighting. Half an hour later, nocturnal creatures began to stir. The constant hooting of owls outside the cave added a touch of horror to the night. Hearing these sounds, Bai Qingshu couldn't help but shiver, pulling the Snow Fox into her arms. At this moment, on a tree outside the cave, a shadow leopard hidden in the darkness was watching the flickering firelight of the cave with its unblinking vertical pupils. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Ze and Bai Qingshu had both fallen asleep against the cave wall, while the Shin Snake and Snow Fox kept a close watch on the cave entrance. Suddenly, a shadow rushed into the cave, and the Shin Snake reacted quickly, instantly launching out with its tail to strike the shadow, causing the ground to crack with a loud noise. The impact forced the shadow leopard out of the darkness. The noise startled both Tang Ze and Bai Qingshu, who quickly reacted and looked warily at the shadow leopard. What the hell this? They actually consider shadow leopards as targets for the martial exam. Cough. Let me explain. The shadow leopard's ability is the same as the Shin Snake's. It also turns into a shadow. However, that is its race's innate ability. It doesn't require any energy to use, which is one aspect. Furthermore, the shadow leopard can extend only part of its body out of the shadow to attack. It can be said that outside the cave, 10 second-tier beast tamers might not be able to defeat one shadow leopard that prefers to ambush. Fortunately, we're inside the cave, and with the fire, it's easy to spot the shadow leopard's location. Ding! High-level shadow detected. The Shin Snake successfully devours it, and its shadow ability can be upgraded to the same level as the target. Hearing this, Tang Ze raised his eyebrows. Goodness, even sleeping has benefits coming to me. Shin Snake, don't let it escape. At this moment, the Shin Snake also sensed its shadow ability stirring within. A glimmer of excitement flashing in its eyes as its body twisted and swiftly charged towards the shadow leopard. At this moment, the shadow leopard had already taken a combat stance, but the Shin Snake had no intention of attacking. It simply passed by and blocked the cave entrance. Chapter 14. Letting them sneak in again? Shadow Leopard turned his head in confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why the black serpent thought it could escape by blocking the cave entrance. The confidence in the innate abilities of its own race ultimately sealed Shadow Leopard's fate. With the black serpent no longer guarding, Shadow Leopard clearly identified its target and transformed into a shadow, pouncing towards Tang Ze. Noticing the abnormal speed, Tang Ze raised an eyebrow. Calmly activating Shadow, stepped to quickly shift to the side and evade the claws that had sprouted from the ground. At this moment, the black serpent was also ready, launching dozens of water arrows at incredible speed towards the shadowy figure. Sensing the threat, Shadow Leopard extended its claws once more, swiftly slashing through the incoming water arrows. Seeing this, Tang Ze frowned slightly, stepping out from the shadows and condensing water arrows in his hands. He directed his gaze towards the black serpent, and upon meeting his eyes, the black serpent immediately understood Tang Ze's intention and began to approach while condensing more water arrows. Tang Ze kicked off the cave wall and leapt into the air, shooting the water arrows downward. As expected, Shadow Leopard seized the opportunity, jumping out of the shadows, excited to attack Tang Ze, who was momentarily suspended in midair. The black serpent's water arrows reached Shadow Leopard at the same time. Meanwhile, the snow fox, having received a command from Bai Qingxue, emitted a chill that froze the water arrows. Even if Shadow Leopard reacted at this point, it was already too late. The ice arrows pierced its body and shot out from the other end. The force was so great that even Tang Ze's clothes were untouched. Once it landed, Shadow Leopard rolled several times before stabilizing itself, blood streaming from its wounds, quickly dyeing the ground red. At this moment, Shadow Leopard no longer had the previous confidence and dashed towards the cave entrance as a shadow. The black serpent, unhurried, transformed into a shadow and collided with it. The expected outcome of mutual penetration did not occur. Instead, both sides were locked in a standoff, unable to advance an inch. In the midst of the standoff, Shadow Leopard was the first to break free from the shadows, attempting to leap over the black serpent to escape. Blood dripped down its face as the black serpent exerted all its strength to strike Shadow Leopard's abdomen. Shadow Leopard's back slammed against a protruding rock in the cave, and gradually it lost its life, its body falling limply to the ground. Tang Ze glanced at the black serpent, which was desperately holding back its desire. Looking at him eagerly and helplessly waved his hand, "Go ahead and eat." Following the command, the black serpent bit down on Shadow Leopard's head. Compared to its earlier consumption of the blood, silver wolf, this time the black serpent was much quicker, in just over 10 minutes. Only the tail of Shadow Leopard remained exposed. Seeing that there were no unexpected developments for the time being, Tang Ze turned to Bai Qingxue and thanked her. "Thank you. If it were still water arrows, I would have likely been injured." Bai Qingxue quickly waved her hand. "It's nothing. The power of the black serpent's water arrows is quite significant, and with your skills, the chance of injury is actually low." Regardless of whether Bai Qingxue accepted it, Tang Ze had already returned to the campfire to rest. My name is Bai Qingxue, and I haven't asked for yours yet," Bai Qingxue said. "If we had one more black serpent, perhaps there would be a chance." Tang Ze, without raising his head, replied flatly, "It's already very late. Don't make noise." Hearing this, Bai Qingxue slightly bowed her head and replied, "Oh." This scene completely set the live stream chat ablaze. Tang Ze, you should die. You really should die. By goddess, just ask for a name. Why are you so impatient? Don't think with your lower body. I bet this Bai Qingxue definitely has some other purpose. To the clueless guys, stop thinking with your filthy ideas. What's wrong with just getting to know someone? Why does it have to be scheming? If you don't believe it, then let's place bets. I just lost a bet on Bai Qingxue, so I'm sure the next one with ulterior motives will win. I bet $5 on ulterior motives. I bet $3 on no ulterior motives. Even though it was already deep into the night, nearly 100,000 viewers remained online in the live stream. Innate ability devouring progress 1. The next morning, upon receiving the system notification that the innate ability devouring was complete, Tang Ze finally opened his eyes. He stood up to stretch, turning to see Bai Qingxue, who was smiling and rubbing the snow fox's belly. Tang Ze suppressed the urge to take the snow fox away and asked with curiosity, "You haven't left? Is there something you need?" Bai Qingxue awkwardly looked up, unable to meet Tang Ze's gaze. I have a favor to ask you." "Woohoo! We won. Is that person still around? Come out. Hurry up." At this moment, the snow fox, lying on Bai Qingxue's lap, began to struggle and soon broke free from her tight grip. This scene completely slipped from Bai Qingxue's control. She looked down at her flushed hands, quickly scooping the snow fox back into her arms to cool it down. "Tell me first. If I'm interested, I'll help." Tang Ze raised an eyebrow. Hearing there was a chance, Bai Qingshue's nervousness eased a bit. Not far from here, there's a bamboo grove occupied by a group of monkeys. They should have some monkey wine, which I need, but the snow fox can't handle it, so I wanted to ask for your help. Fearing that Tang Ze might refuse, Bai Qingxue quickly added, of course there will be a reward. I'll buy the monkey wine at 50% above market price. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze was more interested in the taste of the monkey wine than the reward. How does it taste? Bai Qingxue was taken aback, but replied honestly, I'm not sure. I've only heard about it. Authentic monkey wine is basically priceless. All right, let's go take a look. If we can get it, we'll take it. If not, we can come back another time. Tang Ze stretched lazily and walked outside, prompting Bai Qingxue to quickly follow while holding the snow fox. After more than an hour of travel, a lush green bamboo grove came into view. Adults know you like these, so I specifically inquired before coming. The monkey group in the center of this bamboo grove should definitely have monkey wine. Following the sound, they saw Shirley trailing behind a blonde, blue-eyed man. What the hell? Are they collaborating with other countries this time? Something feels off. Extremely off. It feels like something has happened. At this moment, in the Underground Research Institute of the Imperial Capital, how are you managing this? How did the people from the Eagle Nation sneak in? Yi Jinhua slammed his palm on the wooden table, shouting angrily. This. Without waiting for the person next to him to defend himself, Yi Jinhua interrupted. What do you mean this? I was just wondering why those guys from the Eagle Nation were acting like that recently. After recalling the events of the past few years, Yi Jinhua could only helplessly sit back in his chair. Forget it. It has come to this. If they really want to sneak in, you can't stop them anyway. At least, this time there won't be any fatalities. Yi Zihenhu sikit slowly. It's just a pity that for the next while, I'll have to deal with those trash. He emphasized the word trash with particular intensity. Chapter 15, Just You. Flaunting your power? Are there people from other countries in the Beast Tamer exam? Tang Ze pointed at the two people who were continuously moving deeper into the bamboo forest. No, those people wanted to sneak in themselves. In previous years, they would send Beast Tamers to specifically eliminate some family geniuses. This year, due to changes in the rules, they probably won't hide it anymore and want to slap us in the face in front of the whole country. Bai Qingshue's face was filled with anger, but there seemed to be a hint of helplessness. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ze decided to first figure out the beast rank of that man's beast. You wait here, I'll go take a look first. Before Bai Qingxue could respond, Tang Ze directly recalled the Shin snake back into the beast's space, and then activated his advanced stealth ability to follow closely behind the two, using the cover of the bamboo forest. Watching this scene, Bai Qingxue felt a bit helpless and had to hold the snow fox and continue to pass the time. After more than 10 minutes, a low mountain made of chaotic stones appeared ahead in the bamboo forest, with monkeys constantly moving above in the surrounding bamboo. At this moment, a roar sounded, indicating that Shirley and the other had entered the territory of the monkeys. In the face of this scene, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man slowly raised his hand and waved, opening the beast space from which a wolf man, whose entire body was gray and had an incredibly strong upper body, slowly walked out. Shirley summoned a rock, and just as it left the beast space, the rock made a cracking sound, and soon a humanoid beast made of rock blocked the path of the two. Damn, something really happened. A wolfman? Only the Eagle Country has that, right? Here, to flaunt his power? But looking at Tang Ze's situation, he has some ideas. Doing charity, let us place bets. Tang Ze wins 1-1. Tang Ze loses 1-0. 1, with a maximum bet of 100. Capped at 100, 000. If Tang Ze loses, I will refund the winning side's money. This, right? How could we lose? I bet 10, 000. Who dares to bet on Tang Ze losing? Haha, don't let me find out where you are. Sigh. That's what they say. But that wolfman seems to be close to breaking into the 3rd rank. Tang Ze's Shin Snake is only at the early 2nd rank, even with Bai Qingxue. The odds are not high. Who cares? Tang Ze will definitely win. Seeing that the two had no intention of retreating and were even continuing to advance, the monkey group became increasingly agitated and began to throw bamboo sticks at the two from the nearby green bamboo. However, these attacks were all blocked by the deep rock puppets summoned by Shirley. See, Where did this dog come from? Someone give me the info on this thing. Found it from Jiangsheng. His beast was not obtained from the Jiangsheng breeding base. It said that his father got it by chance. Now it seems it's likely given by those guys from the Eagle country. In the following minutes, the live broadcast room was covered by a long string of. Helplessly, the staff had to close the barrage function in Tang Ze's live room. Shirley and the other got closer, and soon a monkey holding a brick, or a rock, stood in front of the two. Mid-second rank? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is your dragon country this ruthless to its own people? Letting a first-rank beast face a mid-second-rank alien beast. Who knows what those guys are thinking? Perhaps only your people might know. Shirley kept bending down to flatter. This scene caused the previously calm live broadcast room to be covered by once again. Time is almost up. Hurry up and get this monkey liquor. Then go waste the beasts of the top 3 examinees. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man slowly stretched. Wolfman, kill. Upon receiving the order, the wolfman charged towards the monkey leader on all fours. As soon as the two sides made contact, the monkey leader fell into a disadvantage. Seeing this, Tang Ze immediately summoned the Xian snake and ordered, have fun, just right to test your new ability. Wolfman, low rank, only knows close combat. This is not just a casual fight. Upon receiving the order, excitement appeared on the Xian snake's face as it activated its stealth and charged towards the wolfman. As it passed by Shirley and the other, the Xian snake didn't forget to sweep its tail under the feet of the two, causing them to lose their footing and fall to the ground. Ha ha ha. Well done. For the first time, I feel that being reckless is so normal. These two look so confused. It's really hilarious. Wait a minute, that is not right. Didn't the Xian snake previously not extend its limbs out of the shadow? It seems so. Who cares? As long as it's well done. Moments later, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man finally noticed the Xian snake moving rapidly on the ground. Wolfman, behind you, get out of the way. But it was already too late. The Xian snake extended its tail again without any surprises, and under the impact, the wolfman's legs bent, and it was unable to move. The monkey leader naturally seized this opportunity and slammed a brick, a rock heavily onto the wolfman's face. With a blow to the head and its feet off the ground, the wolfman lost control of its body. At this moment, for some unknown reason, a thought suddenly flashed through the Xian snake's mind. Without hesitation, it wrapped its tail around a nearby broken bamboo and heavily lifted the wolfman. Swinging out, the broken bamboo hit the wolfman's back, and the wolfman traced a beautiful arc in the air as it fell towards the monkey leader. Hiss, hiss. Send this trash back. Ugh, here it comes. The monkey leader also grabbed a broken bamboo from his side and began to pound its chest, letting out excited roars. Just as the wolfman was about to land, the monkey leader finally found the right angle and swung out a stick, accurately delivering a critical hit to the airborne wolfman, who could only cover its groin with its hands, tears of regret streaming from its eyes. Watching this scene, the monkey group in the bamboo forest immediately became excited. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Go for it, boss. Ugh, 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 ugh. Monkey brothers. There are still two. One of the monkeys standing on the outskirts pointed at Shirley and the other, following the gaze. A hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the monkeys. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Monkey brothers, charge. Let's take down that rock first. By the time the two realized what was happening, they were already surrounded by the monkey group. With a single command, the monkeys swarmed in, and in just a moment, the deep rock puppet was reduced to a pile of rubble. My deep rock puppet. Shirley looked in despair at the ground covered in rubble. Seizing this opportunity, a monkey behind Shirley grabbed his collar and hurled him away. Immediately, dozens of monkeys chased after Shirley. The remaining monkeys rushed in to attack the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. FK, get lost. All of you, get away. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man drew a long knife from his waist and swung it around. For a moment, the monkey group truly couldn't get close, and a smile appeared on Tang Ze's face as he approached stealthily. He stepped out of the shadow and kicked the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man's arm. In pain, the long knife slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the man was thrown away again, with the monkeys chasing after him. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I'll put out 3 bananas to play with. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Go play with your vines. I'll put out 5. Chapter 16, Monkey Wine. The idea of the Xian snake is quite novel. This makes me want to try it out too. But I guess I'll go play ball. Hee hee. We won. Wait a minute. That guy has that thing in his hand too. Won't he be teleported out when he's dying? Someone, guard the trial's secret realm's teleportation portal for me. Kill on sight if you see this person. Tisk. I can't get close. At this moment, in the Underground Research Institute of the Imperial Capital. Haha. Great. Connect me with those old geezers in Eagle Country. Yi Jinhua excitedly stood up and slapped the table beside him. Soon, a soldier in camouflage handed a mobile phone to Yi Jinhua. After taking the phone, an old voice came from the other end. Yay, how do you have time to call us old geezers? Is there something wrong with your martial arts exam? Hearing the strange implication in the other party's words, Yi Jinhua almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I have some bad news to tell you. Yi Jinhua pretended to be in distress. It seems that a beast master from your country mistakenly entered our martial arts exam site. We sincerely apologize for that. Ahem. This is the behavior of that beast master, and we were unaware. However, please send him back. We will impose strict punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, a few unrestrained bursts of laughter could be heard from the other end of the line. Yi Jinhua's smile was stretching from ear to ear, but he still didn't make a sound. After a moment, he feigned regret and said, "This isn't something we can control. That man was defeated by one of our second-tier initial stage candidates, and his werewolf beast is currently being beaten to death by a group of monkeys. I can't guarantee whether that man will be alive or dead when he is teleported out." FK. Beep, beep, beep. The conversation immediately turned into national essence, and the sound from the back indicated that the phone on the other end was now in close contact with the ground. I'm happy today. The martial arts exam is over, and I'm treating everyone. Everyone must come. If you don't, you're not giving me Yi Jinhua face. Yi Jinhua excitedly shouted around. The research institute immediately erupted with thunderous cheers. Inside the secret realm, Tang Ze closed his eyes to rest not far behind Xian Snake. The moment the monkey leader saw Tang Ze, he became alert. If it weren't for the Xian Snake's reminder, the werewolf might have fallen to the ground. After some explanation, the monkey leader finally lowered his guard and began to focus on attacking the chicken. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The Xian Snake exerted its strength and split the werewolf in half, dropping it beside itself. The other monkeys behind the monkey leader saw that the Xian Snake ultimately failed to catch it and excitedly began to pound their chests and cheer. Woo woo woo. Boss is mighty. The boss won. As for Shirley and that blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, they had been beaten to the brink of death and teleported out of the secret realm over 10 minutes ago. Brothers, latest news. That Eagle Country guy has multiple fractures and didn't survive. He is already reported to their hell. Ha ha ha, feels good. Our martial arts exam deserves to intervene. Somewhere in an estate in Eagle Country. The young master didn't make it. A man dressed in a butler uniform stood respectfully with his head down in front of a man who looked about 70 to 80% like the previous blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. All right, I understand. Find out that person's information. No matter how much I dislike that brother, he is not someone for Dragon Country that can be killed. The man slowly lifted his teacup and took a sip. Yes, yes, young master, I will take care of it. The butler hurriedly retreated and left the room, wiping the beads of sweat that had emerged on his forehead. He survived. After tidying up his somewhat disheveled attire, the butler quickly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Send the order down. All information. The faster, the better. In the secret realm, the Xian Snake briefly explained to the monkey leader the purpose of Tang Ze's visit. Woo woo woo, monkey wine. What is that? Hiss. You don't have it? They all say you have it where you put the fruits. Woo woo woo. Then come with me to take a look. The monkey leader beckoned to Tang Ze and the beast to follow. Following the monkey leader, they soon entered a cave in front of the Rocky Mountain. What greeted them was a dazzling array of spiritual fruits piled everywhere as if they were free. Arriving at the bottom of the cave, several pits appeared in front of them. Woo woo woo, is this it? The monkey leader pointed to the floating spiritual fruit in the pit, which was the monkey wine. The Xian Snake looked at Tang Ze in confusion, seemingly asking for confirmation. Tang Ze shrugged slightly, using a nearby leaf to form a cone-shaped scoop. Taking a little to taste carefully, The aroma of the fruit was rich, sweet, and smooth. It was quite good to drink. It must be this. Tang Ze gave it a very high evaluation. Confirming there was no problem, the monkey leader waved his hand grandly. Woo woo woo, we don't drink this. Take it as you wish. Looking at the monkey leader's proud expression, Tang Ze sighed helplessly. Communication was a problem. Painful mask. Hearing this, the monkey leader finally realized that Tang Ze was human and couldn't understand. Immediately, the monkey leader pointed to each pit one by one and then pointed to Tang Ze. The meaning was, all for me? Tang Ze uncertainly opened his mouth. The monkey leader nodded and then directly walked out. Tang Ze's mouth twitched as he stared blankly at these pits. This can't be taken away. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ze recalled the reason for coming here. Xian Snake, go bring Bai Qingxue over. This problem is better left to her to consider. The Xian Snake nodded and then transformed into a shadow and left the cave. A few minutes later, under the guidance of the Xian Snake, Bai Qingxue entered the cave with a wary expression, stepping through the monkey group. No wonder I didn't find a single spiritual fruit outside. It turns out these monkeys have hoarded them all. Bai Qingxue looked at the mountain of spiritual fruits and couldn't help but exclaim. However, what Bai Qingxue saw was just the tip of the iceberg. The deeper she went into the cave, the more shocked she became until she saw those dozens of pits. Her mind completely froze. Aren't these things supposed to be very precious? Why are they just casually piled up here like cabbage, and even this monkey wine? With so much, it should be enough to complete all the current bounties. Tang Ze looked at the dazed Bai Qingxue with confusion and, seeing her frozen expression, urged, Don't be stunned. It's your turn to perform. I can't take away this monkey wine. Oh. Bai Qingxue came back to her senses and quickly nodded, then gently tapped the bracelet on her left wrist. In the next moment, a ceramic wine jug appeared in her palm. She placed the wine jug into the monkey wine, and it was visible to the naked eye that the wine in the pit was continuously disappearing. This wine jug is also a spatial item? Yes. I brought it from home. It's just right for holding liquids. In Magic City, at the Bai family courtyard, a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was pushing an elderly man in a wheelchair around the courtyard. Ah, rebellious girl, I said. Where did my wine jug go? Look at this situation. The remaining ones inside have also been poured out by her. Bai Mo looked at the scene on the old man's phone and exploded. What are you talking about? My granddaughter can do whatever she wants. You rebellious son. If you complain again, I'll break your legs right now. Chapter 17 Departure after a dozen minutes. All the monkey wine from several pits was packed into a wine jug by Qingxue. All right, Bai Qingxue put the wine jug back into her spatial bracelet. By the way, Tang Ze, are you going to sell all this monkey wine or just some? Sell 70%. This wine is quite good. I'll keep 30% for myself. Tang Ze replied without hesitation. Good. Bai Qingxue took out paper and pen from her spatial bracelet. Write down your address and bank card number. I'll transfer the money to you after the martial arts exam. Tang Ze wrote down his bank card number and address and handed it to Bai Qingxue. Mission accomplished. Let's continue earning points. Tang Ze stretched slowly. Bai Qingxue nodded, and the two parted ways upon leaving the bamboo forest. Tang Ze continued to wander around the woods. Time flew by, and the countdown for the end of the martial arts exam appeared on everyone's watches. 1 o'clock, 0:30 in the last 30 seconds. Tang Ze calmly finished eating the last roasted leg of lamb. As the countdown ended, the familiar dizziness hit him, and Tang Ze's vision darkened. When he regained clarity, he found himself back in the stadium. Surrounded by others who had just finished the martial arts exam, Tang Ze noticed that compared to him, the others were in quite a bad state, covered in wounds. He even saw one person rush to a nearby teacher upon appearing in the stadium, hugging his leg and shouting that he was hungry. Under the guidance of the teachers, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion into squares, and even most of those who had been teleported out of the secret realm due to near death were present, though they were pushed in wheelchairs. Soon, the city lord of Jiangsheng took the microphone and stepped onto the high platform. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and shouted, "City lord, don't waste time. We just finished a martial arts exam and are really tired. We just want to rest." For a moment, the city lord of Jiangsheng felt a bit embarrassed. But the student was not wrong, so he had to swallow the speech he had prepared for a long time. Well then, let's get straight to the point. Next, the students who made it into the top 100 of the points leaderboard. From class 3 of 3rd high school, Tang Ze ranks first. Upon hearing first, the students gasped in shock. What the hell? We actually have a first place in the martial arts exam from Jiangcheng? How is that possible? It must be some misunderstanding. Maybe there's another Tang Ze in another city. Don't be ridiculous. It's precise to the school and class. How could there be a mistake? Silence. The city lord of Jiangcheng slightly raised his foot and stomped, releasing a powerful spiritual energy that spread around. Everyone was startled and realized this was not the time for shock. Everyone quiet down. From class 1 of 2nd high school. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the distance, who resembled Shirley by about 70 to 80%, had bloodshot eyes fixed on Tang Ze in the crowd. The blood feud of my son cannot go unavenged. Tang Ze, I will make you pay. Shirbo deeply engraved Tang Ze's face in his mind and turned to leave the stadium. All right, that's all for the top 100. You may leave or take the school bus back to school. As soon as the city lord of Jiangcheng finished speaking, the crowd surged towards the distance, with most rushing out of the stadium. In an instant, taxis from all over Jiangcheng received orders and started converging towards the Jiangcheng stadium. Tang Ze hadn't exhausted much energy, so he had no intention of fighting with other students for a taxi. He boarded the school bus, found a window seat, and began to rest his eyes. Hours passed, and, as expected, there was a massive traffic jam with countless taxis stuck on the road. Only the earliest batch barely escaped. Upon returning home, as soon as Tang Ze opened the door, he saw Jiang He sitting on the sofa watching TV. Teacher Jiang, why are you in my house? Jiang He shot Tang Ze an annoyed look. Do you know how many people you provoked in this martial arts exam? Tang Ze shook his head in confusion. Jiang He sighed helplessly. That man from the Eagle Country is the second son of the Johnson family, and he died from multiple fractures due to you. Also, Shirley's father is a 5th-tier beastmaster, and he disappeared after Shirley's death. What's worse is that I just got back to Binhai Academy, and now I've been sent by Principal Zeng to protect you. Jiang He looked frustrated, upset that Zeng Yunsong hadn't assigned the task earlier, making her run an unnecessary trip. Not to mention the Johnson family. Just Shirbo, his wife died years ago, and now his only son died because of you. As soon as you leave Jiangcheng, he will definitely come after you. Jiang He looked at Tang Ze, who showed no reaction. Now do you understand? I've already talked to your parents. Get ready. I'll take you back to Binhai Academy. Tang Ze opened one of the doors. Where are my parents? My mom is not at home, which is normal, but my dad not being home is strange. You don't need to worry about that. They have their own matters to deal with, and you don't have to worry about their safety. Your mother works for the government, so there is no possibility of retaliation. After a pause, Jiang He continued to ask, so can we leave now? After pondering for a moment, Tang Ze slowly shook his head, looking serious. No, my monkey wine hasn't arrived yet. I have contact information for the Bai family. Just let Bai Qingxue know. Jiang He's fists slowly clenched, starting to regret why she volunteered to come to Jiangcheng for a part-time job. Noticing something was off, Tang Ze grabbed the fishing rod behind the door and waved to Jiang He. Sister Jiang, why are you still dawdling? I don't have anything to take. Let us just go. Be serious. Your mother has already packed your luggage. Go get it yourself from your room. Oh, okay. Tang Ze hurriedly ran to his room and soon came out dragging a noticeably bulging suitcase. Let us go. Jiang He picked up the remote and turned off the TV before walking towards the door. Tang Ze quickly followed Jiang He's footsteps. They arrived downstairs and soon reached the underground parking lot of the community. After walking a few steps, Jiang He stopped in front of a van. Inserting the car key and opening the door, Jiang He directly sat in the driver's seat. Dong Shi, Bushelt, placed his luggage in the back seat and sat in the passenger seat. Sister Jiang, isn't it easy for beastmasters to make money? Why are you driving? Avon. Jiang He raised her hand and awkwardly scratched her head. On one hand, the van has good concealment. On the other hand, you shouldn't worry about it. I'll try to hold on, and nothing should happen. In an instant, a chill ran from Tang Ze's feet to the top of his head, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Okay. Sister Jiang, you said you would hold on. Chapter 18. From Confidence to Disaster Before Long. The van slowly started up and left the underground parking lot. Nearby, on top of a building, Sherbo stood next to a man in a black robe. Is this the car? Yes. My lord Mike, I can't expose myself yet. So I asked you to take action. Just a second-tier beastmaster, I see. You should go back and continue gathering information. I'll be back soon. Mike waved his hand, and a brown and yellow bird-like beast appeared beside him. Mike stepped onto the back of the rock bird, which then spread its wings and leaped off the building, soaring straight into the sky. Under Jiang He's cautious driving, they finally managed to leave Jiang City after more than an hour. As the route gradually flattened, Jiang He began to nod off intermittently. Half an hour later, he completely fell asleep, his hands leaving the steering wheel, and the vehicle instantly lost control. Fortunately, Tang Ze had been keeping an eye on Jiang He's condition since getting in the car due to a bad premonition. He quickly grabbed the steering wheel, averting the crisis. Jiang Shuejia. At Tang Ze's call, Jiang He slowly awoke, and upon meeting Tang Ze's resentful gaze, he immediately understood what had just happened. I really couldn't help it. It was too boring. Jiang He scratched his head in embarrassment. So, Jiang Shuejia, how did you manage to drive this van to Jiang City? If I were serious, you'd understand. Saying this, Jiang He took the steering wheel and started to maneuver. With one foot on the gas pedal, excitement flashed in his eyes. The van speed kept increasing, soon reaching 220 kilometers per hour. Whoa, slow down, slow down. We're Honadi. Tang Ze stretched out his left hand, feeling around as if trying to grab onto something. But if I slow down, I'll get drowsy. Then just slow down. Worst case, I'll keep an eye on it. At this point, Tang Ze understood what that bad premonition was about. Before they could be killed by their enemies, they might just be crushed to death by Jiang He. With a look of disappointment, Jiang He slowly pressed the brake. But after reducing the speed to half, it showed no signs of further change. Xiao Ze, get ready for a crash. The brakes seemed to have failed again. Jiang He said, a habitual uncertainty on his face. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ze turned to look out the window, feeling hopeless. Whatever, just let it be. Let it be destroyed. I am tired. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and fortunately, the road was clear. Jiang He's driving skills were solid, managing to cover several dozen kilometers without brakes. However, the countdown to the vehicle's destruction was gradually reaching zero. Just as the van passed a mountain peak, without any warning, the rocks on the peak began to loosen and roll towards the van. Xiao Ze, get ready to jump. Jiang He shook Tang Ze to pull him out of his daze. Okay. Tang Ze calmly opened the car door. Moments later, several large rocks fell not far in front of the van. Jump! Jiang He opened the door and skillfully rolled out, landing safely after several tumbles. Dong Shi, Unhurit, activated his shadow form, becoming a massive shadow as he left the van. Would the van be crushed or explode? Tang Ze wondered, looking at the van heading straight for the rocks. Boom! A loud crash echoed, and the front half of the van was instantly crushed down, while the rear half also showed signs of compression. Gasoline leaked everywhere, and suddenly a spark ignited, causing the van to explode on the spot. As he watched the metal debris fly towards him, Tang Ze activated his shadow form again to dodge. This firecracker is fun, but a bit dangerous, Tang Ze commented, adhering to the rules. Jiang He formed an ice shield in his hand, feeling speechless as he approached Tang Ze. With this talent, you still have the nerve to critique? Find a place to hide. I'll handle the rest. Tang Ze poked his head out from the shadows, looking up at the mountaintop and noticed a person standing there, understanding Jiang He's intent. All right, Jiang Shuejia, good luck. I'm off. He melded back into the shadows. At that moment, Mike, standing on a mountaintop, also descended from the back of the rockbird onto the road. Rockbird, speed up. Kill her. Mike pointed at Jiang He. The rockbird screeched and took off, charging straight for Jiang He. Fourth tier? How dare you? Jiang He chuckled, snapping her fingers as the howling frost wolf appeared before her. The wolf gathered ice on its claws and swiped, directly slamming the rockbird to the ground. Even though the rockbird was made of hard stone, it still bore 3 distinct claw marks on its chest from the howling frost wolf. FCK. Sure didn't T mention this kid had a 5th-tier beastmaster by her side. Mike cursed under his breath and immediately decided to command the rockbird to retreat. However, as Mike climbed onto the rockbird's back, he noticed a shadow had silently appeared beneath him. Get lost. You dare to sneak attack? A foot suddenly shot out from the shadows, kicking him in a sensitive area. Mike's face twisted in agony as he let out a piercing scream. Collapsing off the back of the rock bird, knocked unconscious by the pain. After arriving behind Jiang He, Tang Ze exited his shadow form. Jiang Xuejia. How do we deal with this person? Kill him or tie him up? Let us tie him up. That's sure Bo must have some connections with the Eagle Nation. Maybe we can get some information out of him. As she spoke, Jiang He took out a rope from her space ring and skillfully tied Mike's hands and feet together. You come here. Jiang He called to the howling frost wolf. The wolf quickly stomped its foot, snapping the rock bird's neck, then tilted its head to look at Mike, understanding Jiang He's intent. The howling frost wolf began to grow larger, soon reaching nearly 5 meters in height. It opened its mouth, using its sharpest tooth to grab the rope, then lay down. Jiang He grabbed Tang Ze's left hand, slightly exerted force with her legs, and leaped up, using the momentum to land on the howling frost wolf's back. You, let us go. Home. Jiang He lightly patted the wolf's head, giving the command. The howling frost wolf let out a roar and leaped forward, easily jumping over the pile of boulders ahead. Once on flat ground, it began to accelerate. Another hour passed, and the two finally arrived at the entrance of Binhai Academy. Xiao Ze, you just need to go directly to the principal's office to find Principal Zeng. He'll arrange everything else for you. I'm going back to sleep. I'm exhausted after these few days. Jiang He stretched, revealing her perfect abdominal muscles, and without waiting for Tang Ze to react, beckoned the howling frost wolf to run into the school, leaving Tang Ze alone, bewildered by the whirlwind of events. Chapter 19, Building Number 6, is not necessarily number 6. What do you mean, Sister Jiang, going left and right? Who can understand that? You didn't even say which building it is. Do I have to search through all these buildings one by one? Tang Ze looked around helplessly and soon spotted the familiar structure not far away. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the security booth's glass. Hello, could you tell me where Principal Zeng's office is? The security guard, without looking up, pointed towards the distance, teaching building number 6, room 407. It's the last one. Just find where building number 6 is. After thanking him, Tang Ze still looked confused. In the end, he had to search slowly. Dragging his suitcase, Tang Ze could only continue to wander around the various buildings like a headless fly. Why does it go directly from 5 to 7? Where's 6? On the right is building number 5, and on the left is building number 7. But there is no 6. The corners of Tang Ze's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What's wrong, little junior? Did the counselor call you? Can't find building number 6? At some point, a casually dressed man with panda eyes, particularly eye-catching, had approached Tang Ze from behind. Sort of. I really am looking for building number 6. Tang Ze hesitated and nodded. Building number 6 is the teacher's office. It's in that corner. The man pointed northwest. Thank you, senior. The man waved his hand and walked away. Soon, Tang Ze found building number 6 in the corner, and, at that moment, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a small path on the left, recalling what Jiang He had mentioned earlier. Building number 6 is indeed number 6. He climbed up to the 4th floor in one breath and arrived at room 407 at the very end of the corridor, lightly knocking on the door. Guomin. Zeng Yunsong's voice came from inside. Wow, he really is here? A person who can personally come to recruit students is actually in the office? Stepping inside, the first impression Tang Ze got was chaos, and then he saw the black and white cow cat next to Zeng Yunsong's desk. Okay, everything is normal. Principal Zeng. Xiao Ze is here. It's a bit messy. Don't mind it, just sit down. Zeng Yunsong gestured to a chair beside him, which seemed to have a life of its own, and rushed straight towards Tang Ze. As soon as Tang Ze sat down, the chair automatically returned to Zeng Yunsong's side. That little girl Jiang, he didn't tell me anything. She probably got lazy and went off. Xiao Ze, did anything happen on your way here? Tang Ze shrugged helplessly and briefly described the incident with Mike. Another one from the Eagle Country? No, this shouldn't be able to get here so quickly. That only leaves Sherbo. So this should be a big deal. Zeng Yunsong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Half an hour passed in a daze. And when Zeng Yunsong came back to his senses, Tang Ze had already started nodding continuously. Zeng Yunsong awkwardly glanced to the side and then remembered the reason Tang Ze was there. He quickly picked up his phone and called the admissions office. Hello, Teacher Yun, could you come to my office? Yes, it's a new student. The villa area happens to have vacancies. So arrange for him to go there. Just Villa number 6. After hanging up, Xing Yun Song fell silent again. What is the purpose of those guys from the Eagle Country sneaking in? There must be more than just Sure Bo who was bought off. Forget it. That's not my concern. I'll find by later and give him a headache. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Xing Yun Song quickly regained his usual demeanor, maintaining the already damaged authority. As the door opened, Yun Tian walked in. Is it just him? Yun Tian pointed at Tang Ze, who was lowering his head. You take him to handle all those messy enrollment things. I need to go out for a while. Turning around, Xing Yun Song noticed that Tang Ze had already fallen asleep and impatiently lifted him up. Xiao Ze, that's enough. When Tang Ze barely opened his eyes, Xing Yun Song continued. Go with Teacher Yun to input your information. I'll go see where Jiang he has taken that Eagle Country person. Tang Ze nodded sleepily and staggered to Yun Tian's side. Teacher Yun, you don't need to worry about me. I can keep up. Let's go. Tang Ze struggled to lift his head. All right. Yun Tian forced out a very reluctant smile then. Let's go. Dong Shen nodded. Although Tang Ze had said he didn't need to be taken care of, this was the principal's personal instruction. If he accidentally got lost and was picked up by another school, Yun Tian had no doubt he would be hung up and beaten by Xing Yun Song the next day. Grabbing Dong Shi's left hand, a transparent barrier appeared ahead of Yun Tian. Stepping forward, the barrier began to move quickly, and soon they arrived at the admissions office on the second floor. Once the facial recognition and information input were completed, Yun Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the large door was smashed open, and a stunningly beautiful woman barged in. Damn it, I was a step too slow. The woman looked at the completed words on the computer screen with a helpless expression. How about we go hide in the undeveloped secret realm for a while? That's decided. Without caring at all about the shocked expressions of the two, she slowly closed the door and then jumped off the second floor to leave. Teacher Yun, has the admissions process become this fierce now? Yun Tian also looked helpless. You should take a look at your current strength. Facing someone at the early stage of the second tier, while you are at the late stage of the second tier, is basic operation. The most important thing is from the military side. In future world-class events, whichever school you are in will definitely have someone join. There won't be many opportunities to annoy the Eagle Country. Don't mind it. After all, you're the top student in the martial arts exam, so it's normal for anything to happen. Yun Shan quickly pulled Tang Ze and walked towards the distance. The admissions office door was already in a half-damaged state. Another hit, and they could directly replace it. Yun Shan just wanted to quickly get rid of Tang Ze, fearing that some school would come and knock him out. Soon, several independent villas appeared ahead. Villa number 6 is where you'll be staying. It has already been tidied up, so you can move in directly. As soon as the number 6 was mentioned, Tang Ze pointed forward, stiffly turned to Yun Tian. Teacher Yun, this number 6. It wouldn't be next to no. 10, right? No. The accommodation area doesn't have those strange rules. Number 6 is just number 6, right between number 5 and number 7. As he spoke, Yun Tian cautiously glanced at the distant dormitory buildings. The only thing you need to pay attention to, be careful not to get bagged. Tang Ze looked at Yun Tian in confusion. Teacher Yun, are you serious? You'll know in the future. After saying that, Yun Tian looked around again to ensure safety and quickly handed the key to building number 6 to Tang Ze before hurriedly leaving. Why does everyone like to be so cryptic? After thinking for a moment and finding it hard to understand, he shrugged off Yun Tian's cryptic behavior, opening the villa door. What came into view was a clean living room with luxurious furniture. After casually throwing his luggage in the living room, Tang Ze went directly to the second floor to the room facing the sea. Calling it a seaside villa, well, it was different for what he imagined. It was still a few hundred meters from the coastline. Tang Ze pouted, feeling a bit disappointed. Tisich, I thought I could fish at home. It's still far away, so I have to go out. Chapter 20, I died. So miserably. Opening the shadow, Tang Ze followed the wall from the second floor down to the first. Quickly packed up the items in a suitcase and headed straight to the beach. A low bench, a fat table, and some soda, perfect for a leisurely fishing session. With his legs crossed, Tang Ze calmly attached the bait to the hook and cast it out, simultaneously summoning the Xian snake. Same routine as before. I don't want to move, just help me pull that thing over later. Tang Ze smiled and gently patted the shin snake. The shin snake slowly closed its eyes, glancing helplessly at Tang Ze, who was focused on a distance. With a twist of its body, the shin snake arrived at the shore and quietly waited. Just moments after the bait hit the water, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Bestow power enhancement. Here it comes. Tang Ze quickly stood up and began reeling in. Before long, a silver-gray sea bass with numerous black spots on its back was dragged onto the shore by Tang Ze. The shin snake skillfully raised its tail and struck the sea bass's head, producing a dull thud. It was done. The sea bass had no chance to resist. For some reason, Tang Ze found himself thinking about the water snake that had bitten off his right hand. He raised his right hand and waved it around, but it seemed like he was almost back to normal. It had only been a few days, and there didn't seem to be any issues now. Maybe he should go to the hospital later. While he was speaking, the shin snake had already coiled the sea bass with its tail and brought it to Tang Ze. Tang Ze naturally took the sea bass and began to wait quietly. 5 minutes passed, and receiving the system prompt, Tang Ze slowly raised his hand and tossed the sea bass into the air. The shin snake's pupils flashed with a glimmer as it leapt up smoothly, effortlessly swallowing the sea bass whole. Nice, much more skilled than before. Tang Ze kept patting the shin snake on the head. The shin snake avoided him with a look of helplessness, and Tang Ze didn't mind, stretching lazily before recalling the shin snake back to the Beastmaster space. Leaving the Coastal Academy, Tang Ze hailed a taxi and arrived at the nearest people's hospital in Coastal City. There were basically no issues now. He just needed to be careful not to get attacked by alien beasts in the same spot again. The doctor quickly took out a plaster saw and cut away the cast. After leaving the hospital, Tang Ze casually found a nearby restaurant to grab a bite before returning to the beach to continue fishing. Time quickly passed to 10 o'clock at night. Due to being by the sea, he could only barely see the surroundings in the faint moonlight. That guy's the boss. He moved into the villa area on his first day here. Let us go. First, let us put him in the bag and give him a beating. The two men, wearing masks and holding a sack, slowly approached Tang Ze. As they got close enough, they simultaneously struck out, one from the left and one from the right, without any deviation, stuffing Tang Ze into the sack. They exchanged a glance and nodded. Let's have some fun. Under their manipulation, the sack kept spinning in the air. Tang Ze peered out from the shadows, his face showing a look of helplessness. It turned out that what Teacher Yin said was true. This spinning was making him feel nauseous. Plus, he was inside the sack. Thinking about this, Tang Ze almost puked. He stood up at a constant speed from the shadows, wrapping an arm around one of the men's shoulders. You two seniors have such good taste. Dancing by the sea in the middle of the night? The two men simultaneously pushed back with their arms, trying to shove Tang Ze away. We're busy. As they spoke, both froze. Boss, I sent this sack. A bit light? The one referred to as the boss slowly nodded, realizing that they both turned to look, but they didn't see Tang Ze's figure. Boss, this. Before he could finish, Tang Ze kicked out, sweeping the two off their feet, and they landed hard on the ground. Without waiting for them to react, Tang Ze kicked out again, sending them flying. Upon landing, the two quickly stood up back to back, looking around warily. Who is it? Come out. Stop playing tricks, I know you're nearby. From their words, it was clear how panicked they were. At that moment, Tang Ze's mischievous side kicked in. He slowly extended his right hand from the shadows and slapped it heavily onto the ground, followed by his left hand. Then a head rolling with white eyes and a vacant expression. Just as the two were on high alert, Tang Ze slipped back into the shadows. The next moment, two hands shot up from the ground, grabbing the ankles of the two men. I died. So miserably. A deep voice emerged from Tang Ze's mouth. Ghost. A scream erupted. Their emotions broke down. The Beast Masters, who dealt with alien beasts daily, collapsed under the mental assault. Using both hands and feet, the two rolled and crawled away in panic. Hee, a new use for the shadow. Tang Ze stepped out of the shadow, brushing off the sand from his hands, looking mockingly at the two figures in the distance, one tall and one short. Next time, I should carry a bottle of ketchup. It should work even better. Tang Ze sat back down in his chair and continued fishing. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Xiao Ze, did you Fish here all night? He approached slowly, looking puzzled. Yeah, it was such a good spot. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I didn't catch a few fish with this rod I brought. Well, didn't you encounter anything last night? I saw on the school forum that it was in this area. He kept turning his head, worried that something would suddenly pop out of the sand. Tang Ze, confused, turned to he and asked, what is going on? Let me see. He pulled out his phone and opened the top video on the forum. It's this one. Our school actually has ghost-type alien beasts. They don't show up during the day, but scare people to death at night. Tang Ze took the phone and looked at the familiar scene on the screen, unable to help but smile. As it turned out, the events of last night were perfectly captured by a girl filming the scenery. How can you still smile? He was furious. Our dorm is right next door, and you don't care? This thing can really scare people to death. Shuejia. You'll understand after watching. As he spoke, Tang Ze leisurely snapped his fingers. Xian Snake, show your talent. Following the command, the Xian Snake reluctantly activated the shadow. Then mimicked Tang Ze's actions from last night, emerging from the shadows. Tang Ze began to provide voiceover in real time. I died, so miserably. The deep voice echoed in the air, sending chills down He's spine. You. He instantly jumped back several steps, then quickly realized and blushed. Stepping forward to punch Tang Ze on the forehead, you could have just said it directly. Are you looking for a fight? Tang Ze rubbed his head, but a triumphant smile spread across his face. Isn't this more direct? It saves time on explanations. Chapter 21. Hey. New fishing rod you. He looked helpless. I see you just think it's fun. Hey. Tang Ze scratched his head awkwardly, caught out. He grabbed Tang Ze's arm and said, let us go. Old Zing Isn, gonna let me rest. Hurry up. After wandering around the academy, we still have to listen to that guy's lecture. As she spoke, He's tone gradually turned to clenched teeth. Wait a minute. My fishing rod. However, Tang Ze's struggle was ultimately in vain. The immense strength coming from his arm made him recall the feeling when his arm was bitten off by a water snake. Just throw it wherever. No one's going to take it. But, I'm going to hurry. Helpless, Tang Ze could only glance back at the fishing rod inside. Soon, the two arrived at the cafeteria. I told you before, our school is like a half-military academy. The food is basically free, and the cafeteria serves exotic beast meat 3 times a day. He secretly gritted her teeth at the empty plates on the cafeteria counter. These exotic beast meats are also provided in limited quantities every day. If you come early, there is some. If you come late, nothing left. He glanced around at the plates piled high. Beasts. The cafeteria just opened. After complaining in her heart, he continued to introduce the layout of the campus to Tang Ze. Over there is the Beast Beach, or it can be called Scenic Beach. You'll understand why it's called that later. The surrounding sea area is blocked, and no exotic beast can enter, making it a good place to relax. And over there, in the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed, and the time reached 10 o'clock sharp. All right, that's about it. Next is, He's beautiful eyes stared at the playground and the red-high platform ahead. You could just go in directly to listen to the lecture. After saying this, he walked away towards the dormitory area without looking back. Tang Ze was puzzled, genuinely not understanding why he had so much resentment. Just as he was about to enter, 2 mentors responsible for guarding the gate quickly stopped him. You must be the Tang Ze who ranked first in this year's martial arts exam, right? Tang Ze nodded. Is there a problem, teacher? You don't know this, but one of the rules set by Principal Zhang is that you can't leave early. This rule is widely applied. His lectures usually go on until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and during this time, you can't leave. Are you sure you want to go in? If we mentors leave, our salaries will be deducted. If students leave, their credits will be deducted. Since you haven't entered yet, you can still have a change of heart. Leaving now is not a big deal. Only then did Tang Ze understand why Binhai Academy could be considered a half-military academy. It had military rules without the requirements of a military school. Like the 2 guys who tried to bag him before, most likely there were regulations in place. As long as it wasn't too much and there was no evidence, it didn't happen. Thinking this, Tang Ze didn't hesitate at all and turned around to leave. Old Wang, do you think he can last until school starts? I feel he can't. There are too many strange rules. No normal person can stand it. Not necessarily. given the benefits he can bring to the school. The principal probably won't make things difficult for him. Hearing this, the other mentor looked strange. You've been working here for 4 or 5 years. Don't you know the principal's character? He will definitely deduct credits like crazy, but he won't expel him. Just keep him repeating grades until he exceeds the age limit for those activities before letting him graduate. The mentor took a deep breath. That really is something the guy could do. Back at the villa area, Tang Ze returned to the seaside, looking at the empty coastline with a helpless smile. But the next moment, this smile disappeared instantly. Hey, I can get a new fishing rod now. He opened his phone and directly navigated to the nearest fishing gear store, setting off without hesitation. Half an hour later, Tang Ze returned to the seaside with brand new fishing gear. Hey. The fishing rod and hooks made from Y43 Spirit or have no other advantage but one word: hard. The fishing line made from X21 Spirit Plant also has no other advantage, just 2 words: thin, hard. Now, even if a blue whale comes, I won't be afraid. Tang Ze had a silly grin as he constantly stroked the fishing rod in his hand. As for why Tang Ze had money to use spirit materials to make a fishing rod. Originally, he didn't plan to buy this set, but just now. Your Dragonwa Bank card ending in 0000 received 120,000 dragon coins on March 12th at 10:24. Bai Qingxue had completed the count of monkey wine and had already transferred the money over. Now that he had money, how could he not splurge a little? Slightly calming his emotions, Tang Ze took the bait and hung it on, while leaning back, exerting force, and the fishing line in the reel swung left and right continuously. In a while, it gradually emptied, leaving only a small part connected to the fishing rod. TSK, this distance, no doubt about it. Almost a kilometer, right? Tang Ze stretched his head to look in the direction where the bait had disappeared. In no time, a huge force came from the fishing rod. And before Tang Ze could react, he was almost pulled to the ground. What the hell? The strength is so great? While hugging the fishing rod with both hands, Tang Ze summoned a Xian snake for emergencies. The next moment, Tang Ze slipped and his body suddenly fell forward. Before Tang Ze could give a command, the Xian snake quickly wrapped around his chest. What the hell? Xian snake, are you trying to murder me? Cough, cough. Grab the fishing rod. With the pull from both ends and the pressure from the Xian snake's tail, a kindly old lady appeared in front of him, waving at him. Reacting, the Xian snake twisted its body and quickly wrapped around the fishing rod. Tang Ze quickly relaxed and took a deep breath, barely managing to regain his composure. With the Xian snake controlling the fishing rod, Tang Ze hurriedly grabbed the reel and started reeling in, but the progress was incredibly slow, occasionally reeling in 3 meters only to be pulled out 2.5 meters. Damn, how can I reel it back from that far? Tang Ze only slightly recalled how the bait had been tossed away without a trace, and his head began to hurt. I can't just cut the fishing line. This thing can't be cut either. And this roll of fishing line cost nearly 600,000. Just thinking that the fishing rod being dragged away meant losing $1 million. He immediately panicked. My 1 million. The 1 million I just got. Every inch of skin on Tang Ze's arms was straining. But he still couldn't keep reeling in continuously. Tang Ze quickly turned his head to look around, trying to find solution. Just as his gaze swept past the villa area, he suddenly remembered. Where is this? School. Can't I just call for someone? One hand controlled the reel to prevent his previous efforts from going to waste, while the other hand fished out his phone from his pocket. In no time, the call connected, and a lazy yet slightly annoyed voice came from the other side. What is up? I'm trying to sleep. Sister Jiang, help me. Help what? Can't you save yourself? For a moment, Jiang didn't sense anything wrong, but the next moment, what is going on? What happened to you? Knowing that Zheng Yunsong had asked her to take good care of Tang Ze if something happened, Jiang shivered slightly at the thought. Even if he could graduate, she would definitely be used as a slave for the next year. Chapter 22. Cafeteria rules. It's hard to explain in a moment. But at the seaside, Senior Jiang, hurry over. Jiang, he looked puzzled. She really didn't understand what kind of danger in school could threaten Tang Ze's life. As for being stuffed into a sack by seniors, one wouldn't die, just get used to it. However, Jiang, he quickly got out of bed and rushed to the window to look towards the sea. Upon seeing Tang Ze and the Xian snake constantly tugging at the fishing rod, several black lines appeared on Jianghe's forehead. Damn, it must be that old man Zeng teaching this. He really won't let anyone sleep, right? Glancing at the fishing line, Jianghe then noticed that the line seemed to extend far away. Flipping over, Jianghe jumped down from the second floor and slowly approached Tang Ze. Why not just let go? What are you saving a life for? Jianghe said irritably. No way. This fishing rod and line cost me $1 million. How could I just throw away $1 million right after getting it? What? $1 million? Is this fishing rod made of spiritual material? Or is the fishing line made of spiritual material? He was full of question marks. Spending $1 million on a fishing rod. How much cultivation resource is that? Hee. Both are made of spiritual material. Tang Ze then boasted about the 2 types of spiritual materials again. Wait, Senior Jiang, come help. At this moment, Tang Ze realized he didn't ask Jianghe over just to show off his new fishing rod, but rather to save his life. Jianghe helplessly agreed and reached out to grab the fishing reel, starting to reel in the line. Watching Jianghe, he handled the situation without any pressure. Tang Ze couldn't help but shake his head. Sigh, the power is still too small. Just right, yesterday and this morning I got 2 power boosts. I wonder if the same talent plus the boost will yield more. Thinking about it, Tang Ze directly bestowed the 2 power boosts to the Xian snake. After feeling the feedback from the contract, he thought, 3 levels? That's a bit lacking. He was reeling in quickly, and soon the end of the fishing line came to the shore. Looking closer into the water, she saw a pike-like fish struggling like a torpedo. This breath. 3rd tier? A smile appeared on Tang Ze's face. This 3rd tier can't even pull me and the Xian snake, both in the early 2nd tier, into the water. At this moment, he directly snatched the fishing rod from the Xian snake's tail, reeling in while approaching Tang Ze. When she saw the pike in the water, her eyes immediately lit up, but a trace of confusion also flashed across her face. Strange? Isn't the pike a freshwater fish? Why is it in the sea? Tang Ze shrugged. Who knows? These strange beasts might have strong adaptability. Anyway, the fact is there, so why care so much? Right? He nodded in agreement and walked toward the cafeteria. She had heard that pike was delicious, and a 3rd tier one was even rarer. So she had to try it today. Tang Ze nodded in response, just as he was about to step aside and let He kill the pike. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind again. Beep. System upgrade. Task triggered. Task objective. Complete a fishing and hunting of a 3rd tier exotic beast. Fishing. Completed. Hunting. In progress. Looking at the task in his mind, Tang Ze was momentarily speechless. Fighting a 3rd tier beast with an early 2nd tier one. What is this? However, upon careful thought, it really didn't seem too difficult for these fish that have left the water source. Xian snake, use shadow stealth to get that pike onto the shore. Tang Ze blocked he while pointing to the pike in the water, giving orders to the Xian snake. Hiss! Upon receiving the command, the Xian snake didn't hesitate, quickly activating shadow stealth to approach the pike. As a beast living in the sea, how could it understand the innate talent of the shadow leopard? Without any defense, the Xian snake pulled its tail from the shadow. Bang! The pike was knocked into the air by this strike, and the Xian snake leaped out of the shadow, biting down directly on the pike's head. Sans danger. The pike struggled fiercely, but it was too late. Its head was now controlled by the Xian snake, leaving only its body to weakly thrash against the Xian snake. Causing no pain. Back on the shore, the Xian snake lay down and started exerting force. After a moment, the sound of bones cracking came, followed by the first, then the second, and the third. In the next moment, the Xian snake's mouth snapped shut, and the pike's body stopped struggling, falling lifelessly to the ground. Beep. System upgrade task completed. System starting upgrade. Remaining time, 23:59. 59. Tang Ze didn't pay attention to the upgrade time. As long as it was completed, that was enough. He approached and picked up the nearly 2-meter-long pike, looking at its gruesome head, and couldn't help but shiver. Displaying the pike in front of Jiang, he said, all done, Senior Jiang, let's go. Jiang, he nodded, okay. 10 minutes later, under the helpless gaze of the cafeteria lady, the two handed over the pike. Trouble for soup. The cafeteria lady took the pike with a sigh and went to the back kitchen. Time flew by, and over an hour passed. It was now 11:30, but because Zheng Yunsong was giving a lecture, there were hardly any people in the cafeteria. Hee hee. Luckily, I took leave. If I'd gone to the playground, how could I enjoy a buffet? Exactly. I haven't managed to grab any exotic beast meat for several days. Just as they arrived at mealtime, a few people who came later gathered around the serving area for exotic beast meat. Tang Ze had already taken 2 portions of exotic beast meat to the table. Everything was prepared, and now they just needed the main dish, the pike, to be served. Just as he was thinking about it, a powerful aroma suddenly wafted from the back kitchen. The crowd in the cafeteria looked surprised towards the back kitchen. So fragrant. Is there a new dish today? Doesn't tea seem like it? Can the principal really add meals to the cafeteria? It's most likely a meal with self-provided ingredients. That seems possible, but does this aroma allow anyone to eat? Originally, everyone was pleased to be able to grab exotic beast meat, but now, the meat in their bowls suddenly lost its appeal. Before long, the cafeteria lady walked out slowly with a large serving bowl. Compared to the helplessness when they first got the pike, the cafeteria lady's face was now filled with endless joy. Here, your pike. If you have this fish again in the future, you can bring it over anytime. Annie will help you cook it. After placing the serving bowl down, the cafeteria lady said with great delight. After the two agreed, the cafeteria lady left. Tang Ze, filled with confusion, asked, Senior Jiang, what's going on? Wasn't she just helpless? Why is she so happy now? Jiang, he picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. The rules state that the kitchen cannot refuse students' requests for extra meals, and 3 portions go to the kitchen. The previous helplessness was because, some people would bring in ingredients of unknown flavor for them to cook. Mildly, it would make the pot stink at worst. The entire kitchen would be uninnerable for days. What kind of thing can have such great power? The entire kitchen can't be entered for days? Tang Ze's pupils widened in shock as he asked. That thing is also a type of spiritual material, and it smells very similar to stone heather. As for its effect, many men quite like it. Jiang, he recalled the disaster from a month ago with a look of fear. Chapter 23. Madness. Tang Ze immediately understood why Jiang, he had a look of fear on her face when she heard the word stoneflower. That thing was indeed not great. After finishing their meal, Tang Ze picked up the food tray and poured the remaining fish soup directly into the mouth of the Xian snake. Hey, don't waste it. Feeling the soup continuously flowing into its belly, the Xian snake felt both love and hate. Hiss hiss, I can drink it myself. It's delicious. Big brother, don't break my teeth. The onlookers were truly gnashing their teeth in frustration. Hey, if you're not going to drink it, give it to us. Do you know how we managed to get here in the past few minutes? The principal doesn't allow wasting food. If you waste it, you'll lose credits. With the aroma of this fish soup, there's no way we could eat anything. Hurry up and get lost. 1 minute later, half a bowl of fish soup had been poured into the Xian snake's mouth. After releasing the Xian snake's upper jaw, it immediately lay weakly on the ground. This is so comfortable. After cleaning the utensils and returning them to the dining table, the two left the cafeteria. Off work, off work. At this moment, excited shouts came from the kitchen, and soon several cafeteria workers came out carrying bowls of dogfish soup. The aromas spread through the cafeteria again, and the students suddenly felt like crying. Ugh, I'll never take leave again. Principal, I miss your speech. I shouldn't have been absent. After leaving the cafeteria, Jiang, he brought Tang Ze directly to the practical training room. Today I'll show you the world. Your Xian snake has good talent and abilities. It's a perfect time to learn. Saying this, Jiang, he pushed open the door to the training room. As the door opened, several people inside turned to look. Sister He, why are you so late today? Seeing Jiang He, several people came forward to greet her. Jiang He waved her hand and said, Don't mention it. I was dragged by old Zheng to work like a horse before 6 in the morning. And just around 10, this kid called me and woke me up. Hearing this, everyone looked terrified and quickly retreated to their previous positions to continue commanding their beasts in practice. Watching this scene, Jiang He's fist couldn't help but clench, but quickly relaxed. Let the beasts handle this. Jiang He walked to the center and took out her phone, starting to operate a screen not far away. Soon, the two characters Ning Hua appeared on the screen. Ning Hua, it's your turn again today. Jiang He directed her gaze to a frail young man in the crowd. Ning Hua rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. With a bitter expression, he walked towards an empty ring. Sister He, how about switching to someone else? I've been drawn twice in a row, and my son Pig needs a rest. After thinking for a moment, Jiang He nodded in agreement. That's true. Ning Hua felt a bit moved to have escaped a calamity, but the next moment, a look of fear appeared on his face. Also, the last time his son Pig almost got frozen into an ice sculpture. So this time let's have a spar between you and me. Just write a test if you've been slacking off lately. Ning Hua's pupils widened, and he immediately turned to escape. Jiang He had anticipated this, and as soon as she finished speaking, she moved, grabbing Ning Hua by the back of his collar and throwing him back. Thud! Ning Hua crashed heavily to the ground. A tear of regret rolled down Ning Hua's cheek, regretting why he didn't go to listen to Zhang Yunsong's speech and hating himself for speaking up for the Sun Pig. The infirmary, I'm coming. 1 minute later, Jiang He rubbed her wrist, feeling no change, while Ning Hua was covered in bruises and had already been carried away by the infirmary staff after being notified by others. Xiao Ze, come here. Jiang He beckoned to Tang Ze. Sister, let us see how you hold up. Tang Ze shook his head without hesitation. Forget it, Sister He. Didn't you say to let the Xian snake learn more combat skills? The Xian snake is the Xian snake, and you are you. As a beast master, you can't neglect your own strength. You need enough reaction speed in battle to command the Xian snake. Tang Ze awkwardly scratched his head, looking elsewhere. But school hasn't even started yet, and you're at level 5 while I'm at level 2? We really can't fight. Jiang He showed a slightly sinister smile. It's fine, it's not a problem. I just want to see your combat skills. At most, you'll take a few punches and lie down for a night. It's not a big deal. Tang Ze's pupils shrank sharply, recalling what Jiang He had said when he first entered the practical training room. Dragged to work like a horse before 6 in the morning. And around 10, woke up by this kid's call. Tang Ze had no doubt that Jiang He was using the guise of teaching to settle personal scores. Understanding this, Tang Ze quickly turned around, but the next moment, Jiang He appeared behind him. With familiar movements, he had just thought that Ning Hua was quite unfortunate. But now he should be worried about himself. A few seconds later, Tang Ze received punches on his right cheek, left arm, abdomen, and right leg, all turning a uniform shade of purple. You need to practice your reaction speed. Too slow. You couldn't even dodge a single punch. Jiang He smiled, but there was a hint of a smirk in her eyes as she looked at Tang Ze. Tang Ze reached out with his right hand to gently touch his swollen right cheek, and the next moment, pain made him shudder. Okay, got it. Seeing that Tang Ze had calmed down, Jiang He stepped down from the ring and clapped her hands to gather everyone in the training room. Hearing this, everyone involuntarily shivered, perhaps due to muscle memory, and the 5 quickly rushed to Jiang He's position. Soon, 4 of them lined up in front of Jiang He. Jiang He pointed her thumb at Tang Ze, the new recruit. We haven't started school yet, so don't use my methods on you. Let's do systematic training first. Once school starts, you can slowly play. Everyone's eyes turned to Tang Ze. That intense gaze made Tang Ze feel a chill rising from his feet to the top of his head for some reason. Zwapang. Jiang He pointed to a sturdy man among the 4. You take Tang Ze to practice his reaction speed. As for the others, continue sparring. Hearing this, the other 3 looked regretful, missing the opportunity to torment the newbie. After arranging the upcoming plan, Jiang He stretched and planned to go back to sleep for a bit. The 3 who weren't called found a nearby ring close to Tang Ze and started sparring. Zwapang, with a mad glint in his eyes, picked up Tang Ze. Hey, Junior, you can't blame me for this. I'm just following orders. If you want to blame someone, blame Sister He. Throwing Tang Ze into a strange corner. Zwapang went straight to the storage room to get a modified tennis machine and a superpowered blower. After setting up the tennis machine and the blower, Zwapang turned on the blower. The next moment, Tang Ze felt a strong airflow under his feet. Not paying attention, he slipped and fell to the ground. Hey. A mad smile returned to Zwapang's face. Chapter 24, Torture. Begin. The roar of machines echoed all around. As the noise gradually diminished, Zwapang directly cranked the power of the tennis machine to the maximum. It's time for the junior to start. With that, the tennis machine automatically locked onto Tang Ze's position and began to adjust its direction. Bang, whoos. The tennis ball shot towards Tang Ze like arrows launched at high speed. Knowing what was coming, Tang Ze barely dodged the first two shots that had a certain interval between them. But the speed of the subsequent tennis balls could be described as that of a Gatling gun, and with the gusts of wind blowing across the ground by the fourth ball, Tang Ze was already on the ground. Hee, Junior, this machine has a malfunction. Once it starts, it won't stop for 5 minutes, so you'd better not just lie there. Zhuopeng looked excited, as if he saw his past self in Tang Ze. After being hit by another tennis ball, Tang Ze activated his shadow shift and vanished into the shadows. Without a target, the tennis machine also ceased operations. Guided by the blower, the tennis balls that fell to the ground returned to the machine through the surrounding pipes. Seeing this, Zhuopeng raised an eyebrow and casually picked up a tennis ball. Taking a deep breath, whoosh, the sound of the wind broke, and the tennis ball accurately hit the fast-moving Tang Ze. Forced out of the shadows by the attack, Tang Ze found the tennis machine was back in operation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Junior, you'd better not go into the shadows, or I might lose control. Zhuopeng kept bouncing a tennis ball in his hand. Tang Ze felt a dark line on his face. After pondering for a moment, he decided to only let the soles of his shoes sink into the shadows, gaining high-speed movement without being interrupted. The next moment, Tang Ze activated his roller skate mode, continuously gliding on the smooth surface. After a series of lateral jumps, the speed of the tennis machine firing tennis balls couldn't keep up with Tang Ze's movement. Can Shadow Shift be played like this? Zhuopeng furrowed his brow and raised his hand to predict. Whoosh! Still a precise hit. Tang Ze staggered from the blow. But just that moment, the tennis balls began to rain down on him like a storm. Multiple wounds on his body received secondary damage, and the constant pain reminded Tang Ze he had to move. Enduring the pain, Tang Ze activated his shadow shift again, this time charging towards the wall behind him. With one step, he defied gravity and stood on the wall. At that moment, Zhuopeng threw another tennis ball. Quick as a flash, Tang Ze punched it away, sending it flying into the distance. But his arm was temporarily incapacitated, the same condition affecting different parts of his body. While dodging the tennis balls, Tang Ze kept shaking his right hand, trying to speed up his recovery. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhuopeng bent down picking up balls, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Damn it! The next moment, several tennis balls simultaneously sealed off Tang Ze's retreat. With nowhere to run, Tang Ze could only give up another arm. Whoosh! Both arms were incapacitated, and Tang Ze could only passively dodge. Moments later, Tang Ze's recently recovered right hand was again incapacitated. In a panic, he summoned the Xian snake and completely vanished into the shadows, hiding on its back. Just in time, Zhuopeng snapped his fingers, and the next moment, a 2-meter-tall giant bear covered in rock armor appeared beside him. Rock-armored bear, take that little snake aside for a friendly chat. The rock-armored bear roared and stepped into the fray, reaching out to grab the Xian snake and walking toward the distant arena, leaving a chaotic shadow behind. Junior, let's continue. We still have plenty of time to play. 3 hours later, Zhuopeng dragged the barely recognizable Tang Ze to a resting room. Inside the resting area was only a bathtub, which was currently filled with water, floating with a large number of herbs. Zhuopeng quickly stripped Tang Ze of his clothes, leaving only his tight-fitting shorts. TSK, not entirely purple. At least I was not worse than him back then, and these injuries are a far cry from what I had. I must not be working hard enough, right? I'll put in more effort next time. Throwing Tang Ze into the bathtub, Zhuopeng simultaneously set a countdown on the alarm clock beside him and left the resting room, heading straight to the arena where the Xian snake was. After scrutinizing for a moment, Zhuopeng still couldn't find the Xian snake's figure. Brother Zhua, the Xian snake is, on the back of the rock-armored bear. At that moment, Ning Hua's voice drifted over. Zhuopeng's eyes widened as he realized that the rock-armored bear excelled in strength and defense. If the Xian snake maintained shadow shift the whole time, the rock-armored bear really couldn't do anything to it. Squinting to look closely, he could indeed see a small shadow on the rock-armored bear's back. At that moment, the rock-armored bear also noticed Zhuopeng beside it. Roar! Brother Zhua, that snake plays dirty. It just runs away and can't be caught. The rock-armored bear rushed forward, constantly complaining. Listening to the bear's complaints, The Shin snake poked its head out and spat back. Hiss. Yes, I played dirty. You're a peak level stage for bear bullying a stage 2 early phase pup. And you talk about fairness? If it weren't for your whole body being made of stone, I would dig a hole in your back. The rock-armored bear shook its body repeatedly, but it was still of no use. The Shin snake showed no intention of moving, still firmly attached to the bear's back. Zhuo Peng helplessly rubbed his forehead, then looked at Ning Hua and said, "For the next few days, let your solar pig play with it." Ning Hua raised her hand, managing to give an okay gesture, but her face showed no signs of injury, and the same crazy smile as Zhuo Peng indicated that the Shin snake was also in trouble. Hearing the two's exchange of ideas from the rock-armored bear's back, the Shin snake couldn't help but shiver. Hiss. Boss, hurry back. Save me. Zhuo Peng summoned the rock-armored bear back, and then put his arm around Ning Hua's shoulders as they walked out of the training room. The Shin snake cautiously poked its head out and, seeing that there was no one in the training room, let out a small sigh of relief. Following the guidance of its contract, the Shin snake soon found Tang Ze in the resting room. Its snake eyes curiously surveyed the nearly 5-hour countdown by the bathtub and the bruised Tang Ze, and the Shin snake couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Hiss. Thank goodness. Today I'm facing that big fool. Otherwise, the Shin snake glanced sympathetically at Tang Ze, unaware that what it would face tomorrow would be far more terrifying than what Tang Ze had to endure. Chapter 25. Revenge on the spot. 5 hours passed in a blink of an eye, and the alarm clock's noise echoed in the lounge. Tang Ze groggily opened his eyes, feeling the constant pain in his body, and a tear rolled down his cheek. When did school start? Why didn't I know? ISNT, it's still vacation time? Struggling to stand up from the bathtub, Tang Ze looked around in confusion. Why does everything feel so strange? He looked down and was instantly stunned. Where are my clothes? Where are my pants? Stepping out of the bathtub, Tang Ze finally found his clothes under the tub, but looking at the various holes above, he couldn't believe it and rummaged through the lounge for a while. After a moment, he finally confirmed. That's what Pang hadn't left him any clothes at all. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Tang Ze summoned the Xian, Shi, and immediately activated Shadow Stealth. After several minutes, he finally returned to the villa area. No one knew how he got there, and even the shadows, he still felt a strong sense of shame. Meanwhile, Zhuo Peng had no idea the disaster his oversight would bring him today. Back in the villa, after changing clothes, Tang Ze stood in front of the mirror after several futile struggles. Looking at the purple-haired reflection, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Zhuo Peng, I want to graduate until I beat you into a purple sweet potato. At a restaurant outside the school, Zhuo Peng sneezed and rubbed his nose, laughing. It's about time. The junior should be going off now. Are you not afraid he hold a grudge like Jia after you beat him up so badly on the first day? Ning Hua asked quietly from the side. Hearing this, Zhuo Peng recalled those months when he was targeted by Jiang He. Shut up. Zhuo Peng shivered and said, close your crow mouth as they talked. Zhuo Peng's tone turned uncertain. That kid, doesn't he look like someone who would hold a grudge, right? Ning Hua shook his head. Zhuo Peng sighed in relief. That's good. It didn't seem like it before, but now. I think you're in trouble, Ning Hua added. Zhuo Peng. At this moment, Zhuo Peng remembered he was already in his 3rd year and would be on break soon, then into his 4th year. What is there to be afraid of? He didn't even know if he could reach the 4th stage in a year. So he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. Ning Hua nodded in agreement. Tang Ze kept staring at the mirror, and the more he looked, the angrier he became. Just then, a commotion came from outside the villa. He moved to the window, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. You brought this upon yourselves. Since you're looking for trouble, I'll play with you. Tang Ze went downstairs, grabbed some ketchup, and applied it under his eyes. After preparing, he activated Shadow Stealth and blended into the shadows. At the coast, under the leadership of the two from yesterday, a group of over 10 people was searching the area. Summoning the Xian Shi, Tang Ze quickly explained his plan to it. The Xian Shi nodded and charged towards the crowd first. Boss, it's so dark. Why aren't we bringing flashlights? Next moment, Chunpai slapped the back of the head of the man who spoke. Spirit-type beasts are afraid of light. If we bring flashlights, that beast won't show up tonight. Regardless of whether we want to contract it, we must take revenge today. The man who got slapped held his head and thought for a moment, realizing there was some truth to it. So, boss, are you going to contract it? The man asked in confusion. Yeah. This type of beast is top-notch for gathering intelligence or ambushing. Why give up the chance? As soon as Chun Pai finished speaking, the Xianxi's tail wrapped around his left leg. Before Chun Pai could react, the Xianxi pulled his leg and dashed away. The rest of the group watched the odd scene, stunned. After a moment, one of the men pointed at Chun Pai, who was being played with like a windmill. Are we still going over? The others couldn't help but twitch their lips and ran forward together. Boss, we're coming to save you. Hold on. When the crowd got closer, the Xianxi immediately withdrew its tail and left the spot. Boss, are you all right? Just as the crowd helped Chun Pai up, he promptly vomited his dinner all over the ground. Wiping his mouth, Chun Pai pointed around and shouted, "Look for it." Just then, a gasp broke the silence. Chun Lauda is over there. Everyone followed the direction the man pointed. They saw a purple arm slowly emerging from the ground, and as the joint broke the surface, the hand suddenly pressed down. Then a second arm appeared. This time, Tang Ze didn't stick his head out, but controlled his hands to crawl closer to the crowd step by step. What the hell is that? Why is it purple? It looks a bit like a human arm, but the color is clearly wrong. It looks like a lack of oxygen. This realization struck the crowd, leading them to wonder if this wasn't a beast, but a person, and buried alive? The crowd kept discussing, but no one dared to take a step forward. At this moment, Tang Ze was less than 10 meters away from them. The next moment, a purple head, covered in ketchup, blood, suddenly emerged from the ground. Following that, Tang Ze began crawling towards the crowd in an eerie manner. Seeing that the crowd still had no reaction, Tang Ze felt uncertain. Maybe it was time for the Xianxi to make an appearance. At this moment, the Xianxi's tail re-emerged from the ground, sweeping across, causing everyone to sit on the ground. However, for some reason, the crowd showed no reaction. Just as Tang Ze was less than a meter away from them, a scream shattered the silence of the night. A woman in the crowd quickly stood up on all fours and fled into the distance. Her scream snapped the others out of their stupor. A ghost! A ghost! Don't chase me. It was all Chun Pai's idea. You go chase him. Watching the crowd quickly escape, Tang Ze finally let out a sigh of relief. He really hadn't thought about how to finish things once he got closer, but thankfully, at the last moment, they reacted and ran away. After the crowd disappeared from view, Tang Ze emerged from the shadows, brushed off the sand stuck to him, and rubbed the Xianxi's head. Well done. Let us wash up and then go out for a feast. Hiss. However, Tang Ze was unaware that in a villa far away, Jiang He, awakened by the screams, was filming everything with a gloomy expression on her face. When Tang Ze returned to the villa, Jiang He wasted no time and directly uploaded the video to the school forum. The truth behind the latest school legend. It's actually like this. Video. MP4. Chapter 26. Interested in opening a haunted house? As everyone escaped the clutches of Tang Ze and returned to the dormitory, they were met with teasing glances from others in the hallway. So, did Chun Pai catch that strange beast? Or did he get scared back? One person, suppressing laughter, stepped forward and put an arm around Chun Pai's shoulder. Chun Pai frowned. Although what the man said wasn't wrong, saying it in front of so many people was somewhat embarrassing. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? The man quickly raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, yet he maintained a teasing smile. Of course not. I say our Chun Pai could never be scared by a ghost-type beast. Saying this, the man pulled out his phone from his pocket and held it in front of Chun Pai. Come, let me show you a video. As he pressed play, the screen showed Tang Ze rising from the shadows. Doesn't this look like the ghost-type beast you mentioned? And it's a purple sweet potato. Laughter erupted around them. Ha ha ha. A ghost-type beast? Scared to death by a person? If it really were a ghost-type beast, wouldn't they all be scared to death? Ha ha. I feel the same way. They're just too comfortable. If they went into the secret realm to complete some tasks, they wouldn't even lack the courage to fight back. Listening to the unabashed laughter around him, Chun Pai just wanted to find a crack to hide in. Looking ahead at the blocked corridor, he turned and walked downstairs. Hey, where are you going? Don't tell me you're going back for revenge. Don't get scared half to death again. How can you say that? The other side lives in the villa area. Can he beat them? He must be going to play the moral high ground. Ha ha ha. Let us go, let us go. It's showtime. Amidst the commotion, Everyone hurriedly followed Chunpai's footsteps towards the villa area. Before long, they arrived at the villa area, and Chunpai quickly reached the front of the villa where Tang Ze lived, based on the general direction from the video. Knock, knock, knock. Contrary to what everyone imagined, Chunpai clearly seemed to be ready for a fight. TSK, TSK. Chunpai is standing up now. How long do you think he can last? The crowd kept discussing. Something feels off. ISNT Villa number 6 unoccupied since last year? At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke uncertainly. This remark awakened everyone. It does seem like it, but didn't the principal recruit the top student from this year's martial arts exam yesterday? And it seems they live in the villa area? Thinking of this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. The kind that appeared only when they caught wind of gossip. This might get even more interesting if it really is the top martial arts student living here. Hit, hit. Meanwhile, inside the villa, as the knocking continued, Tang Ze thought about opening the door countless times, but in his current state, well, it just wasn't appropriate. Open the door. Are you scared to come out? Do you have the guts to scare people, but not to open the door? Or is it that you, purple sweet potato, can't face anyone? Outside, Chunpai was already impatient and trying to provoke Tang Ze. Hearing the first half of the statement, Tang Ze was puzzled about how they knew unless he had exposed himself. But as the second half came out, his face darkened instantly. Purple sweet potato? Tang Ze's tone carried a hint of disbelief, and the anger that had just dissipated surged back up. He strode forward and opened the door. Upon getting closer, Chunpai noticed that Tang Ze's face was not just about color. It was clearly a trial that a team must go through. But Chunpai quickly snapped back to reality. Tang Ze was only at the early stage of the second level, and even if he joined the Academy's team, he wouldn't be able to beat him now. Why can't I be purple without others commenting on it? Chunpai straightened his slightly hunchback. Up close, he indeed looked more like a purple sweet potato. Tang Ze raised an eyebrow, looking at the crowd who were watching with interest. Huh, then what about you? Just a little trash scared to death? As soon as these words were spoken, Chunpai exploded. When was I scared to death? Then how do you prove you weren't scared? Tang Ze looked at Chunpai with a challenging gaze. For a moment, Chunpai found himself at a loss for words. But soon he realized, why should he prove something that didn't happen? Whether you prove it or not is your business. Dong Shi shrugged. So why are you here? It was you guys who wanted to trap me back then. A moment of confusion flashed in Chunpai's eyes. Yes, why was he here? After being scared away twice by a new student who hadn't even started school, was he really going to seek more humiliation? But now that the arrow was on the string, he had no way to back down. A one-on-one? He, a soon-to-be sophomore, was going to challenge a senior who had just completed a contract? Regardless of the outcome, could he still survive in school? Chunpai's mind raced with strategies, his gaze shifting between the crowd and Tang Ze. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, perhaps the only solution. Though it might be embarrassing, he had already lost face not long ago. So what was there to fear? Gathering his courage, Chunpai blurted out his thought, since you're so talented at scaring people, how about we open a haunted house? As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent, and things began to develop in a completely unexpected direction. Wow. Just a moment ago, it seemed like they were about to fight to the death. And now they're discussing job opportunities? He realizes the consequences of actually fighting today, feels he can't bear the outcome, and is a bit embarrassed to back down. So he said this, right? Too bad the big show is gone. I had my camera ready, and you let me see this? Tang Ze was also momentarily taken aback. But upon hearing the discussions from the crowd, he reacted. Looking at Chunpai, whose eyes held a hint of pleading, Tang Ze raised an eyebrow. Today's incident was indeed his fault. No, it was Left Pang's fault. If he hadn't been beaten up like this, he wouldn't have come out. So indeed it was all Left Pang's fault. Left Pang. 6, I'm not interested. I still want to cultivate. Tang Ze coldly replied, then took a step back and slammed the door shut. Watching the tightly closed door, Chunpai let out a subtle sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I barely got through this. He was genuinely afraid that Tang Ze wouldn't give him a way out and would relentlessly pursue him. If Tang Ze really did that, even if he forcibly left, he would lose face. TCH. Boring. Everyone disperse. The crowd booed, and soon only Chunpai was left standing there in front of the villa. Sean Pai took a deep look at the direction of the door. Then, without hesitation, he walked directly out of the academy. He needed to leave the academy to avoid the spotlight and wait for the storm to pass before finding an opportunity to create trouble for Tang Ze. Chapter 27 Takeout. After a quick cleanup, Tang Ze returned to the beach with his fishing rod to feed the Xian snake. He baited the hook and cast it out, this time deliberately controlling the distance so that the bait landed nearly 200 meters from shore. He waited a little, and over an hour passed. What's going on? Normally, the fish bite aggressively. Tang Ze scratched his head in confusion. However, what he didn't know was that the 200 meters was just the boundary. Ordinary fish were too scared to approach, fearing being eaten, and exotic beasts were also afraid of being ganged up on. But this put the 3 patrolling beast tamers under the sea in a tough spot. So fragrant, I want to eat. Hold your breath. With such a long fishing line above, do you think you won't be pulled up if you dare to fish in the sea? So what if we're pulled up? We all have positions. Can he really kill us? Whether we get killed, I don't know, but if the boss finds out about this, we're doomed. The more I smell, the hungrier I get. Who will take this bait away? Wait a minute. If this is what humans call takeout. Hearing this thought from one of the beast tamers, the others agreed without considering its feasibility. In the next moment, Tang Ze finally felt that familiar tug, but when he tried to reel in, he clearly sensed that the hook was empty. Tang Ze was confused. What is going on? Did it come off? No way. That force just now felt like a solid bite. Just as he was wondering, the familiar tug came again. This time, Tang Ze reacted quickly, but there was still no change. What the hell is this? The line is almost smoking, and you tell me there is nothing on the hook? At this point, Tang Ze was completely bewildered, but it didn't tee in there, the third, fourth, until the 9th time passed before it calmed down for a moment. Just then, the familiar tug came again, and Tang Ze slowly started to reel in. However, the continuous force on the fishing rod seemed to tell him that this time, there was indeed a fish biting. He focused and quickly began to reel in, but when he passed through a certain area, for some reason, no matter how hard he pulled, the hook wouldn't budge an inch. It's still hundreds of meters from shore. How could it be stuck? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Tang Ze felt the force on the rod loosen. Confused, he pulled the hook back to the shore, only to see a fish head still attached to it. A look of surprise crossed Tang Ze's face, quickly followed by a surge of anger. Damn it! But facing this scene, Tang Ze seemed to have no solution. He lifted the fish head and placed it in front of the Xian snake. How about making do with this? The Xian snake stared intently into Tang Ze's eyes, as if trying to see something in them. After a moment, realizing it couldn't discern anything, the Xian snake helplessly opened its mouth and swallowed the fish head. Seeing that the Xian snake had accepted the reality, Tang Ze rolled up his sleeves and cast the bait again. If you're capable, then just don't bite. As soon as the bait hit the water, that familiar force came again. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Ze looked at the pile of fish heads and exploded, directly throwing the fishing rod to the ground. I'm so done with this. The Xian snake looked at the pile of fish heads and howled towards the sky, 200 meters below the shoreline. Hee, turtle brother, your idea is truly brilliant. It's been a while since I've eaten so well. Ha ha. No wonder humans love takeout. Dining on this kind of fish from afar is simply wonderful. If we eat like this, the guy on the shore won't run away. Right? Hee. Anyway, he doesn't know it's us. On one hand, we're not afraid of being reported, and on the other hand, we're full. So if he wants to run, let him. It was now exactly 12 o'clock. The phone alarm went off, and Tang Ze casually pressed the off button, then immediately found the system. If an exotic beast with a special talent is killed by another exotic beast, can the talent still be extracted? Ding. In this situation, the system will make its own judgment. If there are other humans present and other beast tamers intervene, today's talent extraction opportunity will be void and will need to wait for the next day to refresh. Conversely, if there are no other humans present, aside from the host's beasts, all other exotic beasts will not be able to approach the target. Hearing this, Tang Ze let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he heard some good news. Without the previous concerns, he baited the hook again and cast it 300 meters away. After the previous 9 attempts, Tang Ze had figured out that the other party was simply throwing his bait further away, so he decided to take action himself. After waiting a moment, a tremendous force came again. Ding! bestowing special talent, metallization. Target beast rank, peak second rank, higher than host beast rank, initial second rank. Target beast rank remains unchanged. Receiving the system's notification, Tang Ze immediately showed an excited expression. Feeling the struggling power from the other side, he quickly called Xian Snake. Come help. However, perhaps due to the previous fish heads, the Xian Snake seemed uninterested, casually responding before stepping forward to grab the fishing rod. Tang Ze kept reeling in. Although he could feel that something was indeed on the hook, for some reason, the exotic beast hanging on the hook seemed to be swimming toward them. 200 meters away. Why can't we get close to it? This can't possibly be a talent. Moreover, this bloodthirsty shark is only peak second rank. It shouldn't be able to stop us. What do we do now? The smell of blood around here is too strong. This bloodthirsty shark has already entered a berserk state. It won't cause trouble, right? If an exotic beast breaks into our patrol area and hurts someone, we want to have food for a week. Quick, let us move forward. If something really happens, Turtle Brother, you protect that person with your shell. As the target continued to approach, Tang Ze's heart sank deeper. What is going on? Is this fish coming for me? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a fully crimson shark leaped directly out of the water, pouncing straight at Tang Ze. Realizing something was off, Tang Ze released the fishing rod and activated shadow integration. Merging into the surrounding shadows, the bloodthirsty shark missed its attack and immediately turned to bite the Xian Snake. Xian Snake, why are you just standing there? Shadow integration. Seeing the Xian Snake's dazed look, Tang Ze felt exasperated and ordered. Upon receiving the command, the Xian Snake finally snapped out of its stupor. Just as the bloodthirsty shark's sharp teeth were only a few centimeters away from it, the Xian Snake's eyes changed, quickly activating shadow integration, and luckily, the activation had no delay, allowing it to barely evade in the critical moment. Watching the two prey disappear from sight, perhaps due to its bloodthirsty nature, the bloodthirsty shark completely lost its rationality, leaping around and attacking the surroundings, trying to find Tang Ze and the Xian Snake. Oh wow, this snake can do that. It has this talent, which is really life-saving. So do we continue to stay here? Let us watch a little longer. Patrolling every day is boring. And this kind of thing doesn't happen often, does it? True. The bloodthirsty shark has entered a berserk state. It's unlikely to return to the water without killing those two little guys. Chapter 28. Metallization indeed. As the three beasts watching the spectacle in the water said, the bloodthirsty shark kept leaping up by the shore. However, because the shadow cloak could completely blend into the darkness at night, there was not a trace of evidence. By the time the bloodthirsty shark reached its highest point, both the person and the beast had already changed positions. Originally, the bloodthirsty shark was supposed to die from suffocation in its struggles, but the next moment, a layer of metallic sheen unique to metal erupted on its surface. Perhaps this layer of metal isolated it from the surrounding blood scent, and the crimson hue in the shark's pupils gradually faded, followed by a deep sense of fear, a fear that a creature faces in the face of death. The bloodthirsty shark leaped again, but this time it was no longer aimless. Its eyes were filled only with water and the desire to live. Stop it, Xian Snake. Noticing the change in the bloodthirsty shark, Tang Ze immediately spoke up. At the same time, Tang Ze exited the shadow cloak and reached for the fishing rod, pulling it back continuously. Upon receiving the command, Xian Snake transformed into an arrow and swiftly arrived in the path of the bloodthirsty shark. Just as the shark leaped again, Xian Snake emerged from the shadows, raising its tail to strike the shark's abdomen, pushing it back several meters. But that was all. Now, the bloodthirsty shark was completely covered in metal, and Xian Snake's strike had only harmed itself while doing minimal damage to the enemy. However, it seemed that this was the only way to stop the bloodthirsty shark's advance. At that moment, the shark's pupils were once again covered in a bright red hue, and the blood that had been brought ashore, along with the blood that Xian Snake had disdainfully discarded on the fish head, seemed to come alive and floated into the air. Tang Ze frowned, feeling that something big was about to happen. Interrupt it, Xian Snake, Tang Ze urged anxiously. In an instant, Xian Snake conjured nearly 20 water arrows shimmering in the night sky before him. The next moment, 20 water arrows shot out simultaneously, carrying the force of an army, and pierced directly through the bloodthirsty shark's abdomen in the blink of an eye. Fresh blood flowed out from the wound. But in an instant, it began to gather in the air above the bloodthirsty shark, just like other blood, before Snake could continue its attack. The center of that mass of blood exploded as if a C4 bomb had gone off, and the outer layer of blood transformed into countless tiny blood needles that began to indiscriminately rain down on the ground. Snake was caught off guard and instantly suffered several blood holes. Tang Ze, too, was forced to exit the shadow cloak and was pierced by 2 blood needles. Oh no, something's wrong. Why aren't you making a move, Tortoise? Are you out of your mind? Did you just realize where that kid was? You shouldn't find out, right? No, that kid is only at the second stage. He must be a newcomer who likes to fish and doesn't know about these things. Should we make a move? No need. The bloodthirsty shark is left with only a breath. That kid will definitely escape after being pierced by the blood needles. Get ready. Once the bloodthirsty shark is dead, we'll drag its corpse back. Just as the blood explosion ended, the surrounding blood was once again drawn in. Even the blood within Tang Ze and Snake that hadn't flowed out was also being pulled. Tang Ze's face gradually paled, and he ordered again, Snake, aim for its eyes. Condense a shot. As soon as he finished speaking, Snake began to gather a water arrow, while at the same time, Tang Ze merged the water arrows he could currently gather. In a moment, a water arrow as thick as an adult's arm appeared between Tang Ze's hands. Fire! With a command, a large and a small water arrow shot straight toward the bloodthirsty shark's eyes. Perhaps it was due to excessive blood loss that it was too weak to resist. The bloodthirsty shark showed no intention of dodging, but instead accelerated the gathering of blood. Just as the 2 water arrows simultaneously struck the shark's eyes, the mass of blood above was also detonated. Countless blood needles again shot out in all directions, and Tang Ze's pupils contracted slightly. Without hesitation, he turned and crouched down, lowering his head to reduce the area exposed to the attack. Through the contract, Tang Ze could only use one of Snake's special abilities at a time, and since the initial water control arrow had not disappeared, he was currently unable to activate the shadow cloak. Just as Tang Ze gritted his teeth and prepared to take the next hit, a clattering sound suddenly came from behind him. Tang Ze turned in confusion to see a light green, translucent turtle shell that had appeared behind him at some point. The blood needles shooting toward him were entirely blocked by this phantom. He glanced towards Snake, where a turtle shell also blocked its front. At that moment, the 2 water arrows had thoroughly pierced the bloodthirsty shark's head, with the arrowheads emerging from its lower abdomen on both sides. The bloodthirsty shark used its last bit of strength to struggle for a moment before its tail fell weakly to the ground, gradually losing its life. Seeing that the bloodthirsty shark was dead, the 3 beasts in the sea did not take the shark's corpse away, but left directly. After all, Tang Ze was still watching. They had already eaten so much. If they were caught, it would be light if they didn't eat for 3 days. At least they could go fishing in the outer sea, but they were afraid of being locked in the beast space with nothing to eat, no other beasts, and truly facing confinement. As the 3 beasts departed, the turtle shell behind the person and the beast gradually disappeared. Tang Ze stood up in confusion, looking around, trying to find the one who just made a move. No, the beast that made a move. However, after surveying the surroundings for a moment, Tang Ze did not sense the presence of any person or beast. Tang Ze shrugged, since the other party had no intention of revealing themselves. He also had no intention of continuing to search. They would meet naturally when the time came. Tang Ze once again simply condensed a water arrow and stabbed it into the bloodthirsty shark's body. Seeing that the latter indeed showed no reaction, Tang Ze then stepped forward to place his hand on it. Ding! Special talent metallization extraction in progress. 5 minutes later, ding! Special talent metallization extraction successful. Special talent metallization description can transform all items with the user's spiritual energy into metal, rapidly enhancing defense in a short time while isolating certain unfavorable factors from the outside world. Host, Tang Ze, gender, male, age 18, beast rank, early stage 2nd rank, Beast, Xian Snake, special talent to be granted metallization. Beast, Xian Snake, Youth, Bloodline, King level True Dragon 0. Master, Tang Ze, Beast rank, early stage 2nd rank, innate talent. Not awakened granted talents, strength enhancement 30. Speed enhancement 10. Defense enhancement, primary water control 20. Shadow cloak 100. After reading the description, Tang Ze immediately recalled the metallic sheen that had appeared on the bloodthirsty shark's surface and understood the specific effect of this metallization. Hee, Tang Ze sneered inwardly. I want to see if you can still turn me into a purple sweet potato tomorrow. Chapter 29. The IQ of a glutton bestowing metallization upon Xian Snake. Tang Ze slowly raised his hands to gather spiritual energy. In an instant, a layer of silver metallic sheen visibly covered Tang Ze's arms. He looked at his arms and tried to move them. Although they felt a bit stiff, overall, it didn't have much impact. When his hands collided, Tang Ze felt nothing at all. The Xian Snake was ready to strike with all its might. Well, maybe just half. Tang Ze stretched his hands out as much as possible. The Xian Snake tilted its head in confusion, flicked its tongue, and after pondering for a moment, raised its tail to strike at Tang Ze's arm. With a thud, a muffled sound echoed, and a look of surprise appeared on Tang Ze's face. He had thought that even with just half the force, the Xian Snake should be able to cause some pain, but unexpectedly, he felt nothing at all. Suddenly, Tang Ze frowned slightly. A thought flashed through his mind about the last part of the metallization description, which mentioned blocking unfavorable external factors. As soon as this thought occurred, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Could it be? No way. He redirected the remaining spiritual energy in his arms to other areas, causing the metallic sheen to quickly fade, followed by a slight sensation of pain. So it really does block pain. The corners of Tang Ze's mouth twitched. If he were fully metallized and got chopped by someone, he probably wouldn't even notice. The image of the bloodthirsty shark flashed through Tang Ze's mind. When it faced that final blow, it really didn't dodge or evade, so did the previous attacks make it think we couldn't break through its defenses? Taking a deep breath to stabilize his mind, Tang Ze quickly dismissed the incident. Overall, blocking pain was more beneficial than harmful. Xian Snake, try metallizing your tail, Tang Ze said as he moved to the back of the Xian Snake. As soon as he finished speaking, the rear part of the Xian Snake quickly completed metallization. But the next moment, the front part began to twist. Hiss, what is this? So uncomfortable. Tang Ze frowned as the metallized area of the Xian Snake didn't twist with its movement. Disengage. As soon as he heard the word disengage, the Xian Snake eagerly stopped supplying spiritual energy. Tang Ze tried to imagine if the Xian Snake were in the same situation just now. Just a moment of thought made him shiver. Wouldn't that mean breaking its legs? And two at once. This metallization was applied too early. Tang Ze kept staring at the description of metallization in his mind. It had the user's spiritual energy. The next moment, a glimmer flashed in Tang Ze's eyes. The Xian Snake condensed a water arrow and then directly bestowed metallization upon the water arrow. The Xian Snake nodded, and soon, an arrow radiating metallic luster appeared before it. Seeing this, Tang Ze finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, at least there's some other use for it. Reaching out to grab the metal arrow, Tang Ze quickly applied pressure on both ends, and the metal arrow showed no change whatsoever. Tang Ze nodded. The hardness is pretty good. Then, he slightly exerted force and threw the metal arrow towards the corpse of the bloodthirsty shark. With a pop, the metal arrow penetrated the bloodthirsty shark without any obstruction and, from the sound, also broke one of its bones. The power has increased quite a bit. It was known that Tang Ze had not used much force, even though the bloodthirsty shark was already dead. Its physical strength was not something Tang Ze could easily destroy with casual strength. Tang Ze could hardly imagine how powerful a metal arrow would be if the Xian Snake condensed it with all its might. Tang Ze reached out and patted the Xian Snake. Your strength has increased a lot this time. Let's hurry and improve our strength. If there's a chance, I'll just throw that left one in the sack. While Tang Ze was still talking, the Xian Snake's gaze remained fixed on the corpse of the bloodthirsty shark. Go ahead. Tang Ze sighed and supported his forehead. I want to see how you can eat such a big one. The Xian snake flicked its tongue, its gaze lingering on the bloodthirsty shark, and after a moment, seemed to have thought of something and slowly closed its eyes. The next moment, a stream of water began to gather at the Xian snake's tail, continuously changing shape until it formed an arrowhead tightly embedded in the Xian snake's tail. Then, metallization activated. Goodness, Tang Ze was puzzled. Why didn't I know your IQ was this high while eating? The Xian snake opened its eyes and began to whip its tail. Although the metallized part couldn't move, it still had no problem swinging it into the air. Using inertia, the arrowhead neatly cut off a small piece of flesh from the bloodthirsty shark. Tang Ze sighed helplessly. Xian snake, take your time eating. I'm going back to sleep. Hiss, got it. You hurry and leave. The Xian snake casually replied, swallowing the piece of bloodthirsty shark meat it had just cut off. Back in the villa, after changing clothes, Tang Ze sprawled out on the bed in a starfish pose and fell into a deep sleep within a minute. Time flew by to the next day. Tang Ze slept soundly until 10 in the morning. Slowly opening his eyes and looking around, he frowned. Where's the snake? Not back yet. Climbing out of bed, Tang Ze went to the window to look at the spot where he had fished last night. At a glance, he saw the Xian snake sleeping soundly on the head of the bloodthirsty shark, surrounded by a pile of fish bones. Tang Ze stared blankly at the fish carcass that was left with nothing but bones, took a deep breath to calm his mind. Damn, I can't hold back. If I don't kill you, this rebellious beast, my heart won't be stable. Activating shadow stealth, Tang Ze dashed towards the Xian snake along the wall. Leaping out of the shadows, his right leg quickly metallized. With one kick, the Xian snake traced a graceful arc in the air before falling with a splash into the water. Who's attacking you? Snake Grandpa. The Xian snake poked its head out of the water, looking around angrily. When it saw Tang Ze's expression, which was even more exaggerated than its own, the Xian snake instinctively shrank back into the water. Hiss! The Xian snake's tone was filled with innocence, as if asking Tang Ze why he had kicked it, but... Hiss, little Tang Ze, what do you mean? Why did you kick me? I was sleeping so soundly. The Xian snake was sure that Tang Ze wouldn't understand its words, so its seemingly innocent words were completely opposite. One would think Tang Ze was the beast master. What the hell do you mean, Xian snake? Tang Ze angrily pointed at the corpse of the bloodthirsty shark. You left me nothing but a fish head that even you won't eat? Hiss! The Xian snake maintained its innocent tone. You didn't say last night that you were going to leave me something. I did well to leave you a fish head. Why should I save such delicious food for you? Beep. System upgrade complete. New feature beast language translation activated. Chapter 30. The ever-present sixth one. Beep. System upgrade complete. New feature beast language translation activated. System store. Beast language translation. Just in time. I always feel like that little Xian snake has been cursing me. Now, I can finally give it a try. Xian snake, come here. Tang Ze said to the Xian snake in as calm a tone as possible. This is what's going on. Given little Tang Ze's personality, this must be the calm before the storm. Should I just pretend I didn't hear him? Hearing the last words from the Xian snake, Tang Ze's forehead broke out in a few black lines. Xian snake, don't push your luck. Come here, to the training room. Upon hearing that they were going to the training room, the Xian snake knew it could no longer avoid the situation. If it didn't go back now, it would really give Tang Ze a reason to hit it. Hiss, here I come. Every day, it's just nagging, always ordering a snake around. Sigh, my snake life is so hard. Either I'm a free laborer or on my way to becoming one. Despite saying this, the Xian snake showed no signs of dissatisfaction on its face. As it got closer to Tang Ze, the latter couldn't hold back anymore and reached out to grab the Xian snake's head. What do you mean? Tang Ze's hands turned metallic and began to tighten. Free labor? Which of your meals isn't caught by me? Letting you help me with the fishing rod is just providing you with food. Free labor? What have I ever made you do that was excessive? Even during the martial arts exam, the only time you used your full strength was against the blood-eyed silver wolf. And in the end, didn't you still get to eat? I just don't understand how a snake can express emotions and say things that are completely contradictory. From the first sentence, the Xian snake was stunned. What is this? Little Tang Ze can understand what I'm saying. When did this start? Those earlier comments. It's over. It's really over. Doomed. While the Xian snake was still talking to itself, the next second, A sharp pain from its head snapped it back to reality. Little Tang. No, big brother. I was wrong. I was wrong. I just occasionally complain. I really didn't mean to insult you behind your back. The Xian snake hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Ha! Tang Ze sneered, increasing the pressure of his grip. Yeah, you didn't choose to talk behind my back. You're doing it right to my face. No, big brother, listen to my explanation. The Xian snake struggled continuously, but with its head being restrained, it had no chance of escaping. For the next minute, no matter how the Xian snake tried to explain, Tang Ze showed no intention of letting go. Suddenly, the Xian snake remembered what Tang Ze had said earlier. Big brother, I was wrong. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive. Strive to help you take revenge as soon as possible. How does that sound? Seeing that the time was almost up, Tang Ze finally released his grip. Remember what you said? The Xian snake quickly retracted its head. Remembered. Don't worry, that bear is easy to deal with. Within a year, I'll definitely be able to pin it down. Half a year, Tang Ze said with a stern face. Okay, I'll do my best. The Xian snake's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. All right. Tang Ze slapped the snake's body and walked away. The Xian snake slowly peeked its head out, and seeing that Tang Ze seemed to have calmed down, it returned to its usual state and followed. Big brother, when did you start to understand what I said? Huh, Tang Ze sneered. Guess when? Hearing this, the Xian snake quickly turned its gaze to the distance. The weather is nice today. Big brother, shouldn't we go eat first? Why isn't that bloodthirsty shark had enough yet? Tang Ze's expression remained unchanged, but his tone turned a bit colder. Full. I'm full. The Xian snake's tone had a hint of flattery. I was just worried you'd be hungry. Dongsha nodded. Then it's decided. The Xian snake's lunch and dinner will be sold to treat me to a meal outside. No. No way. The Xian snake froze in place. Big brother, you can't play me like this. Dongsha frowned. If you want to eat, then keep up. Hearing this, the Xian snake's expression changed, and it quickly slithered to catch up. After a few minutes, Tang Ze confidently approached and pushed open the training room door. Bang! As soon as the door opened, a tennis ball hit Tang Ze squarely in the face. The tennis ball slowly fell from Tang Ze's face, and his previously improving complexion turned purple again. Welcome back to the training room, junior brother. Zhuo Pang stood behind the door, waving at Tang Ze. Clearly having waited for quite some time, taking a deep breath, Tang Ze bent down slowly to pick up the tennis ball, then infused it with spiritual energy. A whooshing sound followed. Zhuo Pang watched as the tennis ball flew straight towards his abdomen, showing no intention of dodging. Bang! The iron ball struck Zhuo Pang and fell directly to the ground. His pupils widened, and his hands began to tremble. Junior brother, you still want to practice? A glint of satisfaction flashed in Tang Ze's eyes. Next time, I'll try to aim for your face. I hope seniors doesn't dodge. With that, Tang Ze walked directly into the training room. Watching Tang Ze enter, Zhuo Pang shakily left the training room and headed toward a nearby bush, where soon a series of painful groans could be heard. Wasn't that tennis ball something I picked up myself? Why? Why did it turn into iron? Zhuo Pang lay sideways in the bushes, rubbing his abdomen with both hands, his legs flailing helplessly. After resting for a moment, Zhuo Pang finally managed to recover. No, something was very off. It was 9 parts wrong. What kind of monster is this kid? He patted down his disheveled clothes from struggling earlier and nonchalantly walked towards the training room. As he passed the door, he picked up the tennis ball from the ground and squeezed it. No problem. How could a tennis ball hitting the ground make a metallic clanging sound? Zhuo Pang's expression gradually darkened. He really couldn't understand Tang Ze anymore. He had watched the video sent by Jiang last night. If he randomly took a frame from the other recordings, he wouldn't doubt its authenticity. It was simply too bizarre. He genuinely didn't understand why someone could play so dirty. Zhuo Pang glanced at Tang Ze in the corner. If it weren't for GS orders, I absolutely wouldn't come to the training room today. Zhuo Pang's eyes were vacant, looking up at the sky. Yeah, you really are something. You come up with the ideas, and I bear the consequences. Although torturing junior brothers is indeed quite fun, I'm really scared of ghosts, even knowing it's fake. But I can't defend against mental attacks. Chapter 31 System Store. Tang Ze sat down against the wall next to the tennis machine. Closed his eyes and immediately entered his mind. System activated, opening the system store. It instantly appeared in front of Tang Ze. The screen displayed a variety of items neatly arranged, from spirit medicines to various rare bloodlines. Everything was available. Random low-level spirit material, 2 fishing points. Random mid-level spirit material, 8 fishing points. Random high-level spirit material, 32 fishing points. A big question mark unconsciously appeared on Tang Ze's face. Is the system serious? There are even blind boxes? Don't worry. Rest assured, this system will definitely not scam the host. Tang Ze's mouth twitched, directly skipping these 3 blind boxes, continuously scrolling down the list. The top area was filled with spirit medicines and spirit ores that Tang Ze didn't understand. Not looking at this area, he quickly spotted a disposable item. Bloodline copying potion, 50 fishing points. Description: administering to wild exotic beasts can copy the bloodline within them. The product, after copying, can be used to enhance the corresponding beast bloodline. So this means I can start working on enhancing the bloodline concentration of the Xian snake. Tang Ze rubbed his chin repeatedly. After noting the location of the potion in his mind, Tang Ze continued to scroll down the list, searching for items he could currently use. Moments later, an ominous feeling surged in Tang Ze's heart. Without hesitation, he immediately opened his eyes and raised his hand. Bang! The tennis ball was in hand, and Tang Ze's arm immediately went numb. Little junior, you can't let your guard down even at school. At this moment, Peng had completely returned to peak condition, staring at Tang Ze with the same crazy expression as yesterday. Tang Ze nodded in agreement, saying, "As you said, senior." With a throw, the metal tennis ball flew rapidly towards Peng. Right? The moment Tang Ze finished saying right, the metal ball had already reached Peng. However, with the lesson learned from before, everything was still within Peng's expectations. Raising his hand, the metal ball was directly caught by Peng. Little junior, sneaking up on a senior is not a good habit. With the metal ball in hand, Peng quickly exerted force, sending it back on the same path. Boom! The moment the metal ball left his hand, it crashed against the wall behind Tang Ze like a cannonball. Tang Ze turned his head stiffly to look at the cracked wall behind him and couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn, if that power hit me, even full metallization wouldn't save me. Tang Ze smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Okay, senior, understand. Peng nodded. This kid is teachable. Then he went straight to the tennis machine and started it up. Today was the same as usual. Either lie down and go out or ensure not to be hit by the tennis machine within 5 minutes. Dong Shen nodded, focusing his eyes on the serving port of the tennis machine. As the first tennis ball was shot out, its speed increased rapidly. Fortunately, with yesterday's lesson, Tang Ze now could dodge all the tennis balls without activating the shadow shift, as long as Peng didn't attack. 2 minutes passed. Peng raised an eyebrow in surprise and muttered, "Wow, so fast. Just 1 day and your reaction speed can keep up?" At this moment, Tang Ze was constantly weaving through the gaps between the tennis balls, while keeping an eye on Peng. The only threat from the beginning to the end was Peng himself. Seeing this scene, Peng didn't intend to wait any longer, reaching out to intercept the tennis ball and throwing it directly at Tang Ze. Everything was under control. Tang Ze's mouth curved into a slight smile, and at the same time, his palms quickly turned to metal. Bang! The tennis ball was in hand. Tang Ze took the opportunity to give Peng a provocative smile, as if saying, "Seniors, we can't do it." This scene made Peng, who already had a bad temper, explode completely. The next moment, Peng turned into a production line, catching the tennis ball with his left hand, tossing it, and catching it steadily with his right hand before throwing it out again. Bang, 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 bang. As long as the tennis ball was thrown by Peng, most of them would be caught steadily by Tang Ze. Even if there were a small number that were tricky angles, Tang Ze would quickly metallize the impact area to prevent pain from affecting his movements. 3 minutes quickly passed. The tennis machine gradually stopped working, but Peng showed no signs of stopping. He was completely on the offensive. Only when all the tennis balls within a meter of Peng disappeared did he gradually calm down. "Kid," Peng bent down, panting heavily. "What's your situation?" "Yesterday, the area I hit, you couldn't move for a short time, but now Did you turn into Iron Man like that tennis ball? Because of the unstable mentality just now, the last several balls were thrown by Zwapang with all his might, causing his breath to become temporarily unstable. Hey, senior, you do have a bit of brain, but it's a bit late to realize it now. Tang Ze extended his thumb and index finger close together, leaving only a small gap. Zwapang nodded. That's true. I prefer to solve problems with brute force, using my brain. Well, I don't have that. Hearing this, a big question mark suddenly appeared on Tang Ze's forehead. Originally, Tang Ze had planned to provoke Zwapang to get some interest back for what happened yesterday. But unexpectedly, Zwapang directly nodded in agreement with Tang Ze's words. In the end, Tang Ze admired him and gave a thumbs up, thinking that if it were someone else, they would probably either explode or pretend not to hear. Zwapang shrugged. What's the big deal? Our whole team has this habit. We basically deny it, and it's also to better understand each other. After a pause, Zwapang quickly looked around and, seeing no one else, added, except for Jia. She admit it and will only stab you in the back. At that moment, Zwapang suddenly remembered something and quickly came forward, putting an arm around Tang Ze's shoulder. Oh, you better be quiet tonight. You've already woken her up twice. If you weren't a freshman, you'd definitely be lying down today. Huh? Wasn't it just once when you woke her up at 10 o'clock yesterday morning? Tang Ze asked in confusion. Zwapang looked at him strangely, then took out his phone and directly played the video that Jiang he posted last night. Watching the video of himself rubbing the Xian snake's head and saying he'd take it for a meal, Tang Ze fell into deep thought. No wonder those guys knew it was me. It turns out someone was hiding in the distance filming. Although I don't know what happened. I know Jia doing this means you're definitely going to be unlucky, Zwapang said gleefully. Tang Ze nodded in deep agreement. The first time, Jiang he dragged him to the training room under the pretense of enhancing his strength, but actually tortured him in advance. The second time, Chen Pai came to find him in anger. If Chen Pai hadn't reacted at the last moment, he would have likely ended up fighting Chen Pai, although he didn't think he would lose. With this in mind, Tang Ze finally understood why everyone had instantly fled when Jiang he said he had woken her up twice. Chapter 32, Self-inflicted wounds are not to be lived. As the two were chatting, the main door opened again. The sound startled Zwapang, who quickly turned to look. You scared the hell out of me. Lao Hua, you're just in time. Zwapang stepped forward and put his arm around Ning Hua's shoulder, whispering, today's training goal is completed. So boring. How about we move your afternoon training to the morning? Sure. Ning Hua agreed cheerfully, but the next moment he froze in place. What? The junior completed his training goal? Didn't Sister He say he'd only arrive after 10? What's the time now? Zwapang shrugged. What can I do? Sister He's task was for the junior to last 5 minutes, but he already finished. After a pause, Zwapang added, just in time. I want to see you torment that Xian snake. At this moment, Ning Hua was still in shock that Tang Ze had already completed today's goal. How? How did he complete it? It's only been a day. I want to know that too. Zwapang looked at Tang Ze with a monster-like expression. What is that Xian snake? It already has 3 different attributes. 3 different attributes? A look of disbelief crossed Ning Hua's face. Yeah, Zwapang nodded. According to what Sister He said before, there should be 1 for controlling water, 1 for shadow blending, and today, another one that can turn objects into metal. At this moment, feeling the dwindling spiritual energy within him, Tang Ze could no longer hold back and quickly asked, there shouldn't be any more training, right? Zwapang instinctively shook his head, then nodded. You don't have any left, but your beast still does. Hearing the word but, Tang Ze's heart sank. Upon realizing it wasn't about torturing himself, he immediately deactivated his metal transformation. The next moment, a piercing pain struck him, and he couldn't help but gasp. Blood began to flow from the palm of his hand. What the hell? Zwapang's pupils dilated. What is this? Just a moment ago you were fine, and now your palm is shedding flesh? He quickly grabbed Tang Ze's arm and rushed him towards the resting room. Upon entering, Zwapang wasted no time and pressed both of Tang Ze's hands into the bathtub. Instantly, the excruciating pain was magnified countless times and surged into Tang Ze's brain. He didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. The originally clear liquid in the bathtub was visibly being engulfed by a shade of red. At this time, Ning Hua hurriedly followed. What's going on? He was fine just now, and now he is. Not gonna make it? No. Zwapang shook his head helplessly. We'll have to wait until he wakes up to know. What should we do next? Ninghua asked helplessly. From the looks of it, he wants to wake up for a few hours, and that Xian snake is stuck in the beast space and can't come out. Then let's just go. Peng put his arm around Ninghua's shoulder and walked out. I heard there's something outside the school. Let's go take a look today. Then what are we waiting for? Let us run. With that, the two quickly left the training room. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Tang Ze slowly opened his eyes. He instinctively sat up and reached for his temple with his right hand. The next moment, his hand was jolted away as if electrocuted. Ugh, Tang Ze gasped. What the hell? He quickly focused his eyes and looked at his right palm. Seeing the remaining blood, Tang Ze immediately felt unwell. Could those few balls have such power? Tang Ze rapidly recalled the scene from earlier and remembered that Peng seemed to have used all his strength in those last few balls. Great. Self-inflicted wounds are not to be lived, Tang Ze muttered, lightly slapping his face. My head must have been blasted by a cannon. Otherwise, why would I provoke him for no reason? Shaking his head, Tang Ze slowly stood up, swaying as he walked toward the door. As for the blood in the bathtub, he merely glanced at it, and the thought that it was all his own blood sent a chill down his spine. Awake? Peng popped out from behind the door like a sly fox. Yeah, Tang Ze replied dully. I'm leaving now. Upon hearing this, Peng hurriedly stepped forward to block Tang Ze. Where do you think you're going? Stay and watch the show. Watch what? Tang Ze asked, puzzled. Of course. Watch the new team member suffer. Peng replied, as if it were obvious. Tang Ze raised an eyebrow. Is there another new member joining? No. Peng said with a smile. Tang Ze twitched his mouth, suppressing his anger. If you want to see me suffer, at least wait until I rest for a day. Peng waved his hand. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about your snake. Tang Ze froze for a moment. Then his lips uncontrollably curled up. Without further ado, he waved his hand lightly, and the Xian snake crawled out from the bee space, looking quite disgruntled. Boss, it's already afternoon. Why haven't we eaten yet? Tang Ze elbowed the Xian snake's forehead. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. I just finished training, and I haven't eaten yet. You go train with seniors first. Oh, the Xian snake replied dejectedly. Seeing their exchange, Peng frowned in confusion. Junior, can you understand what it says? Without hesitation, Tang Ze shook his head. I can't understand it, but the way it's acting is definitely hungry. The Xian snake looked shocked. Right. You just can't understand anything. A black line appeared on Tang Ze's forehead. But just thinking about what the Xian snake was about to face made the anger in his heart dissipate in an instant. Peng nodded. Yeah, you need at least level 6 to communicate with your beast through a contract. You're only at level 2, so it's indeed impossible. Peng walked up and patted the Xian snake on the head. Come with me. The Xian snake looked at Tang Ze in confusion. After seeing Tang Ze nod, it hurriedly followed Peng. Still want to fight that big guy? With metal transformation. This time I must make a hole in that big guy's back. Hearing the Xian snake's fantasies about the upcoming battle, Tang Ze pressed his finger against his thigh, and the pain instantly suppressed the smile on his lips. Based on Tang Ze's understanding of Jianghe, the orders she gave are definitely not that simple. The beast the Xian snake would face this time would surely be one it couldn't handle yet. Upon arriving at the nearest arena, the Xian snake climbed up eagerly, then looked at Peng with a puzzled expression. Hey, why hasn't that big guy been released yet? As soon as the Xian snake finished speaking, a wave of heat rushed toward it. The Xian snake stiffened and turned its head to see a wild boar, its tusks bared and covered in flames, had appeared on the arena without them noticing. Liang Yang, as I told you before, treat the new team member well. After a pause, Ninghua added, just don't burn it to a crisp. Chapter 33, Boss, this thing eats poop. Got it. Little snake, your pig grandpa is here. Upon hearing this, the Xian snake's expression turned cold. You roasted pig. If you want to say more, say it now, or you won't be able to later. As soon as the words fell, the Xian snake transformed into a shadow and quickly rushed towards the Liang pig. The Liang pig snorted disdainfully twice, and the next moment, the flames around it began to boil, instantly covering the entire arena in fire. Below the stage, Tang Ze shook his head at this scene. It seems he wouldn't be able to see the Xian snake suffer. Huh? A look of doubt appeared on Peng's face. How could that be? The power of the Liang flames is quite terrifying. How could it not deal with the Xian snake? Don't forget that the Xian snake can control water and can metalize. If the Liang pig doesn't have any particularly strong attack methods, it really can't do anything to the Xian snake before its spiritual energy runs out. Tang Ze reminded calmly. Hiss, Peng gasped. The Liang's main attack is group fire. And other than that, it only has slightly more strength than the Xian snake. So you're saying, the Liang can only take hits for the time being? Just as Peng was coming to this realization, the Xian snake had already reached the Liang's front. At this moment, the Xian snake's body was fully metalized, and streams of water were continuously emerging from its outer layer. It moved by sinking the parts of its body that touched the ground into the shadow. The next moment, the water began to gather towards the Xian snake's tail, and in an instant, a meteor hammer shimmering with cold light attached itself to the Xian snake. When it got close enough, the Xian snake directly submerged the front half of its body into the shadow, while the back half remained exposed, continuously swinging the hammer through shadow manipulation. Boom, boom, boom. The meteor hammer kept smashing down, and without other means of attack, the Liang could only dodge the Xian snake's assaults. You old sick snake. Come out if you have the ability. You roasted pig. If you have the ability, don't run. Your snake dad hasn't eaten for a day. Smashing you into meat paste will be easier to digest. Neither side showed any sign of stopping, and in the end, Ning Hua couldn't help but wave his hand to retract the Liang pig and the overwhelming flames on the arena back into the beast space. This ability of the Xian snake really counters my Liang. Ning Hua shook his head helplessly. Better to switch to someone else. Letting them continue like this is completely meaningless. Hearing this, the Xian snake poked its head out from the shadow and kept roaring at Ning Hua. What is meaningless? Quickly return my roasted pig. Tang Ze helplessly facepalmed and waved his hand to retract the Xian snake back into the beast space. He was genuinely afraid that he would uncontrollably laugh out loud if he kept listening. All right, Tang Ze nodded, then I'll head back. After bidding farewell to the two, Tang Ze left the training room and went directly to the villa area. He opened the door and was too lazy to change clothes, kicking off his shoes and directly lying on the sofa. Soon after, he closed his eyes for a moment, and just like that, a day passed. Boss, wake up quickly. It's been a whole day without food. I also want to eat roasted pig. I want to eat fish. I want to eat rice. Little Tang Ze, The next morning, Tang Ze slowly opened his eyes to the Xian snake's weak calls. Dongsha, you're finally awake. Hurry up. I want to eat. I want to eat. Tang Ze's expression darkened. Xian snake. Are you looking for death? How did you hear me? Hee. Tang Ze sneered. Guess why I can't hear you? Guess when I heard you? In the beast space. The Xian snake's body went soft and directly lay on the ground. Boss, I was wrong. Tang Ze glanced at his still aching hands and thought, I'll let you off this time since my hands hurt today. Just don't let me hear those asterisks. Understood, the Xian snake replied seriously. After a pause, the Xian snake cautiously asked, Boss, when are we having a meal? Tang Ze took a deep breath and shouted in his heart, Go away. After saying that, Tang Ze picked up his fishing rod and stood up to walk towards the beach. Arriving at the spot from the night before, Tang Ze waved his hand, and the Xian snake poked its head out to look at Tang Ze. Boss, what do you want me to come out for? Tang Ze suppressed his anger. To fish. Hearing this, the Xian snake's eyes flashed with excitement. Coming. I'll control the rod. Tang Ze activated metallization to cover his hands. Skillfully, he cast the fishing hook 300 meters from the shore. And then Tang Ze directly turned off metallization. A wave of intense pain surged again. Hiss, Tang Ze gasped. Even with metallization, it still hurts this much. Tang Ze instinctively shook his hand. Oh damn, that hurt even more. After a moment of waiting, the system notification finally sounded. Ding. Defense enhancement granted. Realm upgraded to early second stage. Early second stage. Xian snake, you pull it yourself. Tang Ze said casually. Oh. The Xian snake gripped the fishing reel with the edge of its tail and began to reel in. In no time, a sea fish over a meter long was pulled to the shore. With a forceful pull, the sea fish was brought to shore, and the Xian snake immediately activated shadow concealment, instantly appearing next to the sea fish Controlling water and activating metallization simultaneously, the meteor hammer appeared again. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the sea fish's head was instantly embedded in the sand, its body struggling for 2.5 seconds before it fell limply to the ground. As soon as it died, a strange aura began to emanate from the sea fish and spread around. Damn, boss, save me. This thing must have eaten poop. Tang Ze quickly distanced himself a few meters in disgust, but the fish had a talent granted by the system. After a moment of mental preparation, Tang Ze metallized his head to ensure he couldn't smell that strange odor. And only then did he quickly walk over and gently touch the fish's body with the back of his hand. Extracting the talent, Tang Ze disdainfully glanced at the sea fish that was continuously emitting a strange smell and directly kicked it next to the Xian snake. Boss, you can hit me, but don't disgust me. The Xian snake whipped its tail, and the sea fish arced through the air and fell back into the sea. Visibly, that area of the sea water gradually turned light yellow. This color, this thing really ate poop. Tang Ze looked at his hand and the foot that had just kicked the sea fish in disbelief. He raised his other hand and pressed it hard against his thigh. The pain came, barely dispersing the thought of directly chopping off that hand and foot. Once his mood gradually settled, Tang Ze walked towards the distance. Hey, the Xian snake visibly panicked. Boss, aren't we continuing to fish? Tang Ze turned his head and coldly looked at the Xian snake. Go eat that fish from just now, and then continue fishing. The Xian snake shivered. I feel like today, maybe, really isn't suitable for fishing. After retracting the Xian snake into the beast space, Tang Ze returned to the villa and, after several rounds of scrubbing, confirmed that there was no residue on his hands and feet before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Ze was truly afraid that the smell of that fish was like that of a skunk, which would take a long time to dissipate. That would be a huge problem. Chapter 34, Daily Fishing, leaving the villa and enduring the odd gazes from the crowd. Tang Ze went to a restaurant outside the school to indulge in a feast. He then headed to the nearest exotic beast meat market. Approaching a stall, Tang Ze directly asked the owner, "How much is this meat?" First tier, 200 per pound. Second tier, 500. Third tier, 1,000. The prices are supervised by the market, and no haggling is accepted. The meat shop owner replied, without looking up, pointing to a sign nearby. Deng Shen nodded, pondering for a moment, and decided it was unnecessary to be too wasteful. I'll take 40 pounds of first-tier beast meat. Hearing this, the meat shop owner instantly sprang up from his reclining chair, his smile broader than a crescent moon. All right, do you need it delivered? Tang Ze shook his head and pointed to an open area beside the meat shop. Just cut the meat and leave it there. Make sure the weight is accurate. Rest assured, anyone on this street might cheat on the weight, but I won't. The meat shop owner vowed, while secretly adding in his mind, after all, our prices are much higher than those inside. A moment later, chunks of fresh, bloody beast meat were quietly piled beside the meat shop. After placing the last piece on top, the meat shop owner wiped his hands on his clothes, smearing the blood all over. All right, here are the 40 pounds. Tang Ze nodded. The quantity should be sufficient. Even if it was a little short, he was too lazy to weigh it. He took out his phone and scanned over 8,000 yuan, then waved his hand to summon the Xian snake. As soon as its head popped out, a gleam flashed in the Xian snake's eyes. Hey, boss, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Tang Ze's nose twitched slightly. That familiar smell wafted from the Xian snake. Furrowing his brow, he said, hurry and eat. Once you're done, roll back to the beast space. The stench is too strong, and it's overpowering the fish smell. What on earth is it? What on earth? The Xian snake was momentarily stunned, then turned and inhaled sharply, its eyes rolling back as if it might faint from the stench. This thing is too foul. After a moment of lamenting, the Xian snake began to devour the meat. Moments later, as the last piece of beast meat disappeared down its throat, Tang Ze unhesitatingly opened the beast space and recalled the Xian snake. Leaving the exotic beast meat market, Tang Ze took a deep breath of fresh air and began his return to the academy. A few minutes later, he arrived back at the villa area without stopping, heading straight to the beach where he tossed the Xian snake into the sea. Clean yourself up properly, and don't come back until the stench is gone. With that, Tang Ze left without looking back and returned to villa number 6. The Xian snake turned its head to sniff its own smell again, and without the blood odor masking it, It fainted as its eyes rolled back. I take back what I said earlier. This is scarier than poop. It mumbled unconsciously. Back at the villa, Tang Ze opened the system shop to continue the unfinished work from before. After scanning through the last bloodline page, he concluded that only 2 useful items were available. One was the previous bloodline replication potion, and the other was the corresponding exotic beast map. Exotic beast map. 100 fishing points description displays the locations and basic information, including hidden bloodlines of exotic beasts within a radius of 300 meters. How do you obtain these fishing points? Tang Ze asked the system. Ding. Fishing points can be obtained through daily fishing. 1 point for first tier, 3 points for second tier, 6 points for third tier, and 12 points for fourth tier. The first fishing of the day, granted by the system, does not count. Currently, only up to fourth tier is open. After all, host, it's tough for you to catch a third tier fish. Looking at the fact that he hadn't even reached 10 points before third tier, Tang Ze was momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately letting out a helpless sigh. The bloodline replication potion costs 50 fishing points, and the exotic beast map costs 100 fishing points. Even if he kept fishing for second tier, he would have to catch 50 fish. Sitting up from the sofa and shouldering his fishing rod, Tang Ze had no choice but to endure his fear of that fish and return to the beach. Sigh. In the end, I still have to work. With a sigh, he activated his metal transformation, covering his hands, and cast a fishing hook 300 meters from the shore. After waiting for a moment without feeling a bite, he first detected that familiar smell. Boss, why are you back? The Xian snake poked its head out of the water, looking puzzled. In its understanding, Tang Ze wouldn't return to the beach to fish again today. But now, it was unexpectedly proven wrong. Overall, it still needed to ask, as most of the fish would end up in its belly. Tang Ze's pupils contracted, and he raised his hand to conjure a water arrow, shooting it toward the Xian snake. Go wash yourself. Otherwise, I'm really afraid I won't be able to control myself. The Xian snake shrank its neck and dove back into the sea. What's going on? Why is he so angry? Do males also have that time of the month? It wondered as it gradually disappeared into the water. Half an hour later, Tang Ze's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Sigh, he lamented, 1 first tier and 1 second tier. That's only 4 points. So slow. At that moment, the Xian snake confirmed multiple times that there was no unusual smell on its body before returning to the shore. Seeing this, Tang Ze immediately threw the fishing rod to the Xian snake. You fish. I need to recover my spiritual energy. The Xian snake instinctively caught the fishing rod with its tail, then, realizing what was happening, looked at Tang Ze with a face full of frustration. Boss, are you serious? I just got back. Tang Ze casually pointed to the 2 exotic beasts he had just caught, 1 first tier and 1 second tier. I checked them. They're not the trash fish from before. Eat them yourself. Hearing this, the Xian snake's frustrated expression instantly turned serious, and a stream of water erupted from its body, forming a standard salute beside its head. Understood, boss, you can rest assured. Tang Ze nodded and turned to walk back toward the villa. In the villa, he rummaged around and actually found a recliner in the storage room. After exerting some effort to tuck the recliner under his arm, he soon had everything prepared. Tang Ze put on sunglasses and lay back in the recliner, quietly watching the Xian snake busily fishing. Hee, looks like I'm also becoming the supervisor. Tang Ze looked down at his palms. It seemed he still had over 100,000 left. I'll wait for my palms to recover a bit before buying more. Ding. Host Xian snake completed daily fishing, earning 3 fishing points. Not bad. Even while lying down, I earned some fishing points. Just as everything was progressing as Tang Ze expected. Boss, this fish seems a bit like the one from before. The Xian snake lifted the fishing rod, showcasing the struggling sea fish on the hook with uncertainty. Turning to look at the fish on the hook, Tang Ze's pupils continuously contracted, and the next moment, he rolled to the side and lay down. Damn it, if you think it looks like that, just throw it away. Why show it to me? Get out of here, quickly. I can't take the hook off. The Xian snake chuckled, pushing the fish toward Tang Ze. Chapter 35, The Consequences of Greed. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and darkness gradually engulfed the sky. What a great fishing spot. Tang Ze lay on a deck chair, gazing at the distant sea. Boss, here's another one. She pushed a first-tier sea bass in front of Tang Ze. Removing the fish hook from the sea bass's mouth, Tang Ze got up, holding the fish, and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? Boss. She hurriedly stepped forward to block Tang Ze, asking curiously. Going to the cafeteria for a meal. Tang Ze casually replied. After pondering for a moment, Tang Ze added, you need to work hard, fishing, and try to catch enough food for tomorrow. Damn, you really think of me as free labor. Huh, you said you would recover your spiritual energy, and now that you have, you still want to get off that deck chair. Complaining in his heart, she didn't show any signs on his face. All right, I understand. I'll try to catch more. Tang Ze nodded, feeling that she was a promising apprentice. With that, Tang Ze headed straight for the cafeteria. She followed him for a while, and after confirming that Tang Ze had disappeared from view, he tossed the fishing rod and lay down on the deck chair, mimicking Tang Ze's posture. I'm exhausted, and you still want me to keep fishing? This little Tang Ze is truly inhuman. So damn lazy. As Tang Ze entered the cafeteria holding the fish, the cafeteria lady's eyes lit up, completely ignoring the students who were getting their meals, and stepped forward to take the sea bass Tang Ze handed over. Ha, xiao osha ishbek. Wait a moment. I'll handle this fish for you right away. Still making soup like before? Tang Ze nodded, yes, thank you. The students who were getting food looked on in a panic. Auntie, we're not done yet. You're supposed to be working. The cafeteria lady waved her hand impatiently. Go, go, go. Play somewhere else. If you want to get food, do it yourself. Hearing the first half of her sentence, an unnamed anger surged in the hearts of the students. But when they heard the second half, they brightened up and quickly extinguished that anger. Immediately, the others rushed to the window where the cafeteria lady was responsible. Hey, don't push. I was here first. No way. I've been waiting here. You're the one cutting in. What are you guys arguing about? The guy at the front took the bowl of braised pork. Hearing this, everyone froze and turned to look. The student holding the food bowl awkwardly smiled. How about you all? Take a bit. Throw him out first. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone immediately stepped forward to properly place the braised pork, then directly threw this student to the back. You beasts. Damn beasts. I was the first to get food. Leave some for me. The student tried to push back in, but when he finally squeezed to the front, only a few bowls cleaner than his face remained on the serving table. When he realized and looked to the other windows, those lines had already formed long queues again. All that remained was a student who sparked anger due to greed. Watching this scene from the side, Tang Ze picked up his utensils and found an empty spot in the cafeteria to sit down and quietly wait. Among the crowd, a few people looked at Tang Ze and recalled their experiences from a few days ago, hastening their pace to finish their meals. Honestly, there were very few people coming to the cafeteria for extra meals. Normally, those who needed more food would go outside the school. Going to the cafeteria meant preparing ingredients yourself, which was truly troublesome. However, Tang Ze really wasn't too short on ingredients. With such a vast sea, the strange beasts wouldn't care if it was a trap. They would definitely bite the hook if they encountered it. As for why other students didn't choose to fish themselves, the nearby waters had no strange beasts, and being able to cast a fishing hook 300 meters while not having the fishing rod or line break when a strange beast bit was something that could only be achieved with spiritual materials starting from tens of thousands. If they had the money to buy fishing rods, why not just go out to eat? After a brief wait, the students who knew what was about to happen had already left, leaving only some students who had just finished getting their meals and were unaware of the mental assault they were about to face. Soon, a fragrant aroma of fish soup wafted through the air. Wow, it smells great. What is that? It seems it's coming from the kitchen. Everyone looked and saw the cafeteria lady coming out with a serving tray, immediately understanding. No way. Someone is really coming to the cafeteria for extra meals. Couldn't they just eat outside with those ingredients? This person is definitely a schemer. Brothers, get ready. Remember that person-esque face. After we finish eating, let's find a chance to deal with him. Count me in. Hearing the unrestrained discussions around him, Tang Ze raised an eyebrow, and very delightful plans surfaced in his mind. Once the cafeteria lady set the tray down, Tang Ze was the first to serve himself a bowl, and at the same time, infused a bit of spiritual energy into the tray. With everything prepared, Tang Ze stood up and went to get rice. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The third rule of the cafeteria: fighting is not allowed, but revenge with drugs is permitted. Since we can use drugs, then getting a bowl to drink should be fine, right? Immediately, a few people poured their rice onto the tray, then got up and headed straight to the tray to take a bowl of fish soup. Seeing this, everyone had no more hesitation, and by the time Tang Ze returned, there was less than 1/10 left in the tray. Seeing everyone enjoying their soup, a manic expression appeared on Tang Ze's face, similar to that of a lunatic. Metallization, Tang Ze whispered. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, coughing sounds echoed throughout the cafeteria. At first, the others thought they were choking because they drank too quickly, but when a large chunk of strange taste suddenly appeared in their throats, they realized what was happening. What the hell? Is this fish soup poisonous? Why did it suddenly solidify? I didn't choke on a fish bone, but on the fish soup? If I say this, people will laugh me to death. The crowd continued to complain, but Tang Ze paid no attention to it, quickly finishing his meal. As he left the cafeteria, he activated his metallization again. Cough, cough. Why is it coming back again? Didn't I finish drinking? You can still harden? Damn my stomach. The remaining spiritual energy was only enough to maintain metallization for a moment, and once the energy dissipated, Tang Ze felt his muscles and bones relax, sneering as he walked toward the sea. As soon as I leave, you slack off. Xian, you're capable. Moments later, Tang Ze returned to the seaside, looking at the black figure lying on the deck chair. Xian, are you slacking off as soon as I leave? For some reason, seeing Xian, she made Tang Ze feel that this time he definitely wouldn't get his way. Boss, you're back. Xian, she turned excitedly to greet Tang Ze. But Tang Ze saw a glimmer of mischief in Xian's eyes. Boss, you can't say that. I can't untie the fish hook, and I can't put on the bait. How can I fish? After saying this, Xian deliberately flicked his tongue in a provocative manner at Tang Ze. Chapter 36. Here comes another one. What a miscalculation. Tang Ze sighed inwardly. All right. He waved his hand helplessly and continued fishing. In a few days, Ben-Hai Academy would be on break, and he planned to catch more fish and take you to the secret realm to see if he could enhance the bloodline concentration. Enhance the bloodline concentration? What good is that? The Xian snake tilted its head in confusion. Tang Ze shrugged, unable to explain it clearly for the moment. But you will know in the future. The Xian snake nodded and picked up the fishing rod from the ground, pushing the fish hook in front of Tang Ze. Tang Ze baited the hook, and the Xian snake skillfully cast it 300 meters away. Everything proceeded as usual. Before long, it was the next day. Although he hadn't slept all night, the results were evident. A total of 60 fishing points, plus the previous 41 points, just enough to exceed 100 points. Opening the system shop, it didn't take long for Tang Ze to find the exotic beast map. Ding. Do you want to spend 100 fishing points to purchase the exotic beast map? Confirm. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Ze felt a flash in front of him, and in the next moment, a round map unfolded before his eyes. Above was an endless sea, and below, buildings were neatly arranged in a bird's eye view. Scattered red dots appeared on the map, most of them in the academy, with only a dozen in the sea. This doesn't have any news. As Tang Ze thought, the corresponding realm and bloodline information of each red dot appeared on the map. Second tier, Thorn Willow, ordinary level bloodline. Third tier, Dancing Butterfly, excellent level bloodline. Second tier, Snow Fox, legendary level bloodline. Tang Ze was stunned as he looked at the red dot approaching the villa area. Snow Fox? Moments later, his phone rang. Upon answering, Jiang He's voice came through. Xiao Ze, come over, by Qingxue said she has something to find you. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, the taste of monkey wine uncontrollably flashed in Tang Ze's mind. My wine has finally arrived. Without waiting for the Xian snake to react, Tang Ze waved his hand and directly returned the Xian snake to the beast control space, then activated his metallization and ran straight to the villa where Jiang He lived. Arriving by the window, Tang Ze pushed it open and jumped in, startling the two girls who were chatting. Tang Ze, are you sick? Jiang He was the first to react, angrily scolding. Why not use the front door? You have nothing to do, jumping in through the window. Tang Ze scratched his head awkwardly. I was in a hurry. Hearing this, Jiang He's eyes lit up as she turned to Bai Qingxue with a gossiping expression, and then looked back at Tang Ze. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. Tang Ze you. Before Jiang He could finish her sentence, Tang Ze had already reached Bai Qingxue. Where's my monkey wine? As soon as he spoke, Jiang He's expression froze. Bai Qingxue glanced at the stunned Jiang He, covering her mouth and chuckling, as if it was the first time she saw Jiang He at a loss. Bai Qingxue reached out and took off a ring from her right index finger and tossed it. Tang Ze instinctively raised both hands to clap in front of him, catching the space ring while feeling a sharp pain again. He let out a muffled groan and quickly activated metallization. That pile of monkey wine had 500 liters, which is about 1,000 pounds, and as for that space ring, I'll just give it to you. Bai Qingxue spoke generously without noticing anything unusual. At this moment, Jiang He also came back to her senses and turned to look at Tang Ze's palm with raised eyebrows. Recovered? Then let's continue training tomorrow. Hearing this, Tang Ze had a puzzled look. Sister He, I haven't even started school yet. Do you have to torture me like this? Besides, I'm not a beast. How can my recovery speed be so fast? But you have nothing to do. You can pick up things, so why can't you train? Jiang He automatically ignored the first half of his sentence. Did Senior Left not tell you? Tang Ze asked in confusion. At the same time, he clenched his fists together, producing a metallic clinking sound, and a hint of shock flashed in Jiang He's eyes. She really didn't know. Previously, Senior Left hadn't mentioned Tang Ze's metallization, only saying that a layer of flesh had been worn off from his palm. She hadn't paid attention at the time, but now it dawned on her that it was impossible to endure that kind of pain during training. Now she realized that the Xian snake had gained another talent. All right. Jiang He waved her hand helplessly. Then you can rest for a few more days. After responding, Tang Ze paused for a moment and quickly reacted, but I haven't started school yet. It's currently a holiday, and you're taking advantage of me. Jiang He shook her head and pointed at Bai Qingxue beside her. Here comes another one? No, the problem is that it's a holiday. Tang Ze exclaimed anxiously. Jiang He nodded in agreement. Okay, you rest. After school starts, I'll personally accompany you to play. Hearing the first half of her sentence, Tang Ze slightly sighed in relief, but as soon as the second half came out, the breath he had just released was instantly sucked back in. The tragic state of Ning Hua from before involuntarily flashed in Tang Ze's mind. He shivered and quickly waved his hands. No. How can I trouble you? I can go myself. Jiang He nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Since you've already gotten the stuff, you can go back now. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze nodded and immediately turned to dash toward the window. Before Jiang He could stop him, he opened the window, jumped out, and closed it in one smooth motion. Why does he love climbing through windows so much? Jiang He's mouth twitched. Bai Qingxue, who had watched the whole incident unfold, somewhat understood the reason. She had heard some relatives who graduated from Binhai Academy say that Jiang He had changed, and looking at it now, it seemed to be true. Tang Ze seemed to have only arrived a few days ago, and yet had changed so much. She thought to herself, he must have been beaten terribly. However, Bai Qingxue didn't know that Tang Ze had been entirely purple the day before. Leaving Jiang He's villa, Tang Ze returned directly to villa number 6. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he looked at his palm, pondering whether to let it hurt a little longer. But after a moment, Tang Ze gave up on this idea. These are fishing points, not to mention the bloodline replication potion. Even those various spiritual materials required a large number of fishing points. After tidying up a bit, Tang Ze suddenly remembered he hadn't asked how to use the space ring, but after thinking for a moment, it seemed there were only a few ways to use it. The first step was definitely to inject spiritual energy into it, controlling the spiritual energy within his body. The next moment, hundreds of porcelain bottles abruptly appeared in Tang Ze's mind. With a thought, a porcelain bottle flashed and appeared on the table in front of him. Upon opening it, a fragrance that Tang Ze had longed for a long time wafted out. Wow, it's still so fragrant. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ze couldn't help but exclaim. He lifted the porcelain bottle and poured it directly into his mouth, and the fruity flavor immediately burst in his mouth. After downing the entire bottle, Tang Ze let out a satisfied burp. Indeed, this is perfect as a drink. Tang Ze couldn't help but marvel. Chapter 37. This thing will kill the snake if it goes into the stomach. With a thought, the porcelain bottle in Tang Ze's hand instantly disappeared. And at the same time, it reappeared in a corner of his mind. Rubbing his hands, he couldn't help but smile, thinking that going anywhere in the future would feel like a vacation. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ze opened his phone and pinpointed the nearest farmer's market. Minutes later, Tang Ze walked out of the market, satisfied, having gathered all the things he needed after various inquiries. Back at the villa's backyard, he summoned the Xian snake to continue fishing while he set up a barbecue grill over 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Everything was ready. He took out a lounge chair from his spatial ring and now just needed to wait for the Xian snake to catch some fish. After a moment, that familiar figure reappeared, and Tang Ze's mouth twitched as he stepped forward to unhook the fish. Without hesitation, he threw the sea fish into the air and kicked it with a metallic foot. He looked up to confirm the fish landed in the water and clapped his hands to reattach the bait before sitting back in his chair. After waiting a bit longer, this time was finally not some inedible sea fish. He gutted it, scaled it, placed half on the grill to add seasonings, and the other half went directly into the Xian snake's stomach. Half an hour passed, and the aroma of grilled fish began to spread around. The Xian snake couldn't help but be stunned, thinking, it smells pretty good. If I go over and eat the fish now, will I get beaten? Maybe I shouldn't doubt it. The iron fist of love will definitely come down on me. After a moment of thought, the Xian snake resolutely concluded in its heart. But it really does smell good. Just as the Xian snake was lost in thought, it unconsciously loosened its grip on the fishing rod slightly. The next moment, the fishing rod flew forward without any warning. Tang Ze noticed this and immediately panicked, activating his stealth and rushing out. The Xian snake then realized what was happening and hurriedly activated its stealth to chase after him. Moments later, Tang Ze was soaked in seawater, enduring the intense pain in his hands as he barely dragged the fishing rod back. He shot a cold glance at the Xian snake that had just come ashore and began to reel in the line. Oh no, this time if I don't die, I'll at least lose a layer of skin. The Xian snake was still lost in thought about how to escape blame when Tang Ze had already pulled that familiar sea fish from the water. Looking closely at the sea fish in his hand, Tang Ze turned to the Xian snake. At that moment, the Xian snake felt its breath freeze and hurriedly lay down, pleading for mercy. Big brother, don't do this. The thing will kill the snake if it goes into its stomach. A fishing rod costs $1 million, and Tang Ze cherishes it every day. Today, it almost went down the drain because of its negligence. The Xian snake had no doubt that the fish would be shoved down its throat. Just thinking about that smell worse than poop made the Xian snake feel sick to its stomach. Tang Ze sneered and approached, patting the Xian snake's head, reassuring it. Don't worry, I won't make you eat it. You won't die from eating poop, but I have to endure that deadly smell every day. That's just not worth it. After saying that, Tang Ze unhooked the sea fish and threw it with force. Hearing this, the Xian snake breathed a sigh of relief. But soon its heart tightened again. Something's not right. This isn't little Tang Ze's style. Something must go wrong next. Before the Xian snake could react, Tang Ze set the fishing rod aside and walked towards Villa number 6, glancing at the nearby grill as he left. Seeing Tang Ze leave, the Xian snake glanced at the grill, steeling itself. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well try it. As soon as it got close, a burnt smell wafted out, and the Xian snake quickly activated its metallic form to protect its head. What the heck is this? It smelled good before. But what's that smell now? After thinking for a moment, the Xian snake still bit down. What is this? One half tastes great, and the other half has a weird taste. It's really bad. Confirming it was not tasty, the Xian snake lay down nearby and quietly pondered its strategy. Back at the villa, Tang Ze took a quick shower and changed clothes, looking out the window at the now blackened grill. He chuckled. The Xian snake has to eat this fish today, whether it likes it or not. With a cold smile, Tang Ze slowly went downstairs. Moments later. Before the Xian snake could react, Tang Ze activated his metallic form, picked up half of the grilled fish, and charged straight at the Xian snake. Realizing what Tang Ze intended to do, the Xian snake felt a twinge of fear and hurriedly got up to escape. But it was too late. Tang Ze lightly exerted force and leaped, landing directly on the Xian snake. One hand held its mouth open while the other shoved the grilled fish into its mouth. Eat. Quickly eat. I grilled a good fish, and you actually threw my fishing rod away. Now that the fish is burnt, you have to eat it. The crazy expression returned to Tang Ze's face. Moments later, the Xian snake lay powerless on the ground, surrounded by charred bits scattered everywhere. Sure enough, Tang Ze is still that Tang Ze, playing the crazy part to perfection. Tears glistened in the Xian snake's eyes, exhaling a breath of foul air. Tang Ze immediately felt his mind steady a little. He lay back in a lounge chair and took out a bottle of monkey wine from his spatial ring, pouring it directly into his mouth. Moments later, the Xian snake gradually recovered, carefully feeling its abdomen and confirming there was no issue. Only then did it breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fish is different from the previous sea fish. I have to say, if you ignore the weird taste, this grilled fish is actually quite good. The Xian snake sighed in its heart. Picking up the fishing rod, the Xian snake pushed the fishing hook towards Tang Ze. Boss, can you hook some bait? Minutes later, a 1-meter-long sea catfish was pulled out of the water by the Xian snake. Boss, what kind of fish is this? Is it tasty? The Xian snake pushed the sea catfish towards Tang Ze, asking curiously. Hearing this, Tang Ze turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and the frown on his face finally disappeared completely. Huh, not bad, keep it up. This fish is delicious. Tang Ze excitedly patted the Xian snake's head. Safe now, the risk of a second retaliation has completely disappeared. The Xian snake felt the same excitement in its heart, removing the sea catfish. With a series of smooth operations, Tang Ze placed the sea catfish on the grill. Nearly an hour passed, and the strong aroma of grilled sea catfish began to spread around. Ha ha, the junior can't eat alone. The rough voice of Zhuopeng came from a distance. Next came Ning Hua and 2 faint footsteps. A hint of astonishment flashed in Tang Ze's eyes. Why are they here? Looking down at the 1-meter-long, nearly half-meter-wide sea catfish, Tang Ze breathed a slight sigh of relief. Phew, this should be enough to fill us up. Zhuopeng came forward and threw an arm around Tang Ze's shoulder. Junior, what kind of fish is this? It smells so good. I can smell it all the way for Villa number 2. Chapter 38, Can This Wine Really Lower Intelligence? Tang Ze pushed away the hand that Senior Zhuopeng had placed on his shoulder. Senior, you don't expect to just eat without doing any work, do you? My table is still not set up, so I'm bothering you. Zhuopeng patted his chest and assured him, don't worry, I might not be able to do other things. But physical labor is absolutely no problem for me. With that, Zhuopeng turned around and retraced his steps. Moments later, he carried over a round table that Tang Ze felt was somewhat familiar. Wow, Zhuge, do you really have to be this fierce? Isn't that the table from the villa? Ning Hua exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. He had imagined many different scenarios, but never thought that Zhuopeng would simply lift the immovable dining table from the villa. Hee hee. Zhuopeng chuckled. Good dishes naturally deserve a good environment. We have the food, we have the scenery, now we just need a high-end dining table. I don't usually use it anyway. Bang. The dining table was placed down, and after confirming it was set properly, Zhuopeng ran back again. Moments later, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he cautiously returned carrying 5 wooden chairs on his back. He casually placed the wooden chairs beside the table and plopped down on one of them. Junior, how much longer until that fish is ready? Zhuopeng rubbed his belly. The more I smell it, the hungrier I get. Right away, right away, Tang Ze casually replied. After a moment, Tang Ze took out chopsticks from his spatial ring, moved the fish aside, and confirmed it was cooked. He then activated his metallic form, lifted the grill above, and poured the fish into a prepared metal plate. Carefully placing the metal plate on the dining table, Tang Ze looked at the 4 people, puzzled. Why weren't they eating even though everything was ready? Wait. Did you forget to bring chopsticks when you moved the table? Senior Zhuopeng was taken aback. Do I need to bring chopsticks? All right. I didn't bring them. With that, Zhuopeng turned around to head back to the second villa. Tang Ze quickly stepped forward to try to stop him, but it was too late. Zhuopeng was already rushing ahead. TSK. I also have a villa here less than 20 meters away, Tang Ze thought. But Zhuopeng could no longer hear any of that. All he could think about was getting chopsticks to eat the fish. Moments later, Zhuopeng returned holding a basket containing chopsticks and spoons. He quickly distributed the chopsticks and spoons and then raised his hand to grab a piece of fish, putting it into his mouth. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhuopeng's eyes. Junior, your cooking skills are amazing. Without any hesitation, Zhuopeng gave a thumbs up. This flavor is way better than those overpriced and tasteless restaurants outside. Tang Ze shook his head with a hint of a smile, then directly took out 15 bottles of monkey wine from his spatial ring and pushed them in front of several people. Try it. Although the alcohol content is low, the taste is absolutely top-notch. Hearing this, Zhuopeng raised an eyebrow. Junior, you can't speak too highly of it. I've had a lot of wines. It seems that low alcohol content doesn't usually lead to good wine. Tang Ze took a sip from the ceramic bottle. Just try it and you'll know. Intrigued by Tang Ze's riddle-like behavior, Zhuopeng reached out to open the bottle, inhaling the fruity aroma. His eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he tilted the ceramic bottle and drank straight from it. As the fruitiness exploded in his mouth, Zhuopeng quickly stopped wasting it. He placed the ceramic bottle down and excitedly looked at Tang Ze, asking, "Where did you buy this wine, Tang Laudi?" "Issei, Suye. Do you really have to change your attitude this quickly?" Ning Hua teased. "Just a moment ago, you were calling him Junior, and now you're calling him brother because of a bottle of wine?" Zhuopeng turned his head to raise an eyebrow at Ning Hua. "You'll know after you finish drinking." Ning Hua, half convinced, picked up the ceramic bottle, examined it carefully for a moment, then opened the bottle and poured it into his mouth. However, he didn't notice a guilty hand had already grabbed the other 2 bottles of monkey wine. Once he quickly put down the monkey wine, he also showed an excited expression and began to repeat his question. "Tang Laudi, where did you buy this wine?" Zhuopeng took Ning Hua's 2 bottles of monkey wine, pretending nothing had happened, and returned the earlier teasing. "Ning Laudi, you can't do this. Didn't you say I changed my attitude quickly? I feel like you're even faster." The problem isn't that. Ning Hua's gaze was fixed on Tang Ze. "Tang Laudi, quickly tell us how you got this wine. I feel like I'm getting addicted to it." Hearing this, Zhuopeng also reacted, looking at Tang Ze with the same hopeful expression. Faced with the earnest gaze of the two, Tang Ze couldn't help but swallow, starting to doubt whether bringing out the monkey wine was the right decision. I got this wine from the martial arts examination secret realm." After a pause, Tang Ze continued, "If you need more, you might probably have to go to the secret realm and look for the monkey group." "Look for the monkey group?" The two were slightly taken aback. "Isn't that just fruit wine? We've had quite a bit of fruit wine, and this taste can't be said to be similar. It's worlds apart." "Well, we don't know, and we didn't ask. We still have to ask the monkeys for specifics." Hearing this, the two exchanged glances and nodded. "Let us go to the secret realm to find the monkey group and grab some back," Ning Hua suggested. "Let us go to the secret realm to ask the monkeys how they brew it," Zhuopeng added. Ning Hua looked shocked. "Zhuge, I knew you didn't think things through, but I didn't expect you to not have a brain at all." Zhuopeng scratched his head. "What's wrong? I feel like what I said makes sense." Ning Hua raised a finger. "First, you can't understand what they say." He raised 2 fingers. "Second, do you really believe that monkeys know how to brew wine?" Zhuopeng looked confused and nodded. "Why wouldn't I believe it? If they can't brew wine, where did this wine come from? That's wine that the monkey group accidentally made. As for why the taste is different, that's another story," Ning Hua said helplessly. Jiang He looked at the two with a helpless expression, then examined the ceramic bottle in his hand. "Can this wine really lower intelligence?" He opened the bottle, carefully smelled it, and confirmed there was no problem before taking a small sip. The next moment, Jiang He's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he put the ceramic bottle down and quickly took out his phone, typing furiously. "Qingxue, I remember you should have quite a bit over there. Not much is needed. Just a simple 100 pounds will do." He handed the phone to Bai Qingxue. After reading it, Bai Qingxue silently made an okay gesture under the table. Moments later, while Zhuopeng and the others were chatting, they somehow ended up talking about Tang Ze. "Tang Laudi, you happen to have a holiday in a couple of days. How about you come with us to the secret realm? We can show you the specifics of a normal secret realm," Ning Hua said, shifting the conversation to entice Tang Ze. Tang Ze twitched the corner of his mouth, thought for a moment, and decided to agree. After all, he needed to go anyway. This was just 2 free labors delivered to his door. "All right, I'll prepare for the next few days." Tang Ze nodded in agreement. Chapter 39. Mastering psychic pressure. After discussing all the details, The group fell into silence once again. At this moment, Ning Hua was enjoying the pleasure brought by a bottle of monkey wine, but the next second, "Where's my wine?" Ning Hua, with his hands on his head and a panicked expression, exclaimed, "Wasn't it 3 bottles? Why do I only have 1? Peng raised his hand and drank the last drop of monkey wine, saying, "I'm full now, Brother Ning. You take your time to find it. I'm leaving first." With that, Peng didn't hesitate at all, activated his psychic energy, and ran straight into the distance. Seeing this, even Ning Hua, who was usually foolish, could tell it was Peng's doing. "Brother Tang, Hijia, you eat slowly. I'm gonna deal with a certain someone." Ning Hua gritted his teeth and said. He stood up, moved away from the dining table, and was instantly engulfed in flames. "Where do you think you're running? You dog thief!" With a furious shout, Ning Hua quickly chased after Peng. In a moment, his figure gradually disappeared from view. After another 10 minutes, Jiang He and Bai Qingxue had also left. Tang Ze rubbed his stomach and couldn't help but burp. Seeing this, Xianxi knew his opportunity had come and quickly approached, flattering, "Boss, you just sit tight. I'll help you take care of these leftovers." Although Xianxi referred to them as leftovers, about 1/3 of it hadn't been touched at all. Tang Ze raised an eyebrow. He wasn't unaware of Xianxi's intentions, but that was fine. He didn't have to do anything. "Well, if you want to eat, go ahead." Tang Ze waved his hand casually. Upon hearing this, Xianxi no longer hesitated, controlling the water flow to lift the metal plate and began pouring it into his mouth. The taste of the fish and meat hit him immediately, and Xianxi suddenly felt like crying. "This is what humans eat. Before, I was only given some snake food." Tang Ze couldn't help but slap Xianxi on the head, saying, "Aren't you a snake? If I don't give you snake food, what else should I give you? Or do you want to try eating dog food every day from now on?" Hearing Tang Ze's unkind words, Xianxi immediately shook his head. "Dog food? It sounded like food for dogs. How could it compare to my daily feast of fish and meat? Provided I can start eating. Hey, boss, let me hang a bait. I'll continue fishing." Saying this, Xianxi directly pushed the prepared fish hook in front of Tang Ze. Tang Ze hung the bait and casually took a nearby metal piece from the water flow and tossed it into his spatial ring. He then looked back at the dining table, momentarily troubled. "This table. Should I send it back?" After thinking for a moment, Tang Ze directly put it into the spatial ring. Sending it back would just collect dust anyway, and it would be useful since he was going to the secret realm next. As if he had successfully convinced himself with this reasoning, Tang Ze nodded and repeated, "Yes, it's just that it will be useful for the secret realm. It's definitely not because I'm fond of this table." A few hours passed, and he arrived at the fishing point 21. At this moment, Tang Ze's phone rang. Looking at the large characters Jiang He on the screen, Tang Ze's gaze unconsciously shifted to Xianxi not far away. He reached out and pressed the answer button. Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Tang Ze waved to Xianxi and said, "Let us call it a day for now. I'm going to the training room." Xianxi turned to look at Tang Ze with a somewhat ominous gaze, feeling for some reason that today, he probably wouldn't escape disaster. "Hey, boss, tell me honestly, if I really go this time, will I not come back?" Tang Ze's eyes flashed with surprise. "You'll come back, but the probability is high that you'll be lying down when you do." Upon hearing this, Xianxi didn't hesitate at all. He stuck the fishing rod into the sand and quickly fled towards the sea. Tang Ze shook his head helplessly, waved his hand, and a light blue vortex appeared in front of Xianxi, who unexpectedly crashed straight into it. "Ha! With that reaction speed, you still want to run?" He moved forward to retrieve the fishing rod, and without stopping, Tang Ze activated Shadow Cloak and rushed towards the training room. Pushing open the training room door, a gust of cold wind rushed towards him. "What brand of air conditioner is this? It's really cold." Tang Ze shivered and couldn't help but exclaim. As he walked in, he soon found Jiang He and Bai Qingxue in the corner. Looking to the side, Tang Ze's eyes lit up. "No wonder it's so cold. The Frost Wolf brand biological air conditioner and the Snow Fox brand biological air conditioner are both running together. How could it not be cold? Why is this little fox so stupid?" I'll demonstrate one last time. First, compress the psychic energy in your body. Then, finally, after gathering power, spray it out from your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, a A deep blue ray composed entirely of ice crystals shot out from the frost wolf's mouth, hitting a metal target straight ahead. Bang! The target was instantly enveloped in ice crystals. Crack! A muffled sound followed by the crisp sound of metal shattering. You should understand this time, right? The howling moon frost wolf looked at the little one beside him with a helpless expression. Got it. After watching for a moment, Tang Ze stepped forward. Yeah. How long until the howling moon is ready? Jiang turned around, a strange light flashing in her eyes. We can start now. Just summon Xianxi out and stand aside to watch. A look of confusion appeared on Tang Ze's face for a moment, but he still reached out and opened the beast control spatial transmission channel in midair. Boss, you sly one, you were always in front before, but this time you're playing an ambush. She fell straight to the ground. As soon as he landed, several ice walls suddenly appeared around Xianxi, wrapping him up. Your sparring partner has arrived. The howling moon frost wolf continuously emitted tiny, deep blue ice crystals. The snow fox was dumbfounded upon seeing Xianxi. Brother, are you joking? Do you mean for it to be my sparring partner? Xianxi's strange abilities were something the snow fox had witnessed firsthand. It could swipe him away with a single tail. Little fox, don't worry. Just treat it as a metal target. The howling moon frost wolf replied casually. Inside the ice walls, Xianxi, listening to the exchange between the two beasts, felt uneasy. What do you two mean? Did I agree to this? Why should I be the sparring partner? Shut up. The howling moon frost wolf pressed down on Xianxi with psychic energy. You really think that psychic pressure can make me submit? Xianxi sneered and directly activated his metal form. Psychic pressure mainly works by suppressing lower-tier targets, causing them to temporarily lose control over their bodies. An activating metal form not only stabilizes the body, but also isolates some unfavorable external factors. Coincidentally, metal form can effectively block this psychic pressure. A small psychic pressure. I've got it under control. Xianxi manipulated the water flow to condense a hand, bringing his index finger and thumb closer together. I have to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow, and I also need to do blood dialysis in the afternoon, so I'll take a day off. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 40. Practice partner looking at this scene. The howling moon frost wolf curled the corner of its mouth into a cold smile. Did I give you some color? And you open a dying house. Taking a step forward, the howling moon frost wolf quickly leaped over the ice wall and fell into it. Hey, moon brother, I said. I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? The Xian snake kept retreating until it bumped into the ice wall. The howling moon frost wolf kept approaching, a hint of red flashing in its eyes. I believe you, ghost. Before long, the ice wall was filled with the Xian snake's piercing screams. Moments later, the howling moon frost wolf emerged slowly from the ice wall, holding the seemingly powerless Xian snake that hung limply like a thin string. With a casual toss, the Xian snake was thrown beside Jiang. Jiang understood immediately and took out a spirit medicine from the space ring on her right hand, stuffing it into the Xian snake's mouth. A flash of green light passed, and the wounds on the Xian snake began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In no time, all the visible wounds on the Xian snake had healed, but there was still no sign of awakening. I can't see me. I'm dead. Don't look for me. The Xian snake kept muttering in its heart. It was genuinely scared now. If it was just knocked out and could rest, that would be acceptable. But now the development of the situation was completely beyond its expectations. Getting injured, knocked out, and then directly fed medicine. This was truly a case of hitting it until it couldn't be killed anymore. At this moment, the howling moon frost wolf, carefully sensing the changes in the surrounding aura, once again curled its lips into a dangerous arc. Are you sure you little snake won't get up? I don't mind hitting you a few more times. Where can I trouble you, moon brother? The Xian snake widened its eyes and quickly got up from the ground. Isn't it just being a practice partner? I'm quite skilled at it. The howling moon frost wolf nodded and pointed to the corner. Then you go stand over there. Just think of it as training your ability to take hits. The Xian snake nodded helplessly, turning back 3 times as it looked at Tang Ze with a pleading gaze. Seeing the Xian snake's expression, Tang Ze pressed down on his jaw, his body shaking uncontrollably. Xian snake, you can't blame me for not saving you. I can't beat senior sister Jiang. It's precisely because I can't beat senior sister Jiang that I can't save you. so you'd better pray for more blessings. Successfully convincing himself, Tang Ze directed his gaze forward again. At this moment, the snow fox had already started attacking the Xian snake under the guidance of the howling moon frost wolf. Every time the Xian snake tried to dodge the attack, another ice mountain would appear beside it. After several attempts, the Xian snake finally surrendered, going into metallic form and quietly curling up in the corner, drawing circles with its tail. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Crack! A sound of metal breaking came from behind the Xian snake. Did I crack open? The Xian snake froze in place, not moving for a long time, until the second crack sound emerged, finally snapping back to reality. Stop, stop, stop. It's broken, it's broken. It's going to break. The Xian snake quickly turned and shouted towards the back. Hearing this, the snow fox cautiously dispersed the spirit energy that was continuously compressing within its body, while also looking at the howling moon frost wolf beside it. Broken? What broke? The walls here are specially made, and there's no possibility of breaking in decades. The howling moon frost wolf coldly looked at the Xian snake and asked irritably, What the hell, the wall? My back is broken. Saying this, the Xian snake activated its shadow form and dashed straight towards Jiang He. At this moment, the howling moon frost wolf raised its paw and pointed to its right paw. Jiang He immediately reacted, raising her hand to take out another spirit medicine from the space ring, the same one she had given to the Xian snake before. Leaping out from the shadow, the Xian snake directly swallowed the spirit medicine, stiffly turning its head to look at the fractured wound behind. Seeing no signs of recovery, it anxiously exclaimed, Not enough. Hurry up, I'm going to die. Seeing this, a look of confusion appeared on Jiang He's face. But she still took out another spirit medicine from the space ring and stuffed it into the Xian snake's mouth. The Xian snake turned its head again and finally saw that the wound was slowly wriggling at an extremely slow pace. Seeing this, Tang Ze frowned. This speed was completely different from before. It must be because the Xian snake had released its metallic form. The metallic form might restrict the healing of the wound. Hearing this, the Xian snake was stunned, realizing this, and quickly released its metallic form. The next moment, the training wound instantly became a fountain of blood gushing out from its body. Everyone was taken aback, but at the same time, the fractured wound began to heal at an extremely fast speed. In no time, the waist was no longer sore, and the legs were no longer painful. Cough. I digress. In a short period, the wound was completely healed, leaving no trace whatsoever. This thing is quite useful. Saying this, the Xian snake's gaze shifted back to the distant door. As if sensing something was off, the howling moon frost wolf released the ice wall again, trapping it inside. Moon brother, what are you doing again? I didn't do anything. The Xian snake immediately put on a mask of pain and said helplessly, You better not have any other thoughts. The howling moon frost wolf sneered and withdrew the ice wall facing them. With the plan thwarted, the Xian snake could only return to the corner with a face full of helplessness, starting to draw circles again. However, this time the Xian snake was clever. First, it wrapped its back with water currents, then activated its metallic form to turn the water into metal. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Just as the metal shell was barely formed, it was shattered by a blow from the howling moon frost wolf. I said, It's for you to train your ability to take hits. For a moment, the Xian snake could only hide in the corner by itself, feeling sad. Time passed again, and after several breaks, the Xian snake had completely gotten used to it, but in its heart, a seed named revenge had been planted. After tidying up, Tang Ze directly summoned the Xian snake back, said goodbye to the two girls, and walked towards the villa area. As soon as he got close to villa number 6, Tang Ze's expression changed, and he quickly activated his shadow form, retreating swiftly as he rolled to one side. Your reaction is quite fast. No wonder that person could offer such a high reward just to kill a freshman. A man in a black robe quickly stood up from the shadows. Reward for killing me? An assassin? Shibo? Or Johnson? Tang Ze frowned and thought to himself. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ze directly ruled out the possibility of Shibo, since the 4th-tier Mike was captured alive by Jiang He. Shibo shouldn't be sending a 2nd-tier Beastmaster to assassinate him. Are you someone sent by the Johnson family? Tang Ze said coldly. Has no one told you that you talk too much? Dead people don't need to know these things. The man sneered, rushing toward Tang Ze again. Tang Ze frowned slightly and waved his hand to summon the Shin Snake. Chapter 41. Vengeful Spirit Deception. The sparring partner seems pretty good, right? Let the guy in the shadows be your sparring partner. Upon hearing this, Xianxi's pent-up anger from the afternoon erupted in an instant. The metallic shadow control was fully activated, and the mechanical meteor hammer reappeared. Charging straight into the shadows, Xianxi was forced to leave the shadows. But he was already prepared, and the meteor hammer came crashing down. All of you, die at the hands of Snake Master. The man's expression showed no change as he raised his hand, and in the next moment, a massive shadow quickly spread out around him. The meteor hammer struck precisely into it, but did not splash a single drop of water. Seeing this, Tang Ze frowned and activated his own shadow to swiftly join the battle. However, 3 minutes passed, and neither of them could inflict any damage on the man. He sneered disdainfully. You two little things can't pose a threat to me. How can you be so sure we can't defeat you? Tang Ze calmly retorted. Although he hadn't been able to attack the man in these 3 minutes, he had figured out the man's specific ability to evade attacks. Overall, it was quite similar to his shadow, but not quite the same. The shadow-like thing extending from the man's palm was likely some sort of illusion, and he just needed to verify whether his guess was correct. A water arrow began to form under Tang Ze's right palm. Just as the man's fist was about to reach Tang Ze's face, the water arrow hidden beneath Tang Ze's right hand shot out at the same time. The man's pupils constricted. He didn't even have time to use his illusion, and the water arrow had already passed through his body. At the same time, Tang Ze quickly moved forward to meet the man's fist. No unexpected events occurred. It was indeed as Tang Ze had anticipated. The man had no physical form at that moment. Some kind of innate ability of a vengeful spirit. Tang Ze analyzed calmly. Now let me guess where your beast is, or where exactly are you hiding? The man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately charged toward Tang Ze without hesitation. As Tang Ze retreated calmly, he opened the beast map. Vengeful Spirit Deception. Found it. Tang Ze turned and dashed toward Villa number 3 beside him. Upon hearing this, Xianxi also ignored the man's presence and hurriedly followed Tang Ze's footsteps. Seeing his trick exposed, the man cursed under his breath and hastened to follow the vengeful spirit he had created. Turning around the corner, 3 men dressed the same as the previous one were staring intently in this direction. Kid, being arrogant isn't a good thing. Even if you've guessed my ability, you still can't deal with me. As the words fell, the 3 men simultaneously drew daggers from their waists and advanced. Just as the 3 reached them, the shadow of the man also arrived at the same time. Dividing into pairs, Tang Ze dared not act recklessly, and it was understandable why Tang Ze was so cautious. The man's excessive confidence in his abilities made Tang Ze have to be on guard. After multiple evasions, Tang Ze still couldn't determine the difference between the two. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept over the battle on Xianxi's side. The vengeful spirit and the dagger in the man's hand simultaneously pierced into Xianxi, who gritted his teeth against the pain and began to control the shadow to rotate again. 1 person and 1 spirit both retreated simultaneously. But this seemingly ordinary scene made Tang Ze pause. Without hesitation, he enveloped himself in metal and turned to strike, causing a flash of panic in the man's pupils. Instinctively raising his hand, Tang Ze's fist struck directly against the man's arm. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, and the man let out a muffled groan and retreated several steps. Understood. 1 person and 1 spirit can simultaneously create an illusory spirit body, and they can switch positions between the person and the spirit. A cold smile appeared on Tang Ze's lips. I wasn't wrong, was I? Upon hearing this, the man could no longer maintain his previous arrogance. FK, I said, how could there be such good fortune as falling pies from the sky? After a pause, the man regained his previous calm demeanor. But even if you know, what of it? Vengeful Spirit Plan B. As the words fell, the 2 men beside Tang Ze charged straight toward Xianxi. At the same time, the 2 men beside Xianxi increased their attack speed. Even though Xianxi was now fully covered in metal, he couldn't withstand the high-frequency attacks, and in just a moment, the familiar sound of metal breaking echoed again. Hearing that familiar sound, Xianxi's pupils were covered in a shade of crimson. Ha ha! It's broken. Broken again? Ha ha! I want you all to die. Xianxi spoke with a manic tone. At the same time, no one noticed that countless dark clouds were gathering in the sky, with flashes of lightning occasionally visible within the clouds. Boom! As the first clap of thunder sounded, light rain began to fall around them. At this moment, the familiar system's sound echoed again in Tang Ze's mind. Ding! The innate talent of the beast Xian, she is awakening. Please do not disturb. Hearing this, Tang Ze was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what was happening. He glanced at the four men attacking Xian Shi and gritted his teeth, ultimately holding back. However, just then a bolt of lightning struck precisely down onto Xian Shi. The lightning coursed through his body, and Tang Ze was astonished as he looked at his palm. Through the feedback from the contract, he could feel his strength increase by 50. Following that, his speed and defense also increased, and he even felt that his reaction speed had improved slightly. This talent might be a bit terrifying. However, Tang Ze was unaware that even more terrifying events were yet to come. Ha! Kill, kill, kill. You all must die here today. Xianxi spoke again in a frenzied manner. However, even at this moment, the man still did not notice anything unusual. Thinking that the heavens were helping him, he raised his dagger and swiftly stabbed toward Xianxi's vital point. But as soon as it made contact with Xianxi's skin, a metallic clash sounded. Ding! At the same time, the lightning surging within Xian, she seemed to find a release, rushing through the dagger toward the man. By the time the man reacted, it was already too late. The lightning surged into his limbs like a tidal wave, and in an instant, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless due to his ruptured blood vessels. With the man's death, one of the soul shadows also shattered into nothingness at the same time. Seeing his master killed in one blow, the vengeful spirit, Deception, quickly turned to flee the scene. Heaven! Punishment! Xian, she let out a high-pitched sound. Boom! As the words fell, a bolt of lightning accurately struck down on the vengeful spirit, Deception, and when the lightning dissipated, the vengeful spirit also vanished. Chapter 42. Divine Punishment. Tisk, quite arrogant. Tang Ze stroked his chin with a playful expression. The system didn't provide further hints, which meant it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Tang Ze's expression stiffened as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Kill, kill, kill. I want you all dead. Die for me. The low growl of the Xian snake echoed again. As the words fell, the thunder in the clouds began to grow increasingly violent. No, everyone is dead. But it seems like I'm the only one around, right? Tang Ze's mouth twitched as he muttered unconsciously. Just then, a bolt of lightning streaked through the air, striking directly at Tang Ze. Tang Ze's eyes widened as he quickly turned his entire body metallic. Xian snake, you bastard. You dare to bite the master. In an instant, the lightning pierced through Tang Ze's body. Moments later, as the lightning gradually dissipated, Tang Ze's figure reappeared, but he remained motionless. Is this for real? Did some guy just use his ultimate move and crawl back into bed? Damn it. I can still be electrocuted even after turning metallic. Looking at the Xian snake that was closing in on him, Tang Ze quickly gathered his strength, tried to regain control of his body. By the time he regained control, the Xian snake's tail had already reached in front of him. Clang! The sound of intense metal clashing echoed around, and Tang Ze was uncontrollably sent flying backward, barely stopping after crashing into Villa Number 5. Cough, cough. Tang Ze uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. How much longer is this going to last? I don't want to be a target. Ding. Please bear with it. Host. Current progress is at 60. Keep it up. You're the best. System. Thank you. Tang Ze looked gloomily at the Xian snake rushing towards him. He stood up and brushed off the dust on his clothes, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and charged forward at full speed. A person and a snake performed a chase scene under the watchful eyes of the nearby students, with Tang Ze trying to escape and the Xian snake in pursuit. However, the students didn't notice anything unusual to them, although the sky had darkened. There were no signs of thunder or rain. Their performance was merely seen as Tang Ze accidentally angering the Xian snake, resulting in being chased. Although such events were rare, there have been precedents and naturally, not many paid attention. At most, a few brought over small stools to enjoy the show. Isn't that the guy who was playing Ghost earlier? Oh, it does look a bit like him. But that speed doesn't match. That speed is already catching up to a third-tier Beastmaster, right? What a pity. If only Chun-Pai had fought this guy back then, it would have been delightful. Speaking of which, where's Chun-Pai? I haven't seen him for the past few days. With his personality, he would just give up. Not at all. I only heard he moved out of the dorm, but where exactly? That's unknown. Quiet. That beast is about to catch up. At this, everyone's eyes brightened, and they turned to fix their gaze on the two rapidly running figures. Damn, I couldn't move when I turned metallic earlier, but now after being struck by lightning, I'm moving as if my meridians have been unblocked. Why didn't I have this speed before? Tang Ze looked at the Xian snake, which was less than 10 meters away, and couldn't help but feel furious. Ha! All of you die. As the words fell, the Xian snake's speed increased another level. At the same time, a rumble of thunder crossed the night sky, and light rain began to fall. Ding! The host can counterattack now, but can you win? The system's mockery left Tang Ze momentarily speechless. System, I feel you'd be better off as a heartless broadcasting machine. That one do. We've already bound together, and my freedom is gone. If I lose my freedom of speech too, what will happen? Just as the system's words fell, Tang Ze's pupils suddenly contracted as if he had seen something terrifying. The raindrops falling around him seemed to lose gravity and began to float around him. Concentrate. As the words fell, the rainwater began to gather in 2s and 3s, and in no time, over 500 water arrows formed above Tang Ze. Damn! Xian snake, are you trying to create a porcupine? Tang Ze's eyes widened in disbelief. After realizing this, Tang Ze quickly deactivated his metallic form and activated Shadow Step, charging straight ahead. At the same time, hundreds of water arrows began to change direction, and their targets were clearly Tang Ze. Release, the Xian snake said coldly with crimson eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of water arrows pierced through the air simultaneously with a sharp roar. Even with Tang Ze's reaction speed at its limit, he could only evade for a moment before being hit and forced out of the shadow. As soon as the shadow disappeared, Tang Ze activated metallic form again. At the same time, countless clinking sounds rang out, and in no time, several uniform-sized holes appeared on Tang Ze's back. Ha! D. In the next moment, the remaining water arrows began to gather, and soon a water arrow half a meter long and several centimeters wide shot towards Tang Ze's abdomen at high speed. With that width, Tang Ze had no doubt he would likely be cut in half. But Tang Ze slowly smirked. Xian snake, oh Xian snake, have you lost your mind and intelligence? Without hesitation, Tang Ze deactivated his metallic form and activated Shadow Step, speeding forward. In the next second, the large water arrow pierced into the shadow where Tang Ze had been. After being hit, Tang Ze leaped out from the shadow, and the water arrow struck the sandy ground behind him, quickly turning into a puddle absorbed by the sand. As the final blow fell, confusion and bewilderment flashed in the Xian snake's eyes, followed by a moment of helplessness, and then it rolled its eyes and fainted. Oh, it's over? But nothing happened. It just fainted? Not at all. It seems to be so. How boring. Disperse. Even though Tang Ze activated metallic form to withstand the arrow rain at the end, because the water arrows around him were invisible to the spectators, combined with the night and distance, no one could react to what had just happened. Tang Ze twitched his mouth as he looked at the black figure lying on the ground. All right. Playing like this? Fainting right after the fight. How am I supposed to vent my anger? Tang Ze helplessly looked up at the sky, feeling a bit shaken. Forget it. It's already fainted. No matter how I hit it, it wouldn't make much difference. Let's wait for a night. Waving his hand to return the Xian snake to the beast space, Tang Ze directly entered the system page and opened the introduction to Divine Punishment. Innate talent, Divine Punishment, incomplete. Description, after activation, a space is created within 100 meters, and all attributes are immediately increased by 50. Summons a thunderstorm for personal use, but the user will fall into an unconscious state for 2 minutes. Chapter 43. System blind box. Looking at the unconscious state after opening, Tang Ze couldn't help but rub his forehead. It seems that he must open the heavenly punishment before the Xian snake does in the future. As for whether the Xian snake would be struck by it, Tang Ze was not worried at all. He could survive with just one of the Xian snake's abilities, so if he used all three and still couldn't survive, he could always retrieve the Xian snake back to the beast space first. Back at Villa number 6, Tang Ze did not demetalize, but directly went to the bathroom. After a moment, he looked at the image on his phone taken in front of the mirror and sighed. On the phone screen, he could faintly see those dense holes behind him, revealing the bright red organs inside. The benefits of metallization were once again elevated, even though his skin had been damaged. The continuously flowing blood could not seep out even a little. After pondering for a moment, Tang Ze sank his consciousness into his mind. System. What healing elixirs are available in the shop? Tang Ze reached out and searched in the system shop, speaking lightly. Host, I suggest you open blind boxes. The spiritual materials obtained from blind boxes will come with detailed introductions. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze's forehead couldn't help but show several black lines. System. Who did you learn this from? Shouldn't the product description be released along with the product? All explanations are at the discretion of the system. So how many blind boxes do you want to buy, host? The system's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Tang Ze's mouth twitched, and without hesitation, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and he immediately started searching on his phone. Complete list of low-level healing elixirs available for injuries. Search. After pressing search, moments later, Tang Ze locked onto a few healing elixirs, but when he opened the system shop again, if we're talking about business acumen, no system can compare to you. Tang Ze looked at the screen with disdain. He saw that the spiritual material area on the system shop list was completely covered by question marks, with only the 3 blind boxes at the top showing there. You're too kind. It's all for Qian. To give the host more fun. You see, if you draw 10 fishing points worth of spiritual materials and earn 8 points, wouldn't you be happy? There aren't many systems that consider the host like me. Hee. Tang Ze sneered. Then I really thank you. You're welcome. So how many do you want to draw, host? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Ze's eyes opened again, and he took out his phone to ask where the nearest infirmary was. Seeing this, the system finally got anxious. Wait. We can negotiate. How about 10 draws for a guaranteed type of spiritual material, and 20 draws for a guaranteed effect? Tang Ze took a deep breath and said with disdain, You don't know how many fishing points I have right now? Just 28 points, 14 draws. And I can't even reach the 20-point guarantee, and you want me to draw? As he spoke, Tang Ze had already finished dialing the number. Moments later. The call was connected. As soon as the call connected, a noisy shouting and arguing could be heard from the other end. After a moment, the noise gradually decreased, and Pang's voice came through the phone. Hey Tang, is there something you need? Tang Ze was also curious about how lively a place could be to be even noisier than a morning market. It's nothing. I just want to ask where the nearest infirmary to the villa area is. The nearest to the villa area. Pang hesitated for a moment. If I remember correctly, it should be near the training room. Dong Shifront. If he went to the training room in his metallized state, it would take at least half an hour, but with the little spiritual energy left in his body, he would probably bleed out before he even got halfway there. Okay, I got it, thanks, Senior Zwa. After saying that, Tang Ze directly hung up the phone. Resource Circulation Center of the Secret Realm. Though it's called a Resource Circulation Center, it's actually just a night market, except the things sold are different. Inside a wooden house. Pang looked puzzled at the hung-up phone. What's the rush? Zhuge, I found it. Ninghua pushed open the wooden door excitedly. Upon hearing this, Pang's eyes lit up, and he immediately threw the content of the call aside and quickly followed Ninghua. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ze planned to ask Jiang if there were any healing elixirs for the Xian snake to eat in the afternoon. Hey, how about 10 draws? 10 draws with a guaranteed effect of spiritual material? Hearing this, Tang Ze raised an eyebrow slightly. To be honest, he really didn't want to look for Jiang He at this time. If the other party wasn't asleep, that would be fine, but if they were already sound asleep, then he would be in trouble. Now the system taking a step back was already a good result for Tang Ze. But that is 20 fishing points. It might not even take 3 hours to gather 20. In the end, recalling the consequences of waking Jiang, he several times made Tang Ze shiver. feeling the dwindling spiritual energy in his body. He gritted his teeth and purchased 10 random low-level spiritual materials. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 low-level spiritual fruits. With a guaranteed low-level healing grass. Healing grass. Description. Taking it can gradually restore injuries and spiritual energy. Tang Ze looked at the 10 spiritual fruits and the guaranteed healing grass that appeared in his mind and was completely dumbfounded. System, how much did you earn? Tang Ze asked in a daze. Not much, just a mere 10 fishing points. Tang Ze. System, you. Hearing those two words, mere 10 points, Tang Ze immediately broke down, spending 20 fishing points, and the result was that the system earned 10 points. Moments later, feeling the completely depleted spiritual energy in his body, Tang Ze focused his mind and took out the healing grass, stuffing it directly into his mouth. Confirming that his injuries were slowly healing, Tang Ze continued sending telegrams. Host, I've already said this. All explanations belong to the system. It's just that your luck was bad, so you could only get the guaranteed system. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Tang Ze was still sending telegrams, even repeating sentences without any interruption. Seeing that Tang Ze had no intention of stopping, the system finally realized it was in trouble. Host, how about you take a break? I take a break, you hurry up and return my fishing points. Tang Ze continued to point at the screen in front of him and scolded. Oh well. Due to the host's dissatisfaction with this system and the violation of this system's determination to sell blind boxes, this system has decided to compensate the host. Recipe for spiritual fruit wine. And this system promises to help the host brew it for free. The taste is definitely not worse than that monkey wine. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze looked at the floating screen in front of him with suspicion. Something's off. Very off. The system. Just say it. Do you have any other demands? Chapter 44. Physical and mental pleasure. Due to this system's inability to receive external items, the spiritual fruits needed for brewing spiritual fruit wine must be produced by this system. It is said this way, but whether the system truly cannot receive external items, only the system knows. Tang Ze was slightly taken aback, then looked at the page filled with question marks except for the healing spiritual grass. And a big question mark appeared on his face as well. System, why not just tell me to open a blind box? What the hell are you doing? Tang Ze suppressed his anger and spoke up. Okay then. After agreeing, the system repeated the conditions for obtaining the spiritual fruit, adding, due to this system's inability to receive external items, the spiritual fruits needed for brewing spiritual fruit wine must be produced by this system. Currently, the required spiritual fruits can only be obtained randomly from a system store. Tang Ze took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart. All right, how many bottles of spiritual fruit wine can I make with the 10 spiritual fruits I just bought? There are 4 choices. 1 fruit for 1 bottle, 2 fruits for 1 bottle, 5 fruits for 1 bottle, or 10 fruits for 1 bottle. This depends on the host's own preference. Different choices will result in different effects of the spiritual fruit wine. The system paused for a moment to give Tang Ze some time to digest the information. I recommend the host choose 10 fruits for 1 bottle, as it not only tastes better, but the internal spiritual energy it contains also helps the tamer's beasts break through their realms. System, you really are something? A hint of helplessness appeared on Tang Ze's face. I don't have enough wine for myself. And now you want to make a spiritual fruit wine that helps my beasts level up. After a pause, Tang Ze's anger began to boil. Am I really going to work for you every day? Fishing with my eyes open and buying blind boxes with my eyes closed every day? As soon as he finished speaking, a face identical to his appeared on the screen in front of him. After a moment, the system slowly nodded and said, I think this idea is not impossible. Unbeknownst to him, under the system's manipulation, Tang Ze's hair was covered by a layer of green explosion-like virtual image. His face was covered with thick makeup, and a red pattern extended from the corners of his lips to behind his ears. As the last red sphere was placed on his nose, the screen in front of Tang Ze slowly transformed into a mirror. Looking at his current appearance in the mirror, veins popped out on Tang Ze's arms, and he raised his fist to smash it directly, causing the screen to shatter and slowly dissipate. System, however, This time the system did not use its previous methods and let Tang Ze vent his frustration on himself. The next moment, a series of incredibly smooth glass mirrors appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Tang Ze. Seeing this scene, Tang Ze felt a strange sensation. How is this different from pointing at my own nose and cursing? System, leaving one last classic saying, Tang Ze opened his eyes in frustration, reached up to touch his face, confirming that it was just an illusion created by the system, and finally sighed in relief. Looking down at the blood that had flowed out after the previous metallic transformation disappeared, Tang Ze reached back to check his wound, confirming that it had basically healed. He then took a mop from the bathroom and began to clean up the mess. Half an hour later, feeling refreshed after a shower, Tang Ze lightly exerted himself and leaped into the air, landing directly on the bed in a big character pose. But just as he closed his eyes, the experiences of the night kept flashing before his eyes like a PPT presentation. From being struck by lightning to the water, arrows concentrating fire, and finally to the capitalist face of the system. Another hour passed, and blood vessels gradually filled Tang Ze's pupils, projecting his consciousness into the beast-taming space. He saw the culprit sleeping soundly, reigniting the nameless fire in Tang Ze's heart. Moments later, Tang Ze took a piece of hemp rope from the villa's storage room and injected some spiritual energy into it. After a series of operations, the mysterious snake was hung in the living room, head and tail connected. Clapping his hands, Tang Ze looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction, returning to his bedroom. This time Tang Ze fell asleep within 3 minutes. Time flew by, and the next morning, hearing the constant noise coming from the living room, Tang Ze frowned deeply. Sitting up in bed, he impatiently waved his hand towards the living room, and the hemp rope that had been twisting due to the struggling mysterious snake was immediately fixed in place, unable to move an inch no matter how much it struggled. Feeling the hemp rope binding it turn into metal, the mysterious snake hurriedly shouted towards Tang Ze's room. Boss, I know you're awake. Yesterday, you can't blame me. I couldn't control myself at all. Before the mysterious snake finished speaking, Tang Ze got out of bed, picked up a slipper from the ground, and slowly opened the door to walk out. Boss, let me down. Seeing Tang Ze come out of the bedroom, the mysterious snake flashed a look of relief. But the next moment, upon noticing the slipper in Tang Ze's hand, it froze. The next second, before the mysterious snake could react, the slipper in Tang Ze's hand came crashing down on its back. Not intentional. Could it be that you still meant to do this? You rebellious beast. All you think about is devouring your master all day long? Tang Ze kept swinging the slipper in his hand, and he didn't pause for a moment in his speech, feeling the gradually growing burning pain in its back. The mysterious snake hesitated for a moment, but still activated its metallic form. Does the metallic form work? Tang Ze sneered and activated the metallic form on the slipper as well. I want to see whether your back will end up like my hand when the metallic form is released. Boss, this really isn't my fault. I didn't know that heavenly punishment would do this. And you weren't even hurt, right? Let me go and I'll go fishing. How about that? The mysterious snake spoke anxiously. Although it didn't understand why Tang Ze was so obsessed with fishing that he needed it to do so even when its hands were injured. It knew that as long as Tang Ze let it go to fish, this ordeal would be over. However, as soon as the mysterious snake finished speaking, Tang Ze's movements didn't stop. Rather, they sped up considerably. Working is impossible. It's simply not going to happen in this lifetime. Just be a punching bag, Tang Ze said coldly. Seeing that Tang Ze had no intention of letting up, the mysterious snake helplessly looked up at the clean white ceiling. The continuous sound of metal clashing around them, adding a strange filter to the scene. Half an hour later, as Tang Ze's spiritual energy was depleted and the metallic form was released, the slipper in his hand cracked in the middle and fell limply. Taking a few deep breaths, Tang Ze wiped the fine beads of sweat that had emerged on his forehead. Indeed, Taoism doesn't deceive me. After this beating, I feel mentally and physically pleased, and the path to the great Tao feels much closer. This little Tang Ze is really weak. Not as good as that little fox from before. The mysterious snake thought joyfully in its heart. Boss, you finished beating me. Let me down now. Changing its tone, the mysterious snake looked at Tang Ze with a pleading expression. Tang Ze twitched his lips, waved his hand casually, and said, "Free yourself. I'm going to buy a fishing rod." After speaking, Tang Ze turned around and went straight back to his room. Moments later, he was dressed and directly left the house. Chapter 45 Bát Gai Bang. The door was heavily slammed shut by Tang Ze. After waiting for a moment to confirm that Tang Ze had indeed left and there was no possibility of second retaliation, Xianxi's figure flickered and transformed into a shadow that fell to the ground. The instant it landed, it went directly to the door, opened a crack, and slipped outside the villa. Peeking out to see Tang Ze's figure gradually disappearing from view, Xianxi leaped out of the shadow. Profitable. Xianxi recalled the scene from last night when it launched the heavenly punishment attack on Tang Ze. Those few harmless slaps in exchange for last night's lightning and rain arrows. Ha, what a profit! With excitement on its face, Xianxi slowly returned to Villa number 6, and after a moment, walked out carrying the $1 million fishing rod. Food time. A snake is as tough as iron, and rice is as hard as steel. If I don't eat, I'll starve. As it spoke, the taste of the grilled fish it had eaten some time ago flashed in Xianxi's mind. Occasionally eating one just makes me crave more. I need to think of a way to make little Tang Ze willingly grill fish for me. Lost in thought, Xianxi had already arrived at the seaside, set down the fishing rod, and then realized, how could a snake handle this thing? Helpless. It could only lie down quietly and wait for Tang Ze to come back. Little Tang Ze, hurry back. Hungry, so hungry. Half an hour later, Tang Ze walked into the fishing tackle shop where he had previously purchased the fishing rod. The shop owner, who had been lacking enthusiasm due to the absence of customers, felt as if the god of wealth was beckoning him when he saw Tang Ze enter. After all, a big spender who could spend $1 million just for a fishing rod. Cough, cough, such a person was indeed rare. Hey, you're back again. What do you need this time? The shop owner greeted enthusiastically. Tang Ze nodded and asked, "Do you have any recommendations for a fishing rod in the 100,000 range?" Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across the shop owner's face, but he quickly recovered. 100,000 was still a significant amount. "Let me take a look. Just a moment," he said, quickly turning to head to the warehouse. Moments later, the shop owner came out holding a fishing rod that was entirely black. "Hey, this rod is made from Y18 spirit ore, and it won't break unless you encounter a 4th-tier beast. The fishing line is woven from X7 spirit plants. Compatible with the rod. If you want it, it's yours for 150,000. The shop owner pretended to be generous as he handed the rod to Tang Ze. Seeing this, Tang Ze raised an eyebrow and did not reach for the rod. Instead, he crossed his arms and coldly said, 80,000. The shop owner shook his head repeatedly. "No way, at least 14,000. 80,000. Tang Ze's tone did not change at all. No, at least 13,000. The shop owner frowned, insisting. 90,000. At most 90,000. Tang Ze raised his voice slightly. Really can't go lower than 12,000. A pained look flashed in the shop owner's eyes. 10,000. If it gets any more expensive, I want to buy it. Little brother, this is really a small business for us. I wouldn't make any profit at 11,000. The shop owner acted as if he was making a huge decision, turning his head away from the fishing rod after speaking. All right, Dong Shen nodded. The shop owner's face lit up with joy, but the next moment, Tang Ze's voice rang out again. My budget this time is only 100,000. If not, I'll go check other shops. With that, Tang Ze turned to leave. The shop owner was stunned, perhaps because last time, Tang Ze had been so focused on the fishing rod that he hadn't bargained at all, giving the shop owner the impression that Tang Ze was a big spender. Now, this scene was completely outside his expectations. Wait, Tang Ze slightly turned his head. What's wrong? I'll lose a bit, but 10,000 is fine. Let us just consider it making a friend. A pained expression appeared on the shop owner's face. Seeing this, Tang Ze's lips curled up slightly, and he took out his phone to scan the QR code posted on the wall. Moments later, the shop owner's phone received a notification of 10,000 credited. Tang Ze reached out, picked up the fishing rod, and walked out of the tackle shop without looking back. A moment later, the owner glanced outside to confirm Tang Ze had left, and then a smile appeared on his face. Made an extra 5,000. College students are truly college students. Those two materials are abundant in the secret realm. Let me think about what to have for dinner tonight. As he thought, the shop owner recalled something and couldn't help but sigh. If I had known, I should have sold that fishing rod for more when I saw a college student. I could have made an extra 30 or 40,000. The shop owner shook his head helplessly and then continued to ponder his plans for the evening. Half an hour later, back at the entrance of quickly.My Academy, Tang Ze looked at the fishing rod in his hand and felt a sense of loss for some reason. But he quickly brushed off this strange feeling. Looking at Xianxi basking in the sun leisurely, Tang Ze walked up and kicked it without warning. Hey! Before he could finish, Xianxi immediately reacted. Who else would come and kick it besides Tang Ze at school? Turning around to see, it was indeed Tang Ze. A proud expression appeared on Xianxi's face. Huh, as expected of me. I've learned to anticipate now, Xianxi thought excitedly. After a moment of pride, Xianxi quickly changed its expression and got up. Boss, you're back. I can't handle that fishing rod. I didn't mean to slack off. Right. You're right, Tang Ze said, a helpless look appearing on his face. We should be preparing since we'll probably go to the secret realm tomorrow or the day after. Today, let us aim to catch 50 fish. Huh? Xianxi was stunned. 50 fish? Why catch so many? Suddenly, Xianxi's eyes widened and it began to retreat repeatedly. Boss, that was indeed my fault yesterday. But you already punished me this morning. You wouldn't be so cruel as to let me be stuffed to death, would you? Tang Ze glanced at Xianxi helplessly. You have quite the imagination. Since you're afraid of being stuffed, then don't eat today. As he spoke, Tang Ze extended a finger from behind his back. And as the words fell, he slowly retracted that finger. At the same time, Xianxi pounced and lay in front of Tang Ze. No, I shouldn't have doubted your decision, boss. As expected, it never acts like a snake, knowing what not to do yet choosing to do it anyway. The most annoying part is that it admits its mistakes especially quickly, making it impossible to punish. Tang Ze sighed helplessly in his heart. All right, stop pretending. Get up, Tang Ze said, reaching out to prepare the items needed for what was to come. Moments later, as Tang Ze confidently cast the first line, it signaled that today's battle between the fishermen and the beasts had begun once again. Chapter 46. The Competition Ding. Talent Speed Enhancement granted. Target Beast rank has been upgraded to early 2nd rank. Tang Ze gently tugged on the fishing rod in his hand, seeing no movement at all. He helplessly turned to look at the Xian snake. At this moment, the Xian snake had already sensed the pull needed and was controlling its tail to reel in the line. Morning has come. The Xian snake's gaze was fixed on the fishing line extending into the sea in the distance. After a moment, the target came to the shore and began to struggle violently. The Xian snake skillfully activated its shadow form and started to retreat continuously. Soon, a familiar sea fish, etched in both of their memories, was slowly pulled onto the shore. Watching that familiar figure jumping, Tang Ze couldn't help but take a step back. But the system's prompt in his mind reminded him to hurry and approach to extract the talent. Gritting his teeth, Tang Ze began rummaging through his spatial ring. And after a moment, he pulled out a plastic bag he had bought for 30 cents from a vendor who had warmly invited him while he was getting tableware. After metallizing his body, he carefully put the plastic bag on his hand and began to approach cautiously. 5 minutes later, ding! Talent Speed Enhancement Extraction successful. The system's prompt sounded, and Tang Ze quickly removed the fishhook from the sea fish's mouth. Then, with a swift motion, he cast it back into the sea. Tang Ze disdainfully rolled the plastic bag into a ball and stuffed it into the spatial ring. Xian snake. Why is your luck so bad? Every single first cast is this garbage sea fish. Tang Ze looked at the Xian snake with disdain. The Xian snake raised its tail and pointed at itself. Me? My luck is bad? Come on, let us compete. Whoever catches more wins. If you catch that sea fish, it counts as -1. Tang Ze raised an eyebrow and nodded slowly. All right. If you lose, I'll just hang you up and give you a beating. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in the Xian snake's eyes. All right. Don't say just one beating. 10 will be fine. After a pause, the Xian snake continued. But if you lose, you have to grill fish for me for a month. Tang Ze frowned and instantly realized that the Xian snake was well prepared. However, after thinking about it, Tang Ze figured that since the Xian snake was working for him anyway, Grilling fish for it would allow him to rest without feeling guilty, a win-win situation. Okay, Tang Ze nodded in agreement, setting the time for the competition to be the whole day today, ending at 7 in the evening. Good. The Xian snake nodded. A competition that Tang Ze believed he would definitely win began. In his eyes, there was no way he could lose this match, after all. The Xian snake wouldn't bait the hook itself. As long as Tang Ze wanted it, the Xian snake could catch fish with an empty hook. However, it wasn't time to play dirty. He needed to find a fishing spot, and he certainly wouldn't waste the Xian snake's free labor. As long as it wasn't the last moment, Tang Ze still wouldn't choose to play dirty and make the Xian snake stop. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Ze 4, 3 Xian snake. Tang Ze 9, 7 Xian snake. Tang Ze 11-10. As night fell, the Xian snake pulled the sea base off the hook and directly threw it onto the sand behind. Both scores reached 32 points simultaneously. Tang Ze looked at the last 20 minutes, his brow slightly relaxing. No matter whether they caught fish or not in these 20 minutes. At worst, it would end in a tie. The Xian snake slightly turned its head to look at Tang Ze, who showed no intention of helping to bait the hook, and sneered inwardly. After all this time, I still don't know your personality? Do you really think I can't bait the hook myself? The Xian snake used its tail tip to pick out a small lump from a pile of bait nearby, then quickly summoned water to form a bottomless cone in front of it. It activated its metal form to fix the cone into the sand, then stuffed the bait and hook into it and pressed it down with its tail. Hee, boss, you don't really think I don't understand anything? It's just baiting a hook, easy as pie. The Xian snake turned to Tang Ze provocatively. After throwing the bait into the water, the Xian snake closed its eyes, quietly feeling for any movements on the fishing rod. Tang Ze also fell silent, closing his eyes to carefully sense the movements coming from the rod. The Xian snake's operations had given Tang Ze confidence, but now this move exceeded his expectations. Now all Tang Ze could do was hope for an early catch. Meanwhile, he didn't notice that 200 meters from the shore, a Xian armor turtle was slowly swimming towards them. At the moment the 18 minutes were up, both the person and the snake felt a tug on their fishing rod simultaneously. Got it! Got it! Two excited voices rang out at the same time. The person and the snake exchanged glances and focused their attention back on the fishing rods. Watching the countdown with just over a minute left, Tang Ze directly attached the metal form to the fishing rod and began to output power violently. Seeing this, the Xian snake copied him, attaching its metal form to the fishing rod while activating its shadow form to continuously retreat. Just as they were both doing their best to move away from the shoreline, a figure slowly swam by from 200 meters away. Take out. The Xian armor turtle's eyes were fixated on a certain unknown sea fish charging toward it. Seemingly confirming its thoughts, a glint of excitement appeared on the Xian armor turtle's face. After determining the direction, it slowly opened its mouth, waiting for a feeding service. The next moment, as the sea fish swam past it, the Xian armor turtle's mouth snapped shut. On the shore, Tang Ze felt a tremendous force coming in. In the next second, a bad premonition surged in his heart. What? What happened to the fish? Tang Ze turned to the Xian snake, which was still tugging on the fishing rod, and froze. TSK. It seems I'm going to lose. Tang Ze shook his head helplessly, thinking that from now on, he could only grill fish and rest. After a pause, Tang Ze lamented, what a pity. Let me think if there's any way I can justifiably hang you up and give you a beating. Moments later, looking at the fish head hanging on the hook, he revealed a smile that he had anticipated. Boss, you're amazing. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the Xian snake's eyes as it waved the sea catfish on the hook in front of Tang Ze. We've caught more than 60, and this fish head is still the first one we caught today. That can only count as half a fish. I win in the end. Go grill fish for me. Tang Ze pretended to be helpless and nodded. All right, then you continue fishing. Hearing this, the Xian snake was momentarily stunned, puzzled in its heart. This isn't very Tang Ze-like. Why does it feel off? After pondering for a moment and not understanding, the Xian snake directly threw its doubts aside. Who cares about that? As long as there's grilled fish to eat, that's good enough. All right, boss. I want that grilled catfish from before. The Xian snake pushed the sea catfish on the hook to Tang Ze. Tang Ze took the sea catfish and began his grilling endeavors while the Xian snake continued its free fishing venture. Chapter 47 Interrogation. Tang Ze raised his hand and slapped the sea base onto the cutting board, with his right hand grasping in the air. A sharp knife, emitting a cold light, was taken out from his spatial ring. Without hesitation, he plunged the knife into the fish's belly, followed by a pull and a push, and the sea catfish lay open and flat on the cutting board. With the help of the hazy moonlight, the sharp knife in Tang Ze's right hand had somehow transformed into a rectangular kitchen knife. He made quick cuts on the body of the sea catfish, scraping off a layer of transparent, strange slime. This should make it less slippery. Tang Ze nodded in satisfaction. The surface of the sea catfish was covered with a thin layer of a slimy substance, which had caused Tang Ze a lot of trouble last time. Each time he tried to flip it, he either damaged the fish or it fell straight down halfway. With everything ready, Tang Ze waved his hand, and a grill appeared in front of him, already filled with charcoal he had prepared earlier. He reached out and fumbled on the right side of the grill until he found the ignition button. Click! The crisp sound was particularly noticeable in the quiet night, and as the first flicker of flame appeared in the iron rack on the right side, several flames began to emerge from the inner walls of the grill. In no time, the charcoal inside the grill was ignited, and the flames on the inner walls gradually extinguished after Tang Ze let go of his hand. Villa número 2. Zhuge, you can't be reckless this time. Ning hua batetsuo banks solder. Reminding him that they spent a lot of money on this map. Don't let it be like last time, where they were severely injured before they even reached their destination and had to escape in embarrassment. Half a year ago, a team was originally arranged to enter the secret realm in pairs to hone their combat skills. At that time, Zhuopeng and Ning Hua were paired together, and Ning Hua had not yet truly realized the difference between Zhuopeng and a bear. With repeated neglect and the confidence from multiple victories, Zhuopeng found a 5th-tier bear-type beast. It just so happened that Jiang he passed by. They should have already become nutrients for some plant by now. All right, I'll try my best. Zhuopeng nodded with lingering fear, reaching for his chest. The surgery back then had left him with a significant shadow. The resistance brought by the rock-armored bear made him feel the effects of the anesthesia during the surgery. But his body hadn't awakened. At this moment, Ning Hua's gaze inadvertently swept across the distant beach as if he thought of something, and his eyes flashed with a glimmer. Let's go. It seems like Tang is grilling fish again. Let's go and get a meal. Without waiting for Zhuopeng to respond, he headed straight towards the distant firelight. Zhuopeng was taken aback, raised his eyes to the distant firelight, and quickly followed in Ning Hua's footsteps. Tang! We're here to mooch again. Hope you don't mind. Before the two could get close, Zhuopeng's loud voice had already carried over. Turning around to see the two figures running towards him, Tang Ze was momentarily stunned. Then the corners of his mouth lifted into a slight arc hee. How could I refuse? Tang Ze waved his hand towards the two, saying that the dining table from the last time senior's meal was still here, so it could be used. As he spoke, Tang Ze casually waved his hand backward, and the dining table stored in his spatial ring appeared behind him, already set with bowls and chopsticks. After the two sat down, their eyes were fixed on the sizzling sea catfish on the grill. At that moment, the Xian snake, having successfully caught the fish head on the first day, turned around with a gloomy expression. Originally, it intended to ask Tang Ze for a break using the fish thief from the bottom of the water as an excuse, but seeing the two sitting at the table, it froze. It knew that the one-on-one competition between itself and Tang Ze had just ended, and this should be the time for Tang Ze to be the cook. But now it was occupied by Zhuopeng and the others. It understood that if it dared to disturb them now, not only would it miss out on the fish, but it might also get beaten when it returned to the villa at night, although it wouldn't hurt much. But it was afraid that Tang Ze would use this excuse to refuse to fulfill his promise. Upon careful thought, this was indeed something Tang Ze could do. Gritting its teeth, the Xian snake tossed the fish head aside, directly activating its metallic form to wrap its head, curling its body into a ball to sleep. Seeing this, Tang Ze raised his eyebrows in surprise. This time it actually recognized the situation, smelling the aroma wafting through the air and confirming that it was already cooked. He reached out to grab the prepared seasoning and sprinkled it on. Moments later, a plate of grilled catfish, full of color and fragrance, was served on the dining table. Looking at the two who were still staring at him, Tang Ze sighed helplessly, reached out, and grabbed empty-handed. 3 porcelain bottles appeared in his hand, followed by another grab, pushing 6 porcelain bottles in front of the two. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Ning Hua's eyes as he reached out to take the 3 porcelain bottles in front of him. Just as Wupang picked up one of the porcelain bottles to pour wine, an unexpected change occurred. Ning Hua swiftly reached out and directly grabbed the 2 porcelain bottles on the dining table. And in the next moment, the 2 porcelain bottles disappeared without a trace. What the heck? Wupang's pupils dilated, and he reached out to grab Ning Hua's neck, where a green jade pendant swayed with Ning Hua's movements. It seemed like he had anticipated this, and he instantly leaned back, simultaneously extending one hand to support the ground. The attack was dodged, and Wupang stomped his foot on the ground, his body also leaning backward. At that moment, Ning Hua leisurely exerted force, returning to his seat by the table. What the heck? I've been tricked. Bang! Just as Wupang's words fell, the back of a chair made intimate contact with the ground, and the back of his head hit the sandy ground due to inertia. Although it didn't cause any harm, the humiliation was quite strong. Ning Hua, what are you doing? Wupang quickly stood up, brushing off the sand sticking to him, especially the sand that kept falling from the back of his head, even after he had struck it several times. Ning Hua calmly reached out to grab a small wine cup from the spatial jade pendant and filled it for himself, chuckling, I haven't forgotten that you took 2 bottles of monkey wine from me last time. Hearing Ning Hua's calm retort, Wupang was momentarily speechless, but at least we should wait until we're done eating before doing this. How can I eat without wine? Ning Hua maintained a nonchalant attitude, reaching for the porcelain bottle that Wupang had just opened. I'm not leaving this bottle for you either. You could just stand there and condemn me. Upon hearing this, Wupang frowned, his figure flashing as he directly moved forward to snatch the porcelain bottle. You wish. Come on, Tang. Don't mind him. He still has at least 2 bottles of wine stashed in his spatial ring, so there's no issue with having no wine to drink. Ning Hua raised his wine cup to signal Tang Ze. Tang Ze raised his eyebrows, looking at Wupang with a puzzled expression. In contrast, Wupang looked awkward, as if a secret had been exposed. My wine is a collectible. How could I take it out to drink? So what kind of wine is it? Where did it come from? Monkey wine. I got a couple of nights ago. Wupang glanced aside. So who did you get it from? With Ning Hua's last question, Wupang finally became honest, propping up the chair and starting to eat the fish. Chapter 48. The Influence of Jiang, by the way. At this moment, Ning Hua seemed to remember something, swallowed the fish meat in his mouth, and looked at Tang Ze. Brother Tang, do you have anything to do tomorrow? Hearing this, Tang Ze pondered for a moment and then roughly guessed the reason why Ning Hua said this. I do. As long as Sister Jiang doesn't know that my hand is recovered, I still have time. Tang Ze subtly glanced at the distant villa number 7. All right, then let's head to the secret realm directly tomorrow. Ning Hua raised his hand and made a grasping motion, producing a map depicting various exotic beast breeding areas. We searched for this for a long time. As far as we know, this is the only secret realm where the monkey group hasn't been heavily hunted. There might be a chance to find them. Upon hearing this, Wupang frowned. What do you mean, Brother Ning? Ning Hua. He looked at Wupang with a hint of displeasure, unsure of what troubles Wupang was about to stir up again. But the next moment, Wupang clapped his hands and changed the subject. You're wrong. What do you mean by maybe we can find them? With the 3 of us teaming up, we will definitely find them. Ning Hua was slightly taken aback, then helplessly shook his head. Right. We will definitely find them this time. Saying this, Ning Hua raised his wine glass. Let's toast to the success of our journey to the secret realm. Ha ha ha. Cheers. Cheers. Ding. The sound of clinking glasses rang out, and the next moment, the previously excited Wupang froze. He saw that his glass, which was full of monkey wine, had somehow only half left, while Ning Hua's glass, which was half full, was now completely full. While Wupang was in a daze, Ning Hua had already downed the entire glass of monkey wine. Where's my wine? Wupang looked at Ning Hua in confusion, not understanding how his full glass had ended up half empty. What do you mean? I just saw your glass was full. How did it become full again? No way. You drank my wine? Of course not. If the wine in my glass isn't mine, whose is it? That is not right. Pang scratched his head in confusion, thinking that even if it was due to inertia, it should have gone into Brother Tang's glass. Seeing Pang's bewildered expression, Ninghua's lips subtly curled up. Just now, when Ninghua raised his glass, he had focused his attention to the limit. As Pang raised his glass, Ninghua subtly shifted his arm downwards and lightly nudged against Pang's glass. With Pang only focused on exercising his brute strength, he didn't notice the slight difference in force, leading to Pang's confusion. After a moment of daze, waiting for his brain to reboot, Pang finally realized. Why bother getting hung up on how the wine ended up in Ninghua's glass? He just needed to know that Ninghua drank his wine. Ninghua, you tricked me again. Pang raised his hand to grab Ninghua's neck. The outcome was no different. Pang's speed couldn't even touch Ninghua at all. Under the antics of these two clowns, this gathering could be considered a complete success. This also highlighted Jiang He's terrifying presence. The last time Jiang He was around, the two of them were like quail, solely focused on eating fish. As soon as the wine was finished, Pang seized the opportunity to leave. Now that Jiang He was not around, as soon as the wine was finished, Pang didn't hesitate and went back to Villa number 2, directly moving the refrigerator over. As expected, the refrigerator was filled with nothing but wine. Over the course of more than 2 hours, they spent over an hour in playful banter. We're leaving. Brother Tang, get some rest early. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. After waving goodbye to Tang Ze, Pang and the others staggered away, each holding a bottle of green wine. Tang Ze also waved at the two, and as their figures gradually disappeared into the darkness, he slowly raised his right hand. Moments later, a water arrow appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The sound of slicing through the air was heard as the water arrow pierced directly into the back of the Shin snake. But even as blood slowly flowed from the wound, the Shin snake merely raised its tail and lightly scratched it, showing no signs of waking up. Tang Ze twitched his mouth. He truly couldn't understand when the Shin snake became so resilient. Leaving aside everything else, its pain tolerance was indeed unparalleled among exotic beasts. It could still sleep with a bloody hole in its body while also scratching its tail. The next moment, as Tang Ze extended his palm, a faint blue light began to expand beneath the Shin snake. In just a moment, a whirlpool appeared beneath it. Under Tang Ze's intentional control, as soon as the Shin snake returned to the Beastmaster space, it fell straight into the water. Feeling the torrent of water rushing into its mouth, the Shin snake woke up instantly. But before it could react, the faint blue whirlpool appeared beneath it once more. What the hell? Boss, are you doing this again? Before the Shin snake could finish its last few words, it fell from the air back into the sea. A moment later, the Shin snake crawled out of the water with a resentful expression, looking as if it were someone's girlfriend testing whether her boyfriend would save her if she fell into the water, and the result was naturally negative. Boss, what is wrong with you? I was having such a good sleep. Tang Ze pointed to the half-grilled catfish on the table behind. Clean that up. Hearing this, the Shin snake's eyes lit up as it realized that Pang and the others had already left. Finally, you three are done. Tang Ze rolled his eyes and grabbed the fish bones, simultaneously taking out a kitchen knife from a space ring. Moments later, half of the boneless meat was left in the metal basin. Woo woo woo. Boss, you're too good to me. Watching Tang Ze deb one the fish, the Shin snake for a moment felt a sense of home from him. But this would always be an illusion. Quickly, get rid of the fish bones. After eating, we'll go fishing and stay up all night. Tang Ze said coldly. The Shin snake's face fell. Even though it was reluctant, it didn't want to give up on this plate of fish meat. It moved forward, using its tail to lift the metal plate, and poured it directly into its mouth. Feeling the lingering taste in its mouth, the Shin snake flicked its tongue, a bit unsatisfied. By the way, at this moment, the Shin snake suddenly remembered the result of the competition during the day. I can fish, but you have to help me grill the fish. All right, Tang Ze nodded. You go ahead, then I'll go sleep. Halfway through, the Shin snake suddenly froze. According to its assumption, Tang Ze should have directly refused, and it could use this excuse to go back to rest. But it didn't expect Tang Ze to agree so readily. Huh? Boss, are you serious? The Shin snake looked at Tang Ze in disbelief. Yes. Tang Ze nodded. Chapter 49. If you don't want her tail, just give me extra food. At this moment, two small snakes in the mind of the Xian snake began to entangle and bite each other. One represented its craving for grilled fish, while the other was its understanding of Lao Lu Tang Ze. It knew that Tang Ze would not be so kind as to waste his sleeping time to help it grill fish. That was absolutely impossible. But in the end, the craving for grilled fish prevailed. Boss, I want another one of that. What was it? Seems like a sea catfish. The Xian snake looked at Tang Ze with an eager expression. All right, Tang Ze nodded, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Even though the Xian snake guessed that there might be some issues with that smile, it didn't care at all now. As long as there's grilled fish to eat, being beaten doesn't matter. It's not like I haven't been beaten before. The Xian snake comforted itself in its heart. To it, the worst-case scenario with Tang Ze was just being beaten, and as for the reduction of meals due to the beasts in the sea that it feared, it could just find an opportunity to steal the fishing rod. As Tang Ze began to handle the sea catfish, the Xian snake still felt a bit unreal. But now was not the time to question whether it was real. It needed to start fishing and quietly wait for Tang Ze to finish grilling the fish. Thinking of this, the Xian snake felt a surge of power throughout its body. After attaching the bait, the Xian snake began its journey as free labor once again. By the grill, Tang Ze was handling the sea catfish, but his mind was helplessly focused on the fishing point of 91. He really wanted to go to sleep, but the fact that he was just 9 points away from being able to buy 2 bottles of bloodline replication potions kept him awake. The opportunity to go into the secret realm after school would definitely decrease significantly, and now that he had the chance to complete 2 upgrades for the Xian snake's bloodline, Tang Ze naturally wanted to give a try. Of course, he said he would work hard himself, but in reality, that would depend on the Xian snake to take responsibility for itself. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Smelling the unique aroma of grilled fish behind him, the Xian snake felt an endless surge of power pouring out from within. Just then, a tremendous force suddenly yanked the fishing rod from its tail, and thanks to previous experience, the Xian snake instinctively opened its mouth and bit down on the fishing rod that was flying forward. But even though the fishing rod was firmly secured in the Xian snake's mouth, the beast on the hook continued to pull its body toward the sea. Sensing something was wrong, the Xian snake quickly concentrated and shot a water arrow toward Tang Ze from its tail. Whoosh! The sound of wind broke as the water arrow brushed past Tang Ze's forehead, a tuft of black hair silently falling. With his gaze fixed on the slowly falling hair, Tang Ze stiffly turned to look at the location of the Xian snake. But seeing the shadow that had already touched the seawater, Tang Ze immediately reacted, casually tossing the already grilled sea catfish onto the dining table. He then stepped forward, activating Shadow Shift, transforming into a shadow. He quickly reached the side of the Xian snake and grabbed the fishing rod, pulling back with all his might. Feeling the fishing rod still moving toward the water, Tang Ze gritted his teeth and sent his consciousness into his mind. System. He summoned his personal panel and opened the beast section for the Xian snake. He then directly added all the enhancement points gained during this time to strength. Beast Master, Xian Snake Youth, Master, Tang Ze Beast Rank, Early Stage 2, Innate Talent. Unawakened Granted Talents, Strength Enhancement, 50, Speed Enhancement, 10, Defense Enhancement, Primary Water Control, 20. Shadow Shift, 100. At the moment the Strength Enhancement was completed, the Xian Snake immediately sensed the abnormality, feeling at least a 15 increase in power. Shadow Shift's metallic state was activated at the same time. Tug-of-war mode activated. The Xian snake emitted a few barely recognizable syllables from its mouth. The next moment, as the Xian snake began to exert force, both the person and the snake quickly reached the shore. At this time, the creature in the water seemed to be provoked by their actions, and the force coming from the fishing rod intensified once again. Feeling the shifting sand beneath his feet, Tang Ze was forced to deactivate the metallic state and activate Shadow Shift, using the most stable power to counter the beast in the water. However, even though both the person and the snake had now exerted their full strength, they could only maintain a delicate balance with the creature on the other side. This tug-of-war seemed to have turned into a battle of endurance. Damn, a third rank. Tang Ze gritted his teeth and muttered, Boss, why don't we let go? I can already feel the power in my body constantly draining. This fishing rod is worth $1 million. If you dare to let go, I will make sure you stay in the beast space for 7 days without coming out." The last 6 words were practically ground out between clenched teeth. Anyone could tell Tang Ze's determination regarding this matter, especially the Xian snake, who had been constantly testing the limits of the former's patience. But if we keep this up, we will also be dragged into the water, and the outcome will still be the same. The Xian snake gritted its teeth and reiterated the facts. Hey, think it through. If you lose the fishing rod, you'll be hungry. Tang Ze coldly glanced at the dining table behind him. The grilled fish is ready. Once you reel in, you can go eat. It's your choice. Upon hearing this, the Xian snake painfully turned to look back. Seeing the grilled fish sizzling on the table, a glint of cold light flashed in its eyes. "No one can stop me from eating." As the last word left its mouth, the fishing rod was suddenly yanked forward half a step. But that was all. What are you forcing for? It's not like you're about to evolve or anything. There is no difference. Tang Ze looked at the Xian snake with a puzzled expression. The Xian snake awkwardly raised its tail and scratched its head. This scene completely left Tang Ze's mind in a state of shock. He originally thought the Xian snake should have exhausted all its strength. But it turned out that the Xian snake was only at its smartest when it was about to eat. At other times, it had some but not much. "Xian snake, if you don't want your tail, you could chop it off and give it to me for extra food." Tang Ze gritted his teeth as he looked at the Xian snake's constantly swaying tail. The Xian snake was slightly taken aback, and the next moment, it quietly hid its tail behind it. "Boss, if you really want extra food, I can go fishing. I need my tail for battle. I can't eat it." Tang Ze lifted one foot and kicked directly at the Xian snake. "You little snake, use your tail to hold on. Is that tail just for decoration?" The Xian snake froze for a moment, and the next moment, it silently raised its tail. Boss, I wasn't doing it on purpose. Do you believe me?" Upon hearing this, a vein popped on Tang Ze's forehead. "If you don't hurry up, I don't mind letting you stay in the beast space for a month. As for food, I think those fish that eat excrement were quite good." The Xian snake's body trembled violently as it uncontrollably recalled its past experiences. The next moment, the metallic state suddenly enveloped the Xian snake's entire body. And under its careful control, nearly half of its snake body was submerged in the sand. Chapter 50 Chain Reaction. Feeling the fishing rod that was constantly moving forward finally being controlled, Tang Ze finally relaxed slightly and began to breathe heavily. It finally stopped. Tang Ze slowly calmed down, and in the next moment, a map covering a 300-meter radius around him appeared in his mind. Looking at the nearly 100 scattered red dots 200 meters away, a look of confusion flashed across Tang Ze's face for a moment. He had only known that there were many exotic beasts 200 meters away, but he never expected there to be so many today. Among the countless red dots, Tang Ze quickly noticed a figure that was sometimes advancing and sometimes retreating, and the rhythm of its movement was similar to the force coming from the fishing rod. With a thought, the information of the exotic beast represented by that red dot appeared before him. Exotic beast, black-scaled salmon, salmon species. Beast rank 3, bloodline, epic description. What is going on? The previous description was short, but at least there was something. Now it's all asterisks. Bondert. System, is this your doing? How could that be? There is nothing to hide. Why would I conceal just one description? I don't do things that have no benefit. The system's righteous voice echoed in Tang Ze's mind. Ha! Tang Ze's lips twitched slightly as he sneered. So this fish has some benefits for you. Bullshit. Don't slander me. I can't just accept external items for no reason. How could I take them? Upon hearing the phrase, for no reason, Tang Ze's expression suddenly became strange. So you can actually accept external items, but you need a reason? As if his thoughts had been exposed, the system fell silent, almost as if it had disappeared. TSK. Tang Ze clicked his tongue, momentarily unsure of what to say. It was indeed as the system said. It wouldn't do things without benefit. The previously mentioned recipe for the spirit fruit wine also stated that it couldn't accept external items. And it seemed the system simply didn't want to waste time helping him brew wine for free. While Tang Ze continued to ponder, the black-scaled salmon in the water began to show signs of exhaustion. Boss, focus. The Xian snake glanced at the dazed Tang Ze beside it. That fish is out of strength. Now is the perfect time to pull it up. As the Xian snake continuously called out, Tang Ze gradually came back to his senses, feeling the reduced force on the fishing rod. One hand still gripping the rod with force. The other hand began to continuously reel in the line. In just a moment, the red dot in Tang Ze's eyes gradually left the school of fish and entered the territory belonging to the beast tamer. However, this operation by one man and one snake inexplicably triggered a chain reaction in the school of fish. Countless red dots began to rush toward the coast behind the black-scaled salmon. Beep, beep, beep in an underground monitoring room several kilometers away from the Coastal Academy. Rows of red alarm lights flashed continuously in the corridor, while men and women dressed in some kind of blue-green uniform hurriedly rushed toward a room at the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, in a room composed of countless monitors, people were gathered around a screen looking at a map similar to the one in Tang Ze's mind, their expressions gradually becoming serious. Captain Bai, there's a massive surge of exotic beasts again 500 meters from the coastline in the villa area of Coastal Academy. At the current rate, the number of this sea beast tide is expected to exceed 400. The highest beast rank may reach rank 6. Messages echoed like thunder in everyone's minds. They didn't understand why the sea beast tide, which hadn't appeared for years, would emerge again. They were even more perplexed as to why the sea beast tide began to move early due to a high school senior who had just gotten a break. The key point about the beast tide was that the group of exotic beasts was led by a high-ranked exotic beast. Without orders, no exotic beast would leave the group. However, by pulling out the black-scaled salmon from the inside, Tang Ze triggered a chain reaction, causing one after another to leave the tide and temporarily escape the control of their leader, starting to charge toward the Coastal Academy. Quick! Notify the Coastal Academy to evacuate. Bai slammed his hand on the table anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure dressed in a white robe pressed a red button nearby. With the button pressed, all the lights in the Coastal Academy lit up simultaneously, and a pre-recorded announcement that had been prepared years ago began to broadcast. Students, please pay attention. Students, please pay attention. The drill for the sea beast tide attack is now starting. Please orderly leave your dormitories and other areas and head to the academy entrance. The announcement repeated 3 times successfully woke at least one person in each dormitory. But for some reason, despite it being called a drill, panic filled everyone's faces. In one dormitory, damn, wake up. The old man is causing trouble again. A senior student in pajamas was shaking a figure wrapped in a blanket. Shut up. I just finished my exam. Let me sleep for a while. Hearing this, the student seemed to think of something and quickly reached out to pull off the blanket. As expected, the familiar earplugs were blocking his ears. It was no wonder he couldn't hear anything. Take off your earplugs. Get up. The old man is causing trouble. It's a drill. You barely passed your credits. Do you want to retake the exam? What trouble? My credits. Before he could finish, the student immediately reacted. What the hell? That old man is causing trouble again. The man's pupils widened as he heard the chaotic footsteps in the corridor, and he turned around, falling off the bed to the floor. Damn, it's almost graduation, and he's still causing trouble. The man didn't even put on his shoes and rushed out of the dormitory. This scene was happening in nearly half of the dormitories at the same time. In the corridor, people were complaining, but every one of them was desperately pushing forward. Let me go first. I'm about to graduate. My credits are right on the line. If I lose a point, I can't graduate. I'm in a hurry. I'll just jump down. Anyway, I have plenty of credits. If I lose 5 points, I don't care. In the underground monitoring room, Captain Bai's beasts had all received the order and started heading toward the Coastal Academy. However, perhaps they wouldn't hold on for long, but we have to hold on. Even if we all die, we must not let something happen to the Coastal Academy behind us. Bai roared, suppressing his anger. At this moment, someone in the crowd looked at one of the monitoring screens with some confusion. Captain Bai, this doesn't seem right. There's no high-ranked exotic beast controlling the water. They can't possibly come ashore, right? Chapter 51. The beasts seem to have all run away upon hearing this. Everyone was slightly taken aback and turned their gazes towards the seemingly calm, yet tumultuous sea surface. Relying on the dim moonlight, they could only see the occasional small waves caused by the passage of the beasts. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They did not understand why the beast tide would act even without a way to come ashore, but at least they realized that this time it was a half blunder. As for why it was half, there was still a small portion of beasts in the tide that could reach land without the waves. And this small portion constituted that half of the beast tide. Captain Bai, should we call the beast back from the sea? That was to buy time earlier. Now, well, it's no different from sending them to their deaths. Hurry up. Notify them to return to their posts. And as for the three at the Coastal Academy, let them leave first, Bai said helplessly, rubbing his forehead and waving his hand. Okay. At this moment, on the coast, Tang Ze was dumbfounded as he watched the beast tide rushing towards him. Did I not lure your father away? Tang Ze looked at the beast map in shock. Realizing, he quickly slapped the head of the Xian snake. Hurry up and exert strength. The beast tide is coming. We can't drop the fishing rod, so let's pull the fish up as fast as we can. As he spoke, Tang Ze began to exert force, pulling the fishing rod back repeatedly. Hearing Tang Ze's words, the Xian snake was still in a daze, but seeing Tang Ze's actions, it dared not hesitate and pulled its half-body from the ground, starting to exert force quickly. Feeling the slight pulling force from the fishing rod, both man and snake finally realized that the black-scaled salmon on the rod was completely exhausted, and they could only feel the occasional struggle. In just a moment, they rushed to the side of the villa. Moving quickly, Tang Ze could see a red dot on the beast map that was far ahead has reached the shore. Just after the black-scaled salmon was dragged ashore, a snow-white snow fox, over 3 meters tall with dense and soft fur, arrived at the shore in a few leaps. In its erect ears, a black wireless earphone was emitting a faint glow. Temporarily freeze the sea surface. Bai's voice came from within. The moment the command was received, the spiritual energy around began to become chaotic, and nearly half of the snow fox's spiritual energy gathered into its mouth. The next moment, a cold air was sprayed from the snow fox's mouth, and the sea surface visibly began to be covered by ice from under its feet. In just a moment, the coastline within dozens of meters in Tang Ze's eyes was completely frozen. Huh? At this moment, a soft sound of surprise came from beside Tang Ze. It seemed to be the snow fox of the stupid brother. The little snow fox in Bai Qingshua's arms also looked confused at the snow fox in the distance that was continuously reinforcing the ice surface. Tang Ze turned his head and saw that he did not know when Jiang He and Bai Qingxue had already stood beside him. Sister He, didn't that broadcast say it was an exercise? What? Bai Qingxue pointed to the snow fox by the coast, implying something. Normal. If we really told the students that a beast tide is approaching, most people's first reaction would be to summon their beasts. And then the whole school would be in chaos. Not to mention whether they would die in the beast tide. Just dying at the hands of their own beasts would be no small number. Jiang He shrugged and explained helplessly. After a pause, Jiang He murmured in confusion. But this doesn't seem right. How could the sea beast tide be so calm? Clearly, Jiang He had also realized, but like the people in the underground monitoring room, she felt puzzled. Beasts at the Super 9th level could not come ashore. Rather than a beast tide, it was more like a group of beasts idling by the shore. As for the small number of beasts that could come ashore, that was only an extremely small portion, and just the teachers at the Coastal Academy could handle it. At this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps echoed again from behind the three. Dozens of instructors from the Coastal Academy, along with their beasts, rushed over. But upon seeing the extremely calm and close to frozen sea surface in the distance, they were also stunned. No high-level beast controlling the water? What kind of sea beast tide is this? But Bai's snow fox had already arrived, confirming that there was indeed a beast tide approaching. What should we do? Let's get closer to see the specific situation, Zheng Yunsong said coldly. Passing by the other villas, Zheng Yunsong casually glanced at the three standing aside, watching the show without saying much. Summoning the dark crow, Zheng Yunsong lightly leaped and jumped up above. At this moment, several kilometers away from the coastline on the sea surface, a turtle-type beast curiously poked its head out of its shell. Feeling that the hundreds of beasts that had originally gathered around had disappeared without a trace, and it was instantly stunned. Sir. Wake up quickly. Under the continuous calls of this turtle-type beast, the man on the turtle's back finally, slowly woke up. "Speak. What's the matter?" The man said impatiently. The beasts we gathered during this time. The turtle-type beast didn't know how to continue. For some reason, it seemed to fear this man a little. The man frowned slightly and said, "What happened to the beast tide?" The turtle-type beast's neck trembled as it quickly spoke. "I don't know why, but those beasts seem to have. I'll run away." Upon hearing this, the man's brows furrowed even tighter. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a nearly 7-meter-long bloodthirsty shark appeared beside him. "What happened to those beasts? You didn't control them?" The bloodthirsty shark sensed for a moment and shook its head. "I don't know. My command was to let them gather and not to leave the group." After a pause, the bloodthirsty shark continued to add, "It might be because some beast at the very front left the group, one by one, and all the other beasts followed." Hearing this, the man's brows were furrowed deeper and deeper. He suddenly stomped hard on the back of the turtle-type beast. "Hurry up and go to the shore to see what exactly happened." "Yes, sir." Receiving the order, the turtle-type beast quickly swam towards the shore. The bloodthirsty shark silently followed behind, not knowing what to think. "Hey!" Tang Ze suddenly ran forward. "What about my fish?" "My fish? Put it down." He saw that the black-scaled salmon, which had already been pulled ashore by one person and one snake, was now being held in the mouth of a wolf-type beast. Hearing Tang Ze shout, it glanced at the crowd on the shore and, finally reluctant, let go of the black-scaled salmon and hurriedly followed the crowd to the shore. Why does this one have the same temperament as the Shin snake? Tang Ze wondered as he looked at the wolf-type beast that rushed into the crowd. This was not something Tang Ze was saying randomly. The instructors must have given the order to head to the coastline, and the way this wolf-type beast acted earlier clearly indicated that it wanted to finish eating before going. If Tang Ze hadn't come to stop it, he had no doubt that this black-scaled salmon would have definitely ended up in the belly of that wolf-type beast. Chapter 52, Black-Scaled Salmon. Picking up the black-scaled salmon from the ground, there was no surprise. It was dead beyond any hope of revival. This shouldn't have rabies, right? Tang Ze stared intently at the 4 bite marks left by that wolf-like beast. Although the probability of a beast having rabies was almost zero, those 4 bite marks were still quite unsettling, making it feel as if it had been snatched from a dog's mouth. In the end, he could only helplessly shake his head and accept this fact. It seemed that the system, which had originally hidden away, sensing Tang Ze's unease, popped back out at this moment. "Xiao Zizi, since you dislike it, why not give it to me? Originally, this fish only has 6 fishing points. How about I give you 12 points? Tang Ze sneered. Was it true that you wouldn't do anything without benefits before? Why should I give it to you now that you've popped up? If it's really valuable, wouldn't it be better for me to sell it outside myself? How can you say that? In this society, where can you buy fishing points?" The system said solemnly. "I already have 100 fishing points and don't need any for now. TCH, if you don't sell it, you'll regret it after this village is gone. Tomorrow, you'll be regretting it." The system's disdainful voice echoed again. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze was slightly taken aback, his expression gradually becoming strange. It was simple to understand. The system subconsciously indicated that as long as today passed, that black-scaled salmon would have no value to the system anymore. "Got it. I'll try to sell it today." Tang Ze nodded in deep agreement. The system was momentarily stunned. "I'm both served and at a loss. What? Do you have a selling information business?" Upon hearing this, the system transformed again into Tang Ze's appearance, rubbing its hands together. "Yes. As long as it's materials from the system store. I can sell any detailed information as long as you have the money. TCH. Other systems introduce things for free, but you want to charge for this? You still expect me to buy it?" After a pause, Tang Ze added the last 2 words. "No," with a black-scaled salmon on his back. He turned to look at the group of people on the coastline who were still on guard. Seeing no changes, he lost interest. "Jia, do you know what this black-scaled salmon is?" Tang Ze walked over to Jiang and showed her the black-scaled salmon on his back. Hearing the words black-scaled salmon, Jiang was slightly taken aback, retracting her gaze from the people on the coastline to look at the black-scaled salmon in Tang Ze's hand. "Good stuff. Did you catch it? Where did you catch it?" Jiang asked in succession. Clearly, Jiang He's gaze had never looked at Tang Ze or the Shin snake. So she hadn't seen the fishing rods in their hands. Tang Ze tugged at the fishing line in the fish's mouth. All right, Jiang He nodded. That's perfect. You don't have a weapon, so you can make one with this. Seeing the confusion on Tang Ze's face, Jiang He continued to explain. The scales of the black-scaled salmon have two benefits. First, when infused with spiritual energy, its hardness is comparable to Y43 spiritual ore. The other is its self-repairing ability. Items forged from it will gradually restore to their forged state when not in use. After a pause, Jiang He continued. Additionally, these scales will gradually lose their effectiveness as the body dies, so it's best to remove and refine all the scales within 5 hours. So how do we refine it? Tang Ze asked with confusion. Jiang He shook her head. There's a place not far from our academy, but it mainly accepts orders from our Binhai Academy and the Coastal Defense Department, as it's for refining beasts for breaking through. Since you just caught it, it's not urgent. Let us first see how the beast tide develops, and I'll take you there later. After saying this, Jiang He turned her gaze back to the distance. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze could only helplessly nod and also shifted his gaze towards the people on the coastline. Under the water, not far from the coastline. Damn, these beasts really rushed to the shore. A man stood on a turtle's back, surrounded by a strange bubble that allowed him to breathe underwater. Now, all he could hope was that they hadn't noticed otherwise. Not to mention whether he could make extra money. His reputation would be ruined. The man gritted his teeth as he looked at the beasts swimming beneath the ice. In the man's view, this should have been an incredibly simple task. He just needed to control the beast tide and casually slaughter a wave to complete the mission, even earning some extra cash from a Johnson family. But because he was careless, the beast tide lost control and began to rapidly approach the shore. If it hadn't been discovered by everyone, that would have been fine, but now. The clusters of shadows evenly spaced along the coastline indicated that the existence of the beast tide had been discovered. Damn! Now that a beast capable of freezing the seawater on a large scale has come, even if he could draw the beast tide in, he wouldn't be able to get in. The man's expression darkened as he looked at the ice layer above. Bloodthirsty. The man called upon the bloodthirsty shark beside him through a contract to pull these beasts back. He would see if there was a chance in a few days. If it really doesn't work. A hint of crimson covered the man's eyes. Then he would gather 1,000-level beast tide and force his way in. As the man's voice fell, an invisible stream of water spread from the bloodthirsty shark's mouth, instantly freezing the beast within a few hundred meters underwater in place. With the emergence of a second invisible stream of water, the beast tide began to gather in an orderly manner, and moments later, under the lead of the bloodthirsty shark, it gradually drifted away into the distance. In the monitoring room below, Captain.My, it seems the beast tide is retreating. A member of the Coastal Defense Department reported immediately as he watched the red dots on the map gradually decrease. Bai also clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, saying, "Don't let your guard down. We'll all stay up tonight." Received. Everyone replied solemnly. Captain.My, don't you provide breakfast for staying up all night? At this time, someone in the crowd started to cheer. Bai also smiled helplessly and shook his head. All right, I'll cover breakfast for tomorrow morning. He had become a captain of the Coastal Defense Department in this sea area in just 2 years, thanks to the people present. Originally, this captain position required at least a 6th rank and 5 years of service experience. He had already met the 6th rank requirement, but only had 2 years of service experience. Ultimately, it was through the strong recommendation of the previous captain and everyone that he could complete his family's training task ahead of time. Now, for him, such a small request was naturally something he wouldn't refuse. Not to mention covering breakfast once. Even covering all 4 meals for a month wouldn't make him frown. Oh, the crowd in the underground monitoring room immediately cheered. If it weren't for the fact that this was an underground monitoring room, Bai also had no doubt that the cheers would attract considerable attention from the outside world. He probably wouldn't even need to wait until the next day before receiving a warning from his superiors. Chapter 53. Beast Material Forging Factory Ding Dong. Zheng Yinsong, puzzled, took out his phone from his pocket and looked at the message sent by Xiao Zai above. The frown caused by the beast tide finally began to relax at this moment. The beast tide has retreated. We can head back now. Someone will come to take over our duties shortly. Zheng Yunsong's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. In everyone's impression, the beast tide meant a disaster, even a calamity that could annihilate a city. All of them, big and small, had experienced similar disasters and were ultimately injured, which was why they had no choice but to come to the academy to teach the next generation. Now, the scene unfolding once again exceeded everyone's understanding. On one hand, the gathering of the beast tide definitely indicated the presence of a high-level mutant beast leading it. On the other hand, low-level mutant beasts would continuously follow orders after receiving instructions. And this time, the beast tide surprisingly just came for a stroll. Damn, they come and go as they please. What do these beasts mean by that? Are they provoking us? Stop howling over there. You were the one shaking the most just now. What do you know, you newcomer? For some reason, a sense of desolation appeared on the faces of the mentors. All of us came here because we were injured. You still have a chance to come back after your beast die, but my beast space is damaged. For me, dying in this beast tide would be the best explanation for my past. From the initial fervor of serving the country to the eventual shattering of everything, whether it was partners or teammates. It all seemed to turn into a dream that broke apart. Sigh. All right. Zheng Yunsong sighed helplessly and finally spoke up to interrupt everyone. Don't forget, we are teachers now. Our task is no longer to protect, but to nurture. Stop bringing up the past every day. The beast tide retreating is the best outcome. Hearing this, everyone slightly lowered their heads, their minds unconsciously recalling their experiences. They could never forget. No matter the era, humanity continuously struggled to move forward in the cracks. But now they were thinking of escaping. All right, go back and wash up and sleep. Tomorrow those little ones are graduating. After a pause, Zheng Yunsong continued, if anyone is late or in poor condition tomorrow, 1,000 will be deducted. As soon as this was said, everyone's bodies involuntarily shivered, and they then cursed as they walked away. Let's go. It seems the beast tide has retreated. Jiang He reached out and wrapped his arm around Bai Qingshua's arm, then turned and walked towards the back. Huh? Where are we going? Tang Ze asked instinctively. Aren't you going to keep that fish? Jiang He replied leisurely. Hearing this, Tang Ze finally reacted and quickly followed. Binhai Beast Material Forging Factory. Beat Binhai Academy student card. After confirming the identity, the forging factory slowly opened to the sides. In just a moment, a nearly 10-meter-high steel door opened to create an entrance large enough for one person to pass through. Upon entering, the first thing that caught the eye was dozens of strange machines, 6 to 7 meters high, evenly placed on both sides. Nearly 100 workers in blue uniforms were leisurely chatting inside. Before Tang Ze and Bai Qingxue could react, Jiang He had already skillfully started registering at a wooden table on one side. Come on, stop looking. Jiang He waved his hand to urge the two. Bai Qingxue was fine, as she was just curious, but Tang Ze was different. All that remained in his mind was whether they could build mechs here. Could they customize an excavator with spiritual materials? Could they make guns here? Seeing Tang Ze's reckless demeanor, an unnamed fire surged up in Jiang He's heart. Jiang He stepped forward and grabbed Tang Ze's ear, suppressing his anger and saying, That's enough. Hey, ouch, that hurts. I was wrong. After struggling multiple times without success, Tang Ze could only silently follow behind, and as for the pain in his ear, the metallization had already activated and he felt nothing. Tang Ze was dragged all the way to the deepest part of the forging factory into a room. Only then did Jiang He, feeling merciful, let go of Tang Ze's ear. In this room, there was just an ordinary office desk, and there wasn't even a computer for recording information. A stack of documents was piled up on the desk, and behind these documents, a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, slightly plump, was sleeping soundly. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang He raised his finger, lightly tapping the table, the sound clearly reaching the director's ears through the wooden desk. Who's there? The director groggily got up, stretched, picked up his glasses from the side, and seeing a familiar face, directly reached out to Jiang He. All registered? Jiang He nodded and handed over the information he had just registered upon entering the forging factory. Black-scaled salmon? It's indeed rare to see mutant beasts from the sea. How long has it been? The director adjusted his glasses and asked leisurely. Less than an hour. We just caught it. Hearing this, the director frowned slightly. Aren't you students from Ben-Hai Academy? This fish only appears more than a kilometer from the coastline. How could it be so short a time? The beast tide brought. Jiang He's words were instantly interrupted as the director suddenly stood up in shock from his chair. Beast tide? When did it happen? Jiang He shook his head. This time, the sea beast tide seems to have no high-level mutant beasts. They can't come ashore, and they have already left. Hearing this, the director finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it was brought by the beast tide, that would be normal. After a pause, the director looked at the three with resignation. You three really have guts. The beast tide has come, and you still dare to go fishing? Don't you fear for your lives? Listening to the director's words, Jiang He and Bai Qingxue simultaneously turned their gazes toward Tang Ze, who was still pondering whether an excavator or a tank was more fun. Feeling the three gazes on him, Tang Ze awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, what's up? The director shook his head. It's nothing. Saying this, the director pulled out a form from the side, and after a moment, he looked up and said, Go to furnace number 13. It's empty right now. Take the fish there and come back to fill out the form. Okay, Tang Ze replied and hurriedly walked toward the door. Moments later, among the many melting furnaces, Tang Ze finally found furnace number 13. Standing in front of this melting furnace was a young man about 18 or 19 years old, currently in a state similar to the director in the office. Except his desk wasn't cluttered with piles of documents. Imitating Jiang He, Tang Ze raised his hand and lightly tapped the table. But this young man clearly didn't have the same vigilance as the director. Even after half a minute of knocking, he still hadn't woken up. Listening to the young man's steady breathing, an idea of a somewhat mischievous nature floated into Tang Ze's mind. Chapter 54, Can We Create? Who is this? Tang Ze stood aside, trying to control his voice to maintain a certain authority. Sleeping during work hours? The new batch of beast materials needs to be melted down quickly. How can anyone sleep? If that wave of beast tide had not been stopped, who knows how many would have died? In the next moment, Tang Ze instantly changed his tone to mimic the forging factory director. Although it wasn't particularly close, it was about 70 to 80% accurate. This must be because there were no beasts in front, so there was nothing to do. Hearing the noise, several passers-by around curiously stopped. Hurry up and wake him up. Many of these beast materials cannot be stored for long. Oh, all right. After finishing the last sentence, Tang Ze directly shouted into the young man's ear about deducting his salary. As soon as those familiar three words were spoken, the young man jolted awake from his sleep. At the same time, Tang Ze activated his shadow escape and vanished into shadows. The young man looked around sharply, but only saw a few people in the distance smiling at him. After a moment of confusion, he looked down at the table and, seeing that there was indeed no one, thought it must have been a dream. Puzzled, he scratched his head and planned to continue sleeping, but just then, a half-head slowly emerged from the table in front of him. A scream erupted, and the young man instinctively leaned back, causing the unsteady chair to topple over. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a faint blue vortex appeared beneath him. Bang! Xianxi. At this moment, Xianxi was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that coming back to the beast space late at night meant he could sleep for a few hours, but instead, he had turned into a meat cushion in a daze. The anticipated pain did not come, and the young man, confused, pushed his hand back to the ground. Feeling something was off, he stiffly turned his head, and upon meeting those resentful eyes, another scream pierced the night sky. Xianxi, why didn't I know I was so scary? The next moment, the young man seemed to have reacted, stood up, and threw a punch directly at Xianxi's face. Bang! This time, it was not the same kind of scream as before, but a muffled groan came from the young man's mouth. Damn, why is this snake's head made of iron? The young man grumbled, constantly rubbing his reddened fist. At this moment, a few people who had been watching the show behind Tang Ze seemed to have discovered something and curiously spoke up. Who is this? Do we have this person in the forging factory? I haven't seen him before. He doesn't seem to match the age either. A student from the coastal area? It shouldn't be, right? There was only one order from the academy today, and it was just the three who came earlier. Hearing the screams coming from outside, the director frowned slightly, but when the second scream rang out, his expression changed, and he rushed towards the door. What happened to Xiao Tong? Looking at Jian Tong's gloomy expression, the director's face gradually turned strange. What happened to Xiao Tong? Jian Tong shook his head. No problem. He couldn't possibly say he was woken up from sleep by someone scaring him and retaliated in anger, only to end up hitting himself. Really no problem? The director asked strangely. Really? Jian Tong said, putting his slightly reddened fist behind him, still insisting. Seeing his nephew remain stubborn, the director didn't pursue the matter further and turned to Tang Ze beside him. Shouldn't you be looking for the operator of furnace number 13? Didn't you find him? Hearing this, Tang Ze was slightly taken aback, then pointed at Jian Tong beside him. Isn't? No. The director's face was full of confusion. Our operators are at least in their 30s. How could he be? The next moment, the director realized something and quickly asked the few people behind him. Where is Shaoli? Why isn't he at his workstation? Everyone stammered, not knowing what to say. Maybe, possibly in the restroom? The director helplessly rubbed his forehead, again slacking off. Saying this, the director took out his phone. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue work uniform hurriedly ran over from a distance. What is going on? Is there a task? Yes. The director pointed at Tang Ze. He has a black-scaled salmon. Can you help him process it? The man nodded and quickly jogged to Tang Ze's side. Classmate, just give me the fish directly. At this moment, Tang Ze was still in a daze. It seemed he had scared the wrong person. A bit awkward, but just a bit. He took the black-scaled salmon out from his spatial ring and handed it to the man in front of him, then hurriedly walked toward the office in the distance. This place isn't suitable for staying long. I'm out of here. Back in the office, Jiang he casually handed over a form and a pen. Write down your name, student ID, and dormitory number, then jot down what you want to forge. Once it's done, someone will deliver it to the school. Tang Ze took it and immediately bent down to fill it out on the side table. Moments later, the office door opened again, and the director slowly walked in. To Tang Ze's surprise, Jian Tong also followed him in. Jian Tong glanced at Tang Ze and then looked away, but for some reason, Tang Ze saw a flicker of flame in his calm gaze. Tang Ze quickly handed the form he was holding to the director and planned to leave. But just as he opened the door, the director spoke and stopped him. Classmate, you have no issues with the rest but this forging item column. I can understand the long sword and fishing rod, but what is this excavator? Are you serious? Jian Tong, who had been reflecting on what just happened, was momentarily stunned and quickly looked at the form in the director's hand, as if confirming he hadn't misheard. Wow, it really is an excavator. A kindred spirit. Jian Tong suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He had thought that this kind of, somewhat unrealistic idea should be rare, yet he unexpectedly encountered one here, and this person could even put it into practice. Instantly, the flicker of flame in Jian Tong's eyes vanished, and he turned to Tang Ze with a look of appreciation. Tang Ze awkwardly scratched his head. Is that not okay? This isn't a matter of whether it's okay or not. The director helplessly rubbed his forehead. Not to mention that we mainly forge weapons here. That fishing rod can be somewhat accepted, but this excavator is too much. Not to mention if the materials are sufficient. We don't have anyone here who can handle it. Forge weapons? Can we make a mech? Once this was said, the two girls sitting at the back immediately covered their faces, as if they didn't know Tang Ze at all. At this moment, Jiang he began to regretting why she brought him in. She could have just dropped him off at the door. In contrast to the two girls, Jian Tong looked at Tang Ze with increasingly fiery eyes. Yes, how did I not think of that? An excavator is definitely unrealistic in this forging factory, but making some armor should be fine, right? The director took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger rising in his chest. There's no mech, and the materials aren't enough. At most, we can make some armor to wear inside. Can we create? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang had already stood up and pinched Tang Ze's ear. With Jiang he's repeated tugging, it didn't take long for the three to leave the forging factory. Chapter 55 Old Rules. Seeing the three people walk away, Jian Tong curiously asked, Uncle, Were those three just now also students of Binhai Academy? Yes. And one of them is the captain of the school's first team. The director paused and continued. The talent of your beast is also quite good. As long as nothing unexpected happens, getting into the school team should be no problem. After you enroll, you can often go to the training room to check it out. Although there might be some incidents, it's not a big deal. Jian Ting scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what his uncle meant by there might be incidents. Can something happen at school? Okay, uncle, I got it. The director nodded, preparing to return to his desk to continue sleeping. But as if suddenly remembering something, he coldly said, and don't sleep at other people's desks. This wasn't the director making a big deal out of nothing. Recently, there hadn't been any big orders. Most of the usual orders were from the academy, and now, as the end of the semester approached, those who needed to make weapons had completed their tasks. They would only start receiving a lot of orders again when new students enrolled next semester. This also led to the need to be busy for at least another month. What's wrong with resting a bit? Such phrases kept coming out, although resting a bit was indeed fine. The problem lay with certain people who would spend 3 to 4 hours in the restroom as soon as they entered. Jian Tung awkwardly nodded. It wasn't that he wanted to sleep at that desk. He had only sat there because he saw no one was around. And then he had daydreamed about whether a certain task, making an excavator, could be realized, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Time flew by, and it was now the next morning. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz Tang Ze, still groggy, started to fumble around on the bedside table, confirming the location of his phone before reluctantly pressing the answer button. Hello, who is it? Tang, are you still sleeping? Hurry up. Get ready. We'll leave for the secret realm as soon as the seniors' graduation ceremony is over. Zwapang exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the line. Hearing this, Tang Ze was momentarily stunned, as if waiting for his brain to reboot. Nearly half a minute later, he gradually came to his senses and jumped out of bed. Okay, just wait a moment. Without caring about Zwapang's reaction, Tang Ze hung up the phone. He kicked the blanket aside, performed a quick flip, and stood up, then rushed out of the room and into the bathroom. He spent 2 minutes washing up. After that, he took another minute to change his clothes. From the time Zwapang's call came in, it took Tang Ze a total of 4 minutes to leave Villa number 6. Soon, Tang Ze arrived at the playground entrance, originally intending to leave directly after glancing at the 2 mentors guarding the gate. He turned around only to find that Zheng Yunsong had somehow appeared behind him. Zheng, you haven't gone in yet? Tang Ze asked awkwardly. Haha, last time you didn't come. This time, I specially came to find you. Zheng Yunsong chuckled. Well, Zheng, I haven't even started school yet. It feels a bit inappropriate to be here now. Plus, I haven't had breakfast. I'm going to grab some breakfast first. Before he finished speaking, Tang Ze had already turned to walk away. Zheng Yunsong showed no intention of stopping him and just stood there quietly watching. After a moment, as Tang Ze gradually disappeared from view, Zheng Yunsong slowly turned to the 2 mentors behind him. Old rules. The mentor on the right nodded. Okay, principal. Student Tang Ze from the 24th cohort is absent from the academy's graduation ceremony without any justification, deducting 8 credits. Hearing this, Zheng Yunsong nodded in satisfaction and walked toward the high platform at the center of the playground. Binhai Academy cafeteria. Good thing I ran fast. Tang Ze took a deep breath to calm himself, but why did it feel like something was wrong? Shaking his head, Tang Ze pushed those strange feelings aside. He glanced briefly at the cafeteria, and his brows furrowed immediately. There were hardly any students there. Only a few cafeteria ladies were sitting at the window, scrolling through their phones. However, Tang Ze thought he had arrived too late and that the seniors had already finished eating and gone to the playground. After scanning the food counter for a moment, he chose a portion of exotic beast meat and a serving of dumplings. For some reason, the cafeteria ladies looked at him with strange expressions. Just as Tang Ze turned around, one of the cafeteria ladies couldn't hold back and called out to him. Student, wait a moment. Are you from our academy? Tang Ze turned back in confusion, not understanding why the cafeteria lady would ask that. Yes. Is there a problem? You don't know? Or is it that you have so many credits that there's nowhere to deduct them? Huh. A look of bewilderment appeared on Tang Ze's face, but the next moment, he recalled Zheng Yunsong's cheerful face. No way. It seemed the cafeteria lady noticed Tang Ze's confusion and offered an explanation. For ceremonies like the opening and graduation, All students must attend unless you can provide a hospital certificate proving you cannot be present. If a student is absent without a valid reason, I remember it's an 8-credit deduction. Hearing this, Tang Ze let out a slight sigh of relief and waved his hand dismissively. That's not a big deal. The information was just input into the system a few days ago, and school hasn't even started yet. Last year, there was someone just like you. On the first day of school, their credits went directly into the negative. Do you think that is okay? As soon as those words were out, Tang Ze instantly froze. He seemed to understand why Zhang Yunsong hadn't stopped him from leaving. Damn, it seems like there's a sixth one. At that moment, Tang Ze recalled the last speech. It appeared that all members of the first team were in the training room and hadn't attended. And this time, in the morning, he could hear the excitement in Pang's voice, yet they still had to wait until after the graduation ceremony to go. Buzz! Buzz! Tang Ze's phone rang again. Picking it up and seeing Pang's name, he understood that he was about to face some trouble. As soon as the call connected, Pang's deliberately lowered voice came through. Tang, have you arrived yet? You can't be late this time, although credits are indeed easy to earn for us team members. We can't waste them like that. Forget it. Tang Ze replied in despair. Huh? What do you mean forget it? You didn't come? Yeah. What do you mean you didn't come? Haven't you seen the school's regulations? No. Tang Ze looked up at the pure, white ceiling. I only just realized that different speeches have different rules. After a moment of silence, Pang seemed to finally react and urged, then why aren't you coming over? If you're late, you'll only lose 4 points. Hurry up and get here. Chapter 56. Everything that shouldn't be brought has been brought, although it was said that way. For some reason, Tang Ze had a premonition that even if he went, the likelihood of him getting in was low. He would still be turned away, and nothing would change. With a helpless shake of his head, Tang Ze packed the meals he had prepared into his spatial ring. Leaving the cafeteria, he activated his stealth ability and headed straight for the playground. Moments later, as expected, just after he arrived at the playground, he was hit by a stone thrown by the instructor guarding the entrance, forcing him to step out of the shadows. The rules for this graduation ceremony stated that late students were not allowed to enter. The instructor on the right said coldly without glancing sideways. Tang Ze shrugged, revealing an expression of as expected, and took out his breakfast from the spatial ring, sitting down to eat beside him. It was obvious that Zhang Yunsong was targeting him. From the words of Pang, it could be heard that tardiness and absence were categorized separately before he arrived. Now, at that moment, a young man hurriedly rushed over. The young man checked the time on his phone, seemingly confirming something, and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Just 1 minute to spare. Immediately, the young man presented his phone to the two instructors, saying, Class of 2021, can you confirm this quickly? If I don't get in now, it will count as an absence. The two instructors ignored him, slowly taking out their phones to verify. After a moment, the instructor on the right said nonchalantly, consider it late, be more careful next time, though there won't be a next time. The young man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly bowed at a 90-degree angle, thanking the instructor profusely. It had already been over a minute and a half since the young man arrived, and according to the rules, he should have been marked absent. Clearly, the two instructors were being lenient, as long as it wasn't too much. They would choose to turn a blind eye. Goodness, they don't even bother pretending. Tang Ze helplessly pouted and continued to eat his breakfast. However, little did he know that because of his presence, the freshmen of the class of 2024 were about to have a tough time. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Tang Ze, sitting aside, had already fallen asleep. As Zhang Yunsong finished the final ceremony on the stage and announced the disbandment, the crowd's stomachs also relaxed at this point, with rumbling sounds echoing from all directions, causing everyone's expressions to darken. Looking at each other, the crowd quickly rushed towards the cafeteria, with some even summoning flying beasts to leave through the air. Hearing the commotion around him, Tang Ze, who had been peacefully asleep, slightly frowned. Reluctantly opening his eyes, Tang Ze was immediately stunned by the scene before him. If one didn't know better, they would think a 9th-tier beast was rampaging behind them. At the same moment, Pang's phone rang again. Hello, little brother Tang. How's it going? Did you make it in time? Where are you now? No, Tang Ze replied with a bitter smile. Old man Tang is targeting me. He won't let me in. After a pause, Tang Ze shook his head helplessly and said, "Forget about him. I'm at the playground entrance. Over towards the pavilion." The person on the other end casually acknowledged and hung up. Moments later, two figures jumped high from the crowd and landed perfectly on the barbed wire surrounding the playground. Pavilion, pavilion. Ah, found it. With that, the two jumped again, this time landing directly in front of Tang Ze. Without waiting for Tang Ze to speak, Left Pang grabbed his arm and dashed off into the distance. Everything is ready. Off to the secret realm. Seeing that Tang Ze had nothing more to say, he nodded in agreement and began to run towards the school gate as well. Outside the gate of My Academy. Honk, honk, honk. Don't block the road if you're not moving. Damn it. Stop barking back there. You one team move forward by barking. Senior left, we shouldn't be walking, right? Tang Ze asked stiffly as he looked at the scene ahead. It's nearly 100 kilometers. Are you sure we can walk there? Left Pang replied helplessly. Just walk. Let's go to another place first. Now we can only hope that the car we called hasn't been blocked in. Ning Hua had been watching one direction on the right the entire time, and only then did he uncertainly say, "That car over there, seems, maybe, should be the one we called?" Upon hearing this, Left Pang's face immediately showed a look of astonishment, and he turned his head to the right. After searching the traffic for a moment, Left Pang noticed the car he had specifically called that morning. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have called for an early ride. It's perfectly blocked to the school gate. Left Pang looked helpless, took out his phone, and operated it, eventually canceling the ride. But because the driver had already arrived for quite some time, he still had to pay a third of the fare due to the wasted time. Let us go. Let us go. Left Pang waved helplessly at the two. Let us find a place without traffic to call another one. It seemed that this was the only quick solution for now, and the two nodded helplessly, following Left Pang's lead. Moments later, watching the seemingly endless flow of traffic, the three fell silent. Senior left. Is the traffic this bad here? Left Pang fell silent for a moment, shrugging helplessly. I don't know. I usually live at school, and during long breaks, I don't rush home. I've honestly never seen this kind of scene. Ninghua also looked at the traffic and helplessly spoke two words. It's bad. As the words fell, the three exchanged helpless glances and sighed simultaneously, continuing to walk into the distance. Half an hour passed, and the three finally escaped the traffic. After walking for a while longer, Left Pang picked up his phone again. After waiting for a moment, they finally managed to get into a car as they wished. Ending in 9527, going to the Ruin Mountain Range? The driver checked with his phone. Yes. Left Pang pointed towards the direction of My Academy and added, yes, it's towards My Academy, but there's heavy traffic. So please take another route. Upon hearing this, the taxi driver looked at Left Pang with a strange expression, then gave an okay gesture. All right. The vehicle slowly started, and the central control screen switched to the navigation interface, with a glaring red road in the distance, particularly eye-catching. 300 meters ahead, traffic jam. A new route has been planned for you. Listening to the electronic voice echoing in his ears, Left Pang coughed lightly and turned to look out the window. The ride was uneventful. Tang Ze closed his eyes and reopened them, and the taxi had already left the urban area. Tang Ze slowly stretched and looked around. Overall, they seemed to be on the highway, and directly ahead was a service area. Driver, please stop at the service area ahead. Tang Ze gently tapped the driver's shoulder. But just that one sentence earned Tang Ze a strange look from the driver as he glanced at Left Pang. For no reason, Tang Ze suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Catching a glimpse of Left Pang's expression of enjoying the show, Tang Ze had a rough idea of the outcome. And indeed, as the vehicle entered the service area, the driver unbuckled his seatbelt and said blandly, "Here we are." Tang Ze didn't hesitate for a second, opened the door, and rushed out of the car. Seeing this, Left Pang raised an eyebrow and quickly got out to chase after him. "Little brother Tang, why are you running?" Left Pang threw an arm around Tang Ze's shoulder and began to mimic the previous scene. "Driver, please stop here. We've arrived." "Haha, little brother Tang, you got half my flair." Hearing this, a question mark slowly appeared on Tang Ze's face, increasing his worries about this trip to the secret realm. For some reason, he felt that once they entered this secret realm, they would definitely suffer. Tang Ze silently thought in his heart, "All right, enough joking. Let's check if we bought everything we need. Once we enter the forest, We won't be able to buy anything, Ning Hua reminded, helplessly rubbing his forehead while watching their backs. Don't worry, don't worry. Zhuo Peng waved his hand dismissively. Didn't we prepare everything when Jiang, he led the team to the secret realm for training? I specifically prepared extra back then. And what's left is just enough. I've got everything ready here. I brought what I should bring, and even some things I shouldn't have brought. Things you shouldn't have brought? Ninghua was slightly taken aback. What did you bring? I brought a grill, a dining table, a refrigerator, ingredients, and so on. Chapter 57. Breaking Bones. Wow. Brother Tang, you're simply a genius. Zhuo Peng slapped his own head heavily, exclaiming, why didn't I think of bringing these things before? Watching this harmonious scene, Ninghua slowly fell into contemplation. Should I really have come? Will we be able to return safely this time? Why do I feel like there's a high probability we won't make it back this time? The three questions floated in Ninghua's mind, and a hint of struggle flashed in his eyes. On one hand, he felt that with Tang Ze and Zhuo Peng here, there was a high likelihood something would go wrong on this trip to the secret realm. On the other hand, now that he was here, it seemed he couldn't just not go. It wasn't until the two of them disappeared from his sight that Ninghua gradually came to his senses, shook his head, and threw those thoughts aside, quickly chasing after the two who were moving away. A moment later, after finishing the challenge of the human body's limits, Tang Ze walked out of the bathroom, satisfied. After waiting quietly for a while, Zhuo Peng finally walked out of the bathroom, smacking his lips. Brother Tang, take a careful look to see if there's anything else we haven't brought. Once we enter the forest, many things won't be available for purchase. Hearing this, Tang Ze confirmed once more the miscellaneous items in his spatial ring. Yeah, I know. I brought everything necessary. Zhuo Peng nodded, then threw an arm around Tang Ze's shoulders. All right, let's get ready to set off. Ninghua sighed deeply and nodded helplessly. All right, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, a light blue vortex appeared in front of the three. Moments later, the rock-armored bear stepped out from it. Rock-armored, transform into mount mode. Zhuo Peng commanded, slapping the bear's head heavily. The rock-armored bear let out a roar towards the sky, its size gradually increasing until it reached nearly 3 meters tall. As its height stopped growing, the rock-armored bear roared again. In the next moment, the rocky armor on its body began to change continuously, and, after a few moments, the rocky armor started to pile up in the direction of the three, creating a staircase connecting to the ground. How's that, Brother Tang? Not bad, right? Zhuo Peng pointed at the staircase made of rocks with a proud expression. Before Tang Ze could respond, a crisp sound of clapping echoed. That's enough. Don't waste time. Zhuo Peng rubbed the back of his slightly heated head, glancing helplessly at Ninghua. It was only a few minutes. What's the waste? Although he said this, Zhuo Peng's body had already honestly stepped onto the staircase made of rocks. Seeing this, Ninghua helplessly patted Tang Ze's shoulder. Don't mind him. That's just his personality. You'll get used to it. Saying this, Ninghua grabbed Tang Ze's arm, exerted a bit of force in his legs, and leaped directly from the ground, landing steadily on the back of the rock-armored bear. Once the two were steady, Zhuo Peng raised his hand and slapped the bear's head again. Rock-armored. Let's head to the secret realm's teleportation passage in the ruined mountains. As soon as the order was given, the rock-armored bear dashed off like an arrow towards the forest behind the service area. Originally, Tang Ze thought that once they entered the forest, the speed would slow down, but unexpectedly, the rock-armored bear was just as fast as Zhuo Peng. Even after entering the forest, it showed no signs of slowing down, charging straight through. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the rock-armored bear suddenly burrowed into the ground and came to a stop. Due to inertia and certain uncontrollable factors, Tang Ze was thrown off the bear's back. Fortunately, he was already quite skilled in dealing with such situations. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the Xian snake took a deep breath, suppressing its urge to retaliate, and quietly pulled its body out from under Tang Ze. Boss, I'm a snake, not a cushion. Tang Ze waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine. Don't worry about the details. Brother Tang, your snake is really useful. Zhuo Peng pointed at the rock-armored bear, which was walking towards the beast-taming space's teleportation passage. Getting thrown off it hurts way more than hitting the ground directly. The Xian snake replied. Is that really the issue? It's still early. We could take a look around the outer market. After a pause, Peng continued, though normally there isn't much useful stuff. Tang Ze turned around and saw that the center of the forest was covered with stalls. Various voices calling out for customers echoing all around. However, without exception, their prices were extremely high. 3 gentlemen, come take a look. Freshly picked spiritual fruits from the secret realm, containing a large amount of spiritual energy, only 5,000 each. A vendor at a stall displaying dozens of low-grade spiritual fruits seemed to think that the 3 looked young, pricing them 2,000 higher than other vendors in the area. Seeing this, Tang Ze waved his hands repeatedly. No, thank you. This scene once again reshaped Tang Ze's perception of swindlers. In Long Country, a nation that loves farming, such low-grade spiritual fruits could be cultivated in bulk, with prices already reaching the hundreds. Yet here they were marked up tenfold. Is there really no one managing this? Just letting them raise prices crazily? Tang Ze mumbled. At this moment, Ning Hua, who had been quietly following along, provided an explanation for this phenomenon. The goods here primarily focus on a breaking bones theme. If you want to buy something, they quote prices based on the situation. For low-grade spiritual fruits, they quote 10 times the price directly. As for things like maps, they might quote 20 times, but if you encounter hand-drawn ones, they might only cut 2 layers off. Otherwise, you could really end up breaking bones. At this point, Peng became serious, rubbing his left forearm. Brothers, what isn't wrong about this? When they say breaking bones, they absolutely mean it, and often you can't stop it. Hearing this, Tang Ze was slightly stunned. At first, he thought Ning Hua was using breaking bones as a metaphor, but he never expected that it could actually be a verb. So, there really is no one managing things here? Tang Ze asked, puzzled. Ning Hua shook his head. There are 2 teams of officials guarding the entrance to the secret realm's teleportation passage. One team is permanent, while the other patrols most of the time to maintain order in the market. As he spoke, Ning Hua pointed into the distance, where a group of about 10 people was walking towards them. Those 10 people, don't be fooled by their casual clothes. That's to avoid alerting the snake. Although most of the vendors here already know their identities, it's still necessary. Peng nodded in agreement. After all, there are always some reckless youths who might get greedy. Ning Hua looked at Peng with a questioning expression. Are you sure that reckless youth isn't you? Others might get greedy, but you just go berserk and slash prices in half. Peng awkwardly looked off into the distance. That was on accident. And that was in the past. Why bring it up now? I've already changed. Chapter 58. Not young, but quite experienced changed? Ning Hua scoffed. Are you sure? Do you need me to mention the good deed you did not long ago? Peng's expression changed, and he stepped forward to cover Ning Hua's mouth, chuckling. It's in the past. There's no need to bring that up. Ning Hua frowned sharply and kicked Peng aside. Ugh, Peng. You just came from the bathroom and didn't wash your hands. Ugh. Although more than an hour had passed, the powerful sense of smell provided by the fiery pig contract still allowed him to faintly detect the foul odor emanating from Peng's palm. Hearing this, Tang Ze's expression changed, and he stiffly looked at the spot where Peng's hand had touched after coming out of the restroom. Even though he didn't actually smell anything strange, his mind conjured an odor strong enough to make him blush. I forgot, and it's been over an hour. I can only say the fiery pig is quite impressive. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, until the last part was said only in his mind. Ugh, Peng, I'm going to kill you. I'll write your name backwards. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Hua lunged at Peng like an arrow, throwing a punch. Bang! A stone wall extended from Peng's palm. Damn! You still dare to use psychic energy? Seeing this, Ning Hua was instantly enveloped in flames and attacked Peng again. However, Tang Ze showed no interest in this explosive scene, his gaze still fixated on the imagined handprint on his shoulder. After a moment of daze, Tang Ze gradually came to his senses and immediately took off his jacket, throwing it aside in disdain. Why didn't I think to bring extra clothes? Tang Ze shook his head helplessly. Well, it doesn't matter since it's already summer. Wearing a bit more or less isn't a big deal. Stop. Fighting is not allowed here, don't you know? The patrol team, which had been far away, had somehow arrived behind the 3, looking sternly at the 2 engulfed in flames. In an instant, the flames were retracted back into Ning Hua's body. but it was merely out of fear of the official team's authority. Tang Ze had no doubt that once the official team left, Ninghua would charge forward again. It seems Wapang sensed the change outside while inside the rock sphere, as he reached out and opened a small hole to look outside. Upon seeing the official patrol, he immediately relaxed. When Wapang emerged from the rock sphere, one of the leading members of the official team took out a small notebook from his pocket. Name and ID number, please. If there is another incident, all open secret realms nationwide will be prohibited for 6 months. Ninghua glared hard at Wapang, then took the notebook from a man and wrote down his and Wapang's information along with the current time. After returning the notebook, Ninghua stood still and quietly waited. Wapang, though extremely reluctant, seemed to have no choice but to obey, silently standing next to Ninghua. The members of the official team raised their eyebrows, genuinely surprised that the two, despite their young age, were quite experienced and understood the process clearly. Since you know the process, you should also understand the consequences. Why go for a moment of pleasure? One man slowly took out his phone and took a clear, full-body photo of the two. After confirming that there were no problems, he entered the information into the system. After comparison, confirming everything was fine, the man gently patted Ninghua on the shoulder and advised, in times like this, it's better to endure. Once you enter the secret realm, you can fight however you want. No one will care. After saying this, the man waved to his team members and continued patrolling. Ninghua showed a look of disdain and without hesitation, grabbed Tang Ze's arm and walked away. After hesitating for a moment, Wapang gritted his teeth and followed. The reason was simple. His defense was not something Ninghua could break through right now, and from an overall benefit perspective, entering the secret realm was definitely more advantageous than disadvantageous. Moreover, Wapang understood one thing. Ninghua was not like him. Once they entered the secret realm, he would only fight for a while and Wu Ti continuously target him. However, this little episode canceled the trio's original plan to wander the market. Moments later, a large light blue teleportation portal appeared before the three. Little brother Tang. It's the same for everything here. Register information and pay according to your identity and beast rank. For university students like us, it's basically half price. First rank 2,500, second rank 5,000, third rank 10,000, and so on. While registering the information, Ninghua explained the basic operation mode of the secret realm to Tang Ze. After completing the registration for both of them, Ninghua stepped aside to let Tang Ze continue. After a moment, once the information was registered, the three finally walked toward the teleportation portal. As soon as they stepped inside, that familiar sense of dizziness hit them again, but this time it was even more intense than before. When Tang Ze stepped back on his solid ground, he fell to his knees and began to vomit. Compared to Tang Ze's predicament, as soon as Ninghua touched the ground, the flames on his body ignited once more. Wapang had prepared for this. His entire body was instantly covered by rocks. But soon the rock sphere reappeared in front of Ninghua. Damn, Wapang, get the hell out here. Ninghua, covered in flames, kept crashing into the rock sphere. Enough already. We entered the secret realm. This isn't the time for internal fighting. Wapang's voice came out, repeatedly trying to persuade him. However, Ninghua showed no hesitation and continued to crash into the rock sphere. Inside the rock sphere, Wapang sighed helplessly and quietly waited. After more than a minute, Tang Ze finally managed to recover, and seeing the two once again engulfed in flames, he could only let out a helpless sigh and sit silently on the side, waiting. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Whether it was due to the residual effects of the battle here or not, a red dot on the exotic beast map in front of Tang Ze kept flashing and was rapidly approaching. With a thought, the message about the red dot appeared in front of Tang Ze. Crack Earth Giant Bear, Beast Rank, Level 5 Early Stage, Bloodline. Epic. Tang Ze's brows furrowed slightly, and he hurriedly shouted at the two engulfed in flames. An exotic beast is approaching. At least level 5. Ninghua, who had been crashing into the rock, suddenly halted. He didn't understand why the first exotic beast they encountered after entering the secret realm was level 5, but there was no time for him to ponder this. He quickly retracted the flames and began to pound on the rock sphere. Get out quickly. An exotic beast is coming. TCH. You deal with it yourself. The exotic beast is approaching, right? Zwapang leaned back lazily against the rock. Chapter 59. The earth-shattering giant bear watching the red dot getting closer. Tang Ze silently walked up and patted Ning Hua on the shoulder, while signaling him to look back. There, a bear-like beast, nearly 3 meters tall, was rushing towards them at high speed. Can you take it? Ning Hua understood the implication of Tang Ze's words. It wasn't about whether he could withstand it, but whether the rock ball in the hands of Senior Left could hold up. Ning Hua nodded, saying that taking it for a moment would be no problem. What does it matter? If he gets hit, he'll all just come out. As he spoke, Tang Ze reached out and gently patted the rock ball, wishing Senior Left well. Hearing this, Left Pang's expression instantly turned strange, but before he could react, the earth-shattering giant bear had already arrived in front of him, while Tang Ze and Ning Hua had retreated nearly 100 meters. Bang! The earth-shattering bear struck out with a paw, and half of the rock ball shattered in response. Inside the rock ball, Left Pang stared blankly at the face that was so close to him. Roar! The earth-shattering giant bear let out a roar, its foul breath mixed with the scent of blood flying towards Left Pang. After a moment of daze, Left Pang finally realized the situation, but the bear's paw was already attacking him again. Damn it! He raised his hand, and a light blue teleportation portal appeared in front of him. Rock armor, save me. Bang! The moment they touched, the stone on the chest of the rock armor bear was shattered, and blood flowed out continuously. Seeing a fellow bear face to face, the territorial instincts in both bears' bloodlines were triggered, and they roared at each other, as if to warn the other. Roar! Roar! Solar flame! The words came from behind, and the next moment, a fireball nearly 3 meters in diameter fell from the sky, crashing down onto the back of the earth-shattering giant bear. Oomph! This dumb bear is so tough, I can't break it. Throw your master back. The solar flame pig grunted at the rock armor bear, which was still dazed. The rock armor bear nodded, raised its paw, and directly hooked Left Pang by the back of his collar, gently tossing him, sending him soaring through the air in a graceful arc straight into the faces of Tang Ze and Ning Hua. Hiss! Left Pang gasped, pressing his forehead against the ground after making close contact. This bear is blind. I can walk on my own. Why throw me? Tang Ze, who understood the beast language, couldn't help but glance at Ning Hua, who was also enjoying the show. Heh! Ning Hua sneered, that's your own fault. Who told you to stand there like you were asking for death? I was trusting the rock armor bear's defense. That was the safest place. Even though a pool of blood was already seeping out beneath the rock armor bear's feet, Left Pang still stubbornly defended himself. All right, you two. Enough already. Tang Ze helplessly facepalmed, pointing at the 3 beasts that were embroiled in a fierce battle. The rock armor bear is about to be gutted. Hearing this, Left Pang's expression froze, and he turned to look at the rock armor bear, which had been slashed open in several places. Anger flickered across his face. In an instant, his entire body was covered in rock, and in just a few breaths, he arrived in front of the earth-shattering giant bear. If it weren't for Tang Ze being present, he would have definitely thought this was a rock elemental beast. Ning Hua shook his head helplessly and quickly stepped forward to join the fight. However, even with Left Pang joining, both sides could only maintain a 50-50 stalemate, and the rock armor bear was visibly weakening due to blood loss. This won't do. If this continues, we'll have to leave right after arriving. Tang Ze frowned slightly and waved his hand to summon the Xian snake. Xian snake looked at Tang Ze with confusion. What are you talking about? Boss, are you sure? That thing is hard to get close to. How can I lock its throat? Tang Ze slapped Xian snake on the back of its head. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not sending you to try. Just go. Seeing Tang Ze's attitude, Xian snake didn't dare to argue further, activating its stealth and rushing toward the earth-shattering giant bear. After pondering for a moment, Tang Ze ran towards the nearest large tree. Reaching the tree, he quickly climbed up to a height of 7 or 8 meters above the ground. Tang Ze's idea was simple. Find an opportunity to use the formed water arrow to attack the earth-shattering giant bear's eyes. Allowing Xian snake to approach was not just to test if it could bind the bear, but also to give Xian snake ample time to metalize the water arrow. By forcibly extracting part of Xian snake's spiritual energy through the contract, Tang Ze began to continuously gather his own spiritual energy. A minute passed, and a water arrow several meters long formed in front of him. Now he just needed to wait patiently for the right opportunity. At the center of the battle, the two bears collided again, and Left Pang seized the opportunity, using all his strength to leap high, while the rocks on his body gathered toward his right fist. "Take this, D." As soon as the words fell, a rock fist nearly a meter in diameter struck directly at the head of the earth-shattering giant bear. Bang! The earth-shattering giant bear staggered slightly from the hit. But in that brief moment, the rock armor bear retracted its paws and charged forward. Boom! The already stabilized, earth-shattering giant bear was hit again, unable to control its body as it toppled to the side. Seizing this chance, the two of them and the three beasts simultaneously moved forward, launching countless attacks on the earth-shattering giant bear. However, the bear's tough skin and thick flesh showed their characteristics at this moment. Most of the attacks merely left a few minor scratches on its body, but even these small wounds were enough. As the two humans and one beast shifted their focus to those wounds, with continuous attacks, the wounds gradually expanded, and soon the ground was soaked in blood. At this point, Xian's snake had also gradually wrapped around the neck of the earth-shattering giant bear, tightening its grip. However, after a moment, the earth-shattering giant bear's face twisted, and after a roar, its pupils were covered with a layer of haze. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the earth-shattering giant bear had completely fallen into a state of rage, and this was when bear-like beasts were the most terrifying. Enduring the attacks from the others, the earth-shattering giant bear managed to get back on its feet, slamming out a paw. Left Pang's pupils constricted sharply. Each frame of the rapidly enlarging bear paw gave him no chance to react. Bang! The next moment, a figure was violently thrown out from the center of the battle, crashing against a tree before finally stopping. Cough, cough, cough. Left Pang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his already pale face turned even whiter. Seeing this, the one human and two beasts intensified their attacks once more, but only the rock armor bear could inflict a bit of damage. Ning Hua and Solar Flame could only release flames around, which barely amounted to live roasting, and could only affect the wounds of the earth-shattering giant bear. Perhaps as Xian's snake continued to tighten its body, the earth-shattering giant bear's attacks would occasionally pause. At this time, the earth-shattering giant bear seemed to finally react, raising its paw to swipe at the Xian snake wrapped around its neck. Chapter 60. Compression. Sensing the powerful wind from the bear's paw, the Xian snake's expression changed, and it immediately retreated into the shadows. Bang! Just as the bear's paw landed on its neck, a water arrow several meters long sliced through the air and shot straight towards the giant bear's pupil. At the same time, the Xian snake also sensed the spiritual energy contained within the water arrow and immediately understood Tang Ze's intention. At the moment the word metallic was spoken, the surface of the water arrow suddenly flashed with a metallic sheen. Puffed! Roar! The metallic arrow penetrated straight into the giant bear's eye socket, causing it to let out a furious roar in pain, its power once again surging as it charged towards the rock-armored bear. Bang! 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 After exchanging several blows, the corners of the rock-armored bear's mouth began to bleed. With the final strike, the rock-armored bear suddenly fell backward. Damn! Zwapang! What are you waiting for? In the rock-armored bear's perception, Zwapang had been continuously extracting its spiritual energy through the contract not long ago. At first, it thought Zwapang's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, but as time passed, it realized Zwapang was preparing a big move. Just then, a rock ball flew in from a distance, and without hesitation, the giant bear waved its paw at the rock ball. Crack! In the next moment, the rock ball shattered, revealing the scene inside. Zwapang's right hand was completely encased in rock, but for some reason, unlike before when his entire body was wrapped in rock, this time the rock was trembling continuously, with numerous cracks spreading across the surface. The giant bear's pupils suddenly constricted, but it was too late to defend. Originally, Zwapang's target was the giant bear's head, but upon seeing the metallic arrow, he changed his mind and compressed his rock fist, smashing it onto the metallic arrow. The immense force provided the already stagnant metallic arrow with tremendous momentum, and in an instant, the metallic arrow pierced through the giant bear's skull. Meanwhile, Zwapang's fist sank deep into the bear's head. Roar. The giant bear let out another roar, but compared to the last one, this time there was a hint of weakness and fear. With a heavy stomp on the bear's head, Zwapang performed a backflip and landed steadily on the ground. Hee. It's over. As he spoke, Zwapang slowly raised his right hand, and the rock that had been continuously compressed in his hand had vanished without a trace. Snap! A crisp sound echoed from Zwapang's palm. In the next moment, several fragments of rock fell from the giant bear's eye socket. As the first fragment hit the ground, the giant bear's pupils suddenly became dull and lifeless, and the next second, it collapsed to the ground, losing all vitality. Blood mixed with dozens of shattered rocks poured out from its eye sockets, mouth, and ears. No one knew how many rocks were in the giant bear's brain except for Zwapang, but Tang Ze and the others understood one thing. At this point, the giant bear's skull was left with only rocks inside. Seeing this scene, Zwapang let out a deep breath and collapsed onto the ground. Ninghua also retracted the flames around them. Compared to Zwapang, a warrior engaged in direct combat, he was more like a mage, and overall, he had only consumed some spiritual energy without significant impact. After confirming that the giant bear was indeed dead, Ninghua immediately took out several spiritual herbs from his spatial ring and came to Zwapang's side, casually stuffing one herb into him. He then turned his gaze towards the rock-armored bear, which was bleeding from several wounds. Climbing into the mouth of the rock-armored bear, Ninghua casually rubbed it a few times before stuffing 3 spiritual herbs into its throat. As the herbs entered its abdomen, the injuries on the rock-armored bear began to slowly recover, and overall, it was no longer in life-threatening danger. At this moment, Tang Ze had also jumped down from a tree and was now beside Ninghua. Senior Ning, what was that move from Senior Zwa just now? Tang Ze asked curiously. He had been standing dozens of meters away from the giant bear, and with Zwapang blocking his view. He didn't know what had happened until Zwapang left and the giant bear fell. Ninghua's lips curved slightly as he explained. That move of his involves first creating a circle of rock to encase his fist, then continuously generating new rocks within while maintaining the stability of the outer and inner layers. After his fist penetrated the giant bear's eye socket, the rock fist was left inside, and once it lost the support of spiritual energy, all the rocks naturally surged out. If this giant bear weren't a 5th-tier beast, it would have probably been left as just a bear carcass on the ground by now. Upon hearing this, a glimmer flashed in Tang Ze's eyes as if he suddenly thought of something, but quickly dimmed. He had been contemplating whether there was a way to replicate Zwapang's move, but after countless simulations in his mind, all ended in failure. On one hand, he couldn't utilize both of Xian Snake's abilities simultaneously, and on the other hand, the water wouldn't repel each other. They would merge instead. However, this also gave Tang Ze another line of thought. Previously, even when Xian Snake's metallic form was attached to the water arrow, the arrowhead barely penetrated the giant bear's pupil. Now, Tang Ze's idea was quite simple: to compress the water arrow, reducing the several-meter-long arrow to a normal size. Then, with just a sudden expansion of a small amount of water, it could swiftly rush through the wound and into the target's body. Although the impact of the water flow wouldn't cause significant damage, it would still have a considerable effect on the body. Cough, cough. Zwapang slowly got up from the ground, limping towards them. How about it, Tang? Wasn't that move cool? A snap of my fingers, and I blew its head off. After a pause, a look of regret appeared on Zwapang's face. It's a pity such opportunities are rare. This time, it was a 5th-tier beast. If the giant bear's head had exploded, the scene would have been even more shocking. That's enough. Stop bragging. Do you think resting will kill you? Ninghua looked at him with disdain. Zwapang raised an eyebrow, disdainfully saying, "Tch, Ning, you just envy me. I'm not like you. Only able to do group attacks, with no methods against equally ranked foes." Hee, Ninghua scoffed lightly and replied, Yes, you're right. So next time we encounter a beast-hide, you and your rock-armored bear can take the front, and I'll just sit back. The rock-armored bear, which had been quietly lying on the ground resting, suddenly grew anxious, getting up and roaring repeatedly at Zwapang. "Zwapang, you brat. Don't drag your bear grandpa down with you. That beast-hide really does eat bears without spitting out bones. Without the sun's fire, just wait to die." Hearing this, a scene suddenly flashed in Tang Ze's mind, where the Xian snake had spoken to him in a similar manner. But now, suddenly, Tang Ze began to look forward to what kind of reactions Wupang would have when he broke through to the 6th tier and heard those titles. Chapter 61. Just say it anyway, I can't understand. Regarding the roar of the rock-armored bear, Wupang ultimately did not understand its meaning, so he naturally did not pay it any attention. Block in front? So what? Am I afraid of these exotic beasts? Damn it, Wupang. Get the hell away from your bear, Grandpa. The rock-armored bear said with a face full of disdain. I really don't understand why you humans have no self-awareness at all. Can a 4th-tier beast master handle a beast hide? You better not drag me into this, or I'll make you understand why the flowers are so red. Hey, Tang Lauda, can you understand this? Xianxi curiously approached Tang Ze and asked. Shut up. Tang Ze slapped Xianxi on the back of the head. Aren't you the one who talks too much? Hee, so you can understand it? She asked with a grin. What do you think will happen if that Wupang hears what the rock-armored bear said? Upon hearing this, Tang Ze paused slightly. He hadn't thought about that before. He was just curious about what would happen. But now, thinking about Wupang's personality, it seems like nothing would really happen. As someone who can openly acknowledge all his flaws, would he really care about this? But then again, he seemed to have never seen anyone insult Wupang to his face, so the outcome was indeed uncertain. What would happen remained to be seen. Tang Ze shook his head slightly. Perhaps nothing would happen, or he might end up being slammed to the ground by a rock fist. Hearing this, Xianxi's eyes flashed with excitement. Boss, didn't I promise you that within half a year, I would definitely be able to slam that rock-armored bear to the ground? Tang Ze, puzzled, nodded. What are you scheming now? Looking at Xianxi's strange expression, Tang Ze suddenly had a bad premonition that something was about to happen. No need to wait for half a year. Let's see if we can slam it to the ground today. After saying this, Xianxi activated his shadow and appeared in front of Wupang, simultaneously activating his metallic form and began to write on the ground with his tail. Hey, seniors Wupang, aren't you curious about what the rock-armored bear just said? Upon seeing this, Wupang's expression gradually became strange, and the rock-armored bear, watching this scene, suddenly became anxious, taking a step forward and charging toward them. But before it could reach Xianxi, it first encountered a light blue vortex. As the rock-armored bear rushed into it, the light blue vortex disappeared in an instant. Wupang slowly lowered his raised right hand, while looking curiously at the ground. At this point, Xianxi had already begun to replicate what the rock-armored bear had just said. Damn it, Bear Grandpa, get lost. Can a 4th tier make you understand why the flowers are so red? As the last word fell, Ninghua could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Ha. Wupang, you can't handle this. Beasts usually talk to you like this. You've become so useless that even beasts look down on you. Tang Ze, who had originally been watching with an interested expression, suddenly froze. He recalled the day when the system had just completed its upgrade, and he could clearly remember from Xianxi's words that he had been scolded a lot in the past. Wasn't this also directed at him? However, upon further reflection, it seemed that the two were indeed different. The rock-armored bear was openly scolding him without any hint of disguise, while Xianxi, his face was full of flattery, but his words were all about traditional virtues. At least this proved that he was different from Wupang. Xianxi was at least afraid of him. This was similar to a film Tang Ze had seen before, which depicted a country being invaded. There was a segment where the enemy entered the city, but because they didn't understand the language of the Long Kingdom, under the lead of the first person, half the city's inhabitants greeted them with smiles and thumbs up, while uttering traditional virtues about the enemy's ancestors. In the end, the enemies also gave thumbs up to the other side, calling them good citizens. Wupang took a deep breath and gradually calmed his emotions. Overall, it was not a big deal that beasts did not respect beastmasters, and he did not pay much attention to it. Just say it. Anyway, I can't understand. If there's a need for education, let's wait until I reach the 6th tier. Wupang shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. Impressive. I, Xianxi, am willing to call you the strongest. After leaving this last sentence, Xianxi disdainfully glanced at Wupang and walked to the side. At this moment, Wupang shifted his gaze and quickly stepped forward to stop Xianxi. Xianxi, how does the blazing sun usually treat Brother Ning? Xianxi thought for a moment and continued to write on the ground. Not very respectful, but not overly rude. Compared to the rock-armored bear, it's still relatively normal. Looking at this line of text, Zwapang slowly fell into deep thought. Why is it that the rock-armored bear treats me like a junior, doing whatever it wants, while its blazing sun treats him as an equal? But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand the reason behind it. After all, there was still a significant difference between a bear and a pig. Liang, who had been standing next to Ninghua, secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this scene and made up his mind that he absolutely could not say anything inappropriate in front of Xianxi in the future. At this time, outside the secret realm, "Are you sure you are in your phone?" The guard stationed outside the secret realm looked at the photo on his phone, lost in thought. The person in the photo appeared to be a genuine yellow-skinned person, no matter how one looked at it. But the person in front of him, didn't he look like it at all? That's right. The black man standing in front of the guard declared confidently, "I just got tanned. You can clearly see my features." Tanned? How could you get this dark from tanning? The guard still had no intention of letting him through. But I really am. At this moment, the black man seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, "My mother is also black. Maybe after spending so much time in the sun. The genes in my body were activated, and that's why I became like this." A big question mark suddenly appeared on the guard's face. "Are you serious? Can that happen? Why not? Am I not the biggest case?" The black man showed a rare expression of surprise. Seeing this, the guard felt it was not appropriate to say anything further. So he reluctantly nodded and began to operate on his phone. After updating the photo, the guard said blandly, "Cash or card?" A sly glint flashed in the black man's eyes as he quickly took out the prepared dragon coins from his spatial ring and handed them to the guard. "Here, it's exactly 80,000 dragon coins. Please check if there's any problem." Upon hearing this, the guard raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not think too much about it. Although fewer people use cash nowadays, it wasn't unheard of. After simply confirming the amount without any issues, the guard chose to let him pass. Chapter 62. Ghost Wall. The black man slowly stepped into the teleportation passage. Moments later, as his feet touched the ground, he casually wiped his face with his hand. When he lowered his palm, he had already changed his appearance. He finally made it in. Those useless disguises are really a bit pathetic. They can't even change skin color. Well, at least I'm in now. Today is destined to be a day of fortune. Ha ha. The man stood in place laughing for a moment, then took out a map from his spatial ring. "Let me see. If I remember correctly, that exotic beast should be. Yes, it's definitely here." Although that technology was still immature, overall it didn't have a significant impact. If I can succeed this time, I, who could barely break through to the 5th level, will have the chance to step into the 6th level. By the end, the man's expression had gradually turned manic. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Zwapang raised his hand and poked at the wound on the rock-armored bear, confirming that it had healed, then gave an okay gesture to the two who were resting under the tree. "The wound has basically healed. Let's set off again." The two nodded and stood up from the ground. "It's getting late. Let's hurry and try to reach that fruit forest before dark," Ninghua said, lightly patting his pants. With that, the three climbed back onto the back of the rock-armored bear. After a brief journey, Ninghua helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Damn, how could I forget that someone and that bear are completely directionally challenged? Well, I can't be blamed for this. This forest is full of trees. There's no reference point to determine direction." Zwapang awkwardly scratched his head in defense. "So we can only wander aimlessly?" Tang Ze spoke with a hint of uncertainty. "At this point, there's no other way." Ninghua nodded helplessly. Hearing this, Tang Ze wanted to say something, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words, ultimately letting out a sigh of resignation. Let's go, let's go." Ninghua reached out and patted Zwapang's shoulder, continuing to walk forward. "This time, don't change direction." "Okay." Zwapang nodded, then raised his hand to pat the rock-armored bear's head, urging it to move on. As soon as he spoke, the rock-armored bear continued forward, and they walked for several hours. "Isn't just trees everywhere?" Zwapang stared blankly at his surroundings. At that moment, Ninghua seemed to notice something, his brows slightly furrowing. "No, this isn't right." As he spoke, Ninghua stood up and jumped, landing steadily beside a tree where a conspicuous cluster of flowers was located. This was not the first time they had encountered it. "We've been here before." Ninghua's expression gradually turned cold. Hearing this, the two sitting on the back of the rock-armored bear grew serious. Even Zhuo Peng, who usually didn't think much, could understand. They were trapped by some kind of exotic beast. Tang Ze frowned slightly, realizing that there wasn't a single red dot on the exotic beast map. There were no exotic beasts around. Without hesitation, Tang Ze activated his shadow cloak and directly appeared beside Ninghua. We haven't encountered any exotic beasts on this journey. Senior Ning, do you remember such a situation? Yes. Ninghua nodded solemnly. This situation is most likely caused by a soul-type exotic beast. After a pause, Ninghua looked at Tang Ze and said, "We can't find that thing's location right now. Brother Tang, take out those things you shouldn't have brought." Huh? A big question mark suddenly appeared on Tang Ze's face. This isn't right. We're cooking while an exotic beast is nearby. Is that okay? Soul-type exotic beasts usually don't appear during the day. Maybe it's because we just happened to step on its head that it would act this way. Now, we can only wait until night. Ninghua explained calmly. Tang Ze nodded helplessly. All right, I understand. With that, Tang Ze waved his hand, and a barbecue set appeared in front of him, with a grill, prepared ingredients, earth-shattering giant bear, dining table, and fridge all ready. Tang Ze was about to call Zhuo Peng over to help. However, seeing Zhuo Peng's vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, his expression gradually turned strange. Ninghua shook his head helplessly and gently patted Tang Ze's shoulder. Zhuo Peng is afraid of ghosts. You should understand what that means. Huh? Tang Ze's brain momentarily crashed. From the moment he entered school, Zhuo Peng had given him the impression that he feared nothing but was afraid of Jiang He's malicious retaliation. But now, afraid of ghosts? Tang Ze really couldn't understand why Zhuo Peng, a man as robust as a bear, would be afraid of ghosts. All right, stop being dazed. Once the barbecue is done, he'll naturally come down. After speaking, Ninghua reached out and a bone knife, gleaming with a cold light, appeared in his hand. Tang Ze glanced at the nervous Zhuo Peng on the bear's back, shook his head helplessly, and walked towards the grill. Tang Ze looked at the grill, then at the bear carcass, paused, and took out nearly 100 iron skewers from his spatial ring. After a brief communication with Ninghua, they confirmed their next goal. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this hour, the two had clear roles. Ninghua continuously cut off chunks of meat of suitable size from the bear carcass, while Tang Ze was responsible for skewering the meat onto the iron skewers. As Tang Ze placed the skewers on the grill, Zhuo Peng's gaze was unconsciously drawn to them, but only for a moment before he turned his attention elsewhere again. However, this phenomenon only lasted for a few minutes. With the aroma of the grilled meat spreading around, Zhuo Peng began to twitch his nose rapidly. Finally, when Tang Ze brought over dozens of grilled skewers to the dining table, Zhuo Peng couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped onto the back of the rock-armored bear and ran straight towards the dining table. Sitting by the table, he cautiously looked around to make sure there were no strange things hiding behind the trees before he picked up a skewer of grilled meat from the plate. Zhuo Peng, why haven't you overcome this fear of ghosts yet? You clearly know it's an exotic beast. Why are you so scared? Ninghua teased with a faint smile as he watched this scene. Is that something you can easily overcome? Even if it's an exotic beast. It doesn't fight, it just scares people. Zhuo Peng stammered. Tang Ze shook his head helplessly. Just eat. Didn't you say they won't come out during the day? So just ignore it. As he spoke, Tang Ze reached out and grabbed 3 porcelain bottles that appeared in his hand. Drink. Tang Ze pushed the porcelain bottles in front of Zhuo Peng. If you're really scared, just use a turtle shell on your back. That way, you only need to look forward. Hearing this, Zhuo Peng's eyes lit up. Good idea. As he took the porcelain bottle, he snapped his fingers. The next moment, several stones rose from behind Zhuo Peng, and soon a perfect turtle shell appeared that fit snugly against his back. After slightly turning his head to check and confirming that he could only see the rocks, Zhuo Peng gradually regained his composure. Chapter 63 Illusion with a Gulp of Wine. Zhuo Peng quickly threw the ghostly beast out of his mind. Awesome. Zhuo Peng slammed the porcelain bottle on the table. This time, he had to grab the monkey troop clean. For the next year, he must drink at least 1 bottle of this fruit wine every day. Don't talk big. Who knows if that monkey troop even is fruit wine? Ninghua slowly placed the porcelain bottle down and said lightly, "Oomph. Regardless of whether they have it, the spiritual fruits over there must be taken away. If there is no wine, then I'll brew it myself. I don't believe that I can't make the fruit wine that the monkeys can produce." Upon hearing this, Ninghua helplessly shook his head. Right. If the monkeys can make it, how could you, a big gorilla, not be able to? Zhuopeng didn't pay much attention to Ninghua calling him a big gorilla. After all, there were no outsiders here, and brothers could say whatever they wanted. Time flowed in this joyful atmosphere, and soon the sun gradually sank into the mountains and forests, and the sky began to darken. Zhuopeng, with a vigilant expression, glanced at the situation in the distance. Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes repeatedly, but when he looked again, there was nothing there. He chuckled himself, I must have seen it wrong. Even ghosts couldn't be that fast. He raised his hand and swallowed the last bit of fruit wine in the porcelain bottle. Shaking his head, Zhuopeng looked around again, and the next moment he froze in place, as he saw several red paper figures in the surrounding darkness staring at him with hollow eyes. Ghost! Zhuopeng's expression gradually twisted, and he began to speak incoherently. Tang Ze and the others furrowed their brows slightly and quickly turned to look behind them, but at that instant, those red paper figures seemed to vanish in a thin air. Ninghua's face became serious as he turned to look at Tang Ze. The two exchanged a glance and nodded, then stood up and walked toward the direction Zhuopeng had just looked at. Meanwhile, in front of Tang Ze, on the map occupying a quarter of his view, a red that was continuously flashing, silently hiding in the distant woods. Ghost, paper bride. Beast rank, none bloodline, none paper bride. Paper figure bride. Marriage, what kind of talent does this beast have? Tang Ze thought to himself. Just as the two approached a certain distance, the red that was still flashing in Tang's eyes suddenly disappeared without a trace. Tang Ze's brows furrowed deeply, and at that moment, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him. Tang Ze's body trembled slightly, and when he turned to look, he found it was Zhuopeng, who had a serious expression and raised his hand to stop him. Turning to look in the direction Zhuopeng was facing, he saw two rows of paper figures made of red paper slowly approaching from the darkness. In a moment, a flower palanquin made of red paper emerged from the darkness, and at that moment, the red that had disappeared on the beast map reappeared. The position of that red that was exactly on the flower palanquin that swayed up and down with the movements of the paper figures. Watching the flower palanquin draw closer, Ninghua began to gather spiritual energy in his mouth. The next moment, a ball of flame surged towards the paper figures in front. In an instant, the dozen or so paper figures were engulfed by the flames. But just as the flames were about to touch the flower palanquin, another change occurred. The flower palanquin once again vanished in a thin air. To the right, Tang Ze's gaze fixed intently on the beast map, and as the red dot reappeared, he quickly reminded, to the right. Upon hearing this, Ninghua didn't hesitate at all. A ball of flame once again erupted from his mouth and charged straight towards the flower palanquin on the right side. The anticipated scene of the paper figures being engulfed in flames did not occur. Instead, the paper figures at the front quickly moved towards the fireball as if blown by a gust of wind. The next moment, Ninghua's pupils constricted sharply as he saw the paper figures float onto the fireball and stick to it. In an instant, the entire fireball was enveloped by those paper figures. Seeing this, Ninghua took a deep breath and spat out another ball of flame towards the paper figures in midair. At the same time, the dozen or so paper figures quickly scattered, and the fireball that had originally emitted a fiery red glow transformed into a dark green ghost fire. As the two flames collided, the fire Ninghua had just spewed out was instantly swallowed by the green flame. In just a moment, the fire that could illuminate the surroundings was devoured by the dark green flame. The next second, the green flame, as if guided, rushed rapidly towards Tang Ze and the others. The two exchanged glances and nodded, immediately waving their hands to summon the two beasts. A snake and a pig immediately noticed the green fireball flying towards them, and without hesitation, Liang began to attempt to take control of the flame, while Xinchi spat out a stream of water towards the green fireball. As the water drew near, the surroundings were instantly shrouded in steam. However, as the continuous stream of water came into contact with the green flame gradually transformed into red. Just as the last trace of green disappeared, Liang completed the takeover of the fireball's control. What on earth is this ghost? Ning Hua's expression became increasingly serious, according to reason. Ghost-type beasts shouldn't have such abilities. In that instant, a glimmer flashed in Tang Ze's eyes. Since ghost-type beasts don't possess these things, is it possible that all of this is fake? Ning Hua paused slightly, as if he understood something, and raised his hand to grasp. The bone-slicing knife he had used to deal with the earth-splitting giant bear appeared in his hand. "Brother Tang, stay here. I'll be right back." Without waiting for Tang Ze to respond, Ning Hua dashed out. In just a few breaths, Ning Hua arrived beside the flower palanquin. And just as he raised his hand to stab at the flower palanquin, a paper figure floated out from the bottom of the palanquin and gently blocked his way. The bone-slicing knife instantly pierced into the chest of the paper figure, which struggled for a moment before clutching its chest and dissipating into spiritual energy. But just as Ning Hua intended to continue stabbing towards the flower palanquin, the paper figure that had transformed into spiritual energy and scattered reassembled again within a few breaths. This time, the red paper figure did not choose to block the front of the bone-slicing knife, but instead directly stuck to Ning Hua's face. By the time Ning Hua reacted and reached out to grab the paper figure, it was already too late, no matter how he fumbled on his face. He could only feel his own skin, yet the red paper figure was still there in front of his eyes. At this moment, Ning Hua understood that everything was indeed as Tang Ze said, all an illusion, created by that ghost-type beast. Everything was fake. Realizing this, Ning Hua no longer hesitated, raised the bone-slicing knife, and swung it towards the flower palanquin ahead. Chapter 64. The Red Paper Girl this time. The flower sedan chair did not change position even when the bone-cutting knife pierced into it. As the red paper curtain at the front was pulled down, a little girl dressed in a red wedding gown inside the sedan chair curiously looked at Ning Hua, seemingly unaware of what was happening. Perhaps it was because Ning Hua's eyes were completely blocked by the red paper figure, he did not notice the situation in the sedan chair. He raised his hand and continued to strike at it, causing the little girl's pupils to slightly constrict and her expression to turn fearful. She quickly raised her hands to block in front of her, and just then, the flower's sedan chair disappeared again. When the sedan chair reappeared, it was already behind Ning Hua, but he remained unaware, still standing in place with the bone-cutting knife, stabbing forward. When it appeared again, the little girl curiously looked around and paused slightly when she saw Tang Ze. Then, she waved her hand to greet him and poked a small hole in the back of the sedan chair, continuing to curiously watch Ning Hua, who was still chopping at the air. Seeing this, Tang Ze's expression gradually became strange. The scene that might have happened had already played out countless times in his mind. But this, who could have imagined it? Regardless of whether the little girl had any malice, the primary task now was still to calm Ning Hua down. Tang Ze activated his stealth and quickly glided towards Ning Hua. "Ning, there's nothing in front of you." Tang Ze helplessly reached out and patted Ning Hua's shoulder. "That little girl, the beast has teleported again." Saying this, Tang Ze reached out to grab the red paper figure on Ning Hua's face, but predictably, he still grasped nothing. "Teleported again?" Ning Hua's tone carried a hint of inevitability. "Then where's that beast now?" "Ah!" Tang Ze smacked his lips, looking at the little eye on the flower sedan chair. How to put it? After pondering for a moment, Tang Ze simply described what had just happened. After hearing this, Ning Hua gradually fell into contemplation. "What you mean is, that beast is a little girl, and she seems to have no malice." At this moment, Ning Hua also realized that throughout their encounters, aside from running into the ghost wall, they hadn't really been harmed. The previous green fireball was also because Ning Hua attacked first, causing the fireball to be transformed by the paper figure and counterattack towards them. "Yeah." Tang Ze nodded at the already stopped flower sedan chair. "That's pretty much it." After pausing, Tang Ze continued, "How about we ask her how to remove this red paper figure from your face?" Hearing this, Ning Hua was slightly taken aback. This was an experience he had never considered, asking the beast how to break her ability. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Hua nodded. "Then, let's ask." Tang Ze nodded, then grabbed Ning Hua's arm and walked towards the flower sedan chair. When they arrived in front of it and faced the little girl's curious gaze, Tang Ze momentarily did not know how to start. After organizing his words, he finally asked, "Little sister, do you have a way to remove this paper figure?" Upon hearing this, The little girl tilted her head and silently said something, then seemed to remember something and shook her head in disappointment. You don't know how to remove it? Tang Ze was puzzled and asked after a brief moment of confusion. The little girl opened her mouth, but immediately closed it again, then nodded. That little girl doesn't know how to do it? Yeah, Tang Ze nodded. It seemed she really didn't know the specific reason. Just then, the little girl, as if thinking of something, supported herself on the chair inside the sedan chair and jumped down. Seeing this, Tang Ze pulled Ninghua back a step warily. It seemed the little girl understood Tang Ze's misunderstanding, as she quickly pointed to her own face and then to Ninghua. Do you mean you now know how to remove this red paper figure? The little girl shook her head and then nodded. Shaking her head means she doesn't know, and nodding means she does know, but is uncertain and willing to try. All right, then you try. Tang Ze nodded. The little girl nodded and ran over quickly with her arms outstretched. Under Tang Ze's watchful eyes, the little girl jumped in front of Ninghua, but the result was she couldn't reach it at all. After jumping several times, the little girl's hands still couldn't even touch Ninghua's shoulder. Tang Ze frowned slightly and used both hands to push Ninghua down. Brother Tang, how? Before Ninghua could finish his sentence, the red figure in front of him was removed. Looking at the red paper figure in his hand, the little girl handed it to Tang Ze. Tang Ze received it in confusion, and the paper figure immediately adhered to his arm. The next second, that arm dropped down limply. Tang Ze was momentarily stunned and turned his head to look at the red paper figure on his right hand. Beside him, Ninghua looked at the red paper figure on Tang Ze's right hand in astonishment, reaching out to poke it, finding it fitting perfectly as if it had grown there. This ability, I've never heard of it. After a pause, Ninghua looked at the little girl, who was curiously observing Tang Ze's right hand, and added, and I haven't heard of anything similar either. Compared to Ninghua's curiosity about the beast, Tang Ze's expression was one of discomfort, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Although he could feel the presence of his right hand, he couldn't control it. It felt as if his entire arm had been encased in cement. Unable to move at all. Could you please help me again, little sister? Tang Ze said, half squatting down and raising his right hand to the little girl. The little girl, puzzled, reached out to tear the red paper figure off again and handed it back to Tang Ze. Knowing the power of this red paper figure, how could Tang Ze dare to take it? This red paper figure is yours, little sister. You don't have to give it to me. Tang Ze waved his hands repeatedly. The little girl tilted her head in confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why Tang Ze said it was hers when she didn't even know what it was. However, seeing Tang Ze's determined attitude, the little girl began to search her body for pockets, wanting to store the red paper figure. But after searching her entire body, she couldn't find a pocket to put it in. After a moment of hesitation, the little girl directly adhered the red paper figure to her clothes. Seeing that the red paper figure was indeed securely attached to her, the little girl seemed to discover something new and happily tore off the red paper figure again to stick it on other parts of her body. After trying several places, the little girl felt a bit dissatisfied and ultimately stuck the red paper figure on her chest. Chapter 65. Afraid of ghosts? Help him overcome it. How should Brother Tang handle the current situation? Ninghua raised his hand and nudged Tang Ze with his elbow. If the other party showed hostility, it would be easier to deal with. But we haven't encountered this before. Moreover, the appearance is that of a harmless little girl. How about you take action? A question mark silently appeared above Tang Ze's head. Senior Ning, where did you hear that I'm ruthless and no different from a beast? Huh? I haven't heard that before. A look of confusion appeared on Ninghua's face. Then how did you think I could take action? Tang Ze replied helplessly, face-palming. Ninghua awkwardly laughed, realizing what he had said earlier. So what should we do? From her expression, she probably doesn't know how to break the ghostly wall either. We can't just stay here forever, right? You asked me, who should I ask? Dong Shi shrugged helplessly. Now we can only take one step at a time. Unless you can be that ruthless beast. For this type of range-based ability, the official handling methods are only three. The first is for the other party to break it themselves. The second is to quietly wait for the other party's spiritual energy to run out. And the last one is to bring the target to the brink of death, at which point the ability will naturally dissipate. But the problem now is that the first option is highly unlikely. The second one is just a waiting game. And as for the third, although the little girl has now transformed into a beast, Her appearance still resembles that of a delicate 6 or 7-year-old girl. Others may not know, but Tang Ze and Ning Hua definitely can't bring themselves to do that. At that moment, Tang Ze seemed to remember something and suddenly looked back. But seeing that Left Pang had already wrapped himself into a rock ball, his expression gradually turned frantic. This expression was reminiscent of the first time Left Pang met Tang Ze. Thinking of it, Tang Ze immediately voiced his plan. Senior Ning, isn't Senior Left afraid of ghosts? In this situation, we can't get out, so we might as well help him overcome his fear, and it can also consume some of the little girl's spiritual energy. Hearing this, Ning Hua's eyes lit up as memories of the scene outside the secret realm surfaced in his mind. Now is indeed a good time for revenge. All right. Ning Hua's face showed a hint of excitement as he nodded. I'm not familiar with this aspect. I'll just follow what you say, Brother Tang. Seeing that Ning Hua agreed, Tang Ze slightly bent his legs and squatted in front of the little girl. Little sister, do you want to play a game with your brother? Upon hearing the word game, the little girl's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands repeatedly, her mouth opening and closing, but still not saying a word. However, from her expression, it was clear that she was eager to help. Tang Ze then leaned closer to her ear and quickly explained the plan. By the end, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the earlier gloom from not being able to speak was completely replaced by anticipation for what was to come. As Tang Ze described the final step, the little girl squinted her eyes, raised her little head, and patted her chest to indicate that she would take care of it. With everything ready, Ning Hua, being inexperienced in performance, was ultimately assigned by Tang Ze to stand far away as an audience. Hee. Senior Left, Junior Brother is here for revenge. Tang Ze laughed maniacally and quickly ran toward the rock ball. As he got close enough, Tang Ze immediately pretended to be frightened and started banging on the rock ball. Senior Left, it's not good. It's not good. That ghost-type beast is 4th tier, Senior Ning. Senior Ning. As he spoke, Tang Ze's voice even took on a hint of a sob. After waiting silently for a moment, Tang Ze continued to act as if he were on the verge of a mental breakdown, continuously retreating on the ground. Don't come over. Don't come over. Ah. After the screams, the surroundings fell back into silence. Tang Ze activated Shadow Stealth and slipped into the shadows, waiting quietly on the side. According to Tang Ze's plan, Left Pang must be making a choice at this moment between the ghost he fears and his 2 half-brothers. Indeed, as Tang Ze had predicted inside the rock ball, Left Pang was constantly pulling at his hair, but he couldn't make a decision. At this moment, it was time for the little girl to step in. According to Tang Ze's plan, the little girl had already turned into a ghost, so passing through a stone wall shouldn't be a problem. Even if she was stopped, there was still the red paper man. The little girl might not know how to pass through walls, but that red paper man should. As for if the red paper man couldn't pass through the wall, then they would just have to wait for Left Pang to come out. But as it turned out, for some reason, although the little girl had turned into a ghost, she still retained her physical form. Ultimately, the little girl had to give up on personally intervening, and she quickly tore the red paper man from her chest and stuffed it into the gap in the stone. This time, without any accidents, the red paper man directly penetrated the rock and entered the rock ball. At this point, Left Pang, who had yet to make a decision, found his eyes turning red, and suddenly his right hand became immobile. A look of panic flashed across his face, and, the next moment, the surrounding rocks lost control and fell to the ground. As the space expanded, Left Pang's arms began to droop, and the red paper man that had been adhered to his face and right hand completely wrapped around his arm. As his vision returned, Left Pang began to turn his head to look around, and when he saw the little girl, who had placed her hair, which was originally draped on her back, in front of her to cover her face, he was momentarily stunned. Why is this so different from what I imagined? Although the clothes are correct, the size. A look of shock appeared on Left Pang's face. He hadn't expected the gap between his perception and reality to be so large. But this was also normal. After all, in the public's perception, a ghost in a red wedding dress should be an adult woman. But now this, a little girl. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Compared to a ghost being scary, this situation felt more like a little girl who refused to obey her parents during the ghost festival and insisted on dressing up for Halloween. Through her hair, the little girl's face showed a hint of panic as she looked at Left Pang's state. In her view, There was nothing wrong with Tang Ze's plan. But now that there was a problem at her step, it must be her fault. As her expression gradually turned anxious, the red paper man on Left Pang's right arm seemed to sense something and began to wriggle toward his shoulder. Feeling the abnormality in his arm, Left Pang stiffly turned to look at it, something he hadn't noticed due to his earlier nervousness. Now a red paper man was clinging to his arm, continuously moving toward his shoulder with the obvious target being his head, coupled with the fact that he could no longer control his arm. Left Pang suddenly panicked and raised his left hand to grab at the red paper man. But even as his arm's clothing was torn to shreds by his frantic attempts, the red paper man continued to crawl steadily toward his neck. Chapter 66. Overcoming Fear. Tang Ze, hidden in the shadows, frowned slightly. What a surprise. If he covered his eyes any further, he wouldn't be able to see the next performance, making it meaningless. Xiaohong, stop. The little girl shouted at the red paper figure clinging to Zhuo Pang's arm, stomping her foot. Although she made no sound, the red paper figure stopped as if it had received an order. Seeing the red paper figure halt, Zhuo Pang let out a small sigh of relief. But at the same time, his gaze towards the little girl grew more fearful. He turned and took a step back, running away. Thank goodness, no accidents. Watching this scene, Tang Ze finally relaxed. At this moment, he had been lying in ambush for a long time on Zhuo Pang's path. Just as Zhuo Pang was less than 100 meters away from him, a bloodied head suddenly emerged from the ground, charging straight at him. As it got closer, a pair of arms also rose from the ground. Tang Ze's arms stretched out towards the ground ahead, the shadow controlling him to keep moving, creating the appearance of a half-bodied, evil spirit crawling toward its target with its hands. Because of the darkness, Zhuo Pang only then noticed the shadow on the ground, causing his heart to skip a beat, and he froze in place. At this moment, Tang Ze accelerated again. When they were less than 10 meters apart, Zhuo Pang finally reacted, turned, and changed direction to escape. Watching Zhuo Pang's fleeing direction, Tang Ze smacked his lips. He guessed wrong. He thought seniors would run to the right, but he went left instead. After a pause, a smile crept up on Tang Ze's lips. But it wasn't a big problem. With the ghost wall, it didn't matter which direction he ran. After waiting quietly for a moment, Zhuo Pang re-entered Tang Ze's line of sight. At the same time, a black tail emerged from the ground, blocking Zhuo Pang's path. By the time Zhuo Pang realized what was happening, his body was already starting to lean forward. Bang! Zhuo Pang's face immediately made intimate contact with the ground. And at that moment, the tail of the mysterious serpent wrapped around his ankle, activating both water control and metallization for double defense. He figured he could hold on for a while. Getting up, Zhuo Pang planned to continue running forward, but as expected, one foot was restrained, making it impossible to move. Squatting down, Zhuo Pang condensed a rock in his right hand and began to strike at the serpent's tail. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing was extremely jarring in the night. At this moment, the little girl had stealthily approached Zhuo Pang from behind. Sensing something, she hurriedly turned to look back. Originally startled by Zhuo Pang's action, thinking she had been exposed, she realized that due to her shorter height, she was still behind Zhuo Pang, who didn't see her at all. Seeing nothing unusual, Zhuo Pang once again focused his attention on his ankle. The only thought left in his mind was to escape this ghostly place. The next moment, Zhuo Pang felt a flash of red suddenly cover his eyes. He had experienced this situation before. It was just like the time he had the red paper figure stuck to his face in the rock ball. With his vision blocked, Zhuo Pang felt as if countless souls had gathered around him, their gazes drifting over him as if discussing how to devour him. Immediately, he took out a quickly.My knife from his storage space and began to slash at the surroundings, thinking that this would keep the ghostly beasts at bay. However, he considered how tall the little girl had been the first time he saw her. The quickly.My knife constantly sliced over the little girl's head, creating gusts of wind that tousled her hair. The little girl slightly opened her mouth and quickly covered the back of her head to press her hair down, then hurriedly ran toward Tang Ze, who was watching with interest. The little girl tugged at Tang Ze's sleeve, pointing at Zhuo Pang, who was still swinging his knife. Her face filled with concern as if asking, "Is this really okay?" Tang Ze smiled lightly and shook his head. "It's fine. Senior Zhuo is big-hearted. As long as he overcomes this fear, He forget everything that happened today in no time. The little girl nodded, somewhat understanding, her innocent gaze curiously observing Zhuopeng in the distance. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Whether it was exhaustion or resignation, Zhuopeng casually tossed the Qinglong Yinyuan knife aside and lay flat on the ground in a big character shape. Tang Ze had no doubt that if the red paper figure was torn off his face now, it would surely reveal a look of despair. Tang Ze gently patted the little girl on the head. "Little sister, you can go and tear off that red paper figure now." The little girl nodded and jogged ahead. Just then, Ninghua hurriedly ran over and grabbed the little girl's arm. The little girl tilted her head in confusion, not understanding why Ninghua was stopping her. Tang Ze exchanged a puzzled glance with Ninghua, who shook his head slightly. Taking the little girl, Ninghua explained the situation regarding Zhuopeng. He pointed to Zhuopeng's right hand and said softly, "Take a closer look at his right hand." Hearing this, Tang Ze was slightly taken aback. Looking closely, he saw that although Zhuopeng's right hand appeared relaxed, the torn fabric from his earlier attempt to rip off the red paper figure revealed faint blue veins, indicating that Zhuopeng was on the edge of losing control. If the little girl had really gone to tear off the red paper figure just now, she would have faced Zhuopeng's fury. Seeing this, Tang Ze helplessly shook his head. At this point, getting close to tear off the red paper figure was impossible. Suddenly, Tang Ze recalled the moment when the little girl had ordered the red paper figure to stop. He immediately squatted down in front of the little girl again. "Little sister, can you try to directly command the red paper figure to come off that brother's face?" The little girl tilted her head in thought for a moment before nodding. Then, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the red paper figure, she silently said something. As expected, the red paper figure began to wriggle as soon as it received the command. In no time, it detached from Zhuopeng's face and, as if blown by a gust of wind, floated back into the little girl's hand. On the ground, Zhuopeng, who Tang Ze had expected to have a look of despair, was surprisingly calm, his gaze searching the surroundings for the soul that had scared him half to death. After waiting quietly for a moment, Ninghua couldn't hold back any longer and teased Zhuopeng, "Brother Zhua, how long are you planning to lie on the ground? Or do you want to sleep there tonight?" Chapter 67. Accurate judgment. Zhuopeng's pupils suddenly widened, and he immediately sat up from the ground. The snake tail that had been coiled around his ankle slowly loosening at this moment. Staring intently at the three people standing in the distance, Zhuopeng, despite his foolishness, understood that everything happening was just a performance orchestrated by the two, while he completely ignored the little girl standing nearby. Noticing the spark of anger igniting in Zhuopeng's eyes, Tang Ze immediately felt that something bad was about to happen and activated Shadow Escape to slip into the shadows. "Ninghua, Yudi," Zhuopeng shouted angrily, and his whole body was instantly covered by rocks. Ninghua's expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned to flee backward. Given Zhuopeng's character, he wouldn't care whether this place was a secret realm. As long as the fire hadn't extinguished, he wouldn't stop. Ninghua naturally understood this and began to regret why he had come out. The performance was solely planned by Tang Ze, with 2 actors and 1 beast. And he was not one of them. "No, look, I didn't participate in the performance." Ninghua anxiously shouted back. This was all planned by Tang Laudi. "It has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you? If you didn't agree, could he scare me so blatantly?" Zhuopeng suppressed his anger and spoke. "If you didn't agree, why didn't you come out to stop it?" This was mainly to help that little girl deplete her spiritual energy. "If we don't use it up, we can't get out," Ninghua anxiously explained. "Besides, aren't you afraid of ghosts? You can use this opportunity to overcome it. It's all for your good." Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Zhuopeng's face, but it was quickly swallowed by the anger surging from his heart. "Overcome? You clearly have malicious intent for revenge." Realizing he couldn't escape this beating, Ninghua began to drag Tang Ze down with him to share some of Zhuopeng's anger. "Even if I have some malicious intent, I only agreed. All of this was proposed by Tang Laudi. Don't blame me. Take care of Tang Laudi. Are you stupid or am I stupid? I know for sure that you won't find him at this time of night." "How would you not know?" For a moment, Ninghua was at a loss for words, but after a moment of daze, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes again. Just as they passed the spot where Tang Ze had just vanished, a burst of flames erupted from his mouth, and in the light of the fire, a very obvious shadow appeared beside the little girl. The next moment, another small flame shot from his mouth straight towards that shadow. But Tang Ze had already thought of a solution to this situation. Emerging from the shadow, Tang Ze directly conjured a water arrow in his hand that hit the fire flying towards him. As the flames were extinguished, Zhuopeng had unknowingly arrived not far in front of Tang Ze. Hee, Junior, let us see the price you pay for the good deeds you did. After saying this, Zhuopeng raised his fist and struck towards Tang Ze's face. However, Tang Ze's expression remained unchanged, just as Zhuopeng approached him. Tang Ze calmly took out 10 porcelain vials from his spatial ring. 5 vials, Senior Zhuo. You choose. Do you want to punch me for a moment of pleasure, or choose 5 vials of fruit wine? Though he said it was for Zhuopeng to choose, Tang Ze knew how much these fruit wines attracted Zhuopeng. Moreover, there was not just one punching bag. If he chose the fruit wine, he could have both. With the chance to vent his anger and get some wine, Tang Ze didn't think Zhuopeng would refuse, which was why he maintained his expression throughout. As expected, Zhuopeng's fist stopped right in front of him, just a little away from hitting him. Tang Laodi, do you really think I'm so easily bought? Before Zhuopeng could finish his last few words, Tang Ze unhurriedly took out 5 more porcelain vials from his spatial ring. What about those 10 vials? Tang Ze said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Zhuopeng's expression changed instantly, and he put on a smile, hurriedly taking the 10 vials of fruit wine, saying, as expected of Tang Laodi, you really know how to read people. Tang Ze pointed to Ning Hua, who was running away, and smiled. Then Senior Zhua, what are you still doing here? Ning Laozhong has already run far away. This time Zhuopeng reacted, his expression changing as he put away the 10 porcelain vials and hurriedly chased after the fleeing Ning Hua. As the two disappeared from view, Tang Ze calmly returned to the dining table and continued to grill skewers. The little girl's nose twitched slightly, and the next moment, her eyes lit up as she quickly ran to the table and tugged at Tang Ze's clothes, her gaze fixed on the pile of grilled skewers on the table. What's wrong? Do you want to eat too? Tang Ze smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. She nodded eagerly, her face full of anticipation. All right, just wait a moment. Tang Ze nodded, and then directly took out bowls and chopsticks from his spatial ring, removing the bare meat from the iron skewer and placing it in a bowl before handing it to the little girl. The little girl took the bowl and immediately grabbed a piece of bear meat and put it in her mouth. Watching the little girl with her shining eyes, Tang Ze shook his head helplessly, moving a chair over for her to sit on before she continued with the unfinished project. Time passed quickly, and after more than an hour, Tang Ze looked at the little girl as if she were a monster. She had been eating continuously for an hour, yet her flat little belly showed no signs of change. Although Tang Ze didn't mind this, he couldn't understand how the little girl managed to do it. Overall, the little girl weighed no more than 30 pounds, but in this hour, she must have eaten at least 7 or 8 pounds of grilled meat. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Ze didn't dwell on it further. After all, the little girl could no longer be measured by human standards. Just like before, the Shin snake had stuffed itself full in one go before claiming to be full. Any adult of equal weight would have to eat in turns to consume the same amount of food. But after another hour passed, Tang Ze gradually fell silent. Weighing only around 30 pounds, yet able to eat 15 or 16 pounds of food, it just didn't make sense. Even if the Xian snake of the same size were to try that, it would surely burst. At this moment, the little girl seemed to notice Tang Ze's gaze, and after making eye contact, she quickly lowered her head and reluctantly placed her bowl and chopsticks back on the table. No worries, no worries. You keep eating. Tang Ze rubbed the little girl's head and smiled. I'm just curious. Don't you feel stuffed after eating so much? Upon hearing that Tang Ze wasn't looking at her that way because she ate too much, the look of disappointment on her face instantly vanished without a trace. After feeling for a moment, the little girl shook her head without any hesitation. In response, Tang Ze helplessly smiled. Then you keep eating. I'll go help you grill some more. The girl's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, the Xian snake, who had been scolded by Tang Ze and was lying on the ground playing dead, watched this scene with its teeth almost grinding to dust. Damn, what does this little Tang Ze mean? You can keep feeding the human cub, but I'm just a 1-month-old baby. Usually, I still have to get my own food, the Xian snake grumbled in its heart. But ultimately, these thoughts could only be kept inside. It knew that if Tang Ze heard this, it would definitely go hungry tonight. Chapter 68. Lost moments later, Tang Ze returned to the table with a plate of skewers. And it was at this moment that he gradually sensed something was off. On the map, it seemed that strange beasts were beginning to appear again. After a pause, he remembered that Zwapang and the others had not reappeared for a while. Had the ghost wall been lifted? This was not good news at all. Tang Ze frowned slightly and cast his gaze toward the little girl beside him. The aura emanating from her was unchanged, which was quite strange. Logically speaking, using her innate abilities should cause some uncontrollable aura to be released, and this was even more true for a newborn strange beast like the little girl. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on this matter any longer. The night was deep, and searching for the two of them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. All he could do was hope they would notice something was off and return soon. Before long, over an hour had passed. Strange beasts in the vicinity, drawn by the fire, often approached, and reluctantly, Tang Ze left a wooden sign in place and walked away. Throughout the journey, the little girl's curious gaze scanned her surroundings, while Tang Ze occasionally stuffed rocks into tree trunks to ensure he could return to the clearing the next morning. Before long, a cave appeared before them. This looks good, Tang Ze nodded in satisfaction, but soon his brows furrowed again, as it seemed the cave had already been claimed by strange beasts. With that thought, Tang Ze waved his hand and summoned the Xian snake from the beast space again. It's decided. Go for it, Xian snake. It's your turn to perform. Tang Ze pointed toward the cave. The Xian snake looked at Tang Ze with reluctance and muttered in its heart, You want me to scout? Fine. But perform? You might as well say, I'm going to my death. Shaking its head helplessly, the Xian snake activated its stealth ability and entered the cave. Moments later, a loud pig-like scream shattered the quiet night. The next moment, the Xian snake rushed out in a panic, followed closely by a pig-like strange beast with bright red eyes. Boss, run. That wild boar is at least 3rd tier and very strong. Before the Xian snake could finish, it had already passed Tang Ze and the little girl, dashing away without any intention of stopping. Tang Ze's expression changed slightly as he activated his stealth ability, sinking into the shadows, and picked up the little girl, fleeing in the same direction. But just then, the 3rd-tier wild boar suddenly accelerated, quickly overtaking Tang Ze and heading straight for the Xian snake. Seeing this, Tang Ze immediately understood that the Xian snake had probably done something behind his back that angered the wild boar. He raised his hand, and a teleportation portal appeared in front of the Xian snake. Upon seeing the light blue vortex, the Xian snake dashed into it like it had found savior. As the portal disappeared, Tang Ze used his stealth to climb up a nearby tree. With the target gone, the wild boar's red eyes scanned the surroundings. And then it suddenly turned around. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing but trees around. This scene sent the wild boar into a rage, and it began to charge wildly around. Tang Ze became intrigued. He didn't understand what the Xian snake had done to provoke the wild boar into such a furious rampage when it couldn't even find target. He waved his hand and summoned the Xian snake again. The next moment, a sneaky snake head poked out, and after confirming that the surroundings were safe, the Xian snake activated its stealth again, standing atop a tree trunk. Boss, where's that wild boar? Before Tang Ze could speak, the Xian snake asked first. Tang Ze rolled his eyes and pointed to a nearby tree, which was about as thick as a person could hug. With a loud crash, that tree snapped in response to the Xian snake's terrified gaze, and the sound startled nearby birds, sending them scattering. What on earth did you do? Why is the wild boar so angry? A playful smile appeared on Tang Ze's face, although he didn't know exactly what the Xian snake had done. He was sure it was something beyond what a human could do. But the Xian snake isn't human, so whatever it did makes sense. The Xian snake showed an awkward expression, turning its head to the side and slowly speaking. I went into that cave, and, I ate something in front of the wild boar. Hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Tang Ze's face. If it was just some food, it shouldn't have resulted in such a reaction. Suddenly, a rather beastly possibility flashed through Tang Ze's mind. You didn't eat its young in front of it, did you? Tang Ze's lips twitched as he voiced the possibility he couldn't believe. The Xian snake awkwardly nodded, actually. I wanted to eat the wild boar, too. But halfway through, it woke up and almost knocked me over. You know the rest. Tang Ze took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but ultimately managed to remain calm for only 3 seconds. You're a snake, not a tiger. I could have just killed the wild boar while it was sleeping with a water, arrow, and metallization before eating it. Why did you have to swallow it whole? I'm hungry. I couldn't think that much. Did you forget you just ate so many fish? How can you be hungry already? Tang Ze face-bombed in exasperation. At that time, after cooking the bear meat, Tang Ze noticed strange beasts approaching, and since Wapang and the others were not around, he had to maintain the Xian snake's combat power. So he took out the sea fish he had prepared yesterday from his spatial ring to roast. After devouring 7 or 8 of them, Tang Ze had heard the Xian snake say it was full, yet now it was already claiming to be hungry again. I don't know. It just feels like I digested everything quickly and got hungry again. The Xian snake spoke with a hint of confusion. Tang Ze looked helplessly at the snake and the girl. Is this how strange beasts are nowadays? The Xian snake is fine. It's naturally large, and it's normal for it to eat a lot. But this little girl, she really eats without reason. I even suspect her stomach is a storage space. Sigh. 2 big eaters. Tang Ze sighed helplessly, grateful that there were plenty of strange beasts in the sea. Otherwise, he really couldn't afford to feed them. At some point, Tang Ze had automatically categorized the little girl as part of his group, and he would definitely take her out of the secret realm. After all, leaving a 6-year-old girl in this dangerous secret realm, even if she was also a strange beast, was something Tang Ze believed he could not do. Chapter 69. Boss, I want to master the beast control space. After a moment, the wild boar below seemed to have calmed down a bit, no longer charging wildly, but instead lowered its head to the ground, sniffing at something. Watching this scene, an ominous premonition rose in Tang Ze's heart. The next second, this bad feeling was confirmed as the wild boar stood still for a moment before turning its head in their direction. In no time, the wild boar followed the scent to the base of the tree. Damn! Tang Ze's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the Xian snake with a murderous intent, momentarily forgetting that this was a wild boar whose sense of smell was no less than that of a dog. Moreover, it was a beast. It was a miracle if they could hide in the tree. Tang Ze immediately decided to recall the Xian snake to the beast control space to avoid trouble. But it was too late. The wild boar had already spotted the 2 people and the snake standing on the tree trunk. The wild boar let out a roar, raised its hooves, and scratched the ground a few times before charging directly at the tree. Bang! With a muffled sound came the crisp sound of breaking, and dozens of green leaves flew past his eyes. Tang Ze's expression changed, and he raised his hand to slap the back of the Xian snake's head again. Xian snake, this is your doing. You go deal with it yourself later. Leaving this remark, Tang Ze hugged the little girl's legs, exerted a slight force, and leaped onto a nearby tree trunk. Bang! Before the Xian snake could react, another muffled sound echoed, and the tree began to tilt backward. The Xian snake, realizing the situation, hurriedly plunged into the shadows. In the next moment, the loud crash of the collapsing tree and the sound of breaking branches intertwined, marking the beginning of this battle. Damn, you fat pig, I actually gave you face. Do you really think I can't kill you? Thanks to Tang Ze's reminder, the Xian snake recalled its innate ability, which was the real skill for defeating enemies beyond its level. Immediately, the Xian snake concentrated all its spiritual energy, attempting to activate its talent. But as a wisp of white smoke emerged from its body, the Xian snake froze in place. What is going on? Why can't I use it? A hint of anxiety appeared on the Xian snake's face. You snakes should pay the price for everything you've done. The wild boar sneered, charging directly at the Xian snake without any build-up. The Xian snake's expression changed, and it quickly dove into the shadows to evade to the side. However, at that moment, the wild boar seemed to know the direction the Xian snake was moving in, changing its angle of attack and heading straight for the Xian snake's current position. Before long, the wild boar's foot landed on the shadow hidden in the darkness. Bang! The Xian snake was uncontrollably thrown out from right in front of the wild boar. Clang! Without any unexpected events, the Xian snake was sent flying, but thankfully, it had habitually activated its metallic form, allowing it to withstand the blow. Struggling to get up from the ground, the Xian snake immediately shouted towards the darkness, "Boss, I was wrong. The heaven punishment can't be used. Help!" At that moment, the wild boar was once again in front of the Xian snake. Bang! The wild boar crashed into the tree trunk once more, while the Xian snake was climbing up the trunk and began to gather metallic arrows to shoot at the wild boar. These arrows all hit the wild boar's back, but they only left tiny red dots on its surface. Sigh! Tang Ze sighed helplessly as he returned to the ground along the tree trunk. Why can't I use the heaven punishment? I even hid so far away, and yet you can't use it. Tang Ze shook his head helplessly and quickly rushed toward the position of the Xian snake. A moment later, when Tang Ze and the little girl got closer, the wild boar had already knocked down 5 large trees in succession. The Xian snake, seeing Tang Ze finally appear, felt like crying. "Boss, you're finally here. Hurry, quickly put me back in the beast control space." Hearing this, Tang Ze's face was full of disdain. "Go away. You're asking me to attract fire while you hide? How could you have a nerve? But isn't that what you're doing?" The Xian snake jumped onto another tree trunk, confusedly retorting, "How can I be like you?" After saying this, Tang Ze ignored the Xian snake and patted the little girl in his arms. "Brother told you before, try to see if you can control the red paper man to seal the wild boar's hind legs." Earlier, when they were still in the tree, Tang Ze had anticipated this outcome. Without the ability to use heaven punishment, relying solely on him and the Xian snake to kill this third-tier wild boar was too difficult. So he had communicated this plan with the little girl in advance. If they could control one of the wild boar's legs and break its balance, everything would be easier. The little girl obediently nodded, then tore off the red paper man stuck to her chest and gently tossed it forward, while her little mouth opened and closed as if giving some command. Upon receiving the command, the red paper man swiftly floated toward the wild boar like a gust of wind. Just as the wild boar charged into the tree trunk again, the red paper man also arrived on its back at the same time. The wild boar's movements froze slightly, but it quickly reacted and continued to crash into the tree trunk. Meanwhile, the red paper man began to climb steadily toward the wild boar's hind leg. Seeing that this method was indeed feasible, Tang Ze quickly placed the little girl behind a nearby tree and activated his stealth to approach quickly. With another sound of breaking, the red paper man reached the wild boar's hind leg. As if sensing something, the wild boar let out a roar and began to spin around, trying to shake off the red paper man on its hind leg, but something that even a human couldn't tear off. How could a wild boar that couldn't even touch the red paper man tear it off? At this moment, the Xian snake also noticed the red paper man on the wild boar's hind leg, knowing exactly what this red paper man was capable of. This time, it didn't continue to flee but activated its full talent, and the meteor hammer appeared once more on its tail. At this point, the wild boar's peripheral vision caught sight of the Xian snake's actions. It no longer cared about the immobilized hind leg, instead focusing intently on the Xian snake. Controlling its stealth, the Xian snake turned its body, and the meteor hammer fell sharply. However, the limitations of the meteor hammer became apparent. Its attack speed was too slow and its range too small, allowing the wild boar to simply take a step back and dodge. After a few more missed attacks, the Xian snake grew increasingly agitated. "Damn, you fat pig, stop dodging." Just as a flash of bright red covered the Xian snake's pupils, a pair of size 42 feet emerged from the ground behind the wild boar, landing a kick directly on the other leg that the wild boar could still control. In an instant, the wild boar lost control of its hind leg and sat down heavily on the ground. Chapter 70. The Strange Red Paper Man Boom. The meteor hammer fell, instantly covering the surroundings with smoke and dust. A piercing pig squeal echoed, followed closely by the wild boar's furious roar once again. Ding! A crisp metallic sound rang out, and in the next moment, the Xian snake flew out from the smoke, crashing straight into a large tree before coming to a stop. 2 pure white tusks were embedded deeply into its 7-inch mark. Wow! The Xian snake looked at the tusks that were deeply embedded in its body with a face full of terror, its eyes gradually turning red. "Fat pig, are you looking for shit to eat?" At this moment, Tang Ze, who had already pulled his legs back into the shadows, felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon hearing these words. Without any hesitation, he quickly fled into the distance. In the next moment, as Tang Ze expected, that crazy voice echoed again. Ha ha ha, D, I want you dead. Eveliona, D. As the voice fell, the originally boundless night sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Ha 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 ha, Thunder, come. As the words fell, several bolts of lightning streaked through the dark clouds. Realizing something was wrong, the wild boar hurriedly got up, trying to escape. But the blow from the Xian snake had crushed its two front legs, leaving it with only one usable back leg. How could it possibly outrun the lightning with just one back leg? In the next moment, a lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel slowly descended from the sky. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and when the lightning dissipated, the wild boar that's still been standing there was now charred all over, with the scent of roasted meat wafting from it. With the death of the wild boar, the Xian snake's gaze seemed to penetrate the darkness, locking onto Tang Ze in the shadows. Ha 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 ha! D! Everyone die! The Xian snake crazily shouted again, immediately chasing after Tang Ze in the distance. But just as it passed by the wild boar's corpse, a waft of meat fragrance rushed into its nostrils. In an instant, a spark of liveliness appeared in the Xian snake's pupils. Ha, die! So fragrant! Ha 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 ha! You almost. Wait until I'm not hungry. It seems it's not too late to kill after I'm full. As if it had come to a realization, the Xian snake immediately pounced on the already charred wild boar. In the distance, Tang Ze watched this scene with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He recalled the first time the Xian snake went berserk by the seaside, or rather, the first time it used the heavenly punishment. That truly was him escaping while it chased him, making it hard to escape. If I had known that a roasted pig could solve the problem, why did I let that snake brat use lightning to strike me? Tang Ze gritted his teeth, and there was still that 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ze suddenly reacted. The heavenly punishment would last for 2 minutes. How long could a pig last? With the Xian snake's appetite, 3 seconds? For seconds? Although the Xian snake was indeed quick with food, Tang Ze forgot that the premise for the Xian snake eating quickly was that the food had to be delicious. The wild boar's skin had been turned to charcoal. It was unlikely that it could clean it up in less than a minute. Realizing this, Tang Ze quickly slid toward a little girl hiding behind a tree not far away, watching this side. After a moment, Tang Ze peeked out of the shadow, grabbed the little girl, and ran off into the distance. The little girl rested her chin on Tang Ze's shoulder, her curious gaze directed back at the Xian snake, which had finished skinning and was now swallowing the roasted pig. After a moment, the little girl cast a puzzled look at Tang Ze's face, as if wondering why he wasn't taking the Xian snake with him. It was at this moment, whether it was triggered by a memory, a hint of loneliness appeared on the little girl's face. Doesn't Big Brother want the big snake anymore? Will he also abandon me like sister? The little girl thought to herself, but she didn't notice a wisp of spiritual energy slowly drifting in front of her, coalescing into a red paper man once again. The expression on the red paper man's face slightly changed, and then it opened its arms and pressed against her once more. At this time, the Xian snake swallowed the whole roasted pig, and the spark of liveliness in its eyes disappeared again. In the next moment, a few drops of rain began to fall from the sky. Tang Ze's expression grew serious. He knew that the 1,000 arrows launch technique was coming again. Ha ha! D. The Xian snake's crazy voice echoed again, and the Xian snake had already entered within 100 meters of Tang Ze without him realizing it. As if knowing the distance was sufficient, the Xian snake looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Concentrate! As the Xian snake uttered this word, the rainwater that had not yet fallen began to fly upwards towards the sky, and in no time, hundreds of water arrows reappeared above Tang Ze. Just when Tang Ze thought it was over, those hundreds of water arrows began to converge. Seeing this, Tang Ze was completely stunned. He had thought that the Xian snake would use the 1,000 arrows launch technique, but he never expected that it seemed to have learned from the last experience and planned to use several large water arrows to kill him directly this time. Damn! Xian snake, wait for me! As the words fell, a flash of inspiration struck Tang Ze's mind, and he immediately recalled a small detail about the Beast Master space. Normally, The Beastmaster space could only allow the respective Beastmaster's beasts to enter, but the water arrows in the sky were fundamentally the Xian snake's spiritual energy, so they should also be able to enter the Beastmaster space. Just as he remembered this small detail, before Tang Ze could think further, dozens of large water arrows in the air had already gathered and were flying towards his head. Seeing this, Tang Ze didn't know if it would work, but he could only treat it as a dead horse trying to live like a horse. He raised his hand, and a light blue vortex spread from the center of his palm. Tang Ze tightly closed his eyes and waited for the result. In the next moment, dozens of large water arrows flew into the light blue vortex one after another without any deviation, causing no changes whatsoever. With the disappearance of the large water arrows, Tang Ze's confidence surged. Since the Beastmaster space could absorb the water arrows, logically, the lightning struck by the Xian snake should also be absorbable. Understanding this principle, the seriousness on Tang Ze's face quickly faded, replaced by an expression of being in complete control. At that moment, another word popped out of the Xian snake's mouth: lightning. As the words fell, a thunderbolt descended from the sky, and seeing this, Tang Ze calmly summoned the vortex of the Beastmaster space again. But this time, the lightning strike was not blocked by the transmission channel of the Beastmaster space. Tang Ze's pupils widened in shock, but it was too late to activate the metallicization. In an instant, the lightning penetrated Tang Ze's body, affecting the little girl in his arms as well. At that moment, the red paper man in the little girl's arms emitted a strange red light. In the next moment, the red paper man rapidly enlarged, enveloping the two of them in an instant. Tang Ze felt a strange spiritual energy coursing through his body, and the next second, the lightning that had been rampaging through him began to dissipate at a visible speed. At the same time, his body uncontrollably released the shadow concealment, and part of the spiritual energy within him automatically surged into the little girl's body, causing the spiritual energy in her body to begin operating and activating the metallicization. Chapter 71. Linger, what happened? Tang Ze was shocked as he felt the spiritual energy within him. Why did my spiritual energy activate the metallization uncontrollably? After a pause, Tang Ze turned his gaze towards the red paper figure that enveloped the two of them. At this moment, Tang Ze seemed to notice something, and with a thought, the beast map appeared before his eyes. At this time, the red that originally represented the little girl was now covered by a larger red dot. As Tang Ze focused, the information about this large red dot slowly unfolded. Red paper figure, paper marriage, beast rank, level 4, bloodline, legendary seeing the level 4 rank. Tang Ze was stunned. He had thought the red paper figure was a manifestation of the little girl's talent, but it seemed that the red paper figure was an independent entity. But why did this red paper figure obey the little girl's commands? It seemed that the opportunity to make money had arrived, and the long-absent system popped up again. Host, are you feeling confused? For just 50 fishing points, this system can answer your questions. The corners of Tang Ze's eyes twitched involuntarily as he immersed his consciousness into his mind. Seeing this, the system mistakenly thought Tang Ze was interested and immediately conjured a book titled Record of Exotic Beasts and placed it in front of him. Host, look at this exotic beast. Before the system could finish speaking, Tang Ze raised his hand and snatched the book away. While the system was stunned, Tang Ze had already opened the record of exotic beasts. It seemed that because Tang Ze already had a target, the page he randomly flipped to contained information about the Wraith red paper figure, paper marriage. Wraith red paper figure, paper marriage. Description: the two were originally sisters. Due to some irresistible factors, the younger sister was forced to complete a ghost marriage ceremony, and the older sister's blood was used to color the red paper figure. Under the transformation of spiritual energy, the red paper figure became the new soul carrier for the older sister, while the younger sister's soul was freed from the constraints of the ceremony through the continuous transformation of the older sister's spiritual energy. However, due to the passage of time, the physical body has returned to nature, and only a body formed by the aggregation of spiritual energy remains to store the younger sister's soul, thus becoming a wraith paper marriage. After the wraith is born, the soul of the red paper figure will gradually be devoured and merged into one. after which only the wraith will remain, and the talent of the red paper figure will fuse with the wraith's own talent. Just as Tang Ze was halfway through reading, the system finally reacted, and the record of exotic beasts disappeared from Tang Ze's hands. Tang Ze was slightly taken aback and quickly turned to the system, saying, "System, can you not wait a moment? I haven't finished reading the first part about the origin of the birth, and there is still a lot left." The face that the system conjured displayed a look of disdain. "Host, can you stop being so shameless? Freeloading is a disgraceful act. It's already generous to show you half. If you want to continue reading, pay up." Tang Ze curled his lips. Since he wanted to know the answer to the question, he naturally had no intention of lingering. With a thought, Tang Ze slowly opened his eyes, feeling the thunder that had not yet ceased. His expression darkened slightly, but counting the time, it was almost over. Just then, as the last bolt of lightning struck, the red paper figure exploded, turning into countless small pieces of red paper that slowly merged into the little girl's body. At this moment, the hint of bright red in the eyes of the Xian snake gradually faded. Unlike last time, the Xian snake did not faint this time. However, after recalling what it had done, the Xian snake immediately tilted its head, closed its eyes, and lay down on the ground, pretending to be dead. As the small pieces of red paper gradually entered the little girl's body, her pupils began to tremble, and countless emotions flickered in her eyes: joy, sadness, anger. At this moment, the memories belonging to her sister continuously surfaced in her mind. "Sister," the little girl spoke dazedly but could not make any sound. Meanwhile, a voice of a 15 or 16-year-old girl slowly emanated from within her body. "Linger, sister has done everything she can, and now it's time for me to go. You must follow this brother closely." As the last memory merged into Linger's body, a red paper figure slowly stood up from the ground, swaying as it approached a grave. A tear glimmered in the hollow eyes of the red paper figure. From then on, all of Linger's sister's memories merged in her mind, and from then on, she was Linger and also her sister. "Sister," Linger hoarsely spoke, and this time, her voice genuinely came out of her mouth. Seeing this, Tang Ze sighed helplessly. Looking at this change, he knew that the devouring described in the record of exotic beasts had been completed. The soul of the red paper figure had disappeared, and from now on, only Linger would live on with her sister's memories. "Sleep for a while. Just take a nap," Tang Ze said as he gently patted the little girl's back. Under Tang Ze's continuous comfort, Linger tightly grasped Tang Ze's clothes and slowly fell asleep. This sleep was not peaceful. She would occasionally call out for her sister unconsciously. A ray of light slowly rose in the sky. Tang Ze frowned slightly, activating Shadow Step to turn his body so that Linger could continue to stay in the shadows. Time passed, and after several hours, Linger slowly opened her eyes. Even though her body was made of spiritual energy, the glimmer of tears in her eyes indicated her current emotions. "All right, everything is over now." Tang Ze gently patted Linger's back and spoke softly. Linger nodded, and the sadness in her eyes was gradually replaced by determination. "Sister, I will live well with you." Seeing this, Tang Ze smiled slightly, then hammered his legs a few times. After being still all night, he had lost all feeling in them. Feeling the pain coming from above, his legs slowly awakened as if receiving a command. He stood up and moved around a bit before turning his gaze to the Xian snake, which was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He stepped forward and kicked it, saying, "Stop pretending. Get up quickly. Don't force me to hang you up and beat you in the secret realm." Hearing this, the Xian snake's expression changed, and it immediately pretended to wake up, mimicking Tang Ze's usual manner by yawning widely. "Boss, you're awake too. Stop pretending. Let us go back to that open space and see if those two unreliable ones have returned." Tang Ze turned to look back. The Xian snake chuckled and immediately ran ahead to lead the way. "Boss, I remember the way. I'll lead." With that, the Xian snake dashed towards the pine tree embedded with stones in the distance. Tang Ze shook his head helplessly and then switched to a completely different expression as he looked at Linger. "Sit tight. We're setting off. Let us go," Linger said excitedly, looking ahead. With that, Tang Ze activated Shadow Step. allowing the soles of his shoes to slip into the shadows as he began his masterful, ghostly steps. Chapter 72, Aftermath. After a moment, Xianxi looked around in confusion at the unfamiliar environment, starting to glance around in search of the stone that Tang Ze had embedded in the tree trunk. Seeing this scene, Tang Ze knew that Xianxi was lost again. Xianxi, you really are something. You used to just walk straight down one path without changing direction. How can you be lost now? Tang Ze sighed helplessly. So where should the boss go? Xianxi awkwardly turned to ask. Keep going forward. If you don't see any markers, then just go back. Tang Ze rubbed his forehead in frustration. After a pause, Xianxi chuckled and said, Boss, why don't you lead the way? At this moment, Xianxi also recognized its own limitations. If there was a big meal at the destination, it was sure it wouldn't go wrong. But knowing that there was nothing at the destination, it felt it would inevitably make a mistake. Rather than getting scolded by Tang Ze after going the wrong way, it was better to step aside now. After all, what happened last night was temporarily over, and Tang Ze was unlikely to come looking for revenge in the short term. Tang Ze shook his head helplessly and walked straight ahead. As he passed by Xianxi, he casually slapped the back of its head. Xianxi instinctively activated its metallic form, but the events of last night suddenly flashed in its mind. Xianxi's expression changed slightly as it quickly drew out the spiritual energy from the back of its head. Smack! Well, at least you're smart. Tang Ze frowned slightly, but nodded. He naturally noticed the glow and the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Xianxi's head earlier. But he didn't care much about it. After letting Xianxi off the hook before, he became angrier the more he thought about it. However, since it was in the past, he didn't want to bring it up out of nowhere. He could only deliberately make things difficult for Xianxi, and if anything went wrong, he could use that as an excuse to turn against it. Sigh, this old sick snake is really hard to handle with its constant jumping around. Tang Ze sighed helplessly in his heart. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Xianxi's ability to remember and learn from its mistakes was fully demonstrated. Tang Ze tried no less than 10 different methods to lead Xianxi into making a mistake, but each time was effortlessly resolved by Xianxi. Boss, I feel like we should be almost there, so stop tormenting me. Thinking is really tiring. Xianxi complained impatiently, but the next moment, as if remembering something, it hurriedly added, Boss, I'm not questioning your decision. Just at least give me a little time to rest. At least Puing Ling, who had been resting with her eyes closed in Tang Ze's arms, suddenly spoke up, Brother, if you want to hit the big snake, just hit it directly. Why do you have to find a reason? Tang Ze awkwardly scratched his head. Before Tang Ze could finally find an excuse to speak, Ling seemed to already know what he was going to say and interjected, Brother, this excuse of yours is too far-fetched. Instead of finding a reason, you might as well just hit it. If you really need a reason, then the big snake killed my sister before. Can you help me hit it? After saying this, Ling even put on a very aggrieved expression. Tang Ze was momentarily taken aback. He didn't understand how Ling knew what he was thinking. But the problem now was that he finally had an excuse, and he didn't have to continue hiding his murderous intent. Although he didn't know what Ling had said to Tang Ze, Xianxi realized that the persistence it had for the past half hour seemed to have been in vain. In the end, it could only sigh helplessly and look up at the sky, its face filled with a calm expression, as if the events that were about to unfold were of no concern to it. Tang Ze let out a cold laugh, clenched his fist, and the cracking sound reached Xianxi's ears. Before Tang Ze's attack could land on it, Xianxi couldn't hold back and activated its metallic form. Boss, if you're going to hit me, just do it quickly. Hearing Tang Ze's approaching footsteps, a sense of fear that was controlled by Tang Ze began to rise within Xianxi. Boss, aren't we supposed to be on our way? Can you hit a little faster? From an initial resolute tone to one now tinged with fear, Tang Ze understood that the psychological torment had nearly reached its limit. The next moment, Tang Ze casually took out a slipper from his spatial ring. Moments later, that slipper broke again, and after tossing the broken slipper back into the spatial ring, Tang Ze exhaled a breath of stale air. This feels good. Seeing that Tang Ze had finally stopped tormenting it, Xianxi canceled its metallic form and carefully assessed the area that had been continuously attacked. noticing that there was no pain in that region, and its face lit up with joy. Ha ha, this little Tang Ze is really something. This time it didn't even hurt. Xianxi cheered in its heart. At the same time, Xianxi began to ponder how far it could provoke Tang Ze before only being hit with a slipper. Having stabilized his own mindset, Tang Ze shifted his attention back to Ling Er. Ling Er, how can you hear my thoughts? Tang Ze squatted down in front of Ling Er and asked slowly. Ling Er shook her head in confusion, covering her forehead with her hand. After merging with my sister's memories, I just feel so strange. Tang Ze's expression gradually became serious as he began to understand what was going on. Ling Er was just a 6-year-old girl, and the voice of Ling Er's sister that Tang Ze had heard before was clearly much older. The experiences of the two were not comparable at all. It was normal for Ling Er to feel strange, accepting many memories beyond her own. She was now simultaneously her sister, and merging and adapting the two sets of memories was naturally not something that could be accomplished in a short time. The suggestion Ling Er made earlier was evidently problematic. From their first meeting to now, Ling Er had given him the impression of a naive and well-behaved little girl. Even if she knew Tang Ze's inner thoughts, she likely wouldn't directly say something like just hit it. As for why Ling Er could hear his thoughts, that would have to wait until she became familiar with her abilities. Let's take it slow and see how it goes. If you can't adapt, we'll think of another way, Tang Ze said, rubbing Ling Er's little head. Ling Er nodded and closed her eyes again. Sigh. Tang Ze sighed helplessly. He reached out to pick Ling Er up again and turned his gaze to Xianxi, who was still pondering how to deal with him. Get moving. Don't just stand there. With its train of thought interrupted, a hint of resentment appeared in Xianxi's eyes as it resolved to be bolder next time and see what kind of attack Tang Ze would use to test its limits. Moments later, an open space appeared before Tang Ze once again. Looking at the 4 bright red figures in the center of the clearing, Tang Ze's pupils constricted slightly. Surrounding the 2 humans and 2 beasts were dozens of various exotic beasts, all covered in blood and lying on the ground, clearly having lost their lives. Chapter 73. Wolf King. While Tang Ze was momentarily distracted, the blazing sun pig and the rock-armored bear suddenly seemed to sense their presence, turning their gazes sharply toward this side and beginning to roar incessantly. The 2 men, sitting cross-legged on the ground, Pang and his companion, frowned. Here they come again? Brother Ning, I have to say we should just hide somewhere else instead of waiting here, Pang slowly complained. Sighing helplessly, Ning Hua said, This area has too strong a smell of blood. Exotic beasts will be continuously attracted here. If we hide in the woods, those beasts will gather in the center. If Brother Tang comes back and sees all those exotic beasts in the center, will he really come out? That's true. You rest for now. I'll go take a look. Pang nodded and looked in the direction where the 2 beasts were staring. Seeing those familiar faces, Pang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But soon a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. Why didn't you come a few minutes earlier? If you had, we wouldn't have had to face that pack of wolves. Shaking his head, Pang lifted his foot and kicked Ning Hua's knee, preparing to run away. There's no need to stay here any longer. Ning Hua was slightly taken aback, as if he thought of something, and quickly opened his eyes. At this moment, Tang Ze had also jogged over to the 2. It's good that you came back. Ning Hua sighed heavily. He knew how important Tang Ze was to Zheng Yinsong. It could be said that he was the hope for their academy to win the championship in the coming years. It was easy to imagine what the 2 would face if Tang Ze died in the secret realm while accompanying them. Just as Tang Ze was about to say something, several wolf howls echoed from a distance. Hearing this, Pang and his companions' expressions changed, and they each picked up Tang Ze and ran toward the distance. Tang Ze turned in confusion, but due to the speed, he barely caught a glimpse of several gray-black wolf-like exotic beasts rushing out from the bushes. As if sensing Tang Ze's confusion, Ning Hua, with a racing heart, looked back at the wolf pack and saw that they hadn't pursued. He then explained, Pang and I killed too many exotic beasts in that area. Perhaps a few wild wolves were just passing by. 4 4th-tier wolf kings came with dozens of ordinary wolf-like exotic beasts trying to kill us. We fought desperately and managed to take down 3 of the 4th-tier ones. But the last one ran away. Now, the wolf pack is back, It's very likely that there are fifth-tier ones. Ninghua's expression was slightly serious. As he finished speaking, all three heard the noisy footsteps approaching from behind. Ninghua's face turned slightly pale as he quickly turned to look back, only to see nearly 50 different types of wolf-like exotic beasts continuously closing in on the three. At the forefront of the wolf pack, a nearly 2-meter-tall wolf king with pitch-black fur standing upright had already come within 100 meters of the three. Watching this scene, Ninghua's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. He immediately raised his hand, palm facing the wolf pack behind. As his words fell, a line of fire suddenly shot out from Ninghua's palm. Wherever the fire line passed, small flames slowly ignited. Seeing those tiny flames, the fifth-tier wolf king's face revealed a human-like sneer. But just as the wolf pack relaxed their guard and approached the flames, an unexpected change occurred. The small flames spread at an incomprehensible speed, and in an instant, all the wolf-like exotic beasts were engulfed by the sea of fire. At this moment, in an underground monitoring room somewhere outside the secret realm, beep, 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 a man who had been dozing off with his head resting on the monitoring screen suddenly woke up. What's going on? Looking at the red light indicating a fire, the man's expression gradually turned ugly. Damn it! Which little brat is setting fires in the secret realm again? Don't they know they could get locked up for it? After a moment, the man found the area that was already engulfed in flames among the dozens of screens. Damn, it's at least a fourth-tier fire. The man quickly adjusted the monitoring, and soon the figures of the three appeared on the screen. High Academy? A flicker of anger flashed in the man's eyes. How many times has it been this year? They're back again. But soon, the man deflated, sighing softly as he began to quietly wait for the three to leave. Once the three had moved a certain distance away, the man raised his hand and pressed a blue button on the screen. In an instant, the raging sea of fire was extinguished, and the trees that had been burned began to recover at a visible speed, confirming that there were no mistakes. The man leisurely sent the data to Zhang Yunsong. Ha ha ha. Brother Ning, your flames really are reliable. Not once has an exotic beast been able to sense something amiss. And every time they step in without hesitation, Zhuopang praised as he looked at the sea of fire behind them. But just then, it seemed that Zhuopang's loud voice disturbed Linger, who was in Tang Ze's arms. Linger raised her small hand and slapped it directly on Zhuopang's mouth. When Linger pulled her hand back, a small red paper figure had appeared on Zhuopang's mouth. This scene left everyone stunned, with Tang Ze being the first to react. However, looking at the red paper figure that had already stuck to Zhuopang's mouth, he could only sigh helplessly. Linger, could you take down the red paper figure first? In this situation, not being able to speak means we can't relay messages. It's really not feasible, Tang Ze patiently explained as he patted Linger's back. Hearing this, Linger looked into Tang Ze's eyes, trying to discern something. After a moment, upon confirming that Tang Ze wasn't lying to her, Linger reluctantly tore off the red paper figure stuck to Zhuopang's mouth. Just then, another loud wolf howl came from behind. The fifth-tier wolf king actually ignored the sea of fire and charged out. It's for showing no signs of change, as if it were immune to flames. Zhuopang instinctively opened his mouth to unleash some traditional culture, but when his gaze fell on Linger, he miraculously swallowed it back. This wasn't because Zhuopang was afraid of Linger. On one hand, she wasn't an enemy right now, and he couldn't attack her. On the other hand, that red paper figure was truly disgusting. He could feel the presence of his limbs, but couldn't move, which was an incredibly uncomfortable feeling. Watching the fifth-tier wolf king draw closer, Zhuopang gritted his teeth, released his grip on Tang Ze's left hand, turned around, and with a slight exertion of his legs, leaped up, fists tightly clenched, and smashed directly into the ground. Crack! Crack! With the sound of cracking, a rock wall nearly 2 meters thick, dozens of meters high and wide, rose from the ground, continuing to channel some spiritual energy into it to ensure the rock wall could maximize its delay. Zhuopang then chased after the direction the two had gone. Hurry up! The rock wall won't hold for long, Zhuopang urged as he helped lift Tang Ze's left hand again. The two once again pushed their speed to the limit, but just half a minute later, the fifth-tier wolf king had caught up again. Damn! Zhuopang instinctively exclaimed, and then suddenly seemed to remember something, stiffly turning to look at the red figure in Tang Ze's arms. My brain that hasn't been used for a long time has reached its peak performance at this moment. But before he could think of a suitable explanation, he saw a hint of helplessness flash in Linger's eyes. Brother, there's only one wolf behind us now. Why not deal with it before we leave? As soon as these words came out, Ninghua immediately denied the idea. No way. We only have 2 4th-tier combat powers here, and we can't possibly take down a 5th-tier exotic beast in a short time. As his voice fell, Ninghua was slightly stunned, as if he had realized something, and looked at Linger in shock. At this moment, Zhuopeng still hadn't noticed the problem and nodded in agreement. The gap in ranks was enough for that exotic beast to delay until the remaining wolf pack arrived. As if sensing the awkward atmosphere, Zhuopeng looked at Ninghua in confusion. Seeing the shock on the other's face, Zhuopeng gradually came to his senses. That voice suggesting an idea was a bit off. So the one who just spoke is. Zhuopeng stiffly turned to look at the little guy in Tang Ze's arms. A 6th tier? Ninghua helplessly rubbed his forehead. Most 6th tiers can only communicate what they want to say through a contract with their beastmaster. So your 6th tier can speak directly? Well, it seems like it can. I remember my father had a 6th tier that could communicate directly. Ninghua sneered and retorted. So what animal did that exotic beast mutate from? Upon hearing this, Zhuopeng awkwardly scratched his head. Well, it seems like it was a parrot. That's just it. Parrots can learn human language. And if it's already 6th tier and can't communicate normally with humans, then that is a problem. Ninghua shook his head and chose not to bother with Zhuopeng, this lively character. Brother Tang, what's going on with her? Didn't she make no sound before? Tang Ze shook his head, unsure. I only know that her current body is composed of spiritual energy. Perhaps that's the reason. Composed of spiritual energy? Ninghua's face showed a look of realization, as if he understood, explaining to the two, that makes sense. Her current body perfectly replicates her previous form, and if it can distinguish itself from other soul-type exotic beasts to produce sound, then it's understandable. So when we encountered her before, could she also? Zhuopeng scratched his head in response. Probably. Maybe. It seems like she couldn't. At this moment, Ninghua's thoughts were completely blocked. He didn't understand what had happened after Tang Ze took Linger away, and for what reason Linger was able to break the limit and speak before reaching the 6th tier, and whether this news could apply to other soul-type exotic beasts. All these thoughts kept swirling in Ninghua's mind, and he had a premonition that if he could understand the reason, there might be unexpected surprises. But before he could think further, the 5th-tier Wolf King had already arrived not far behind the 3. As if sensing the timing was right, the Wolf King howled and lunged straight towards Tang Ze, who was sandwiched between the two. Hearing the sound, the 3's expressions changed slightly. They had just realized that while chatting, the Wolf King had already caught up. The two instinctively pulled Tang Ze towards their respective directions, leading to an awkward situation where Tang Ze's face began to twist from being pulled by the two. Without any hesitation, Tang Ze activated Shadow Stealth, plunging his left hand into the shadows to break free from Zhuopeng's grasp, and was subsequently pulled to the other side by Ninghua. Hiss! Tang Ze instinctively gasped. Thank you both. If I didn't know you wouldn't harm me, I would have thought you two were trying to tear me apart. The two just flashed an awkward expression before locking their gaze firmly on the Wolf King. After a missed attack, the Wolf King immediately lunged at Tang Ze again. Seeing this, Zhuopeng stepped forward and charged at the Wolf King while raising his hand. The next moment, a faint blue teleportation portal appeared between the two. The rock-armored bear charged out, roaring as it raised its paw and directly struck towards the Wolf King. Just when everyone thought the Wolf King would be hit due to its lack of reaction, it instead chose to leap up to meet the incoming bear paw. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the rock-armored bear's expression twisted, seeing dozens of pitch-black hairs from the paw piercing into it, as if there had been no obstruction at all, emerging from the other side. At this moment, the Wolf King was propelled towards Zhuopeng by the force of the bear's paw. Zhuopeng's pupils shrank sharply, realizing the Wolf King was already in front of him. Puffed. The Wolf King bit down on Zhuopeng's shoulder, sensing its mistake. The Wolf King quickly released its grip and aimed for Zhuopeng's throat. Just as Zhuopeng looked desperate, believing he would undoubtedly die today, a strand of spiritual energy unknowingly attached itself to the Wolf King's face. Sister Linger, She slowly spoke as she watched the scene unfold. The next moment, the spiritual energy that had been on the Wolf King's face rapidly gathered towards its mouth, and in an instant, the frightening red paper man appeared on the Wolf King's face. Unbeknownst to whether it was Ling controlling it intentionally, this time the red paper man was slightly larger, perfectly covering the Wolf King's eyes, nose, and mouth. Bang! Even though the Wolf King's mouth could no longer harm Zwapang, the solid force was still enough to make Zwapang choke. Cough, cough. Struggling to endure the discomfort in his throat, Zwapang raised his hand and punched out, quickly covering his fist with rock. Bang! The Wolf King took the hit and let out a muffled grunt, then kicked all 4 feet towards Zwapang's abdomen, leaping and landing steadily on the ground. Zwapang's expression immediately twisted in pain, clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground, a trickle of blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! My beast master can only be me. When will it be your turn? Wild Wolf. The rock-armored bear roared again and charged at the Wolf King. Facing the rock-armored bear's attack, the Wolf King subconsciously dodged to the side as its vision was blocked by the red paper man. At this moment, the rock-armored bear, ignoring the pain from the dozens of black hairs on its other paw, raised its paw to block the Wolf King's escape. Bear. The bear paw landed accurately on the Wolf King's head, knocking it down to the ground. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy surrounding the rock-armored bear began to rage, and dozens of rock spikes appeared above the Wolf King. Dozens of rock spikes shot towards the Wolf King's body, 4 of which, under the rock-armored bear's control, pierced directly into the Wolf King's head through the gaps between its bare paws. With its body pinned down by the rock spikes, the Wolf King seemed to realize its fate, and after letting out a final howl with all its strength, it gradually lost its life. At this moment, several 4th-tier wolf-type exotic beasts, 200 to 300 meters away from the 3, widened their eyes upon hearing the howl and then howled back before turning to flee. Sensing that the Wolf King seemed to have died, the rock-armored bear, enduring the immense pain in its paw, pressed down again until it heard the sound of bones shattering, confirming that the Wolf King's skull had completely broken before finally lifting its front paw. Looking at the blood pouring from its paw, the rock-armored bear shook its head helplessly and then limped towards Zwapang. Hurry up, Zwapang. Don't just lie there. Seeing Zwapang's current state, the rock-armored bear, with no good humor, patted his head with its uninjured paw. Rock-armored, don't push me. Let me rest. Zwapang struggled to raise his head and said. Upon hearing this, the disdain on the rock-armored bear's face was unmasked, and it was about to continue pushing when Ning Hua also walked over. Rock-armored, wait to push him. His insides should have been ruptured by the Wolf King, Ning Hua said, reaching out to pat the rock-armored bear's head. Shaking his head helplessly, Ning Hua raised his hand to touch the cyan jade pendant hanging around his neck. With spiritual energy infused, moments later, a green, unknown spiritual herb was held in Ning Hua's hand. Chapter 74. Go ahead and swallow it. Ning Hua pressed his hand against Zwapang's forehead, lifting his head directly. Disgusted by the sexy red lips that were still bleeding, Ning Hua directly stuffed the spiritual herb into Zwapang's mouth. Go ahead and swallow it. Seeing Zwapang's mouth showing no signs of change, Ning Hua irritably withdrew his hand with the herb. He then began to control his spiritual energy, gathering it around the herb. After a moment, a drop of green liquid slowly floated above the herb. Ning Hua let out a deep breath. Extracting the spiritual liquid really consumed a lot of spiritual energy. He lifted Zwapang's head again, carefully pushing the green liquid into his mouth with controlled spiritual energy. In just a moment, Zwapang's external injuries visibly began to heal at a rapid pace. Within a dozen seconds, Zwapang's complexion gradually returned to normal. That feels good. Zwapang exhaled a breath of turbid air. All right, hurry up and help me pull out the trash from my feet. Seeing that Zwapang had recovered, the rock-armored bear urged. Hearing the rock-armored bear's impatient roar, Zwapang scratched his head in confusion. As if he thought of something, he turned his gaze to Tang Ze. Tang, let your translation snake come out for a moment. It must be said that Zwapang was quite quick-witted in these strange matters. After the Xian snake demonstrated something in front of him, he had already given it a nickname. No need. Tang Ze shook his head and pointed to the rock-armored bear's front paw. It should be for you to pull out those spikes on the front paw. Upon hearing this, Zwapang instinctively looked towards the rock-armored bear's front paw. There's nothing? What are we pulling out? Pulling out hair? Zwapang scratched his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, anger immediately surged on the rock-armored bear's face. It raised its paw and directly pressed Zwapang's hand onto its spiky paw. Nothing? Then you can feel it too. Feeling the pain coming from his palm. Zwapang's expression twisted again. Damn it! He gasped and quickly withdrew his hand from the bear's paw. You son of a... Upon hearing this, the rock-armored bear immediately became displeased and started to vent. Damn it. If it weren't for me protecting you, you'd already be dead. How dare you curse me? After more than half a minute of continuous venting, the rock-armored bear finally stopped due to a lack of words. Hurry up. After a moment, the rock-armored bear stretched its bloody paw towards Zwapang. On the side, Tang Ze trembled at the series of profanities, knowing that the rock-armored bear was aware that Zwapang wouldn't understand those words. If the Xian snake were here, the rock-armored bear would most likely not be so reckless. Looking at the dozens of spikes on the bear's paw, Zwapang's body trembled slightly. It should be noted that the Wolf King had once crawled onto him, and he could only be thankful that the area on the Wolf King's abdomen didn't have spikes. Otherwise, even if Ling Er had sealed the Wolf King's entire body, Zwapang would still be dead. Zwapang raised his hand to block the spikes, creating a color difference, and began to pull out the pitch-black spikes one by one. As each spike was pulled out, streams of bear blood flowed down, as if it were free. Once all the spikes were removed, blood had already dyed the area within 1 meter red. Zwapang lowered his head to confirm that all the spikes had been removed before reaching into his storage space to take out a spiritual herb identical to the one Ning Hua had extracted earlier and stuffed it into the rock-armored bear's mouth. Once the injuries were healed, Ning Hua took out the map he had purchased before entering the secret realm and began to look at it. After a moment, Ning Hua helplessly announced, well, with being chased like this, there's really no surprise. We're lost. Zwapang was just about to say something, but immediately swallowed it back. After a pause, seeing that the two had no intention of responding, Ning Hua helplessly shook his head. He then looked around and, after finding the tallest nearby tree, transformed into a monkey and quickly climbed to the top. Looking into the distance, he was pleased to see what seemed to be a gap between the trees. Such gaps usually need to be marked. Once you get closer, you'll know the location. Having confirmed the route while climbing the tree, it only took Ning Hua a few seconds to return to the ground. Did you find it? Zwapang asked anxiously. Yeah. Ning Hua nodded and pointed in the direction of the gap he had just seen. There's a gap between those trees over there. There's a high probability it's a stream. Let's go check it out. All right, the two nodded. Having confirmed the direction, the trio quickened their pace, weaving through the bushes. After half an hour, the sound of flowing water reached their ears. Looks like we've got the direction confirmed. Ning Hua smiled slightly. At this moment, Zwapang seemed to think of something and rubbed his belly, saying, Ning, aren't you hungry? I'm about to starve. You didn't bring any rations? Ning Hua asked, taking a deep breath. That was from the last time we entered the secret realm. It's all gone. Zwapang awkwardly replied, looking elsewhere. Huh, I knew it. After saying that, Ning Hua reached for the jade pendant hanging around his neck, and after a moment, a piece of bloody raw meat appeared in his hand. Here, take it if you want. Ning Hua reached over Tang Ze and handed the raw meat to Zwapang. Zwapang glanced at Ning Hua's half-smiling expression and said with resignation, If you don't want me to eat, just say so. I don't believe you didn't bring any other food. Congratulations, you guessed right, but there's no reward. Saying this, Ning Hua took out a piece of bread from the jade pendant and began to eat. TCH, just bread. I'm not interested. Zwapang pouted and turned his gaze to Tang Ze. Tang, can I borrow your barbecue set? Upon hearing this, Tang Ze was slightly taken aback. After all, 2.5 pieces of the 4-piece set were contributed by Zwapang. As for why there was a half, the bear meat was naturally shared among them, so it could only count as half. Now he wanted to borrow it again, and Tang Ze felt something was off. Okay, we didn't eat anything this morning anyway. It's just right to fill our stomachs. Tang Ze nodded in agreement. On the side, Ning Hua looked at the half-eaten bread in his hand and began to ponder whether he should force himself to vomit it out. After thinking for a moment, he decisively gave up on that decision. A little less is fine. As long as I can drink enough, it's okay, Ninghua thought to himself. A moment later, the group arrived by the stream. Without hesitation, Tang Ze took out the 4-piece set and released the fishing rod and the Xian snake. After quickly surveying the surroundings, the Xian snake was momentarily stunned upon seeing the grill. "Boss, have you changed your ways? You actually want me to eat?" The Xian snake looked suspiciously at Tang Ze. After spending so much time together, it understood that Tang Ze calling it out was either for a fight or for manual labor. It couldn't believe Tang Ze would kindly let it eat. Tang Ze raised an eyebrow, gesturing with his eyes for the Xian snake to look at the fishing rod beside it. "Go fish. After we finish eating, it won't be too late for you to eat." Not that the boss entered the secret realm only to make me work. Before the Xian snake could finish its last few words, Tang Ze impatiently dug at his ears and said blandly, "Dinner is grilled fish." Upon hearing this, the Xian snake's tone shifted dramatically. "How did you know I like to fish? Don't worry. Today I'll definitely come back with a full catch." Chapter 75. Crabshell Bowl. Looking at the stream ahead, Tang Ze felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Shaking his head to dismiss these distracting thoughts, he noticed that Zwapang and his companion had already begun to process the remaining bear meat. After placing Linger on a wooden chair beside the dining table, Tang Ze started preparing for the barbecue. He hadn't washed the grill since using it yesterday, and the layer of grease on it seemed to require a lot of effort to remove. Sighing helplessly, Tang Ze rummaged through his spatial ring and took out a piece of fabric from an unknown piece of clothing. After scrubbing for several minutes, the black layer of grease on the grill was finally scrubbed off. He stored the now blackened rag back into the spatial ring. At this point, Zwapang and his companion had already stacked about 100 pieces of bear meat skewered on iron sticks. 100 should be enough. Zwapang reached out and wiped his hands on his clothes, smearing blood all over himself. Tang Ze, who had just lit the fire and was waiting for the charcoal to burn thoroughly, shook his head. This wasn't enough. They should prepare about 100 more. "Brother Tang, are you feeding a snake?" Zwapang raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Don't exotic beasts eat raw meat? Does your snake eat cooked food?" Hearing this, Tang Ze nodded and then shook his head. The Xian snake indeed ate cooked food, but this barbecue wasn't for it. Not for the Xian snake, Zwapang pondered, glancing at Linger, who was sitting at the dining table swinging her little feet and doing nothing. "Isn't she a spiritual energy aggregation? Does she need to eat too?" "Yeah." Tang Ze nodded helplessly. "Not only does she need to eat, but she can eat more than the 3 of us combined." "Huh?" Zwapang's face immediately displayed a huge question mark. How is that possible? With her size, eating a pound would be a struggle. "Not necessarily," Ninghua said thoughtfully. "What if Linger directly absorbs the spiritual energy within the roasted meat? That doesn't make sense. Which meat would she absorb the spiritual energy from?" Tang Ze questioned back in confusion. "Ninghua's ruket. Who knows? Maybe we should just leave the secret realm and get an x-ray at the hospital." After a pause, Ninghua added, "But it probably wouldn't help much." Hearing this, Tang Ze's mouth twitched. He realized that Zwapang and his companion truly had their own quirks. Zwapang solved problems with brute force, while Ninghua often talked nonsense. Tang Ze shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these matters. "Barbecue." The two nodded and continued cutting the remaining small piece of bear meat. Ding! Power enhancement activated. Target upgraded to early stage of 2nd tier. Tang Ze was slightly taken aback. Originally, he had let the Xian snake fish just as a gamble, considering that the hook on his fishing rod wasn't something small fish could swallow. He truly hadn't expected to catch anything in this small stream, let alone so quickly. Shaking his head to stop thinking about it, he figured that the Xian snake could handle it since it was just the early stage of the 2nd tier. Half a minute later, the Xian snake looked silently at what was hanging from the hook. There was a crab on the hook, but this crab looked a bit strange. First, it was nearly a meter wide, not counting the length of its legs. Secondly, its shell was covered in sharp spikes. One might think it had some unmentionable secret with pufferfish. "Boss," the Xian snake called out to Tang Ze, who was roasting meat. "Come help me." Tang Ze was momentarily stunned by the call, then pulled over Zwapang, who was still skewering meat. "Brother Zwa, can you help me roast this? I need to handle something else." Without waiting to see if Zwapang could roast well, he turned and walked towards the Xian snake. Upon seeing the spiky crab, Tang Ze was taken aback for a moment. Regaining his composure, he activated his metallization ability and directly controlled the crab. He removed the hook and promptly flipped the crab over, taking off its belly shell. After a series of operations, the crab was dead. At the same time, he received a notification in his mind that the talent extraction was successful. After a pause, Tang Ze turned back along the same path. Brother Ning, no need to skewer anymore. Tang Ze patted Ning Hua on the shoulder. What's up? Is that enough? Ning Hua turned, puzzled. Tang Ze gestured for Ning Hua to look in the direction of the Xian snake. Seeing this, Ning Hua's confusion deepened, but upon seeing the crab lying on the ground, he understood. All right, then put away the rest for dinner. Ning Hua took a towel from his jade pendant, wiped his hands, and walked towards the crab by the stream. Tang Ze looked around and saw that there was nothing else to do, so he stretched and sat down at the table. At this point, Linger seemed to have recovered, no longer looking like she had just woken up, and was curiously watching Ning Hua clean the crab. Seeing Tang Ze approach, Linger immediately tugged at his sleeve and asked, Brother, why does that thing with 8 legs look so dirty? Why does that brother still need to wash it? Tang Ze ruffled Linger's hair and pointed to the water surface. Linger, you can't just look at one side. This crab looks clean, but look at the water over there. Linger tilted her head in confusion, squinting her little eyes to stare at the water surface. It seemed she finally saw something. Her little eyes widened in surprise. The water is gray? Tang Ze nodded. These crabs live at the bottom of the water for years. After a moment of explanation, Linger understood some of the situation. Looking at the crab in Ning Hua's hands, a thought suddenly popped into Tang Ze's mind. Without hesitation, he stood up and walked towards the stream. By the time Tang Ze got closer, Ning Hua had already flipped the crab's shell. Brother Ning, did you bring a few bottles of water? Ning Hua didn't answer, instead reaching into his jade pendant with his left hand to pull out a bottle of mineral water and handing it to Tang Ze, while his right hand continued to remove the crab's gills. I'm not asking for a drink. I just wanted to know how many bottles you brought. Hearing this, Ning Hua took back the bottle and focused his mind into the jade pendant. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said nonchalantly, I brought enough for the 3 of us to drink for half a year. Huh? How much? Half a year's worth? Tang Ze's face showed shock. Why bring so much? We're not like you. When we enter the secret realm, we mostly bring some instant food. Boiling water is obviously too much of a waste of time. So I just brought dozens of boxes, Ning Hua explained calmly. Hearing this, Tang Ze's mouth twitched. What did I do wrong? Why am I being used as a negative example? Ha, ha. Tang Ze chuckled awkwardly. Then give me a few bottles. I'll make some soup. You brought other cooking utensils? No. Tang Ze shook his head, pointing to the crab shell in his hand. A bowl this big would be a shame not to use. Ning Hua. 6 Chapter 76. Useless at everything, but first in eating. Ning Hua casually picked up a crab shell beside him and threw it at Tang Ze. Damn. Tang Ze's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned his body into metal. Ninga, you can't kill me just because you don't like my style. Saw thee. Ning Hua waved his hand, showing no sign of apology on his face. Seeing this, Tang Ze helplessly shook his head and picked up the crab shell from the ground. After a simple examination, he figured out how to use it. Tang Ze lifted it, intending to smash it against his knee, but hesitated at the sharp spikes above. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xianxi. After thinking for a moment, he dismissed the idea. Xianxi was injured, and he didn't want to waste a spirit herb. His target this time was 2 legendary-level bloodlines, and using more spirit herbs would make it impossible to afford the 2 bloodline replication potions. After a quick comparison of the width, Tang Ze casually picked up a stone nearby to metallize. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, he had knocked off the sharp spikes from the center of the crab shell. Without any pause, he raised his foot and stomped down on the center. Crack! The crab shell shattered in response. He picked up the 2 halves and compared them. No difference, they were about the same. Randomly tossing 1 half into his spatial ring, Tang Ze began preparing the ingredients. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Over 100 skewers of barbecue were piled together and placed on the dining table, and the 3 of them immediately started eating. At this time, Xianxi by the grill wore a gloomy expression, enduring the aroma wafting through the air. Damn, no fish. Can I be blamed? Not only can I not eat, but I also have to help you all grill crabs. You're better off. Just wait there. Liang spat flames from his mouth, continuously scorching the crab shell. I can't stop here. After a pause, Liang complained, I have to say, your beast master is really a piece of work. Hearing this, Xianxi shook his head. He is not a piece of work. Calling him that is an insult. He is even worse than a beast. I, a snake, have become free labor, and the worst part is he often doesn't tea feed me. What? He doesn't tea provide meals? Liang's face showed a hint of shock. If he doesn't tea provide meals, what do you eat and drink? Eat dirt? Drink the northwest wind. Sai, don't get me started. He has a fishing rod, and if I want to eat, I can only fish for myself. Xianxi sighed and spoke helplessly. Fortunately, my beast master isn't that unreasonable. Although I have to train every day. At least I get enough to eat. Liang felt relieved. At this moment, Xianxi recalled the time when Tang Ze hit him with a slipper and the thoughts that crossed his mind. Tonight let us see what punishment is more effective than a slipper. Xianxi thought coldly to himself. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxi spoke with a hint of amusement in his tone. Liang, do you want to get back at him? Huh? Why do I want to get back at him? Seeing this, Xianxi was frustrated. If he hadn't suggested it, would you have been brought here to cook soup? We must retaliate fiercely. Liang was taken aback for a moment, but according to your logic, I would definitely be beaten afterward. I'm afraid he would help Tang Ze get back at me. Upon hearing this, Xianxi knew he had made some progress and immediately continued to incite him. What are you afraid of? It's just being beaten. He asked at the fourth stage. Tang Ze can't hurt you at all. You don't know what abilities Ninghua has. Are those abilities useful to you? That makes sense. Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. Just tell me what to do. Xianxi chuckled a few times and simply explained his plan to Liang. You just need to take care of the fire. I can handle the rest myself. All right. Liang nodded, then it's settled. I've checked the map, and we'll have to follow this river. There's nowhere to stay nearby, so we'll probably spend the night by the river. Once they're all asleep, we'll make our move. With the plan set, Xianxi glanced at the person who was continuously handing meat to Ling Er. Hey, Tang Ze, I hope your punishment tonight feels real, otherwise. After that, it'll just be this level of attack. Just as Tang Ze placed the last piece of meat into Ling Er's bowl, he felt an ominous premonition rising within him. This time, it was more intense than the previous occasions. Tang Ze instinctively looked at Xianxi, sensing that he was up to something again. But seeing Xianxi carefully flipping the crab legs, he felt he might be overly sensitive. Every time he pressured Xianxi, it felt like Xianxi was plotting against him. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Tang Ze turned his gaze to Ling Er, whose cheeks were puffed out. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Hearing this, Ling Er pointed at Zhuopeng, who was indeed competing with her. On Zhuopeng's side, something had gone awry, and he had gone into a frenzy, stuffing 3 or 4 skewers of barbecue into his mouth at once. Ninghua, next to him, gave Zhuopeng a look of disdain and briefly explained to Tang Ze that this guy thought he was the best at eating and didn't he believe he could lose to a little girl. Hence he had gone wild. Tang Ze's mouth twitched slightly. So, how many skewers is this now? Hearing this, Ninghua put down the skewer in his hand, reached over Zhuopeng, and picked up a bunch of iron skewers piled nearby. Almost 50 skewers. Ninghua counted simply and said helplessly, Then you better eat quickly. There is not much left. Ninghua shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Although the taste was great, he had eaten a lot before and felt a bit stuffed. As he spoke, Ninghua tilted his head to signal Tang Ze to look at the grill. Seeing this, Tang Ze immediately understood Ninghua's intention. Instead of competing with these two gluttons, it was better to let them eat their fill first. It seemed feasible. Tang Ze nodded and decided not to urge Ling Er to eat slowly anymore. After all, Ling Er's stomach was like a bottomless pit, and this was a good opportunity to test just how big her appetite was. Moments later, as Zhuopeng fell backward onto the ground, the contest of gluttony came to an end. There were still less than half of the skewers next to Zhuopeng, only about 70 or 80, while Tang Ze had already piled up nearly 50 skewers beside him, with another 40 or 50 in the center of the dining table. If Ling Er continued at this pace, she would surely be the last one standing. What? Can't eat anymore? Ninghua patted Zhuopeng's bulging belly, producing a thudding sound. Indeed, I'm stuffed. It feels tight, There shouldn't be much space left. Ninghua nodded and reached for a skewer from the platter, bringing it to Zwapang's mouth. Keep eating. If you eat another 20 skewers, even if Ling Er finishes the last few, she's still 1T beat you. After a pause, Ninghua added, although that's because we ran out of competition supplies, but at least you won. Damn, get lost. Zwapang struggled to raise his hand and knocked the skewer to the ground. Chapter 77. Being brothers at heart, seeing this. Ninghua calmly picked up the skewers that had fallen on the ground, brushed off the dust, and walked towards the fiery sun pig, which was still acting as a gas stove not far away. Come on, have a skewer, Ninghua said with a smile as he handed the skewer to the fiery sun pig. The pig's pupils widened in surprise. It knew that its beast master was fundamentally different from that scoundrel Tang Ze. On the side, the Xian snake, who had witnessed the earlier scene at the dining table, shook its head helplessly. How could they possibly think of us while they're enjoying their meal? That skewer was dropped on the ground. I didn't want it, so I brought it to you. At this moment, the fiery sun pig, which had already removed all the meat from the skewer without chewing, paused for a moment but quickly reacted. It was a pig. What did it have to fear about dirt? Crunch. Damn. Fine, dirt is one thing. But why are there stones? The fiery sun pig suddenly spat out the small piece of roasted meat that contained a stone, revealing a 2-centimeter thick piece of broken stone at the center of the meat. Seeing this 2-centimeter piece of broken stone, the fiery sun pig's expression changed, and its front legs began to stomp on the ground repeatedly. Ninghua understood what this scene meant all too well. At the moment the fiery sun pig charged towards him, Ninghua calmly jumped and landed directly on its back. You haven't improved at all, Lu Yang. Go back and practice your feints, Ninghua teased, rubbing the pig's head vigorously. Damn, Ninghua, just wait for me. You better not sleep too soundly tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the fiery sun pig abruptly stopped, and Ninghua performed a backflip, landing smoothly back on the ground. Lu Yang, you keep simmering the soup. I'm going to have some skewers, Ninghua said, waving his hand without haste as he walked towards the dining table. Watching Ninghua's relaxed figure, a wisp of white smoke slowly rose from the fiery sun pig's nostrils. It immediately turned around and returned to the crab shell, continuing to act as a gas stove while discussing the details of tonight's plan with the Xian snake. Moments later, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind, causing the two beasts to stop their conversation and turn to look. When they realized they had been discovered, Tang Ze immediately walked towards the grill, tore off a piece of crab meat to taste. Though the flavor was not as intense as the skewers, the aroma of the crab added a unique taste. It's already cooked. Tang Ze slapped the back of the Xian snake's head. You were supposed to watch the grill, but you went off to chat. If I hadn't been paying attention, wouldn't this crab have been burnt to a crisp? Starting to metallize. Tang Ze wrapped his hands and lifted the entire crab. He placed the crab back on the dining table and returned to the grill, looking at the crab shell hanging high above and the gas stove below. Raising his hand, he conjured a spoon out of thin air. After tasting and confirming it was fine, Tang Ze directly carried the soup and pot away. Damn, this little Tang Ze really doesn't leave anything behind. Seeing Tang Ze walk away, the Xian snake complained. Hee, brother snake, that's your own problem. If he doesn't leave anything, can't you just take some for yourself? Saying this, the fiery sun pig quickly took a piece of crab leg meat and threw it towards the Xian snake's head while using its body as cover. A glimmer flashed in the Xian snake's eyes as it tilted its head and bit down on the piece of crab leg meat. It then summoned a stream of water to form an irregular rectangular block smaller than the crab leg. After activating metallization, the Xian snake controlled the irregular block to push all the crab meat into its mouth, then directed the metal piece to fly straight into the woods. This crab meat is indeed quite good. The Xian snake looked gratefully at the fiery sun pig, then seemed to think of something and asked curiously, Aren't you going to eat, pig brother? The fiery sun pig's gaze involuntarily drifted elsewhere. No need, no need. I'm not interested in these things. Upon hearing this, a hint of emotion appeared on the Xian snake's face. Since its birth, it had either been exploited or oppressed. The fiery sun pig was the first beast to genuinely treat it well. No more talking. Being brothers at heart, I will definitely help you take revenge tonight. Hee, just don't hate me. The fiery sun pig replied awkwardly. Upon hearing this, the Qian snake was slightly taken aback. But it merely thought the fiery sun pig was worried that if the plan was executed, only it would get hit, while the fiery sun pig, being the other instigator, would be unharmed, fearing it might harbor resentment. The Qian snake immediately reassured, "How could that be? I can guarantee that I will only hate Tang Ze in this life." "That's great." The fiery sun pig nodded, its gaze unconsciously drifting towards the dining table as it thought, so many delicious things, but I only took 5 pieces, and one was used to bribe the Qian snake to take the blame." The Qian snake had no idea that it had already been sold out by the fiery sun pig without its knowledge. "Brother Snake, you continue to review the plan to see if there are any problems. I'll go to the restroom first." The fiery sun pig felt that the timing was right and wanted to find an excuse to hide the evidence. The Qian snake didn't pay much attention, responding with a sound before continuing to fantasize about tonight's revenge plan. At this moment, looking at the crabs and crab soup served on the dining table, Zwapang couldn't help but shed tears of regret. It was one thing to be outdone by Ling Er in eating, but because of the earlier self-proclaimed competition, he now couldn't eat any of the dishes on the table, which made him feel utterly defeated. "Eat, Brother Zwa, why aren't you eating? Don't you like it?" Ning Hua waved a piece of crab leg meat in front of Zwapang. "Have you ever eaten such a big crab before? Why don't you try it since you have a chance today?" "Damn, Ning Hua, get the hell out of here." As he spoke, Zwapang stood up, holding his stomach, and walked away. Seeing this, Ning Hua immediately understood what Zwapang was going to do and teased, "Don't go to throw up now. Who said wasting food is shameful earlier?" Zwapang ignored him, his steps not slowing down as he continued walking away. Moments later, Zwapang returned, looking relaxed as he ran back from afar. As soon as he sat down at the dining table, he picked up a piece of crab leg from the soup and began to eat. Seeing Zwapang rejoin the battle, Tang Ze and the others shook their heads helplessly, speeding up their chewing. "Wait a second." Zwapang suddenly paused, as if realizing something. "Where are the crab claws? This crab doesn't have claws?" Upon hearing this, Ninghuo was slightly taken aback. In his memory, crabs definitely had claws, and there were 2 pairs of particularly large claws. As if thinking of something, Ninghua discreetly glanced at Tang Ze. After he cleaned the crab, only Tang Ze had touched the crab, and this was the only explanation that made sense. But what Ninghua didn't expect was that Tang Ze also looked confused at this moment, as if he had just learned that the 2 pairs of crab claws had mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 78. The giant sore brother Tang, so that crab claw isn't. Before Ninghua could finish his question, Tang Ze's gaze was fixed on the Qian snake, who was standing dumbly by the grill. You're getting bold now. I haven't even picked up my chopsticks, and you dare to steal a bite." Tang Ze suppressed his anger and stood up from his chair. After giving Linger a brief reminder to continue eating crabs, Tang Ze slowly walked towards the direction of the Qian snake. Activating his stealth, he completely masked his footsteps. Once he got close to the Qian snake, he raised his hand and pressed it directly onto the snake's head. The Qian snake had grown nearly 4 meters long since most of the fish caught recently had ended up in its stomach. Bringing the snake's head down to his eye level, Tang Ze coldly said, "Aren't you going to explain why you stole a bite?" The Qian snake sneered, boldly admitting, "Yeah, it was me. So what? I haven't had a decent meal in days. What's wrong with eating a piece of your crab leg meat?" Crab leg meat. A flash of red surged in Tang Ze's eyes. "That's a crab claw. You ate it, and you finished off 2 pairs of crab claws?" Upon hearing this, the Qian snake's expression changed, and it immediately sensed something was off. "Crab claws? I didn't eat those. I just ate." Before the Qian snake could finish its sentence, Tang Ze's pupils were completely replaced by a vivid red. In the next moment, the sky darkened abruptly in front of everyone. Ninghua and the others had no idea what this meant. They merely thought it was going to rain and cursed under their breath as they quickened their pace. The Qian snake, however, understood all too well what this represented. "Holy crap, boss, I didn't eat it. I only had a piece of crab leg meat. I didn't touch the crab claws." Who else but you would dare to steal a bite here? As Tang Ze spoke, raindrops began to fall from the sky, and a pale blue giant sword hovered above the Qian snake, slowly rotating. Seeing the giant sword above, the Qian snake exploded in panic. "What the hell? Even if I did eat it, you don't have to kill me, right? Besides, I didn't even eat it. You just admitted it yourself. And now you're saying you didn't eat it. Do you believe yourself? Tang Ze's voice was laced with an unquenchable rage. Crack! The moment his words fell, a bolt of lightning struck directly down on the giant's sword, and countless electric arcs danced like dragons within the sword. Witnessing this, the Xian snake's expression changed dramatically. It activated all its talents, using metal to wrap itself into a spherical shape while simultaneously burrowing into the shadows to escape into the distance. Hey, running? Where do you think you're going? Tang Ze sneered, activating his stealth to chase after it. At the dining table, what just happened with Brother Tang? Zhuo Peng asked stiffly. I don't know. Ning Hua's eyes were fixed on the giant sword that was moving farther away in the sky. For some reason, a hint of trepidation appeared in his gaze. In contrast, Linger merely glanced in Tang Ze's direction before continuing to eat. She knew just how powerful the Xian snake's ability was, and since Tang Ze had told her to keep eating crabs, he clearly didn't want her to get involved. Watching the giant sword gradually move away, Ning Hua and Zhuo Peng exchanged glances as if reaching a consensus, both standing up to chase after it. Boss, don't chase me. I really didn't eat it. It must have been that roasted pig that set me up. At this moment, the Xian snake realized it was taking the blame for the fiery sun pig. Every time it recalled its previous state, its heart shattered. It had thought it had finally found a trustworthy companion, but everything was a lie, due to the one-sided nature of the contract's attributes. The 50 increase Tang Ze gained after activating the heavenly punishment did not reflect back on the Xian snake. Before long, Tang Ze arrived not far behind the Xian snake. As Tang Ze raised his hand, the giant sword came crashing down towards the Xian snake. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the giant sword struck directly above the Xian snake. At the same time, the electricity contained within the sword surged into the massive metallic ball. ZZZZ, fiery sun, roasted pig. I will not let this go. The Xian snake's voice trembled slightly. At this point, Ning Hua and Zhuo Peng had also arrived, and notably, the fiery sun pig followed under Ning Hua's command. As they looked at the giant sword falling from the sky, the fiery sun pig shivered imperceptibly, a bad premonition rising in its heart. Holy crap, you told me this thing was second tier? Once the lightning subsided, the two rushed forward, each grabbing one side to restrain Tang Ze again. Let go of me. I must kill this snake today. It ate it, and it still won't admit it. Tang Ze was held in place, unable to move. That's enough. Brother Tang, you're acting strange. Ning Hua shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Zhuo Peng nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the metallic sphere, the Xian snake, recovering from the paralysis, realized there had been no movement from the outside for quite some time. Driven by curiosity, it drew the spiritual energy back into its body, and the small area of metallization immediately dissipated, flowing out like a puddle of water. Peering through the gap, it initially thought the duration of the heavenly punishment had ended. However, upon seeing the red hue still present in Tang Ze's pupils, the Xian snake's expression turned strange. What's going on? Aren't the abilities of heavenly punishment controlled by spiritual energy? If my hands are restrained, I shouldn't be able to use them, right? After pondering for a moment, the Xian snake dismissed this idea. Impossible. I don't even have hands. Back then, whatever thought I had just manifested, not able to figure it out. The Xian snake began to recall how much time had passed since Tang Ze had gotten angry. Before it could come to a conclusion, the vivid red in Tang Ze's pupils vanished as if it had never existed. Big brother, how long are you going to hold me like this? Tang Ze sighed deeply and spoke helplessly. Not until you calm down and let go, Zhuo Peng said, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings, instinctively speaking. The loud commotion from earlier might attract high-level exotic beasts, so they had to be on guard. Then you let go. Tang Ze replied helplessly. Hearing this, Zhuo Peng finally came to his senses and released his grip. By the way, Brother Tang, when did you recover? Beside them, Ning Hua facepalmed Brother Tang. You've known him for a while now. Just ignore him. Chapter 79, 5 days of traveling. 5 minutes of task, determining that Tang Ze had already escaped from the heavenly punishment, and his expression had returned to its usual state. The Xian snake closed its eyes and then opened them again, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged into its body like a tide. The field of vision expanded, and the figure that made the Xian snake grit its teeth with hatred immediately came into view. Damn, this roasted pig actually dares to follow me. The Xian snake's pupils were quickly covered by a shade of bright red, and the clouds that had originally dispersed in the sky gathered again. But soon, it seemed like the Xian snake remembered something and forcibly suppressed these emotions. It knew that even if it activated the heavenly punishment, it wouldn't be able to deal any substantial damage to the fiery sun pig, which was nearly 2 levels above it. Rather than attacking itself, it was better to use the method that Tang Ze had used against it. After coming to this understanding, the Xian snake pretended to know nothing and slowly approached Tang Ze, as if testing whether he would continue to attack. Seeing this scene, the fiery sun pig breathed a sigh of relief. Upon witnessing Tang Ze's somewhat abnormal talent, it began to fear the Xian snake. For some reason, the fiery sun had a feeling that if Tang Ze's giant sword were to strike it, it wouldn't die, but would definitely be severely injured. Suppressing the fear in its heart, the fiery sun pig hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "How are you, Brother Snake? Are you okay? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have helped you get that crab leg if I had known Tang Ze was so petty. No witties. No worries." The Xian snake spoke directly without avoiding Tang Ze. "Did that lightning cause me any harm?" "Huh, that's good to hear." The fiery sun pig let out a deep sigh. Its thoughts were simple. Since the Xian snake, a second-tier creature, could take the attack without harm, the lightning should only have a strong deterrent effect and not much damage. Tang Ze listened to the Xian snake's feigned ease and recalled not long ago when he had heard, "Boss, please don't chase after me. I really didn't eat it. It was definitely that roasted pig who framed me." Tang Ze clicked his tongue in his heart, realizing their identities had swapped. The Xian snake was trying to set a trap. The group returned along the same path and soon sat back down at the dining table. They finished the remaining parts of the crab and took a short rest. Ning Hua took out a map and began to compare their current location. This area was too stable to determine a direction, so let's just pick any direction to move forward. Ning Hua put away the map and explained. "All right." Tang Ze and the others nodded in agreement. Using the branch method to ask for directions, the three quickly reached a consensus and headed eastward. Moments later, they stopped at a junction. This time, Ning Hua finally determined their current location successfully. He spread the map out on the ground and pointed to a blue line that ran through the entire map. "We are at this intersection." Saying this, Ning Hua pointed to a nearby red circle, which was labeled with the word monkey, indicating that there was a monkey group in this area. According to the map's markings, the monkey group should be only about 4 or 5 hours away from us. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze was slightly taken aback. "Only left? Ning, do you have any concept of time?" Zhuopeng raised his hand and patted Tang Ze's shoulder, helplessly saying, "That's your concept, which is different from ours. We spent 3.5 days traveling while doing tasks, so these 4 hours indeed feel like it's just left. So it took that long to travel. How long did you spend on the task at that time?" Tang Ze paused for a moment and immediately changed the subject. "Sigh." Zhuopeng sighed helplessly and held up 5 fingers. 5 rounds? Tang Ze asked tentatively. Zhuopeng shook his head. 5 days? Zhuopeng shook his head again. "It can't be that you traveled for 2.5 days and spent only 5 hours on the task, right?" Tang Ze's face showed disbelief. Zhuopeng still shook his head. 5 minutes. 2.5 days of travel. 5 minutes for the task. After that, it took another 2.5 days to return to school, totaling 5 days and 5 minutes, earning 3 credits. Saying this, Zhuopeng cursed Zheng Yun's song in his heart. "So, Zheng Shi swallowed heart. You guys traveled for 5 consecutive days?" "Not really," Zhuopeng recalled, saying that they had just finished the task in the evening, and after sleeping, they continued their journey. Tang Ze couldn't help but recall the scene when the cafeteria lady mentioned that being absent would deduct 8 credits. At that time, his concept of credits was only limited to not graduating, and he hadn't really enrolled yet. Everything was still early, and there was plenty of time. But now, Tang Ze had a new understanding of how difficult it was to earn credits, and his regret for having reached the playground but not entering it had escalated to a new level. Seeing Tang Ze with a look as if he had eaten something unpleasant, Ning Hua shared a rumor he had heard recently. It's not necessarily required to meet the credit condition. There have been rumors that a 9th-tier secret realm appeared in international waters, but it hasn't been opened yet. It is said that the next International Beast Taming Exchange meeting will decide its ownership, and the upcoming Beast Taming Exchange competition hosted by our country will determine the candidates for participation. These candidates will undergo a year of secret training, and at that time, if they are interested, they can directly join the organization. The school won't be able to stop it, only allowing us to graduate. Ninghua vaguely explained while recalling the rumors he had heard. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. With only a year left, it was uncertain whether the Xian snake could break through to the 4th tier. Even if it could participate, it probably wouldn't rank well. But it's no use. With the Xian snake's lazy attitude towards cultivation, it was unlikely to reach the 4th tier in a year. Whether or not it could reach that tier made no difference. Ninghua said with a half-smile. Our country's beast taming exchange competition is conducted as a whole by the school. Given the recent lesson, the principal probably won't expect both teams to rank well. As long as we can guarantee to finish in the top 5, we'll be able to secure a spot for a team. That's right. Everything is on us. With Sister He here, although we might not be able to get into the top 3, the top 5 should be no problem. Zwapang patted his chest heavily. But is that really no problem? And how can we be sure that Zheng Lao will definitely let me participate and assign me to a team? Tang Ze still felt uneasy and asked the crucial question. Upon hearing this, the two were slightly taken aback. That is indeed a question of yours. After a pause, Ninghua's right hand made a fist and clapped against his left palm. There's no problem. The principal definitely won't give up. As long as the 3 of us can guarantee a top 5 finish, we can leave a spot open for a team. Brother Tang, you were originally a reserve member of a team. Joining a team to participate in the competition would be a sure thing. Zwapang scratched his head and said, but can the 2 of us plus Sister Jiang really make it into the top 5? The Rock Armored Bear and the Fiery Sun are both at the late 4th tier and are about to reach their peak. Is it possible to break through to the 5th tier in a year? Ninghua explained helplessly. Chapter 80. Out of control spiritual energy. All right, since we've made our decision, let's not worry about those things anymore. We need to move. Ninghua reached out and put the map into his jade pendant. After more than 4 hours of travel, the 3 finally approached their destination. They pushed aside the bushes in front of them, and all 3 squeezed in. Peering through the gaps in the bushes, they saw a clearing ahead where dozens of monkeys were patrolling around a mountain of spiritual fruits piled up in the center. Wait a minute. Didn't the boss say that the monkeys stored their spiritual fruits in the cave? Why are they piled up outside now? Ninghua was puzzled. Should we check another direction first? Tang Ze suggested without hesitation. Okay. Ninghua nodded, feeling the urgency to retreat. Then the group changed positions several times. But they could still only see monkeys near the pile of spiritual fruits. What is going on? Isn't this supposed to be a monkey group? Why are there only a dozen monkeys here? Zwapang scratched his head in confusion. I don't know, but there's definitely something wrong. Ninghua's expression grew serious. After a moment, Ninghua turned his gaze to Tang Ze and said, Hey, it's getting dark. Why don't you go check it out? Hearing this, Tang Ze's mouth twitched, but he still asked, What is the highest tier of these monkeys? Probably tier 4. Ninghua began to recall the details of his conversation with the stall owner, but he couldn't be sure. It could be early tier 4, peak tier 4, or even tier 5. So much uncertainty. If I get exposed, they could attack you and drag you in. Tang Ze joked with a hint of sarcasm. Haha, sure. Don't say you dragged us in. If something really happens to you, we'll fight to save you. Ninghua readily agreed. Exactly. Zwapang nodded vigorously, declaring they would fight to save him. All right, then we'll wait for it to get dark. Tang Ze looked up at the sun, already obscured by the trees. Before long, the sky gradually fell into darkness, perhaps due to the different conditions in the secret realm compared to the outside world. There was a faint moonlight last night to illuminate the surroundings, but now it was truly pitch black. However, this was not a problem. Once they entered the shadows, they could only rely on their spiritual energy to barely perceive the surroundings, and now that it was dark, it suited Tang Ze's intentions perfectly. By the way, did you guys bring flashlights? Tang Ze asked curiously. Bring a flashlight inside? Why don't we just go in together? Zwapang scratched his head, not understanding Tang Ze's line of thought. If something really happens, how will you know? Even if I shout, can you find me? With that shadow stealth, I would even be able to find myself. Tang Ze complained. Indeed, shadow stealth is great, but it poses significant problems during teamwork. Without eyes, he might not even know where he was, making him effectively invisible to his teammates. Ninghua reached into the jade pendant and took out a flashlight, handing it to Tang Ze. Be careful. Don't worry. Just like I said, I can't even find myself, so how could those monkeys find me? Tang Ze put the flashlight into his spatial ring, then activated shadow stealth and slowly moved forward through the bushes. After a moment, a gray fruit pile appeared in his mind. Several monkeys were dozing off beside the fruit pile, and Tang Ze even saw one monkey stealthily peel a banana from the pile when the others weren't looking, stuffing the whole, unpeeled banana into its mouth. Following the scene in his memory, Tang Ze soon came to a cave entrance. He had noticed this cave multiple times while changing positions, but like other places, there were no signs of monkeys. Slowly entering the cave, he walked just a few meters before coming across a bend. As he turned the corner and continued forward, he saw dozens of monkeys sitting weakly on the ground. They had no visible injuries but looked completely exhausted and unable to stand. As Tang Ze walked further in, this phenomenon gradually lessened, from initially only being able to sit on the ground to later appearing revitalized. Tang Ze's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He felt something was off in his body, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Just as he passed another bend, he finally sensed something was wrong. His spiritual energy was slowly disappearing. No, to be precise, it was gradually losing control. Tang Ze immediately boosted his speed to the maximum and rushed towards the cave exit. He didn't notice that as he passed by several monkeys again, he had automatically exited shadow stealth. A few monkeys, using some unknown means, accurately detected Tang Ze even in this pitch-black environment. The transmission of information caused the monkey group to stir. Tang Ze reached out to activate the beast-taming space to summon the Xian snake. But no matter what, he couldn't channel his spiritual energy. Damn, I can't feel my spiritual energy at all. Tang Ze cursed inwardly. Relying on the feedback from his Xian snake physique, he pressed on, charging forward. Having lost the ability to explore the surroundings with shadow stealth, Tang Ze extended his arms to feel his way. Fortunately, these monkeys, like him, couldn't see the environment around them. Every time he pushed past a monkey, that monkey would screech and leap back, but often it would just end up fighting with other monkeys. The cave echoed with the howls and cries of the monkey group, and finally, a glimmer of light shone through the cave entrance, illuminating the ground not far away. Wait, there's light. Tang Ze's pupils constricted sharply, but it seemed there was no way to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he charged out of the cave. At this moment, a crescent moon hung high in the night sky, and the appearance of a shadow under the moonlight immediately caused the few monkeys at the entrance to panic. As this roar echoed, the previously chaotic monkey group inside the cave quickly surged towards the same direction as if they had found their target. At this moment, beside the fruit pile, the dozens of dozing monkeys sprang up from the ground the instant they heard the sound. Upon noticing the black shadow rushing out from the cave, the monkeys seemed to have rehearsed this countless times, directly blocking all of Tang Ze's escape routes. Damn, it's a disaster. Tang Ze no longer hesitated and took out the flashlight from his spatial ring to shine it upwards. Chapter 81. Lock Spirit Beast at this moment in the nearby bushes. The two of them sensed something was wrong when the monkey group began to go berserk. They had originally hoped that Tang Ze could escape on his own, but now that the signal had been sent out, they immediately got up and dashed out of the bushes towards the front. Linger beside them showed a hint of panic as a pair of red wings sprouted from her back. Upon closer inspection, the wings on Linger's back were actually red paper figures. Linger flew straight ahead and quickly reached the top of the encirclement. Without any hesitation, she descended and lifted Tang Ze, who was dodging the monkey's attacks in the encirclement, leaving Ninghua and the others standing in place, facing the endless stream of monkeys. Damn! Left brother. Tang brother has flown away. Left Pang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What do you mean flew away? Isn't Tang brother? Ninghua raised his eyes to look at the center of the monkey encirclement. Wasn't a person? Fly? Realizing Ning Hua quickly looked up, and from his angle, he could clearly see Tang Ze's small figure above. The wind is tight. Retreat. Seeing that Tang Ze had safely left, Ning Hua immediately shouted, "Lu Yang, run." After giving the order, Ning Hua turned and ran off into the distance. Seeing this, Left Pang and Lu Yang Pig immediately followed in Ning Hua's footsteps. At this moment, in the center of the monkey group, the rock-armored bear, disturbed by the incessant monkey screeches, suddenly raised its paws and slammed them heavily onto the ground. "Damn, are you monkeys done yet?" With that, the rock-armored bear turned its head. "Damn, Left Pang, you bastard," looking at the retreating figures of the others. The rock-armored bear immediately fell silent. Standing there in a daze for a moment, the rock-armored bear only regained its senses when the pain it was feeling intensified. "Damn it, they ran away without calling me. If I'm going to die, just say it. Why drag down my teammates?" The rock-armored bear roared and began to shake its body wildly, trying to throw off the monkeys clinging to it. Noticing that these monkeys were gripping tighter than ever, and that more than a dozen monkeys were charging out from a distance, the rock-armored bear no longer hesitated and charged after the direction in which the others had fled, with several monkeys still hanging on. As the rock-armored bear entered the forest, the nearly 100 monkeys in pursuit immediately halted, and the few monkeys clinging to it simultaneously let go and quickly ran back towards the monkey group. After confirming that the monkey group had not followed, Linger slowly descended back to the ground. At this moment, Tang Ze was covered in dozens of scratches all over his body. He cautiously reached out to touch one and winced in pain. What the hell are these monkeys? Their attack power isn't strong, but they cause bleeding. Hearing this, Linger anxiously held Tang Ze's hand and blew on the wounds while rubbing them. "Brother, it's okay. Linger will blow on it and rub it, and it won't hurt anymore." Contrary to Linger's words, Tang Ze's face twisted in pain, but he didn't utter a sound. At this time, Left Pang and the others had already caught up. When they saw Linger in action, they felt a sharp pain in their own hands. Just then, Linger seemed to feel it was enough and let go, innocently looking up at Tang Ze. "How is it, brother? Does it still hurt?" Tang Ze gritted his teeth and raised his other hand to rub Linger's little head. "And no, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, Linger." Although he said this, the trembling in his voice gave him away. However, fortunately, Linger was young and didn't understand much, so she didn't notice the problem. "That's good. Then, brother, I'll help you rub the other places too." Upon hearing this, Tang Ze's pupils constricted, and he immediately pretended nothing had happened, picking Linger up. "Haha, our Linger is truly a miracle worker. Just rubbing my hand made my whole body feel better." While saying this, Tang Ze turned his back to Ning Hua and the others, hiding his injured hand behind him and waving at them. While Left Pang was still confused about what Tang Ze meant, Ning Hua had already stepped forward and took out a spirit herb from his spatial jade pendant, placing it in Tang Ze's hand. Feeling the spirit herb in his hand, Tang Ze immediately turned around and shoved it into his mouth. After quickly chewing a few times, he swallowed the spirit herb. In a short while, a streak of emerald green spiritual energy began to circulate within him, healing the wounds on his body. After a moment, when Tang Ze felt the pain gradually fade, he returned to his usual state. "Ninggu, can spiritual energy also be sealed?" Tang Ze thought about the situation he felt in the cave and asked in confusion. "Yes." Ning Hua nodded solemnly. He had originally thought that Tang Ze's success in this mission was a sure thing, but the unexpected events left him puzzled. When he saw Tang Ze hurriedly facing the monkey group's attack, that sense of confusion deepened. Now, when Tang Ze asked this question, Ning Hua understood. Only this explanation could clarify why Tang Ze hadn't even released the Xian snake. If it were because Tang Ze was reluctant to summon the Xian snake to face the siege, Ning Hua would rather believe that one day Left Pang would suffer a blow to the head and become a genius. "So, Tang brother, after you entered the cave, your spiritual energy was sealed shortly after?" "Yes," Tang Ze nodded, his expression serious. He then briefly described to them what he had seen from the moment he entered the cave to the moment he escaped. "That means there must be a mutated monkey inside, and currently it cannot control its abilities well, so it is involuntarily activating its powers, while those monkeys are guarding it in the cave." After a pause, Ning Hua continued. Moreover, the intelligence of the Monkey King among those monkeys is definitely not low. Allowing those monkeys to rotate constantly to ensure that the inner guard monkey can always maintain peak condition. So, does that mean we can achieve resource freedom? Left Pang asked excitedly. Ning Hua noted. You could say that, but the premise is that we can personally take down that monkey. If we only inform the authorities, it won't be worth much. We might as well go find the principal to get some benefits. Listening to their conversation, Tang Ze remained in a daze. Huh? So what do you mean? What resource freedom? What do you mean by informing the authorities that it's only worth a cow leg? Hearing this, Ning Hua explained unhurriedly. This type of exotic beast is a strategic resource for all countries. Their ability to suppress spiritual energy makes them the best solution for controlling beast tides and secret realm upheavals. Ensuring that the balance of exotic beasts within the secret realms is not excessively damaged, while the authorities can complete their task of protecting the public at the lowest cost. However, because this type of exotic beast is extremely rare, whenever a country discovers one, they will capture it at any cost. Our country, due to its vast area and numerous secret realms, often cannot conduct regular surveys of most secret realms. So we need beast tamers like us who enter the secret realms to help. At the same time, fearing that beast tamers might be attracted by interest from other countries. The rewards given by the state are also extremely generous. The resources obtained from submitting a low-tier lock spirit beast are more than enough for several fourth-tier beast tamers to sustain their training for a year. Chapter 82 Acorn. After understanding the reasons behind it, Tang Ze's eyes lit up. It should be noted that Zheng Yunsong only mentioned covering his cultivation resources for these few years, but did not specify exactly how much. Given that the previous performance of the top 50 was so poor, who knows if these resources would only meet the minimum requirement. If they could obtain this portion of resources from a country, it would truly be a way to live luxuriously. Not to mention that Tang Ze currently had two foodies by his side, one of whom was a real big eater with no concept of being full. Suddenly, Tang Ze seemed to think of something and asked, so if the spiritual energy is sealed, how can we possibly catch that monkey inside? Just those monkey groups would be enough for us to handle. Ning Hua nodded. That's a good question. Don't ask that anymore. Tang Ze scratched his head. But that monkey must be in the deepest part. If we can't get in, how can we know if there's any wine inside? As soon as he said this, Zhuo Pang became anxious. No way. We have to deal with that monkey no matter what. If it doesn't work, we'll just open mountain. Upon hearing this, Ning Hua's eyes lit up, right? If we open the mountain directly, we can find that locked spirit monkey at the fastest speed. I was just joking. Why are you taking it seriously? So how do we open the mountain? Zhuo Pang asked in confusion, scratching his head. What do you think? A hint of a smile flashed in Ning Hua's eyes. Damn, are you serious? Zhuo Pang raised his hands and drew a huge triangle. Such a big mountain. How can my little spirit energy be enough? Even if it is enough, after I move the mountain, I'll definitely pass out. As he spoke, Zhuo Pang looked up and down at Ning Hua. Can you deal with those monkeys as a fourth tier? Hearing this, Ning Hua unconsciously tightened his fist, and a few black lines slowly appeared on his forehead. What? Are you saying that without you? I can't fight those monkeys at all. Zhuo Pang nodded with a teasing smile. Yeah. Damn. Zhuo Pang, don't think just because your rock armor bear has high defense that you're amazing. Zhuo Pang helplessly shrugged. Hey, having high defense is just that impressive. Someone couldn't break through my defense for a short time, and now they did. Damn. Ning Hua took several deep breaths to suppress the gradually surging irritation. After a pause, Ning Hua suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. We were discussing solutions. How'd it turn into whether I can fight the monkeys inside? But according to your solution, are you sure you could defeat that monkey inside? Zhuo Pang asked in confusion. Smack. Ning Hua helplessly supported his forehead. What? Are you saying that after you move the mountain, you'll die? Why can't you move half of it tonight and leave the top for tomorrow morning? And what's the big deal about having one more or one less person? With the rock armor bear taking the damage, that's enough. As long as there's no fifth tier in the innermost part, I can handle it alone. Aren't you afraid you can't even break through the defense of the Monkey King inside? Zhuo Pang teased. Ning Hua took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. Not everyone is like you, who wears a turtle shell every day for no reason. What turtle shell? That's rock. How are they similar? Pang rolled up his sleeves as if ready for a fight. How is it not similar? It's fully covered front and back. When you encounter a large-scale attack, you just hide inside. Isn't that the same as a turtle? Ninghua retorted forcefully. On the side, Tang Ze watched the two arguing helplessly. Eventually, it escalated to physical conflict, but this time, the two were very tacit and did not use spiritual energy, instead relying solely on their physical strength to compete. Perhaps Ninghua's taunts were too powerful, impressive, and the two ended up in a stalemate. Ninghua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Little turtle, your defense isn't that great either. How come you're bleeding? Pang also raised his hand to lightly wipe the corner of his mouth. How come you only know how to talk big? Hearing this, Ninghua felt confident and directed his gaze toward a certain place between Pang's legs. Acorn. Damn it. Give me that. Pang knew exactly what Ninghua was referring to and immediately shouted, charging at Ninghua to continue their fight. On the side, Tang Ze seemed to have heard some big gossip, clicking his tongue. Is that all for such a big guy? Saying this, Tang Ze slowly turned and walked away. Brother, what does that acorn mean? Linger looked up with an innocent expression and asked. Tang Ze pondered for a moment. An acorn is just a type of fruit that grows on a tree, nothing else. Linger scratched her little head and turned to look at the two fighting in the back. Why does that brother seem very angry? Maybe that brother's acorn was stolen. Linger thought for a moment. Imagine you were eating something delicious, but after you got full, you couldn't waste the food, so you had to save it for next time. But the next day, you find the delicious food has disappeared. How would you feel? Tang Ze asked back without thinking. If the delicious food is gone, I would be unhappy, but I shouldn't go as far as hitting someone. Linger lowered her head and thought for a moment, indignantly saying, Hee. Tang Ze reached out and rubbed Linger's little head. That brother might just have a bad temper and can't stand others stealing his good food. Linger nodded in confusion, feeling that something was off, but she couldn't figure it out. Thinking of this, Linger decided to turn back and take another look at the two. Seeing this, Tang Ze quickly turned Linger's little head back. Don't worry about those two. Let's find a place to have a late-night snack. Upon hearing late-night snack, Linger's eyes lit up, and she immediately tossed her doubts into the trash can, focusing only on the words late-night snack. Yay, late-night snack. Linger clapped her hands, copying Tang Ze's actions as she looked around eagerly. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. The two sat leisurely at the dining table, eating barbecue. This time, without Pang, the lively one, encouraging Linger from the side. Linger ate slowly piece by piece. At this moment, Pang and Ninghua, both with bruised faces, walked towards the dining table. Damn, it's not appropriate to fight in the secret realm. We'll continue when we get back to school. Just wait until I deal with you. Pang touched the bruise on his face. Come on, as if I'm afraid of you. Ninghua grabbed a skewer of grilled meat and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Pang rolled his eyes and also grabbed a skewer to stuff into his mouth. Tang, brother. Juice. Pang reached out to Tang Ze. TSK. Tang Ze sighed helplessly and took out 2 porcelain bottles from his space ring, tossing them to the two. Not much left. Drink less at night. Although he said there wasn't much left, it should be noted that when they first got the space ring, there were nearly 300 bottles inside. Recently, they had only consumed a little over 50 bottles, but at the rate of 50 bottles every few days, it would be finished in less than a month. Chapter 83. One oppresses, one is deceptive. After eating and drinking their fill, a few people casually found a place to sleep. When it was early morning, it's time for the shift change. Rock Armored Bear, the Radiant Sun Pig, yawned wearily. Can you even stay up all night looking like that? Rock Armored Bear looked at the Radiant Sun Pig, whose weary eyes could barely stay open, and asked suspiciously. The Radiant Sun Pig nodded, and then suddenly slammed its head into the ground. I couldn't do it earlier, but I can now. Seeing this, Rock Armored Bear nodded in confusion. It was known that the Radiant Sun Pig never stayed up at night. It was always Rock Armored Bear that took the night watch for it. After confirming that there were no issues, Rock Armored Bear yawned slowly and walked toward the 3 people sleeping on the ground. Moments later, as Rock Armored Bear's breathing gradually stabilized, the serpent's pupils suddenly opened wide, and then it disappeared from its original spot. Hee, Brother Pig, your prediction isn't so great. Didn't you say they DB by the water? The serpent teased with a faint smile, suppressing its inner hatred. Who knew these guys would be in such a hurry? The radiant sun pig shrugged, not caring at all. Should we just start? The serpent asked tentatively. The radiant sun pig nodded. Yeah, let's start. Saying this, the radiant sun pig began to slowly approach the location of the three people. Behind the radiant sun pig, the serpent's eyes narrowed. Hee hee. I want to see how you'll be targeted after you anger Tang Ze. The serpent's thoughts were simple. Being targeted by Tang Ze all the time wasn't sustainable. It had to find a beast to help share the firepower. Perhaps it could also get a meal of grilled fish out of this opportunity. Thinking of the taste of grilled fish, the serpent couldn't help but flick its tongue. When it noticed Rock Armored Bear's position, a glimmer flashed in the serpent's eyes. Rock Armored Bear, you can't blame me for this. Blame that roasted pig. The serpent changed its plan in its mind. Originally, it intended to draw Tang Ze's hatred onto the radiant sun pig while removing itself from the plan. But now, one Tang Ze wasn't enough. It had to double the fun. Tang Ze would definitely let the radiant sun pig off temporarily because Ninghua was present, but Rock Armored Bear was different. The serpent knew its temper well. Once the fire reached it, the radiant sun pig would surely face a beating. Brother Snake, are you ready? My fire is deadly for a second-tier beastmaster, the radiant sun pig reminded again. Don't worry, it's just a little fire. I'm sure it won't burn him to death, the serpent said excitedly. All right, just make sure you're ready. After saying that, the radiant sun pig slowly opened its mouth, and a flame began to fly towards Tang Ze. At that moment, a strand of spiritual energy instantly merged with the flame. The flame, which was originally the size of a peanut, suddenly expanded to the size of a tennis ball. The radiant sun pig immediately sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. The tennis ball-sized flame instantly split into 3 flames of different sizes, simultaneously solidifying into metal. Under the serpent's control, the largest flame flew directly into Rock Armored Bear's mouth. The medium-sized one landed on its body, and the smallest one flew next to Tang Ze. In the instant the metallized flames disappeared, the serpent had already returned to Tang Ze's side. Roar! What the hell? Hot, hot, hot! Rock Armored Bear suddenly jumped up from the ground. Before it could react, the flame had already been extinguished by its saliva. This roar instantly woke up the two people, Zhuopeng and his companion, from their sleep. In contrast, Tang Ze's eyes had been open for some time, watching the serpent risk its life to help him extinguish the fire. He raised his hand and summoned a water ball nearly 50 centimeters in diameter, hurling it at the serpent. Stop pretending. Everyone saw it. Start your performance, Tang Ze said in a low voice. Hearing this, the serpent was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that it had forgotten Tang Ze could understand its words because it was so consumed by anger and focused solely on plotting against the radiant sun pig. The serpent awkwardly nodded and ran toward Rock Armored Bear. Although its main objective had ended in failure, at least getting the radiant sun pig a beating was still achievable. Reaching Rock Armored Bear's side, the serpent pretended to look anxiously into Rock Armored Bear's mouth. Then it feigned a heartbroken expression, looking at the radiant sun pig. Brother Pig, we are teammates after all. You previously framed me, causing me to get beaten, and that was fine. But you should have used fire to tease Brother Bear while he was sleeping. As soon as these words came out, the radiant sun pig froze in place. And in an instant, it realized that from every word the serpent had said after being beaten, the serpent had been plotting against it. It could have waited until its watch was over, and it was the serpent's turn to take the watch before making a move. But the serpent had been urging it on. Initially, the radiant sun pig thought the serpent was just impatient for revenge. But now it was clear that the serpent was afraid that Tang Ze wouldn't be able to beat it and had found a bigger target to take the hit. Serpent, you. The radiant sun pig hadn't finished its sentence when Rock Armored Bear, who had already analyzed the meaning behind the serpent's words, became furious. It was known that after the fight between Zhuopeng and his companion, it had to move the mountain, and its spiritual energy had been drained. Now it had to stay up all night to keep watch, which was already annoying enough. And now the radiant sun pig had come to tease it during the shift change. How could it not be angry? I should have known, roasted pig. You never stayed up at night before, and now that you're taking on an unusual request to keep watch, you definitely have no good intentions. Just wait and see if I'll beat you today. After saying this, Rock Armored Bear raised its paw and slammed it down onto the ground. In an instant, the ground beneath the Radiant Sun Pig sank rapidly with the sound. One could only say that Zwapang and his companion had been together for many years. Even their beasts understood each other very well. The Radiant Sun Pig knew that Rock Armored Bear wouldn't listen to anything right now, and it had no intention of dodging. It just looked up at the night sky, knowing that it would inevitably get beaten today. It should have realized that if the beast masters were so savage, how good could their beast be? Both of them had dark hearts. Hee, one oppresses, one is deceptive. Why did I have to eat those 2 crab claws for no reason? The Radiant Sun Pig self-mockingly laughed and shook its head helplessly. Bang! Rock Armored Bear fell from the air and smashed directly into the pit. Seeing this scene, Zwapang's expression changed, and he raised his hand to retrieve Rock Armored Bear into the Beastmaster space. The serpent, who had been watching the movements of the two, would not let the Radiant Sun Pig escape so easily. Immediately, the serpent rushed to the front of the two and began writing down the Radiant Sun Pig's misdeeds on the ground, while it completely portrayed itself as a victim. Looking at the burns on the serpent, and then at the blackened ground beside Tang Ze, the two had no doubts and believed the story the serpent wrote. Chapter 84, The Ultimate Realm of Grilled Fish. Moments later, the Rock Armored Bear took a deep breath and stomped its foot again, causing the ground that had sunk to return to its original state. Returning to the area where it had been sleeping, the Rock Armored Bear performed a 1-second sleep demonstration. Ning Hua shook his head helplessly and stepped forward to take out spiritual herbs from the jade pendant, stuffing them into the mouth of the Sunfire Pig. Suye, Tang Lao Di, you two can continue sleeping. I'll keep watch for a while until the Sunfire Pig's injuries recover, Ning Hua said to the two. The two exchanged glances, shrugged, and then returned to their previous positions to continue resting. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day. Tang Ze slowly opened his eyes to find Ling Er squatting beside him with a curious expression, poking at something on the ground. He slightly wrinkled his brow as he caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma in the air. Is it mealtime already? Why didn't you call me? Tang Ze immediately got up and looked ahead. Xianxi, you really are something. Tang Ze's expression froze as he saw that she had taken out the grill and dining table he had stored in the space ring without him noticing. It was now sitting at the table, leisurely eating grilled fish, and, most importantly, it had fixed a spoon to the tip of its tail using water control and metallization. Slowly scooping and eating one spoonful at a time, this was very uncharacteristic of Xianxi. It should have just lifted the plate and dumped everything in, right? Tang Ze rubbed his eyes in disbelief and muttered to himself. Just as he thought this, he suddenly noticed a detail. Tang Ze turned to Ling Er and asked, Ling Er, didn't you go eat grilled fish with Xianxi? Hearing his voice, Ling Er's body trembled slightly, and she quickly hid her hands behind her back, looking elsewhere awkwardly. Brother, you're awake. Seeing this, Tang Ze raised an eyebrow, sat up, and looked at the spot where Ling Er had been poking. There were several ants with a clear target, running continuously in one direction, and behind them were a dozen circles extending toward them. Tang Ze was quite familiar with this scene. Seeing Ling Er's reaction, he immediately understood that it was likely because her sister had previously forbidden her from playing in the dirt or something, which made her afraid of being discovered. Tang Ze reached out and rubbed Ling Er's little head, saying, if you want to play, just play. Just remember to wash your hands a few times before eating. Really? Ling Er's eyes lit up, and her hands instinctively clenched in a fist in front of her chest. Yes, really. It's fine for kids to play a bit. After a pause, Tang Ze returned to the previous question. Why didn't you go eat when Xianxi's enjoying it so much? Ling Er squatted down again, continuing to trace a circle in front of the ants with her finger, looking a bit dejected. The fish grilled by the big snake is really bad. It tastes strange. Since I'm not hungry, I won't eat it. Upon hearing this, Tang Ze's expression gradually became strange. He guessed that he was right about what Xianxi had done. Previously, he hadn't added too many seasonings to the fish. It was just the unique taste brought by the fish-type exotic beasts. It seemed that Xianxi probably didn't understand the differences in those seasonings and didn't know how much to put in, resulting in a mix of bizarre and overpowering flavors. Shaking his head helplessly, Tang Ze stood up and slowly walked toward the dining table. As he passed the grill, he looked at the dozens of empty seasoning jars above. confirming that his earlier predictions were indeed correct. Perhaps too engrossed, Tang Ze had already come up behind Xian Shi, which it hadn't noticed at all. Tang Ze placed his hand on Xian Shi's forehead and coldly said, Xian Shi, you are really enjoying your meal, huh? You've used up all the seasonings. Just as Xian Shi was about to scoop some fish into its mouth, hearing this, its expression stiffened, and without any hesitation, it continued to control the spoon forward. But this time the target was no longer its own mouth, but Tang Ze is standing behind it. Boss, you're awake. I knew you'd wake up around this time. Look at what I've prepared especially for you. Xian Shi immediately spoke with a flattering tone. Tang Ze looked at the half-eaten grilled fish that Xian Shi had devoured and smiled slightly. So why is this fish only half left? Well. Xian Shi's expression momentarily panicked, but fortunately, while opening the space ring to take out the items, it had already gone through all the excuses in its mind. I was just trying to let you taste it to prevent it from being bad, but it was so delicious that I had a bit too much. I said that. I should be able to escape a calamity, right? She kept praying in its heart. Tang Ze looked down at the grilled fish covered in seasonings, curious about what such a mix would taste like. But he knew that it would probably just taste like the seasonings. He immediately took a pair of chopsticks from the space ring and picked up a piece of fish from near the bones, putting it in his mouth. Feeling the explosion of flavors in his mouth, Tang Ze immediately spat out. Tui, what is this? You call this good? Tang Ze looked at Xian Shi in disbelief. He hadn't paid much attention when Ling Er mentioned the strange taste earlier, and even after seeing the empty seasoning bottles. He still hadn't thought much of it, as he didn't know how many fish Xian Shi had grilled. After seeing the fish covered in seasonings, Tang Ze hesitated. But remembering Xian Shi's previous expression of enjoyment, he gritted his teeth and picked up the piece of fish from the center. But what was the result? The fish was completely marinated in flavor. Tang Ze looked at the grilled fish in disgust and said to Xian Shi, you go ahead and eat. I won't eat any. Hearing this, Xian Shi's eyes lit up. When it saw Tang Ze coming over, it had already prepared for the loss of its delicious food. But now it seemed that Tang Ze couldn't handle the taste at all. After a pause, Tang Ze continued, leave 2 or 3 pieces of fish for Zhuge and the others to try. Tang Ze's idea was very simple. Brothers share blessings and burdens. Having his taste buds tortured, he naturally wanted the others to try it too. Boss, don't worry. Although I'm greedy, I want to be so greedy that I take the last few pieces of meat. Xian Shi said earnestly. Tang Ze waved his hand and walked toward the grill. He took a brief look at the remaining seasonings and was relieved that he had bought some extra key seasonings for backup. So he would have to eat plain grilled fish. Taking out the processed sea fish from the space ring, he began to prepare it. And soon the aroma started to spread, but it could never compare to the grilled fish made by Xian Shi with all those seasonings. At this moment, not far away, Ling Er was still playing with the ants, but her gaze kept drifting toward Tang Ze. Upon seeing Tang Ze place the grilled fish on the dining plate, her eyes lit up, and she quickly flattened the circle she had drawn in front of the ants, bouncing over to the dining table. Ling Er reached out and pushed against the stool, jumping up directly. Just as Tang Ze was about to reach for the chopsticks, he was met with the sound of chopsticks clattering. Wash your hands first, Tang Ze said, grabbing Ling Er's little hand and showing it to her. Look how dirty this is. Just think about it. If you eat fish and get dirt in your mouth, what will happen? Won't it affect the taste? Won't it make the food taste strange? Ling Er was stunned for a moment, successfully swayed by Tang Ze. Normal parents would say that dirt is dirty. But for Tang Ze, dirt in the mouth affects the taste. As if realizing something, Ling Er immediately jumped down from the stool and looked around, and upon seeing that there was no water nearby, her expression turned a bit aggrieved. Seeing this, Tang Ze shook his head helplessly, reached out, and conjured a water ball in his palm, pushing it toward Ling Er. Ling Er's eyes lit up, and she immediately reached her little hand into it. Not knowing if she was afraid of residue, she rubbed and washed her hands repeatedly 7 or 8 times before stopping. After confirming multiple times that there was no dirt left, Ling Er jumped back onto the stool. A moment later, the two of them had eaten and drunk enough. And only then did Zhuopang and the others wake up from their sleep. Damn, Brother Tang, you actually ate alone while we were sleeping. Zhuopang looked at the 2 pieces of fish left in the plate, heartbroken. Next to him, Ninghua remained silent for the first time. slowly nodding in agreement with Zwapang's words. Hee hee, Tang Ze laughed awkwardly, reaching out to pick up the plate and handed it to the two. There is plenty of grilled fish left. These 2 pieces of fish are made with a secret seasoning. Give it a try. See if it's good. Secret seasoning? Hearing this, Zwapang's eyes lit up. That sounds great. Perhaps in his view, anything labeled as secret would definitely taste better than the usual. And this time, he would eventually realize that there are indeed differences between various secret recipes. Without any hesitation, Zwapang picked up 1 piece of fish with his bare hands. In contrast, Ninghua stood there in a daze, not moving at all. The moment the fish entered Zwapang's mouth, his eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, this taste is the taste of home. Seeing the scene, Tang Ze was immediately stunned. He couldn't understand who would actually dump an entire bottle of seasoning into the food while cooking. Moreover, the Xian snake didn't just pour 1 bottle, but several bottles. Even if there was no seasoning on the surface, the inside was completely marinated. The taste of home? Is it really that eerie? Ninghua was still somewhat skeptical. After thinking for a moment, he realized it might be because his right eye had been twitching since he got up in the morning, so he was indeed a bit paranoid. Without hesitation, Ninghua took out chopsticks from his jade pendant, picked up the fish, sniffed it, and confirmed there was nothing wrong before putting the fish into his mouth. The moment the fish entered his mouth, Ninghua felt his right eyelid twitching more and more. However, it was too late to regret since the fish was already in his mouth, and the taste of the seasoning burst open in his mouth. Ninghua's expression twisted for a moment, but he quickly recovered and swallowed the fish. Brother Tang, this fish is pretty amazing. I just want to ask, how did you combine the seasoning into the fish? Not knowing if it was because his mouth had just been stimulated, he spoke with a slight tremor. You should ask that foodie behind. Saying this, Tang Ze pointed at the Xian snake, which was leisurely enjoying the secret fish. This fish was made while we were sleeping. Ninghua's mouth twitched involuntarily. Brother Tang, your snake. Quite versatile. Indeed, Zwapang nodded excitedly, you know. I only tasted this flavor when I went home as a child. Even though I've been to several cities over the years, I couldn't find this familiar taste. The Xian snake is really good enough to open a restaurant. After this remark, an instant silence fell around them. At this moment, Zwapang was still immersed in his memories of the past, and didn't notice the strange expressions of the two. After a while, seeing that he had not received a response for a long time, Zwapang opened his eyes to see what was going on. But what greeted him was a tail that emitted a metallic sheen. Damn it, I'm so tired from fishing every day. And you want me to turn into a production line? The Xian snake cursed loudly. However, no matter how foul-mouthed it was, Zwapang only had a strange expression, constantly raising his hand to block its attacks. After all, he couldn't understand it at all. Enough. Tang Ze raised his hand and slapped the back of the Xian snake's head. Do you really think that what you grilled can open a restaurant? That thing might only be edible by you two. Ninghua nodded. If I were to say, don't open a restaurant, open a crematorium. One fish down might be directly sent for cremation. Why crematorium again? Is it never-ending? Do you want to be the first customer? And let the snake master personally handle it. First cut and then burn. Meat for dogs and bones sold to the haunted house owner. The Xian snake switched targets and continued to speak. Why do I feel like it's cursing me? And it's really unpleasant. Ninghua pointed at the Xian snake in confusion. Tang Ze shook his head. Don't ask me. Anyway, if you knew what it was cursing, you would definitely want to hit it. Then what did it just say to me? Zwapang thought for a moment, wondering if the Xian snake was indeed cursing him. Tang Ze pondered for a moment. It's just simply cursing you. Huh. Zwapang scratched his head. Why is it cursing me? I shouldn't have said anything wrong. Opening a restaurant with that fish would definitely make a profit. I'm so fed up. Is it never ending? Saying this, the Xian snake once again charged at Zwapang. Now you know what you said wrong, right? Looking at this scene, Tang Ze spoke helplessly. What? I just made a suggestion. Why am I being hit again? Seeing this, Ninghua shook his head and patted Tang Ze's shoulder. Don't mind these two weirdos. Tang Ze nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the grilled fish was served again. Tang Ze was already full and didn't continue to use his chopsticks, but instead entered the system store to continue browsing. In fact, he had already completed the collection of materials for one of the bloodline replication potions. Ling'er's sister was originally of legendary level bloodline, And now that she had been devoured by Linger naturally inherited this talent. As for why Tang Ze didn't use the potion to replicate first, the reason was quite simple. There was no need for it at the moment. They hadn't left yet, and he could continue looking for other targets. Boss! Boss! Tang Ze opened his eyes helplessly. What is it? Hurry up and say. The Xian Snake's eyes flashed with excitement. Boss, I want to open a restaurant. Can you sponsor some funds? Chapter 85. On the lethality of 2 large jars of salt after some understanding and Zhuo Peng's earnest explanation on the side, Tang Ze finally understood the reason for Xi's drastic changes. Tang Ze nodded, but your daily fishing task cannot be reduced. Why not? Shi wrote on the ground. Those fish aren't worth much. If I open a restaurant, that could be financial freedom. Hee. Tang Ze coldly sneered without speaking. Why? How many people can eat that taste? Even if they can eat it, are the seasonings free? 1 fish costs several bottles of seasoning. It's really just waking up and going to buy supplies and buying seasonings in bulk. Tang Ze helplessly thought in his heart. Then, Tang Ze cast a helpless glance at Zhuo Peng. Brother Zhuo, don't forget our goal. We still have to participate in that national beast taming exchange competition. There's really no time to deal with this restaurant. Zhuo Peng was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that he had not thought this through. With the time being tight and the tasks heavy, there really was no time to deal with this restaurant. Hee. Zhuo Peng awkwardly scratched his head. I guess you're right. Let's talk about it next year. After all, I've searched so many cities in Haven Tea, found anyone doing this in a short time. Of course, no one would do that. Who would lose money doing this? Treating seasonings as meals. Who could even think of that? Tang Ze couldn't help but mutter to himself. As long as you understand, Tang Ze pointed at the 2 people who were eating grilled fish. Although it's not good to eat these things so early in the morning, there's nothing else to eat here, so let us make do with it. Zhuo Peng nodded and then turned his gaze to the dejected Shi, Brother Snake. Show us your skills and grill another fish. Shi casually responded with a sound, lost in thought, and walked towards the grill. After glancing at the seasonings Tang Ze had just placed on top, it seemed to think of something, and a glimmer flashed in its eyes, and it perked up again. What can he do? At worst, Snake Master, will just steal a few fish every day to sell, be self-sufficient, grow strong, and create brilliance. Looking at the grill, she then noticed there were no fish. It could only smile and return to Tang Ze's side. As for being self-sufficient, that was a matter after leaving the secret realm. Moments later, under Tang Ze's shocked gaze, she directly poured all the seasonings into the mix. A total of 12 different seasonings, some of which were not even meant for grilling. It's worth mentioning that because of what she did, Tang Ze had specially placed 2 large jars of salt among them. Watching this scene, Tang Ze only thought for a moment about the taste and couldn't help but shiver. With 2 large jars of salt poured in, the taste was unimaginable. The other seasonings paled in comparison, and this grilled fish would only have a strange, salty flavor left. Moments later, she controlled the water flow to form a spatula, simultaneously metallizing it, lifted the fish onto a plate, and slowly walked towards the dining table. After placing down the plate, she quickly returned to its previous spot to continue eating the already cold grilled fish. Beside him, Zhuo Peng rubbed his hands, lowered his head, and sniffed the grilled fish on the plate. His mind quickly connected the piece of fish he had eaten earlier with this grilled fish, and he unconsciously began to salivate. Without any hesitation, Zhuo Peng picked up his chopsticks and directly grabbed a large piece to put in his mouth, quickly chewing. Suddenly, Zhuo Peng's pupils constricted, and his entire face twisted. What the hell, it's poisonous. Zhuo Peng hurriedly lowered his head, opening his mouth, and due to gravity, the fish fell right out of his mouth. What the hell? Why is it so salty? Why does it feel like I just ate a handful of salt? Zhuo Peng said in disbelief. The sensation he felt was not so much similar to the previous one as it was completely unrelated. To Zhuo Peng, it felt like the difference between food from Longhua and Tianzhu. All of this was actually quite easy to understand. The fish piece Tang Ze picked was from the very center. However, Zhuo Peng had directly taken a piece from the top, and that was a full 2 jars of salt. So much salt wouldn't dissolve in a short time. So naturally, it felt like he just ate a handful of salt, right? Uffed. Ninghua laughed, holding her stomach. Haha, brothers. Didn't you see how Xianxi grilled that fish? The seasonings were thrown in as if they were free. A single fish had dozens of jars of seasonings. How could it taste good? Pang was slightly taken aback. He indeed hadn't paid attention to those things at the time, as there was no real necessity. He wasn't familiar with these things, couldn't understand them, and naturally didn't pay attention. Now, turning to look at the grill, he found that the 12 glass jars that had been filled with seasonings were now completely empty. Now, simply connecting the previous events, Pang felt as if his brain had shrunk again. A snake can grill fish without anyone teaching it? This thought alone fell off. Clearly, that previous fish was just something Xianxi accidentally made and couldn't replicate. However, what he didn't know was that replicating it was quite simple. Just take away those 2 jars of salt and redo the steps. Sigh. Pang helplessly sighed. I should have known. How could a snake possibly grill fish? Throwing in all the seasonings? I could do that too. Throwing in all the seasonings? Pang was slightly stunned. Does that mean as long as I tried different ratios? After realizing this, Pang directly pushed the grilled fish in front of Xianxi, while he turned his gaze to the plate of grilled fish between Ning Hua and Ling Er. Although only half was left, it was at least enough to fill him up. At this moment, Xianxi looked at the grilled fish, pushed over with a puzzled expression. It had been immersed in its own world, enjoying the delicious grilled fish, and hadn't noticed the conversations among the few people. Now looking at this grilled fish, it was momentarily unsure what was going on. After pondering for a moment, Xianxi nodded and decided to give up thinking. If it couldn't figure out, it wouldn't think about it. Anyway, it hadn't eaten enough, and one more fish was just right. After swallowing the last few pieces of fish meat, Xianxi turned its attention to the special grilled fish provided by Tang Ze. Controlling the spoon, it lifted a piece of fish meat and put it in its mouth. Sensing the taste was off, Xianxi immediately turned its head to the side and began to spit it out, simultaneously thinking, what the hell? Ugh, did Pang poison this fish? I used the rock armored bear as a gun, and now he has come to take revenge. Ugh. Chapter 86. Strings moments later. The Xian snake gradually regained its senses, drooping its snake head weakly on the dining table. Boss, why does it taste completely different even though they are all pretty much the same? The Xian snake spoke weakly. Tang Ze slightly curled his lips and then raised his hand, conjuring a can of salt out of thin air. Opening his mouth, Tang Ze said lightly. Seeing the scene, the Xian snake's expression changed. It was all too familiar with Tang Ze's demeanor. The Xian snake had no doubt that if it really followed his command and opened its mouth, what it would face next would definitely not be a good thing. The Xian snake smiled awkwardly. Boss, you could just tell me directly, why do I have to open my mouth? TCH, Tang Ze rolled his eyes, exerting a bit of force with his arm, and the salt can was directly thrown in front of the Xian snake to taste. Looking at this somewhat familiar can, the Xian snake quickly recalled the 2 identical cans from the 13 cans used while grilling fish. As if a thought struck it, the Xian snake coiled its tail around the salt can and quickly poured it into its mouth, simultaneously taking it off. Feeling the taste in its mouth similar to the grilled fish in front of it, the Xian snake realized it had unintentionally fallen into a trap again. Boss, honestly, stop trying to trick me every day. The Xian snake spoke with a complex expression. Well, then just behave yourself. Fishing every day and finding a training partner to play with for a few hours is much better. Why keep jumping around on my bottom line every day? Tang Ze said matter-of-factly. The Xian snake nodded helplessly. All right, I'll listen, okay? After a pause, the Xian snake continued. But at least let me eat enough. I haven't been full for a while, so of course, I have to find a way myself. Tang Ze laughed coldly. Is that not being full? You're just overeating. Every day after you're full, you start planning this and that. The Xian snake couldn't help but look elsewhere. So, the weather is quite nice today. A moment later, the group finished off the grilled fish in front of them. As for the Xian snake's fish, Ning Hua had tried feeding it to the Liang pig, which ended up cursing for nearly 10 minutes before it was simply buried. After a brief rest, the group headed towards the direction of the monkey group. In no time, they returned to the thicket where they had been the previous day. Looking at the scene ahead, the group frowned. The cave, which should have been merely shaved off the mountaintop by Pang, had now completely turned into ruins. with streams of fresh blood slowly flowing out from the debris. Outside the cave, what should have been a pile of spirit fruits was now just a ground littered with remnants that had been gnawed at randomly. What's going on? Did you two slaughter this place last night while it was dark? Tang Ze looked at the two seriously. No way. Zhuo Peng had a blank expression. How did I not know I was that powerful? Ning Hua shook his head helplessly. Stop joking around. Let us find some clues. That spirit lock monkey was discovered by us first, and now someone else got to it first. If we don't get it back, I'm not worthy to be a student of My Academy. Huh? Tang Ze looked puzzled. What? If we don't get it back, we're not worthy to study at My Academy? Hee, Zhuo Peng chuckled. The principal has always taught us to fight and to be strong. The reason we didn't have a pair in the top 10 of the last National Beast Tamer Exchange competition is quite simple. Both our teams chose to snatch the results from other teams, and the outcome was naturally obvious. We all failed. The group stepped out of the thicket and began searching the surroundings. Apart from a blood trail extending from the cave into the distance, there were no other clues. The Liang pig could smell it. Is it human or beast? Ning Hua quietly stood by, waiting. This smell should be human, but it also has a hint of beast. Although the beast scent is very faint, it's definitely there. The Liang pig spoke with a serious expression. The Xian snake played the role of translator, writing down the Liang pig's words in real time. They're both humans and beasts. It can't be some hybrid, right? Zhuo Peng scratched his head and spoke. Hybrids are still within the same race. This is human and beast. Ning Hua shook his head, clearing some strange thoughts from his mind. Let us find that guy first, right? Zhuo Peng's face showed a hint of anger. We must let him know the terror of My Academy. Moments later, following the Liang pig's pursuit of the bloody scent, a figure appeared not far ahead. This person was entirely black, wearing only a pair of shorts, and numerous wounds on his body were still oozing blood. At this moment, he was holding a cage that looked like it was made of glass, inside which lay a small monkey, barely alive. The smell is stronger now. It's this person ahead. The Xian snake quickly drew a hook. A black man? Ning Hua and Zhuo Peng's expressions turned serious. This is bad. He asked from another country. Attack directly. Ning Hua and Zhuo Peng exchanged glances and immediately charged at the man. When they got close enough, Zhuo Peng stomped heavily on the ground, and the spiritual energy within him surged underground. The next moment, the ground beneath the man's feet rapidly sank. Simultaneously, countless rock spikes burst forth, quickly stabbing towards the man in the cave. Following that, Ning Hua arrived at the cave's side, and two flames emerged from his hands, directly rushing into the pit. Moments later, Ning Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead. In just this short time, he had been continuously compressing the flames to achieve maximum power, and his spiritual energy reserves were already over half. Throughout this time, there was no sound from within the cave, and just when the two thought the person inside had died, a strange voice came from within. The voice contained not only human sounds, but also, bizarrely, a roar that resembled a beast. Little guys, didn't your parents teach you? Attacking others for no reason can bring trouble. As the voice fell, a figure completely clad in black leaped out from the pit. At this moment, the man had completely lost all his clothing, replaced instead by a bizarre black scale skin. Holy shit, it really is a hybrid. After a pause, Zhuo Peng scratched his head and curiously asked, so is his father or mother a beast? Ning Hua shrugged. Regardless of which side is the beast, I know the other side is definitely abnormal. Could it be someone from the region of Tianzhu? Zhuo Peng seemed to remember something and instinctively covered his backside. I heard that people from over there are all so abnormal, and there were even rumors about them breeding a Bengal giant lizard. As soon as this was said, the two seemed to have discovered something, and their gazes towards the man turned strange. It's quite similar to what I saw on the news, and the scales on him look very much alike. Zhuo Peng's mouth formed an O shape. The size could easily fit a chicken egg. Wow. It really looks like it. Ning Hua also looked at the scaly man with a strange expression. Chapter 87. The Secret Technique of the Village FK. Do you even know what you're saying? You're insulting my character. I'm going to the embassy to report you. The man spoke with great restraint, trying to suppress his anger. Ning Hua sneered. In our dragon country, there is a law that states if foreigners obtain our lock spirit beast through illegal means like poaching, they will be sentenced to death. executed immediately. He paused, his gaze turning icy. Not to mention, you even dared to steal our prey? At that moment, the unspoken understanding built over years prompted Zwapang to summon the rock-armored bear. The bear fell from the sky and, upon seeing the man below, immediately understood their intentions. As its palms became covered in rock, several sharp spikes appeared underneath. Boom! As the rock-armored bear landed, it kicked up a cloud of dust. Just when the two thought victory was certain, a roar erupted from the dust cloud. Damn! Someone help me! Hearing this, the expressions of the two changed. Although they couldn't understand the words, they realized the ambush had failed. The two immediately pulled out their weapons from their storage items and joined the fight. The sounds of metal clashing echoed through the dust, and Tang Ze's expression darkened slightly. Peak 4th stage? Or 5th stage? After placing Ling Er down and giving her a few instructions, Tang Ze waved his hand, summoning the Xian snake that had been sleeping soundly in the beast control space. Bang! Boss, what happened again? The Xian snake groggily opened its eyes. What happened? We're fighting. Tang Ze slapped the back of the Xian snake's head. With that, he began to gather and compress water arrows from the tree. At this moment, the dust had cleared, and the Xian snake quickly noticed the situation not far away. What the hell? Lizard man, which brave brother is so fierce that? Before the Xian snake could finish its exclamation, Tang Ze urged it again, and the Xian snake had no choice but to activate its shadow stealth, searching for opportunities around the combatants. At the same time, Ling Er controlled the red paper figure, drifting towards the man. Damn 5th stage? Ninghua's expression grew serious. Plan 6, we must kill him today. However, he hesitated upon thinking that they were about to use Plan 6, which had only been used twice since their discussion. Forget it, dirty or not, it doesn't matter. We'll just wash up later, Ninghua shouted as he blocked the man's attack with his sword. Seeing this, Zwapang gritted his teeth. All right, 6 it is then. We're going all out today. The man, hearing their conversation, was momentarily confused, but it didn't stop him from continuing his assault. The rock-armored bear also sensed that Plan 6 was about to be used. It no longer cared about its injuries, roaring as it adopted a strategy of trading injuries for injuries. In just a moment, the man's black claws, which had transformed from his fingernails, left several gruesome scratches on the bear's body. Blood flowed continuously from the wounds, but for some reason, the man seemed to fear something, even choosing to attack others instead of directly confronting the rock-armored bear. Just then, a water arrow shot in from a distance. Sensing the spiritual energy within the water arrow, the man scoffed, raising his hand slightly to block the incoming projectile. Ha! A second-tier piece of trash thinks it can sneak. The man's dismissive expression vanished as he suddenly realized. With one hand disabled, speed up. Ning Hua's eyes brightened as he focused on the red paper figure on the man's arm and immediately accelerated his attacks. At the same time, with two reckless enemies bearing down on him, the man found it impossible to divide his attention. Even if he occasionally focused on something else, it was only to check what Zwapang was doing. At that moment, a shadow had quietly arrived beneath the man. Secret technique of the village. 1,000-year kill. Before the words fell, a sharp cone made of water shot straight up from below the man. In an instant, the world fell silent. The man's face twisted as he stood still, while Zwapang and the bear were filled with confusion. Wait, how does the Xian snake know what our Plan 6 is? Even if it knows, it shouldn't be the one to act. It's supposed to compress the rock for an internal explosion? Zwapang thought, bewildered. Gag! A violent retching sound suddenly shattered the surrounding silence. A slightly yellow liquid began to pour from the man's mouth, quickly increasing in volume. Realizing the situation, the man dashed forward, but it was too late. The Xian snake had already started compressing the water stream while in the shadows. According to its calculations, it would only take a few breaths before the water cone would collapse due to the lack of spiritual energy to sustain it. Explode. The Xian snake's voice echoed from the shadows. As the words fell, a continuous flow of water erupted from the man's mouth, but that was all. In the Xian snake's expectations, something should have been broken, but it appeared that the man was completely water-based, his body filled with water, yet showing no adverse effects. Watching this scene, The Xian snake's expression darkened slightly as it quietly extended its tail from the shadows and rode on the ground. My attack can't even break through the internal defense. I'll leave it to you. After finishing the last word, the Xian snake controlled the shadow to slowly retreat while mumbling to itself. This isn't me trying to slack off. That thing is hard all the way inside. What is the point of fighting? As the Xian snake left, the battle resumed its previous state, with one person and one beast relentlessly attacking the man. Perhaps having learned from the Xian snake's lesson, the man's gaze occasionally shifted down to the ground. This provided an opportunity for the man and the bear. As amidst these brief moments, a few attacks managed to leave wounds on the man. Time continued to pass, and the man's condition gradually deteriorated. Bang! Seizing an opportunity, the rock-armored bear struck hard, directly hitting the man's back. The man was forced to roll on the ground several times before gradually coming to a stop. Damn! If only I could bring other exotic beasts into the country. And what the hell is this red figure? The man cursed in his heart, continuously tearing at the red paper figure on his arm, but it was ultimately futile, as he could only touch his own skin. At the same time, Zhuopeng had completed the preparations for Plan 6. Unfortunately, following the previous wave of the Xian snake's nauseating operations, the man's focus on the ground was particularly acute now. After thinking for a moment, Zhuopeng looked at the rock-armored bear. Once the bear noticed him, it immediately raised its hand towards the man, gently squeezing before quickly pulling back towards Zhuopeng. Seeing this, the rock-armored bear instantly understood Zhuopeng's intent, letting out a roar to indicate its comprehension. Zhuopeng chuckled a couple of times and began to continue with the next steps of their plan. Chapter 88 Berserker. One man and one beast continued to attack the man. It was evident that the man's thoughts were no longer focused on the fight. His gaze constantly darted around, searching for a quick escape route. However, no matter what method the man thought of, as soon as he attempted to execute it, he would be blocked by Ning Hua or the rock-armored bear, ultimately being forced back to where he started. After a few moments, the man seemed to have found another way to retreat and forcefully took on Ning Hua's attack aimed at him, quickly fleeing into the distance. Damn it! Rock-armored bear! Block him quickly! Ning Hua's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. The rock-armored bear let out a roar and slammed its paws onto the ground. In the next moment, a nearly 1 meter thick rock wall rose up in front of the man. Is this all you have to stop me? The man's internal energy quickly gathered in his fist, and as he approached the rock wall, he threw a punch. Boom! The heavy rock wall crumbled as if it were made of paper. Just as the man thought he was about to escape the encirclement, a pitch-black tail suddenly emerged from the shadows. Hey, hey, hey! Snake Master is back. The dark snake chuckled. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed dramatically, and a painful memory from not long ago involuntarily flooded his mind. However, after a brief consideration of the pros and cons, he made up his mind and continued to charge forward without any hesitation. At the same time, he did not experience the expected sensation of needing to relieve himself. Instead, he felt as if he had kicked something sharp, and his body immediately lost balance, tumbling forward. Little trash. I already know that compressing the water flow is useless against you. Should I keep using it? Leaving behind a mocking remark, the dark snake retracted its tail back into the shadows and swiftly left. As the dust settled, it became clear that a bloody hole was embedded in the position of the man's right big toe, making it obvious what he had just kicked. At this moment, one man and one bear had once again arrived behind the man. Ning Hua struck first, raising his knife and slashing directly at the back of the man's neck. However, just as the rock-armored bear attempted to join the fight, a voice came from beside it. Bear brother, how about I give you a boost to Berserk? The dark snake's sly voice emerged from its shadow. Berserk? The rock-armored bear immediately replied, Don't worry about the details, just do it if it's useful. The rock-armored bear glanced at the man who was being beaten on the ground, a flicker of anger flashing in its eyes. No problem, just don't reject my energy. The dark snake advised before it began to continuously inject energy into the rock-armored bear. Although the rock-armored bear was puzzled, it did not choose to reject it. Instead, it fixed its gaze on the two in front, seemingly afraid that if it let its guard down, the man would escape. After a few moments, a metallic sheen began to emerge from the rock-armored bear's originally earthy yellow body. Metallicization? The rock-armored bear was stunned as it felt the changes in its body. The wounds left by blocking the man had now stopped bleeding, and even the pain had vanished without a trace. This can be applied to other beings? What level of talent is this? The rock-armored bear muttered to itself. Although it was filled with intense curiosity, it was now experiencing an unprecedented feeling, as if its body had been sublimated. Without hesitation, the rock-armored bear let out a roar, transforming into a war machine unafraid of death as it charged forward. Feeling the tremors in the ground, Ning Hua's expression changed slightly as he turned to look back. "Holy crap," he exclaimed, quickly retreating a few steps to avoid being knocked away by the rock-armored bear. Bang, bang, bang. The rock-armored bear's paws continued to slam down on the man. Previously, the rock-armored bear might have hesitated out of fear of injury, but now it was different. The blood was confined within its body, and it was under the effects of a half-acting anesthetic, completely unaware of pain. Now it could be said to be fearless. Even if it had to face Jiang He's howling moon frost wolf alone, it probably wouldn't feel any fear. Behind the rock-armored bear, Zhou Pang was continuously injecting energy into the rock spike in his hand. When he saw the rock-armored bear's current state, he naturally thought of the dark snake's metallicization talent. This talent is great. Improved defense and no fear of pain. Isn't this a berserker? Zhou Pang looked at the rock-armored bear with envy. However, the continuous sound of flesh being pummeled pulled him back from his fantasy of possessing this ability. He didn't dare hesitate any longer. The dark snake was only at the second tier, and the duration of the metallicization wouldn't last too long. What they needed to do was kill the man during this time. Zhou Pang quickly moved to the side of the rock-armored bear, displaying the rock spike in front of it. Seeing this, the rock-armored bear slightly slowed down its next paw strike. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Pang quickly placed the rock spike above the man's mouth. With Zhou Pang withdrawing his hand, the rock-armored bear's paw fell again. In the man's terrified gaze, he could only watch helplessly as the bear's paw pressed the rock spike into his mouth. Unlike before, this time the rock-armored bear did not lift its paw, but quietly waited for the energy attached to the rock spike to dissipate. In the next moment, as if sensing something, the man began to struggle continuously. However, under the weight of the rock-armored bear, he lost all possibility of resistance. Feeling the rocks surging from the bear's paw, the rock-armored bear activated its energy to compress them. With the nearest exit blocked, the rocks left only the esophagus as an outlet. As the rocks continued to surge toward the man's rear, he began to twist, especially his swollen abdomen. If the rock-armored bear lifted its paw now, it would find that dozens of rough-edged rocks were clearly visible on the man's belly. As a muffled groan escaped the man, he finally stopped struggling under the bear's paw, and blood began to flow from beneath the rock-armored bear's feet. However, from the side, it appeared that the man had been burst open. The group still did not relax their vigilance. Moments later, when they noticed several rocks being squeezed out from the man's body, the rock-armored bear finally lifted its paw. As the rock-armored bear raised its paw, numerous rocks seemed to be completely released, and several cracks appeared on the man's body, from which many rocks began to pour out. In just a moment, the wounds on the man's body reconnected, and a massive wound covered his entire belly. At this time, the rocks in his stomach were also fully released, surging out and completely covering him in no time. Chapter 89. Brother Bear. No, stop. Zhou Pang took a deep breath and slumped down on the ground, as his spiritual energy had been completely exhausted. This was also the reason why Zhou Pang gave up on the layout he had been preparing for a long time and took the risk of losing everything to attempt a forced attack. In contrast, the rock-armored bear was still full of excitement, seemingly bursting with energy as it charged around, and when it caught a glimpse of the Xian snake, its eyes lit up with a fiery expression, as if it couldn't wait to tie the Xian snake to itself all day to provide it with anesthetics. Brother Ning, I'm exhausted and drained. Can you check where that person's spatial tool is? The spatial tool that can store living things definitely has a high rank. Let us see what's inside. Zhou Pang lay flat on the ground, weakly saying, "Stop pretending." Ning Hua found a spot without bloodstains and plopped down on the ground. You're out of spiritual energy. Your physical strength hasn't been consumed much, so you can move yourself. How can it not be consumed? I've been compressing rocks, which definitely takes mental effort, Zhuo Pang said, but his body honestly stood up and started cleaning the rocks around. At that moment, seeing that the battle was over, the Xian snake immediately released its stealth and returned to the ground. It glanced at the unchanged rock-armored bear and shook its head helplessly. Tisfiske, with these wounds, one can only imagine what will happen when the metallization is lifted. As it spoke, the Xian snake controlled the spiritual energy on the rock-armored bear to begin separating from its body. Bang! The moment the metallization disappeared, a sharp pain suddenly surged, and the rock-armored bear stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Damn! It hurts! What the hell? Why is the metallization gone? The rock-armored bear roared angrily, its blood flowing out from the wounds as if it had found an outlet, and at that moment, its forepaws were comparable to when Tang Ze first activated metallization to catch a tennis ball. Hearing the roar from a distance, Zhuo Pang's expression changed. He casually threw the rock in his hand aside and took out a spiritual herb from his spatial tool, rushing towards the rock-armored bear. After stuffing 3 spiritual herbs into the rock-armored bear's mouth, its howls gradually subsided. This scene reminded Zhuo Pang of a past event, but upon reflection, he slapped himself hard. He had envied the talent of metallization back then. While it was a good talent, the body couldn't react at all the moment it was lifted. Tang's brother was knocked unconscious by the intense pain at that instant. Zhuo Pang shook his head vigorously, thinking that he absolutely couldn't let Tang's brother put metallization on him again. That was an embarrassing thing. After a few breaths, the rock-armored bear finally recovered, and the first thing on its mind was to find the Xian snake. It turned its gaze slightly, and soon noticed the Xian snake shrinking behind a tree not far away. "Snake brother, come over here. Brother Bear wants to settle the score with you," the rock-armored bear said calmly. Upon hearing this, the Xian snake shivered slightly. Back in the training room, the rock-armored bear couldn't do anything to it, but that was just because it had climbed onto the bear's back when it wasn't paying attention. Now, after experiencing various challenges in the secret realm, the Xian snake fully understood the terrifying power of the bear, and it had no doubt that just one slap could easily split it in half. Originally, the Xian snake thought of hiding until the heat passed or the rock-armored bear returned to the beast master space. But now that it had been discovered, it couldn't hide any longer. "Haha, where are you going to settle?" The Xian snake awkwardly cast its gaze aside. "Come here. I want to say it a third time," the rock-armored bear said coldly. Okay. The Xian snake, feeling hopeless, lowered its head and slowly moved forward. Just as it stood in front of the rock-armored bear, a bloody paw slowly descended from the air, and below the paw stood the Xian snake. The Xian snake closed its eyes tightly, quietly awaiting its fate, but instead of the expected intense pain, it felt a gentle touch. "All right, it's fine. I won't blame you. Just remember to tell Brother Bear next time you lift the metallization," the rock-armored bear said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the Xian snake immediately felt uneasy, recalling a video it had seen late at night when it secretly took Tang Ze's phone to watch videos. "Brother Bear, no." Upon hearing this, the rock-armored bear's expression changed. "Be obedient. I'm addicted to that metallization. If you don't put it on me in the future, I'll roast you right now." Oh. The Xian snake breathed a sigh of relief, finally realizing what it had just associated with. A snake and a bear, how could that even be possible? I must have a twisted mind, the Xian snake mumbled to itself. The rock-armored bear's injuries gradually stabilized, and Zhuo Pang immediately returned to the pile of rocks to start moving them. At this point, his spiritual energy had also recovered a bit. Although it was little, it was enough. He controlled the rocks to roll aside, and soon a bloody, disfigured human figure appeared among them. After rummaging around a few places where storage tools were kept, Zhuo Pang pulled out a cube about 4 or 5 centimeters in diameter from the man's stomach. Upon closer inspection, he could see a small monkey curled up, shivering. "Found it!" Zhuo Pang turned and shouted. Hearing that it had been found, Ning Hua's expression changed. He kicked his legs and stood up, immediately coming to Zhuo Pang's side. But looking at the transparent cage containing the monkey, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. "Only the monkey? Nothing else?" Ning Hua asked, unwilling to give up. Zhuo Pang shook his head and pointed at the messy, bloodied figure on the ground, saying, he doesn't have any spatial tools on him. I found this monkey in his stomach. Sighing, Ning Hua helplessly shook his head. All right, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. At least we got the spirit beast. So it's not a loss. At this moment, behind the two, at the gap in the rock wall, Tang Ze covered Linger's eyes with his hand while looking at the two with a face full of disdain. Why do I feel like you two are no different from villains? What villains? Zwapang said, showcasing the glass cage in his hand. We are representing the law and sentencing him to death. Yeah, Ning Hua nodded in agreement. Since he has already violated the law, it doesn't matter how he dies. As long as he dies, that is fine. After a pause, Ning Hua continued, and besides, only we know what happened here. If we don't say anything, who will know? Them zis mont tvichet. All right, now you sound even more like villains. Chapter 90 Emergency Evacuation. After resting for a moment, the group decided to return the way they came, back to the cave where the monkey troop had lived, as they had not yet achieved their goal. Under the control of Zwapang, who had expended nearly half his spiritual energy, the cave that had turned into ruins was finally cleared. The ground was littered with numerous monkey corpses, and in the center of the cave lay a robust monkey with its limbs bitten off, surrounded only by dozens of flattened spiritual fruits, indicating that this was indeed the center of the cave. There is no wine, Zwapang said, his tone inevitably tinged with disappointment. The others were not discouraged and began searching the surroundings again, but still found nothing they were looking for. Unlike the other two, Tang Ze knew how long his fruit wine could last. If necessary, he could also ask the system, though it would be a bit expensive. His sole target was a monkey that could provide a legendary bloodline for him to replicate. Moments later, Tang Ze's gaze fell on the monkey with its limbs bitten off. With a thought, a red dot representing this monkey appeared on the exotic beast map. Exotic beast monkey, beast rank, level 5, bloodline, legendary. Tang Ze's eyes lit up. He had found it. Without any hesitation, he went directly to the system shop to purchase a bloodline replication potion. At that moment, Tang Ze seemed to remember something and uncertainly asked the system, this dead exotic beast should also be replicable, right? It can. However, for dead exotic beasts, it's not replication, but separation. Well, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Hearing this, Tang Ze breathed a sigh of relief. That was good enough. With that said, he pulled the stopper from the test tube and poured the only drop of red liquid inside onto the Monkey King's body. As the bloodline replication potion touched the Monkey King, a faint red light slowly emanated from its body. Moments later, a drop of deeper red liquid floated out from the Monkey King's body. Tang Ze carefully picked up the test tube and stored the legendary bloodline within. He looked at the test tube in his hand. Compared to before, the deep red liquid had completely filled the test tube, with only a slight gap at the top. After a few minutes, Zwapang and the others had no choice but to comply with fate. Sigh, what a waste of effort. Zwapang sighed, feeling helpless. Although Ning Hua's expression was similar, he felt much better than Zwapang. At least they had secured a locking spirit beast. So was T a total loss? After handing it over to the state, there would also be a substantial reward. True. Zwapang nodded, but he still had his mind on that fruit wine. After a brief rest, the group began their journey back. After spending a day and night and getting lost multiple times, they finally found the military stationed at the National Secret Realm. Passing through the teleportation passage, they once again saw the bustling scene, and the last bit of vigilance in their hearts completely disappeared, allowing them to truly relax. Ning brother, should we head straight back to school, or take a stroll around here? Zwapang asked while stretching. Ning Hua twitched his mouth. You want to eat free meals? Don't drag me into it. Saying this, Ning Hua took out his phone from the spatial jade pendant and made a call. Moments later. He hung up and extended his hand towards Zwapang. What is up? Zwapang instinctively offered his hand. Seeing this, Ning Hua's expression began to twist. A cage. We need a cage. Ning Hua didn't mention the words locking spirit, as it was a mixed crowd at this time. No one would refuse the vast resources provided by the state. Even though Ning Hua had already completed the report, they could still sell it abroad. Zwapang realized and quickly withdrew his hand, simultaneously taking out the glass cage from his pocket and handing it to Ning Hua. At that moment, a guard station nearby answered the phone. After hearing something on the other end, the guard's pupils dilated, and after giving a brief explanation to the others, he quickly ran over to the group. You must be the ones just reported. The guard had noticed them earlier. Originally, he planned to take action since they hadn't left, but he didn't expect that 3 students and a girl could actually capture a locking spirit beast. Ning Huan nodded, took out his phone, and began recording, then asked some details to ensure there were no issues before handing the glass cage to the guard. The guard carefully accepted the glass cage. Your rewards will soon be sent to your academy. I will take my leave now. With that, the guard didn't wait for the group's response and stepped out, heading directly to the entrance of the teleportation passage of the secret realm. Without any hesitation, he stepped inside. Seeing this, Tang Ze asked in confusion, "Why are we going back into the secret realm? Shouldn't it be sent to a military base?" Ning Hua smiled lightly. He doesn't have the ability for that. Escorting that thing requires at least a level 7. If the news leaks, deploying in level 8 would be normal. The military guarding the teleportation passage in the secret realm has at least 2 level 7 beast masters stationed. Tang Ze nodded in understanding. Then let us hurry. Why hurry? Can't we stroll around the market? Peng scratched his head in confusion. Emergency evacuation. Tang Ze said lightly. We can't be sure if that black man has accomplices. If we leave now and there are really accomplices, it won't matter to us. Staying here might even expose us, so let us get out of here. Upon hearing this, Peng's eyes widened in realization. It seems that way. He slapped his forehead heavily. Why didn't I think of that? You're foolish. Ning Hua crossed his arms and stated the fact. Peng was momentarily stunned. I have no words to say. A man who had just exited the secret realm looked at Peng with a strange yet shocked expression, seemingly puzzled as to how Peng was so clear about his own understanding. At this moment, Peng noticed the gaze. He, who originally didn't care about anything, suddenly felt embarrassed and began to fidget. How about, leave me some face in the future? Peng cautiously suggested. Hearing this, Ning Hua raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Tang Ze. They seemed to understand something from each other's eyes and said in unison, no. Why not? Peng was instantly dumbfounded. This small request, he thought, would surely get an immediate agreement given their relationship. But the reality was the complete opposite. The two rejected it in a heartbeat. This was due to Peng's insufficient understanding of brotherhood. Among true brothers, such trivial matters, if they agree immediately, it indicates that the relationship isn't as good as one might think. True friends would choose to verbally disagree but be honest in actions when outsiders are present. They listen to you, but when there are no special outsiders, it's up to them. Know why? Ning Hua shook his head. I'm not interested in anything else, but I particularly enjoy watching you feel awkward to the point of fidgeting. Chapter 91. Brother Tang, I'm leaving, take care. After understanding the situation, the few of them did not linger any longer. After leaving the market, they let the rock-armored bear serve as their mount again and soon returned to the service area. With useful secret realms in existence, taxis would generally stop nearby every day as long as it wasn't the middle of the night. A tap on the ride-hailing app, and the order would be picked up almost instantly. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. As they opened the car door and looked at the familiar school gate, their expressions inevitably turned a bit gloomy. Although this trip to the secret realm was not without gains. Returning to school meant the pressure from Jiang he would soon loom over them. Now that we're back, we shouldn't be pulled into training, right? Peng scratched his head, casting a fearful glance at a certain spot on campus. Come on, be confident. Ning Hua patted his shoulder, trying to ease his worries. Upon hearing this, Peng shrank his neck. Then should we just go stay somewhere else for a day? No time. Ning Hua shook his head. I replied to Sister He's message right after we exited the secret realm. She's probably almost at the gate by now. Peng was slightly taken aback and immediately turned to leave. Peng, are you planning to run away? Jiang He's cold voice came from behind a security booth. They saw Jiang He had quietly stood behind the booth, watching them with a dangerous smile. Although Tang Ze had not encountered this smile many times, he clearly remembered that it often meant someone was about to be in trouble. Sister He, when did you arrive? Peng turned around, his demeanor shifting. I wasn't planning to run away. I just remembered I forgot to buy something. Don't worry. It's just training. Missing one day of training isn't a big deal. You can rest today, Jiang he said with a familiar smile as her eyes narrowed slightly. Upon hearing this, Peng trembled slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Sister he. So how much will the training load increase tomorrow? Peng still asked stubbornly. 3 times, 5 times, or 7 times? You choose. Jiang he responded without any hesitation, as if she had anticipated Peng would ask this. 3. Why is there interest, and why is it so high? Realizing he couldn't avoid training, Peng ultimately had to concede. In contrast to Peng's last-ditch resistance, Tang Ze and the others had already resigned themselves upon seeing Jiang He. Following her lead, they soon returned to the training room that invoked fear in their hearts. As the door opened, they stepped inside, greeted by the familiar cold air of the air conditioning. Tang Ze couldn't help but shiver, muttering to himself, "Next time, I need to wear more clothes. I can't stand this magical attack." After confirming that the training status of the Snow Fox was fine, Jiang He slowly walked up to the center stage. "Let me see if you 3 have regressed recently," she said, beckoning with her hand. Upon hearing this, Peng's expression changed, and he immediately turned to press down on Tang Ze's shoulders. "Brother Tang, metalize quickly." At this moment, he completely disregarded his earlier words. He knew how ruthless Jiang he could be towards him and Ninghua. The intense pain from shutting down his metallization was terrifying, but it was nothing compared to Jiang He's continuous torment. Okay, Tang Ze nodded blankly, still caught up in Jiang He's earlier words. "You 3? Why am I being treated the same as these 2 4th-tier ones?" Tang Ze's heart sank. Dazed, he raised his hand to inject spiritual energy into Peng's body. In the next moment, Peng felt a change in his body and finally felt a bit more at ease. With a slight push of his legs, Peng leaped onto the stage. Without much exchange, Jiang He stepped forward in an instant, throwing a punch. With some preparation, Peng managed to react just in time to take the hit. As Jiang He threw several punches, she sensed something was off. The changes in Peng immediately reminded her of the talent of the Xian snake. Metallization? You were the one using your beast mastery talent first, Jiang He said with a cold smile. Peng's expression remained unchanged. To him, as long as there was no pain, any attack felt the same. In the next moment, streams of icy blue gas began to emerge from Jiang He's body, and in no time, the stage was completely enveloped. Peng was exhausted. Ninghua shook his head and spoke. What's wrong? Tang Ze instinctively asked, but quickly realized, incredulously stating, "Ninggu. Are you saying that icy blue mist can erode metal?" Ninghua noted it. "Sister, he is serious now. Even your metallization will be quickly eroded." Pausing, Ninghua continued helplessly. "Zhuge can last at most 2 more minutes, and I can only last 2 minutes as well. You better prepare." After saying that, Ninghua slowly took out the remaining dozen or so spiritual herbs from his jade pendant, preparing for emergencies. 2 minutes later, a white figure was thrown out from the icy blue mist. As soon as it landed, the white ice shards on it quickly transformed into streams of icy blue gas, returning to the mist. At this point, Peng was beyond description. His body had numerous cracks, and if it weren't for Tang Ze's metallization supporting him, he would have likely turned into a bloody mess by now. Before the 2 could react, Jiang He's urgent voice rang out again. "Ninghua, it's your turn." Sigh. Ninghua sighed helplessly. "Brother Tang, I'm leaving. Take care." Tang Ze's mouth twitched, uncontrollably muttering, "Are you trying to die?" Ninghua paid no mind to this. What he needed to do was unleash all his strength to prevent being singled out by Jiang He for training again in a few days when his injuries healed. A minute and a half later, Jiang He executed a shoulder throw, directly tossing Ninghua off the stage. Bang! Cough, cough! Ninghua fell heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Brother Tang, take care." After speaking, Ninghua's head tilted, and he fell unconscious. Seeing this, Tang Ze immediately picked up the spiritual herbs from the ground, then pried open Ninghua's mouth and stuffed the herbs inside. Wasn't it supposed to be 2 minutes? Why is it only a minute and a half? Tang Ze complained. "You're the last one left. How much longer are you planning to wait?" Jiang Yi stood by the stage, arms crossed, watching Tang Ze with a playful gaze. Despair surfaced on Tang Ze's face. The inevitable had finally arrived. With that, Tang Ze gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked towards the stage without looking back. Half a minute later, bang! Tang Ze successfully became a graceful parabola, landing off the stage. I knew it. Tang Ze suppressed his emotions and reached for the nearby spiritual herbs, stuffing them into his mouth, and the next moment, he too fell unconscious. Chapter 92. Sentenced in just a few hours, Tang Ze felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult. Just as he was about to reach his limit, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and sat up, gasping for air. Was it sleep paralysis? No, that wouldn't cause him to be out of breath. As Tang Ze's vision gradually focused, he found himself staring into a pair of somewhat resentful little eyes. Linger, what's wrong with you? Tang Ze seemed to have guessed something, but still asked stubbornly. Linger had been sleeping when she felt she was bumped. She covered her little head with her hand, her tone full of the displeasure of being disturbed from a beautiful dream. Normally, this would make Tang Ze feel embarrassed, but it was Linger who said it. By the way, Linger, what happened after brother fell unconscious? Tang Ze rubbed Linger's little head and asked. Linger thought for a moment. She pointed her finger around her temple a few times, and then, as if remembering something, pointed to the two people beside her. After brother fainted, that very beautiful sister grabbed brother and the two pigs by the back of their collars and dragged them over here. Hearing this, Tang Ze's mouth twitched. He couldn't understand why. After just one nap, Linger had suddenly changed her way of referring to the two. Linger, who taught you to call them pigs? That beautiful sister. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Linger's eyes. That beautiful sister is amazing. She could see the true nature of those two brothers at a glance. After a pause, Linger began to imitate Jiang He, saying one by one, they can't do anything, number one in eating, as dumb as pigs. Can't learn even a bit of fighting skills. Zuo, are you awake? Ning Hua, enduring the immense pain in his body, pulled the white sheet that completely covered him off. Woke up, Zuo Pang's voice trembled slightly, but it was undeniable that Linger's words were all heard by the two. Could it be that those fighting skills really are something we can't learn? Ning Hua's face revealed an expression of despair. No, Zuo Pang's tone was firm. It's just that Jiang He is too abnormal. Every time she strikes, it's a dead angle that can't be blocked. Even if you manage to block it, there will be another attack coming at you from another dead angle. Tang Ze's gaze fell on a figure in a light blue long dress, slowly entering his line of sight. Brothers, how about Don Tok, Tang Lao Zi? We haven't finished complaining yet. Zuo Pang immediately continued, and I heard that tiger is like that because her temper and combat power are so fierce that until now. Zuo Good don't. Before he could finish, Jiang He was already in front of him. Jiang He slowly raised her right index finger in front of her mouth, making a shushing gesture, but her expression made Tang Ze's hair stand on end. Tang Ze immediately nodded, no longer saying anything. Zuo, you can't blame me for this. You heard what I said. I really can't save you. As Zuo Pang's words reached their climax, Jiang He reached out and directly pulled the sheet off him. I heard that if I give you another chance, you can beat me? Jiang He coldly said as she grabbed Zuo Pang's ear. Hearing that bone-chilling voice, Zuo Pang's slightly swollen eyes widened suddenly. Ning Hua beside him also widened his pupils. His originally vacant gaze on the ceiling quickly shifted. Upon seeing that light blue figure, he knew. This time, there was no escape. I was just talking big. Do you believe me? Zuo Pang forced a smile, controlling the muscles in his face despite the immense pain. Jiang He's expression showed no change as she shook her head lightly. I don't believe you. Upon hearing this, Zuo Pang's heart sank. He closed his eyes in despair, quietly awaiting his fate. Originally, Zuo Pang thought he was already in deep despair, but he didn't expect Jiang He had changed. She seemed to enjoy tormenting them even more. Jiang He let go of Zuo Pang's ear, her tone filled with malice. Considering you're so badly injured, I'll come to settle accounts with you once you're healed. After saying this, Zuo Pang immediately became agitated. Mother Tiger, if you have the ability, hit me now. Zuo Pang, disdained to face you, a woman, with a full victory posture. Jiang He coldly laughed. I said I would come back in a few days, and I will. Rest assured, if I don't make you lie in bed for a week. I'll continue hitting you until you do. Using the gentlest tone to say the most chilling words. Tang Ze once again gained a deeper understanding of Jiang He and realized why the two were so afraid of her. By the way, Xiao Tang. Jiang He slowly turned her attention to Tang Ze. Remember to come to the training room tomorrow morning. You should have rested enough these past few days. Let's do a simple training. For a month. Tang Ze seemed to have not heard this, his eyes, like Ning Hua's, staring blankly at the ceiling. With Zhuo Peng's example in front of him, he had completely lost the desire to refute. He was afraid that if he just opened his mouth, that 1 month sentence could turn into 2 months, or even longer. After issuing her last order, Jiang He was about to turn and leave when she suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at Tang Ze. By the way, Xiao Tang. Tang Ze's body uncontrollably shivered. Yeah, I shouldn't have done anything wrong. Jiang He shook her head and took a step forward, picking up Linger. Where did you find this little sister? Hearing that she was just asking about Linger's origins, Tang Ze let out a heavy sigh of relief. Linger is someone we found in the secret realm. Secret realm? Who would take a child into a secret realm? Jiang He muttered to herself. Do you want me to help find her family? Jiang He rarely showed kindness, but ultimately it was futile. Tang Ze shook his head. Link it is. He was about to say the words exotic beast, but looking at Linger's appearance, he swallowed those 2 words back down. Linger's situation was indeed complex. It was probably impossible to find her family. That's right. Linger seemed unconcerned and nodded. Linger has no other family, only one sister. Now Linger is her, and she is Linger, so there's no need to find family. Linger has always been with her family. Upon hearing this, Jiang He's expression suddenly stiffened. It seemed she understood something, and she silently mouthed 2 words. Tang Ze helplessly nodded. For a moment, Jiang He also began to feel a bit of loss. At first, she thought Linger was just an ordinary little girl, but now. Little sister, your name is Linger, right? Jiang He forcibly suppressed her empathy and tried to maintain the kindest tone as she asked. Yes, that's right, Linger is Linger's name. Linger nodded with an innocent smile on her face. Then, as if she thought of something, Linger tilted her head in confusion. By the way, beautiful sister, I still don't know your name. Sister? My name is Jiang He. You can call me He Jia. Chapter 93, just a few million, by the way. Jiang He seemed to remember something and smiled lightly. Xiao Linger, you've been back for so long and haven't eaten yet, right? How about I take you out to eat? Upon hearing this, Linger couldn't help but glance at Tang Ze. Tang Ze looked at the expectation in Linger's eyes, and, after thinking for a moment, still gritted his teeth and spoke. Well, sister, Ling actually doesn't really need to eat. Even if she does, she won't be full. Jiang He frowned tightly. To her, it sounded like Tang Ze was simply refusing to let Linger eat. She immediately spoke sharply. What can't she eat? It's just a bit of food. I'm not that poor yet. Well, okay then. Tang Ze shrank his neck, already guessing what would happen next. Seeing Tang Ze finally let go, Linger immediately excitedly hugged Jiang He's neck and exclaimed, Yay, thank you, beautiful sister He. Jiang He wore a doting smile and gently patted Linger on the back. Let us go. Linger, what do you like to eat? Sister will take you to eat. As long as it's not particularly bad, Linger likes it. The repeated use of particularly made it clear how deeply the grilled fish from the Xian snake had scarred her. After the 2 girls left, Zhuo Peng finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, Jiang He, this tigress is going to be unlucky. Serve her right, but we're going to be unlucky too. Tang Ze said helplessly. She completely misunderstood. If Linger keeps eating, the ones who will be unlucky next will be us. After thinking for a moment, Zhuo Peng seemed to have figured it out, and his expression showed no change as he casually said, What is there to be afraid of? Anyway, we're all dead next, just a bit worse, right? Ning Hua slowly sat up and nodded. Right, as long as it can make Jiang He suffer. It's worth it. In the end, Tang Ze sighed helplessly and said no more. Activating metal shielding to block pain. Tang Ze stood up and left the training room under the puzzled gazes of the 2. Back at Villa number 6, after a quick shower, Tang Ze took out the completed bloodline replication potion from his spatial ring. He raised his hand, and a light blue vortex appeared again. The Xian snake cautiously poked its head out. After seeing the familiar surroundings, all the bitterness and helplessness finally turned into a sigh. Okay, boss, I got it. I'll go fishing now. Watching the Xian snake stretch out its tail to ask for a fishing rod, Tang Ze felt a bit awkward. But it was only for a moment. Fishing? Here, take this. Tang Ze handed the test tube to the Xian snake. Drink this first. The Xian snake was slightly stunned, not expecting Tang Ze to have a change of heart. Not only did he not let it go fishing, but he also gave it something to drink. Stretching out its tail to wrap around the test tube and examining it for a moment, the Xian snake took a deep breath and bitterly said, "Boss, although I'm not human, you don't have to make me drink blood directly, right?" Tang Ze helplessly rubbed his forehead. "It's not blood. Just drink it quickly." "What? This color isn't blood? What are you telling me this is?" The Xian snake's tone carried a hint of "I'm not a little snake. You can't fool me." And after a pause, it seemed to recall something and incredulously said, "Boss, you're not trying to silence me because you have a new beast to control, are you? Boss, you can't abandon me. You know my strength." Finally, Tang Ze couldn't take it anymore. He understood completely that he couldn't communicate well with this strangely thinking snake. He should have just poured the potion indirectly. "That's enough. This isn't poison. Drink it quickly." The last three words were practically shouted out by Tang Ze. As a snake that often bounced around on his bottom line, the Xian snake knew it couldn't drag this out any longer. It would definitely get another beating for not complying. "Okay." The Xian snake's eyes glistened with tears as it nodded. "I'll drink it. Hope you enjoy this month's worth of scenes. Goodbye, boss." After saying this, the Xian snake no longer hesitated, lifted the test tube, and poured it into its mouth. After drinking the bloodline replication potion, the Xian snake seemed drunk, its head hitting the ground as it fell asleep. Seeing that it was just as he had learned, Tang Ze felt relieved. All he had to do now was wait for a while. Tang Ze walked slowly to the sofa, sat down, and scanned around until he found the TV remote in the corner of the sofa. He casually turned on a channel to kill time. As time flew by, the next morning arrived. Tang Ze opened his eyes and slowly glanced at the Xian snake curled up on the ground. At this moment, the Xian snake had undergone a significant transformation. The originally pitch-black scales now had streaks of brilliant gold along the edges, and two small bumps on its head looked like they would break through its flesh and grow out at any moment. Standing up and stretching, Tang Ze suddenly froze in place, thinking, "I seem to have forgotten something." The next moment, he realized that he had originally planned to call Jiang He after 1 or 2 hours to inform her, but now at least a dozen hours had passed. Tang Ze anxiously reached into his pocket and took out his phone. Before long, he heard Jiang He's somewhat numb voice on the other end. Upon hearing that voice, it immediately confirmed what he had been thinking. Tang Ze gritted his teeth and reluctantly asked, "Sister He, have you and Linger been eating since yesterday?" "Yeah." At this point, Jiang He was completely numb, from the shock of the first hour to the curiosity of the second hour, and finally to complete numbness. She finally understood what Tang Ze had meant before. "This is the first time I've realized that the phrase 'not full' could happen right beside me." Sister He, can you pass the phone to Ling? I just want to tell her that it's about time to stop eating." Tang Ze hesitated for a moment before speaking. "No need. I want to see how much little Linger can eat." Jiang He's tone gradually became firm. She still believed that Linger just had a big appetite. Tang Ze's mouth twitched. "Well, okay then. You guys take your time. I'll take my leave." After Jiang He agreed, Tang Ze hung up the phone, completely stunned. This matter had its pros and cons, but overall, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Jiang He was unlikely to come back today, so resting for a day wasn't too bad. Looking at the Xian snake's appearance, Tang Ze closed his eyes again to rest. Hours passed, and a strange roar erupted from the Xian snake's mouth. This roar resembled the legendary roar of a dragon, mixed with the hissing sounds of a snake. It seemed that the bloodline enhancement was nearing its end. Tang Ze slowly stood up and walked to the side of the Xian snake, just as the Xian snake opened its eyes simultaneously. "Hiss, my head itches. It feels like I'm about to grow a brain." The Xian snake scratched the two fleshy bumps on its head with its metallic tail. Tang Ze helplessly rubbed his forehead. He didn't understand where the Xian snake learned all these things. "That's enough. Just tell me what changes you've experienced in your body." Chapter 94, Is it that I'm not letting her eat enough? Change. The black snake was slightly taken aback and immediately closed its eyes to carefully sense the changes in its body. After a moment, it opened its eyes, a trace of confusion flashing in its gaze. Boss, what did you give me to eat? My strength and speed have both improved a bit, and my beast rank has also reached the later stage, and I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Tang Ze. 6. How do you know you're going to grow a brain? Tang Ze slapped the back of the black snake's head, exasperated. Well, that's true. The black snake's expression gradually became strange. That's right. It's itchy on my head. If it's not growing a brain, then what is it growing? Upon hearing this, Tang Ze helplessly waved his hand and took out a fishing rod from a space ring, saying, do as you like. If you want to grow a brain, then go ahead. Let's go fishing. Damn, little Tang Ze, you're at it again. I shouldn't have thought you had a conscience. You're still the same old you, only knowing how to exploit labor. The black snake roared in its heart, but its body was very honest, eagerly stepping forward to pick up the fishing rod. I promised to complete the task. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed in an instant. The first thing to do when getting up was to make a phone call to confirm. Jie, are you still eating? Jiang He's voice was more numb compared to yesterday, and I started to believe that little Linger really wasn't full. Then can you give the phone to Linga? Tang Ze asked tentatively. Okay. Jiang He had completely compromised. In just less than 2 days, Linger had already eaten almost all her pocket money for the month, and she was completely afraid to let Linger eat anymore. Soon, Linger's unclear voice came through the phone, and without thinking, it was clear that Linger was talking before swallowing anything down. Swallow it first, Tang Ze said with a faint smile. Linger's voice paused, followed by a clear swallowing sound. Brother, what's wrong? There's just a little left, and I should be about done. Don't let sister he spend too much. However, Linger looked up at the mountain of exotic beast meat in front of her, but she was already quite full and couldn't eat anymore. Once these words were spoken, both Tang Ze and Jiang He were immediately stunned. Full? Really not that she couldn't eat enough? Is it that I'm not letting her eat enough? Tang Ze momentarily fell into self-doubt. Just as Tang Ze was lost in thought, Jiang He had already hung up the phone. On the rooftop of a restaurant outside Binhai Academy. Since you're already full, let's go. Jiang He waved her hand to put away the remaining exotic beast meat on the table. Linger rubbed her little belly, and although there was no change, she could feel her body was particularly bloated, very much like the feeling of being full. All right. Linger reached out her hands and opened her mouth, signaling Jiang He to carry her. Jiang He slightly bent down and picked Linger up with one hand. At this moment, her face had completely lost its numbness, and the endless numbness had turned into endless joy. How could it be possible to not be full? Clearly, it was just not enough. Opening the door to the private room, 2 rows of uniformed waiters stood in front of the 2 girls. Seeing the 2 girls showing signs of leaving, one of them immediately stepped forward and handed over a bank card. Miss, your card. Jiang He expressionlessly took it. As soon as they walked out of the restaurant, Jiang He felt as if she were dreaming. She had spent more than a whole day in the restaurant, and the balance in that bank card, which had originally reached $1 million, was now nearly depleted. Half an hour later, after barely resting for a day, the 3 were once again gathered in the training room. After eating for more than a whole day, no matter how rich Jiang He is, she's definitely going bankrupt this time, Zhuo Peng said, putting his right hand on Ning Hua's shoulder. Even though they hadn't seen the protagonists of the incident, they could still tease incessantly. I just don't know if she really is full or if she just ran out of money. Ning Hua shook his head and spoke. How could that be possible? Zhuo Peng waved his hand, a playful look appearing in his eyes. With Linger in that situation, how could she possibly be full? How could she not be full? She really is full. Tang Ze pushed open the door to the training room and entered. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Peng's playful expression instantly froze. Really? She is actually full? Zhuo Peng was completely stunned. His brain, which was hardly used, began to smoke at this moment. How could that be? Her belly hasn't changed at all. How could she be full? How could she say she was full right after I said it? This is too much of a coincidence. Zhuo Peng's voice was very low, but it was precisely heard by Ning Hua, his best friend. Brother Zhuo, that's your own problem. What do you mean by pulling the rug out? Isn't that what you face every day? Can you still have a platform for others to pull away? Yours has long been in a state where it can't even stand up. Ning Hua teased with a playful expression. Get lost. Zhuo Peng raised his hand and pushed Ning Hua away. Tang, little brother. He turned to look at Tang Ze. Are you sure Linger is really full? It's not because she ate too much and is deliberately saying that? Tang Ze shook his head. She should really be full. If it were true, she wouldn't have waited until now to say it. After a moment of waiting, the door to the training room opened again. Soon, Jiang He walked in carrying Linger. After a simple glance around, her brow furrowed. Where are Xiao Shui and Jianteng? Haven't they arrived yet? Jianteng had already been temporarily assigned to the school team a few days ago due to some talent and connections, and naturally, he was included in this training session. Just as the words fell, a hurried voice came from behind. I'm here. Jianteng stopped not far behind her, gasping for breath. Jiang He gave a faint glance and then withdrew her gaze. After all, he could only be considered a reserve player, so there was no need to pay too much attention. Now that you're here, join the team. Jiang He turned her head to look at the villa area in the distance, muttering to herself, why hasn't Xiao Shui arrived yet? Immediately, she took out her phone and dialed. After a moment of ringing, it was finally answered, and on the other end, by Qing Xue's somewhat anxious voice came through. Sister He, wait a moment, I'm changing clothes. Upon hearing this tone, Jiang He immediately understood the reason and didn't pay too much attention, starting to think about how to arrange the four of them today. How about this? Jiang He pointed at a few people, Zhuopeng. You continue to train Tang Ze's reaction speed. After a pause, she looked at Tang Ze and warned, this time don't use that metal transformation. Then let the black snake practice with Jianteng's green vine. As soon as these words were spoken, apart from Jianteng, the expressions of the other three gradually became strange. Sister He, this probably won't work, right? Zhuopeng tentatively spoke. There is nothing wrong with it. Jiang He's expression gradually turned cold. The ability of the green vine is quite special. They should practice just fine. Chapter 95. Qing Teng noticing the displeasure in Jiang He's words, Zhuopeng shook his head helplessly. But upon further thought, it wasn't just them who were in trouble. Whether it was the Xian Shi or that unfamiliar Qing Teng, it wasn't a big deal. Moreover, the strange talents of the Xian Shi were unlikely to lose. The only one who would be unlucky was Qing Teng. Jiang He then quickly arranged the recent training for everyone. All right, you can disperse and start training. Jiang He clapped her hands and issued the final disbanding order. At this point, everyone's attention was completely off the training. Their minds were filled with one thought. Why did Jiang He arrange for a second-tier beast to spar with the Xian Shi? Come on, Tang Laudi. Let's go see what this Qing Teng is all about. Zhuopeng threw an arm around Tang Ze's shoulder, completely unconcerned about Jiang He still being present. However, Jiang He didn't pay much attention to it. After all, for her, these training sessions were just a goal that could be accumulated. If they couldn't finish today, it would just carry over to the next day. If they still couldn't finish the next day, she would intervene personally and ensure it got done. Before long, they arrived at the arena in the center, with Tang Ze tossing the Xian Shi onto the stage first. Noticing something was off in the area, the Xian Shi's expression darkened, and it immediately turned to escape. Not again. Boss, you can't keep doing this. It's only been a few days. And now you want to torment me again? Tang Ze raised his hand and summoned a teleportation portal right in the Xian Shi's path to block its escape. Stop messing around. This time it's just a second-tier beast. What are you afraid of? Tang Ze's tone was filled with helplessness. Second tier, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the Xian Shi's eyes, and a mocking expression appeared on its face. A second-tier beast dares to fight with me. The Snake Lord? They must want to die. Tang Ze twitched the corner of his mouth. You really are something. Your mood changes so quickly. Unlike Tang Ze, the others could only sense that the Xian Shi seemed to gain confidence the moment it learned its opponent was a second-tier beast. But as they learned more about the Xian Shi, they would understand how significant the difference was when a snake changed its demeanor so quickly. Seeing this, Jianteng also stopped hesitating and raised his hand, causing a light blue teleportation portal to appear above the arena. As the teleportation opened, numerous vines immediately surged forth, quickly covering nearly half of the arena. In the next moment, among the many vines, several thin vines intertwined, and before long, a humanoid figure made of vines appeared among them. Tang Ze and the others looked at the green figure with curiosity, clearly seeing it for the first time. A purely plant-type beast? That's quite rare. Ning Hua rubbed his chin, his curious expression growing stronger as he wondered if a single flame from the Liang pig could burn it to death. Although his words were just curiosity, they sounded very different in Tang's ears. Am I so unlikable? Why is the first thought to burn the Tang to death? Tang began to doubt himself. Let us begin. Jiang He's voice echoed in everyone's minds. On the stage, the Tang looked terrified, and in the next moment, countless vines surged towards the Shi under its control. The Shi sneered, its form flickering as it instantly appeared above the vines. The next second, all of its ordinary talents activated simultaneously. Having learned from the previous lesson about the meteor hammer's slow attack speed, this time the she only condensed a double-edged battle axe at the end of its tail. While it looked quite normal, the spiritual energy emanating from the air made everyone's expressions change. Late second tier, Zhuo Peng's expression changed drastically. He knew that just the day before yesterday, the she was only at the early second tier, even though it had accumulated quite a bit recently. Jumping 2 tiers was unusual. Tang Laudi, quick, tell me. Zhuo Peng grabbed Tang Ze's shoulders and began to shake him. Tang Laudi, you have to tell me. Tang Ze, unable to break free from Zhuo Peng's grip, could only endure the torment. Zhuo, brother Zhuo, stop shaking me. What do you want me to say? Zhuo Peng paused slightly, realizing he had lost composure. Ahem, Tang Laudi, what did you feed the Shi? How did it jump straight from early to late tier? Can I count on you to help me avoid Jiang He's torment? Hearing this, the others looked at him with strange expressions. Jiang He, you can just report my ID directly. Tang Ze immediately raised his hand with all his strength to suppress Zhuo Peng's arm and stop his movements. No matter how you shake me, it won't work. That was the she's doing. You should have seen the changes in its appearance. It transformed like that when it broke through to the mid-tier, and once it stabilized in its current form, it directly broke through to the late tier. Tang Ze spoke the lie without blinking. What a pity. Zhuo Peng sighed helplessly. He initially thought there was a special reason for the she's rapid breakthrough, and even wondered if he could replicate it on the rock armored bear, hoping to completely escape the life of, depending on Jiang He's mood. At this moment, the she was becoming increasingly impatient on the stage. The Tang felt just like the first time it faced Ling Air. Every time it was about to land an attack, the Tang would retreat into the vines, making it impossible to hit. Fortunately, the Tang couldn't really do anything to it either, at most. It could control the vines to whip at it a few times to relieve its itch. Watching this scene, the others didn't pay much attention. But Tang was clearly eager to achieve results. He immediately changed tactics. Tang, stop attacking. Use all the vines to control it first. On the stage, receiving the order, the Tang immediately began to execute it. Countless vines quickly surrounded the entire arena, and then they began to shrink at a consistent frequency, squeezing the she's remaining limited space. As time passed, the she's active space was reduced to a small area in the center, and it wouldn't be long before the entire arena would be completely covered by the vines. Tang Laudi, what do you think we should do in this situation? Zhuo Peng leaned over again to ask. Tang Ze shrugged. The Tang situation is a bit special. Its ability is somewhat similar to the Shadow Phantom, but it moves within the vines. In this case, there are 2 options. Either find its exact location and attack it directly, or use a wide-range firepower cover. It seems the she can't do either. Zhuo Peng lowered his voice. Jiang He wouldn't have calculated this point to make them spar. Would she? Who knows? Said Tang Ze, a strange smile gradually appearing on his face. But I do have a way to help the she deal with the Tang quickly. After saying that, Tang Ze didn't care about Zhuo Peng's reaction and shouted towards the stage. Shi, hurry up and use your big sword to deal with it. We're going to eat grilled fish soon. Chapter 96. The whatever faction. As Tang Ze's voice fell, the surroundings fell into silence. The 2 who knew the truth didn't expect Tang Ze to bring up the weakness of the snake at this moment, while those who didn't were puzzled as to why Tang Ze thought he could solve it quickly, even having already thought about what to eat afterward. At this moment, the snake's eyes gradually became dazed. Finally, it's been almost 3 days. 3 whole days. Do you know how I've spent these 3 days? Finally, I can eat. In an instant, A hint of brutality flashed in the Xian snake's eyes, its pupils rapidly covered by a shade of crimson. Anyone who blocks my meal dies. Before the words even left its mouth, countless spiritual energies gathered in front of it, and in a moment, a giant sword made entirely of flowing water floated above. The Xian snake's gaze slightly tightened, and the giant sword in the air immediately received its command, starting to weave through the surroundings in an extremely bizarre manner. In an instant, the vines that originally covered the arena quickly snapped into several segments, their internal spiritual energy rapidly dissipating, and within a few breaths, they lay on the ground as dry vines. As the last vine was cut in two, a green figure was forced to emerge from the vines, and for some reason, its indistinguishable face revealed a hint of terror, as if it were facing not a beast master, but some great horror. Hey, found you. Great pot. Spare me. The green vine immediately lunged toward Jian Tong below the stage. The next second, the giant sword descended with an unmatched force. However, the anticipated scene of the giant sword hitting the ground did not happen. Instead, the giant sword began to freeze at a visible speed just a few centimeters away from the green vine. The green vine looked at the giant sword floating above, only a few centimeters away, and its legs went soft as it collapsed to the ground. Jiang helplessly rubbed his forehead. At this moment, the Xian snake situation was quite awkward. There were beast masters of levels 2, 4, and 5 in the training room, but there was no level 3. Against them, the Xian snake could either crush them or be passively beaten, rendering the training completely ineffective. As for letting the Xian snake continue to be a target to break its resistance, that also had no effect. As the pain immunity brought by its metallization attribute guaranteed, it had a strong resistance to hits. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang turned his gaze to Tang Ze. Tang Ze, you should recall the Xian snake for now. Let's leave its training at this for today. Tang Ze casually replied, his gaze never leaving the Xian snake on the stage. It didn't lose control. A bit of a pity, but whatever, I don't want to grill fish anyway. Let ponder slowly. With a light wave of his hand, the grill and other items appeared in front of him. If it didn't lose control, just move the stuff away and add the seasonings. I didn't bring out what shouldn't be there. As soon as these words were spoken, the crimson hue in the